Transcendental Heidegger. Edited by Stephen Crowell and Jeff Malpas. Stanford University Press. Stanford, California. Introduction. Transcendental Heidegger. The transcendental is a key notion in Heidegger's thought. Not only does Heidegger's early work stand within the framework of transcendental phenomenology as established by Husserl, even though it also contests and revises that framework, but that thinking also stands in a close relationship to the critical philosophy of Immanuel Kant, and specifically to the transcendental project, and modes of argument, of Kant's critique of pure reason. Moreover, while the idea of the transcendental is explicitly disavowed in Heidegger's later thought, there still seems to be an important sense, though one that remains in need of clarification, in which that thinking retains a broadly transcendental character. It is perhaps surprising, then, that more attention has not been paid so far to what may be thought of as the transcendental Heidegger, to the role of the transcendental in Heidegger's thinking, as well as Heidegger's stance toward the tradition of transcendental thought as such. This collection aims to go some way toward remedying this apparent neglect, and to argue for the continuing significance of the transcendental for understanding Heidegger's thinking, both early and late. In so doing, it also makes a case for the continuing significance of the transcendental in philosophy more broadly. Of course, what is meant by the term transcendental is an unavoidable and underlying issue here. As Heidegger himself uses it, the term is almost always understood in relation to Kant, and to the idea of transcendence, which Heidegger, following Husserl in this regard rather more than Kant himself, takes to lie at the heart of the Kantian critical enterprise. The transcendental names that which makes possible the structure of transcendence. In consequence, the shift away from the transcendental as a key term in Heidegger's thinking goes hand in hand with a shift away from the focus on transcendence, and, at the same time, from Kant, as well as from Husserl and the language of transcendental phenomenology. Basing oneself on Heidegger's overt and often polemical self-interpretation, then, one might be tempted to envy a radical discontinuity between Heidegger's earlier and later thinking. Indeed, the celebrated turning in Heidegger's thought has been seen as a turning away from the transcendental and all that is associated with it. Yet, in spite of Heidegger's adoption of this specific reading of the notion, the transcendental is by no means an idea to which there attaches a simple or settled interpretation. Indeed, ever since Kant's appropriation of the term from the language of scholastic logic and metaphysics, the idea of the transcendental has given rise to discussion and debate that has often, particularly in Anglo-Saxon philosophical circles, been rather negatively disposed. So while it is obviously important to understand and acknowledge what Heidegger himself says about the transcendental, there is also a need to interrogate the term in a way that is sensitive to the possibility that it may harbor a significance exhausted neither by Heidegger's explicit usage nor by some of the other interpretations that have circulated around it. Could the transcendental refer us, for instance, to a distinctive mode of non-reductive analysis that aims to analyze phenomena in a way that draws only on elements already given in the phenomena as such? Although such a characterization is extremely general, it would seem to conform, in its general outline, to certain key aspects of the analytic of Dasein in Being and Time, as well as the account of the structure of the fourfold in a late essay such as The Thing. How we should understand the idea of the transcendental is a topic that informs many of the discussions that appear in this collection, even if it is not always addressed explicitly. But such a topic can hardly be raised without confronting an extraordinary range of general philosophical issues. We may introduce some of the many topics of investigation on offer in the present volume by reacting on three areas in which the transcendental tradition from Kant to Husserl gave rise to intense debate: the scope of the transcendental question itself, the character of transcendental inquiry, and the appeal to subjectivity, with its concomitant question of idealism. Inc. Perhaps the most well-known feature of Heidegger's Kant interpretation is his rejection of this epistemological reading of Kant. Instead, he favors the claim that Kant's enterprise was really an ontological one. As S. contribution to this volume shows, this widening of the scope of the transcendental question stemmed from Heidegger's appreciation of what Husserl's transcendental phenomenology had already accomplished, namely, a break with the way of ideas, that is, a break with an understanding of intentionality as something that is mediated by mental representations. To understand transcendental philosophy essentially as an answer to a certain kind of skepticism, that is, as primarily an epistemological enterprise, is to remain within the Cartesian framework in which alone such a problem can arise. Heidegger's reading of Kant makes explicit the tension within Kant himself between a residual Cartesianism and a new paradigm, in which mind is always in the world and subject and object cannot be thought as separate. For Heidegger, then, the scope of the transcendental question is not restricted to the conditions of cognitive experience, but to all intentionality, all consciousness of something as such. Contributions by and explore some consequences of this widened scope. For Arendt, one of Heidegger's most important insights is that the intentionality of judgment rests upon a more basic, practical intentionality of the sort found in our dealings with tools. Crowell, in turn, argues that Heidegger's analysis of conscience in being and time should be understood as an account of how the norms inherent in such practical intentionality arise in experience. As with all such fundamental issues, there are disagreements. For Arendt, Heidegger's argument fails to make clear why only entities that have world in his sense can intend entities, whereas for Crowell, analysis of conscience and the practice of reason-giving that emerges from it are precisely what clarify this matter. These treatments of intentionality show that for Heidegger the real scope of the transcendental question is not limited even to intentionality in the broadest sense, but rather to the understanding of being upon which all directedness toward objects as something depends. Indeed, as Robert B. Pippin maintains, if Heidegger's question of being is not to be construed as a MacGuffin, we should understand it precisely as a question into the very possibility of any intelligibility or meaning at all. In his reading of Heidegger's Reactions on Angst and das Nichts, Pippin argues that what is most interesting about Heidegger's account is his claim that meaning can fail, that things can present themselves as wholly lacking in significance. This is in contrast to the Hegelian view that a collapse of meaning, a collapse of a way of looking at the world, can only be part of a dialectical emergence of new meaning. But it also, according to Pippin, shows that Heidegger's inquiry cannot be truly transcendental in Kant's sense, since Kantian conditions of possibility cannot fail. This widening of the scope of the transcendental question is carried forth into Heidegger's later work, as shows in his reconstruction of the traces of topographical thinking that are present already in Heidegger's early work but come to full expression in his late Reactions on the topology of being. If the transcendental question concerns the conditions that allow entities to come to presence, then being and time in which this possibility is traced back to the presence of one of those entities, Dasein might seem to suffer from disabling circularity. But Malpas shows how the later Heidegger provides a solution by recasting thought as a kind of topographical process, which maps conditions of possibility from within the eld they govern, rather than by appealing to some single ultimate ground. The notion of the fourfold, and the emphasis on the way places constellate around particular things, are thus seen to belong to a kind of transformed transcendental project. The character of transcendental inquiry. All this gives rise to more questions. What are conditions of possibility? How do we discover them? For Kant, the answer is that such conditions include a set of concepts whose a priori application to objects is established through transcendental arguments, in particular through a transcendental deduction. Heidegger clearly follows Kant in his idea that what distinguishes philosophical inquiry from empirical science is its concern with a priori conditions of experience, that is, conditions that do not themselves derive from experience. Equally clearly, however, he rejects Kant's idea that these conditions stem from a faculty of pure reason. Rather, their origin lies in the temporality of Dasein, toward which Kant is understood to have been groping in his treatment of imagination in the RST critique. Further, taking his cue from Husserl's phenomenological approach, Heidegger famously argued that there is no need for the centerpiece of Kant's thought, the quaestio juris, the question that a transcendental deduction is supposed to answer. S. contribution to this volume subjects this chapter in Heidegger's reading of Kant to close examination. She recognizes that in his temporalized interpretation of the a priori, Heidegger is trying to come to terms with a question that even today continues to trouble Kant's scholarship, namely, is synthesis a real psychological activity or a purely logical condition, but she criticizes him for sidestepping the problem of explaining the application of the categories. Heidegger's claim that categories do nothing but make explicit the preconceptual synthesis of imagination, while not as outrageous as some commentators have held, leaves important questions unexplored. Zuckert then argues that Kant himself seems to have moved closer to Heidegger's position with late concept of reactive judgment, whose principal purposiveness has a temporal structure that closely resembles Heidegger's idea of projection. In the end, however, Zuckert nds that Heidegger too easily abandoned the strong claims for necessity, which, for Kant, distinguished the categories as something in need of transcendental inquiry in the RST place. This point is echoed in S' treatment of the a priori in Heidegger. For her, Heidegger's thought exhibits the hermeneutic transformation of Kant's Copernican revolution that is characteristic of an important strand of German thought since Wilhelm von Humboldt. Under such a hermeneutic transformation, a priori conditions are no longer traced back to a pure transcendental subject but to a merely factic one. They are embedded in the particular, historical languages that inform Dasein's understanding of being. Heidegger follows Kant in claiming that no access to entities is possible outside of such an a priori context, a particular understanding of being, but because his synthetic a priori is merely factic, he cannot employ Kant's argument for this claim, namely, that a particular understanding is necessary for all possible experience. Rather than drop the strong notion of the a priori, however, Heidegger embraces an unstable linguistic idealism. Lafont contrasts such idealism with the contextual a priori in Hilary Putnam's internal realism, a position that, in Heideggerian terms, is purchased at the cost of abandoning the ontological difference, the absolute distinction between ontic, a posteriori, and ontological, a priori, knowledge. A similar tension is uncovered by who nds Heidegger's notion of a priori conditions to be caught between two important currents in his understanding of philosophical inquiry, the pragmatic strand, and the aspirations for a transcendental ontology. The pragmatic strand uncovers conditions on meaning such as skills and capacities that cannot be captured in concepts and propositions. The transcendental strand seeks an ultimate ground for the sort of understanding of being in a theory of original temporality. But the transcendental aspiration involves an objectifying conceptual thematization of a priori conditions, which contradicts the very character preconceptual, resistant to propositional formulation of these conditions, skills, practices, themselves. Blattner suggests that Heidegger chose to drop the transcendental idea of a scientific ontology in his later work. But he leaves us with the crucial question regarding the character of philosophical inquiry: to what extent can philosophical expression be other than conceptual or theoretical? Is propositionality an obstacle to our access to being? Several chapters, for instance those of Pippenkar, and take note of the fact that Heidegger's transcendentalism is a placeholder for the idea that there is something distinctive about philosophical inquiry vis-a-vis other intellectual pursuits. In a wide-ranging chapter on this topic, explores how Heidegger's approach to the transcendental draws upon far more than Kant and Husserl. The notion RST emerges from Heidegger's early theological concern with eternal truths and their relation to human beings, a concern evident in Heidegger's commitment in his earliest publications to the strong program of transcendental logic. But even in Being and Time, which, as Lafont argued, submits Kant's Copernican revolution to a hermeneutic nitization, he still struggles to preserve something of the a priori. Harries presses the issue: is not thinking always in some sense a transcendence of the night? In his Davos dispute with the neo-Kantian philosopher Ernst Cassirer, Heidegger emphasizes the limits of transcendental reaction. Can it really dictate conditions for all possible experience, or is it not limited to experience as it has actually arisen under specific historical, and therefore contingent, conditions? Where Cassirer reads the self-transcendence of the human being as a homecoming, a term that itself has important connotations in Heidegger's own thought, Heidegger sees it as a kind of anxiety. Following Nietzsche, Heidegger begins to see that a more positive characterization of self-transcendence, and of thinking, is blocked by the scientific pursuit of truth itself, which has no room for many forms of experience of the beautiful, for instance, or the good that, consequently, seem to disappear from the science-dominated world. Heidegger's late thought, then, can be seen as a continuation of the pursuit of transcendence that attempts to do justice to these excluded experiences in an age that puts roadblocks in the way of such reaction. The role of subjectivity and the question of idealism. Heidegger is rightly understood as an implacable foe of the Cartesian picture of an isolated subject cut off from the world. Being in the world is nothing if not a challenge to such a picture. One might expect, then, that Kant's appeal to the I think as the cornerstone of his transcendental philosophy would end little resonance in Heidegger's thought. But this is by no means the case. Instead, Dasein comes to occupy the position of the transcendental subject, with corresponding fractures introduced into the project. As we learn in S' contribution, which traces in detail the interconnections between Heidegger's question of being and Husserl's idea of transcendental phenomenology as RST philosophy, the fundamental question that troubled Husserl was the paradox of subjectivity. For Husserl, the transcendental subject is not, as it was for Kant, a formal principle or logical postulate, it is the concrete locus of the intentional constitution of entities in the world. At the same time, as human subjectivity, it is itself one such entity in the world. Morand shows how Husserl attempted to solve this problem by means of the phenomenological reduction, through which a distinction is made between a world-involved natural attitude and a world-bracketing transcendental attitude. If Heidegger rejects the reduction and so this sort of solution to the paradox of subjectivity, does he not fall back into the problem that one entity, Dasein, is both in the world and also the condition of the world's very appearing? However it stands with this ultimate question, and the chapters by Dahlstrom, Malpas, Phillips, Lafont, and Harries, among others, all register its effects on Heidegger's thought. Heidegger's approach can also be seen to illuminate the apparent necessity by which philosophy continually has recourse to some form of subjectivity. For instance, shows how Heidegger's notion of the Warum Willen, the sort of self-understanding that I have when I am engaged in practical, goal-directed activities, avoids problems that arise when one starts with the Kantian I think, that is, with the subject of cognition or judgment as representation. Such a subject can only become aware of itself by means of a representation, which leads to an innate regress. Heidegger, in contrast, conceives the subject RST of all as practical, and in practical activity my self-understanding is a function of the holistic and typical structure of such activity. In acting, I act as something: gardener, teacher, husband, and so on. Such self-understanding is not a second-order reaction, but it makes possible the kind of explicit cognizing and representing that Nally gets formulated in the practice of judging. This pragmatic transformation of the transcendental subject has implications for the vexed question of idealism. As Carr's chapter points out, Kant himself did not fully break with the Cartesian picture that gives rise to something like a problem of the external world. His refutation of idealism, the focal point of many earlier discussions of the nature and scope of transcendental arguments, has thus been variously understood. Heidegger claimed that the problem of the external world was a pseudo-problem, but his own stance toward the realism/idealism debate, and toward transcendental idealism in particular, has been widely disputed. In his contribution to the volume, compares Heidegger's strategy of debunking skepticism about the external world with similar strategies in Husserl, G. E. Moore, and Rudolf Carnap, and asks whether the resulting concept of world can avoid the problem of the Ding and Sich. This chapter, which proceeds by unpacking the various possible senses of idealism and realism in several famous puzzle passages in Being and Time, poses a question similar to the one that occupied Lafont, namely, whether there is, on Heidegger's view, the possibility of encountering entities outside the global transcendental framework, world. Where Lafont answers in the negative, thereby attributing to Heidegger a kind of linguistic idealism where meaning determines reference, Phillips explores the idea that the access to entities in the phenomenon of angst might provide an alternative to such idealism. Phillips argues that one can accept Heidegger's realism only if one gives up scientific realism, the idea that science is our best access to things in the world. What, then, is one to say about scientific practices within the framework of Heidegger's transcendental philosophy? This is equivalent to asking how it is that Dasein's understanding supplies the enabling conditions for the being of entities. In place of Kant's view that such conditions synthesize the manifold of space and time, Heidegger holds that they let beings be. Carefully unpacks the central Heideggerian thought, moving from simpler cases, the idea that in order for something to be a baseball or a hammer there must be certain social practices and skillful abilities, which Heidegger associates with Dasein's understanding of being, that let such things show themselves as such, to the harder case of how we are to understand. The idea that Dasein's understanding also lets mere natural entities be. Through a series of careful phenomenological distinctions, Haugeland shows how the scientific practices of theory construction and experimentation, together with the existential commitments that are bound up with them, provide necessary conditions for bringing natural things out of their obscurity. Because this obscurity is deep, the project of science is difficult. In Kantian terms, we certainly end up with an empirical realism here. Is this also a scientific realism? Haugeland's account of the relation between Newton's laws and Einstein's laws emphasizes the role of commitment in scientific practice, and he argues that the urge to say which one is really true is a holdover of the desire for a God's eye view that Heidegger's thought should help us resist. Of course, the problem of truth, so closely related to questions of transcendental idealism and the transcendental subject, has long been a disputed topic in the Heidegger literature. Ernst Tugendhat's argument that Heidegger's identification of truth with disclosedness abandons the critical concept of truth in favor of a concept with no normative force is often seen as having been so persuasive that, on its basis, Heidegger himself came to reject the idea that the openness of beings can rightly be called truth. Daniel O. Dahlstrom revisits this issue, arguing that Heidegger's earlier notion of transcendental truth as the condition for the possibility of propositional truth did undergo a major transformation. This transformation was not the result of Tugendhat's arguments, however, but of Heidegger's own gradual move away from posing the question of transcendence in terms of the ontological difference between being and beings. As Dahlstrom argues on the basis of passages from Heidegger's contributions to philosophy, from Ernst Beitrag zur Philosophie vom Erinnern, to pose the question that way merely reproduces the problem of treating being in the manner of an idea. Heidegger's later approach to being as the event of the presencing-absencing of beings terms it the truth that prevails west, and Dahlstrom argues that this new approach retains a kind of transcendental structure, since such prevailing, or valence, is the condition of the bivalence on which Tugendhat insisted in any concept of truth. In his null writings, Heidegger does reject the idea that this prevailing is properly called truth, but he continues to maintain that such prevailing, including its necessary relation to human beings or mortals, makes bivalence possible. Here we recognize the same move that Crowell's chapter attributes to the analysis of conscience in being and time. Heidegger wants to exhibit the source of our responsiveness to the normative as such, which provides the ultimate conditions for intentionality, meaning, and ontic truth. In Heidegger's later thought, as in the earlier, there thus remains an important relation to the transcendental tradition. This collection does not claim to provide a denitive account of the transcendental Heidegger, nor does it resolve the question concerning Heidegger's status as a transcendental thinker or the many issues concerning his relation to Kant or Husserl. But it does allow the controversies surrounding the transcendental in Heidegger's thought to take center stage, with the hope that the richness of these themes will spur further philosophical investigation. Asterisk. Earlier versions of the chapters in this volume were delivered at the conference Heidegger and Transcendental Philosophy, held at Rice University, Houston, in April. The editors would like to thank Rice University's Humanities Research Center for financial support of this conference. Further funding, for which we are also grateful, came through the office of the President and the office of the Provost of Rice University. Professor Werner Kelber, Director of the Humanities Research Center, and Sandra Gilbert, Associate Director, together with graduate students Matthew Birch, Irene McMullen, and Matthew Shunk, made crucial contributions to the organization and facilitation of the conference itself. We are very pleased to have the chance here to acknowledge these contributions with gratitude. Finally, James Phillips was responsible for preparing the manuscript of this volume for submission. Special thanks are due him for his careful and timely work. In the past, I have argued simultaneously for two theses about Martin Heidegger's early philosophy that one might well fear are inconsistent with one another. I have maintained that Heidegger's early philosophy embraces a thesis that I call the primacy of practice, namely, that the intelligence and intelligibility of human life is explained primarily by practice and that the contribution made by cognition is derivative. I have also contended, however, that Heidegger's ontological project, inspired by Kant, constitutes an attempt to acquire a priori knowledge of being. In short, I have been arguing that Heidegger is both a transcendentalist and something of a pragmatist. It is not at all clear that one philosopher can be both. In this chapter I explore whether the primacy of practice, as I have developed it on Heidegger's behalf, is in fact inconsistent with his aspirations to develop a transcendental ontology. To do so, I will draw upon some of my readings of Heidegger, to spell out both the primacy of practice and the nature of Heidegger's vision of an a priori ontology. I shall argue that the primacy of practice and a priori ontology are not directly inconsistent, but only indirectly inconsistent, if we add a further and rather natural assumption into the mix, namely, that the a priori ontology for which we aim is meant to be, in Heidegger's words, theoretic conceptual, theoretisch begrifflich. These three assertions together are inconsistent, and they force Heidegger into a difficult choice. Finally, I shall show how the argument I develop here both supplements and supports the narrative of Heidegger's early claim that cognition is a founded mode of being in the world. We must get a handle on the distinction between understanding and interpretation. By understanding, Heidegger means neither a sort of cognition, distinguished in some way from explaining and conceiving, nor even cognition in general in the sense of thematically grasping something. What does Heidegger have in mind with a sort of understanding that is not thematic, not cognitive? In ontic, i.e., everyday, discourse we often use the expression to understand something to mean to be able to manage a thing, to be equal to it, to be capable of something. In understanding, as an existential, that of which one is capable is not a what, but rather being as existing. Understanding is, thus, a capacity or ability by means of which I manage or know how to do something, but which is not thematic. Interpretation, by way of contrast, emerges, when we are not equal to a task, when we cannot manage what we are doing. Circumspection uncovers, and that means that the world that is already understood gets interpreted. The available comes explicitly into the sight that understands. All preparing, setting aright, repairing, bettering, laying out are accomplished by laying apart like the circumspectively available entity and concerning oneself with what has become visible in accordance with this laying apart. That which has been circumspectively laid apart with respect to its in order to, that which has been explicitly understood, has the structure of something as something. Interpretation emerges when it is necessary to set things aright, to repair them, better them, ll them out, that is, when felt difficulty arises, or as Heidegger puts it in Basic Problems, when Dasein's dealings are disturbed. Such interpretation involves both the explicitness of its object and the structure. What does Heidegger mean to emphasize, when he contrasts the inexplicit, non-thematic nature of understanding with the thematic, explicit constitution of interpretation? What does he mean by thematic and explicit? Hubert Dreyfus has offered, in fact, two different ways of understanding the distinction, neither of which is quite right, however. First, we may note that in understanding, Dasein is absorbed, aufgenommen, in its activities, the paraphernalia with which Dasein deals, when it genuinely understands it, withdraws into its availability. This can suggest that by thematic and explicit Heidegger means conscious, so that understanding is an un- or preconscious form of dealing with the world, whereas interpretation is a conscious form of doing so. If this is how Heidegger means to distinguish understanding from interpretation, what becomes of the argument of section of being and time? The thesis that cognition is founded in a more basic form of being in the world is then speciated into the claim that conscious experience is founded in un- or preconscious absorbed coping. This may well be true, and Dreyfus offers powerful phenomenological evidence to this effect, but it cuts philosophical ice only against Descartes or any other philosopher of cognition who regards all cognition as conscious. Clearly, this is far too narrow a construal of Heidegger's target in section. If the Cartesian notion that all cognition is conscious is not Heidegger's target in section, then what is? A more plausible target is the Kantian Husserlian conception that cognition is a self-sufficient subjective activity, one that can be consummated without the assistance of any non-cognitive skills or capacities. Heidegger suggests this target in section, when he writes, in directing itself to and grasping Dasein does not somehow rst come out of an inner sphere in which it is primarily enclosed verkapselt, but rather, in accordance with its primary sort of being, it is always already out there amid the encountering entities of the world that has in each case already been discovered. When Dasein visits with das Bestimmens sich aufhalten bei the entity to be cognized and determines what it is, it does not somehow abandon the inner sphere, but rather, insofar it is out there amid the object, Dasein is also inside in the properly understood sense, that is, it itself is as cognizing being in the world. And conversely, taking vernehmen the cognized object in is not returning into the box of consciousness with the booty Dasein has won, in which it has recorded the object, but rather, also in taking, preserving, and retaining the object Dasein remains cognizing Dasein as Dasein out there. Dreyfus indicates this approach as well, when he describes the target of Heidegger's criticism as a relation between a self-contained subject with mental content, the inner, and an independent object, the outer. What sort of conception of cognition does such an approach invite or imply? Cognition would be self-contained if it were governed by rules. In this case, the mind could apply its rules to the data of experience and thereby not rely on anything beyond its own intelligence in understanding. Construing cognition as rule-governed or algorithmic data processing would then be a second approach we might consider. There is a certain historical plausibility to this way of looking at things, since Kant and Husserl both understood concepts, or noemata, as rules for experience. Not only would Kant and Husserl move into Heidegger's crosshairs here, but so would the modern cognitivist project of artificial intelligence on which Dreyfus has focused much of his attention. The drawback of approaching Heidegger this way is twofold, however. First, there are very few references in Being and Time to rules and their limits, which makes textually implausible the suggestion that this is the key to reconstructing the distinction between understanding and cognition. Second, if this were the right way to read Heidegger, it would limit Heidegger's contemporary applicability to the eld of artificial intelligence. Although this second consideration is hardly decisive, it would certainly be a welcome development if Heidegger's analysis of cognition could cast a wider net, including such recent examples of cognition-centered thinking as John Searle and Donald Davidson. With this in mind, thirdly and nally, I have suggested that we take the distinction between understanding and interpretation in Being and Time as focused on the line between those forms of intelligence that can be captured in propositions and those that cannot. If we approach Heidegger this way, then his claim is that the most fundamental ways in which we understand the world cannot be expressed in propositional content. This puts Heidegger at odds not only with Kant but also with both the linguistic turn in Anglo-American philosophy, which has generally been tantamount to a propositional turn, as well as the logicist tradition represented by the neo-Kantians and logical empiricists. Beyond these broad historical advantages, I think we can also connect this construal of the understanding-interpretation distinction with the text. Heidegger's official account of interpretation lays emphasis upon two features of interpretation, its explicitness and the S-structure. Interpretation is a development, Ausbildung, of understanding, specifically a development in which understanding has become explicit and characterized by the S-structure. Indeed, Heidegger essentially identifies these two features when he writes, the S makes up the structure of the explicitness of what is understood, it constitutes interpretation. To be explicit, therefore, is to be characterized by an S. But what is it to be characterized by an S? There is a fairly clear connection in the text of being and time between the S structure, aspectuality, conceptuality, propositionality, and the force structure of interpretation. Let me now summarize these connections. In section Heidegger spells out the internal force structure, Vorstruktur, of interpretation as a trio of phenomena that together constitute interpretation: forehaving, Vorhabe, foresight, Vorsicht, and foreconception, Vorgriff. Heidegger writes, an available entity is always already understood in terms of the totality of involvements. This totality does not have to be grasped explicitly by a thematic interpretation. Even when it is passed through such an interpretation, it recedes back into the understanding that has not been raised up. And precisely in this mode it is an essential foundation of everyday, circumspective interpretation. This interpretation is grounded in a forehaving. It moves, as an appropriation of understanding, in the understanding being towards such an understood totality of involvements. The appropriation of an entity in explicit interpretation rests on the foundation of our prior understanding of a totality of involvements. Our forehaving, what we have in advance of interpretation, is our understanding, the inexplicit grasp that we have of the entire framework and environment in which we are operating. Such understanding bridges to interpretation by way of foresight. The appropriation of what is understood, but still veiled, carries out its unveiling always under the guidance of an aspect, which xes that in terms of which the entity that is understood is supposed to be interpreted. Interpretation is always grounded in a foresight, which cuts what has been taken in forehaving down to a determinate interpretability. Interpretation appropriates something understood, but still veiled. That is to say, interpretation is directed to something that falls within the ambit of our understanding but which is opaque, resistant, or problematic in some way. This is the general contours of the distinction I indicated above. Interpretation emerges when Dasein's dealings are disturbed, when Dasein confronts something it has not mastered already. The foresight focuses the interpretation upon some specific way in which the entity can be interpreted, that is, it selects an aspect in terms of which the entity is grasped. Such an aspect in terms of which the entity is grasped is something as which we take the object. The S-structure, therefore, emerges with the foresight of interpretation. Foresight in interpretation correlates with the as on the side of the object. Further, this S-structure requires a certain kind of conceptuality, a proto-conceptuality, the item understood becomes conceivable through interpretation. Interpretation can create the conceptuality that belongs to the entity to be interpreted in terms of this entity itself, or it can force the entity into concepts that it resists in accordance with its sort of being. As always, interpretation has in each case already, either with nullity or with reservations, decided itself in favor of a determinate conceptuality. It is grounded in a foreconception. To take an entity as something, to grasp it under an aspect, is to subject it to, or let it be seen by way of, a certain conceptuality. Heidegger's language here is a bit ambivalent between conception and conceivability, between conceptuality and foreconception or proto-conceptuality. In discussing perception, Heidegger comments that perception is an act of interpretation. This is to say that all seeing, for Heidegger, is seeing as. Still, Heidegger admonishes us not to infer from the absence of the explicitness of an assertion in simple seeing that all interpretation is absent all prepredicative. Simple seeing of something available is in itself already understanding and interpretive Verstehentauslegend. That in simple seeing the explicitness of an assertion can be missing does not justify denying all articulating interpretation, and therewith the S-structure, to this simple seeing. Why would one be inclined to make the mistake Heidegger is concerned to avoid? Noticing that the full determinateness of propositional content on display in an overt assertion or covert judgment is missing, one might be inclined to conclude that perception does not have any sort of propositional content. But this would be a mistake. Perception, indeed, interpretation at large, does have a sort of propositional content. That content is, however, modally vague. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant distinguishes between an appearance in general, which is the object of a perception, and the content of a judgment, by arguing that an appearance is indeterminate. That is, for example, whereas the judgment that my cat is white is denied with respect to modality, possibility, necessity, actuality, the mere perceptual experience of my white cat is not so denied. When a perception is expressed in the form of a judgment, the modal indeterminateness of the perception has to be resolved. This contrast between indeterminate perception and determinate judgment, however, does not prevent Kant from concluding that the same function which gives unity to the various representations in a judgment also gives unity to the mere synthesis of various representations in an intuition. In essence, a perception has modally or grammatically vague propositional content, whereas a judgment or assertion has modally or grammatically denied content. What is the function of unity shared by an indeterminate perception and a determinate judgment or assertion? It is the unity of a concept. In the assertion my cat is white and the perception of my white cat, the concept cat unites the content of the experience and judgment. This is to say, then, that all perception and judgment, all interpretation in Heidegger's accounting, is conceptually articulated. And this explains why all interpretation is grounded in a foreconception. Understanding, on the other hand, is not grounded in a foreconception, which is to say that it does not have even the determinacy of conceptual articulation. Understanding is preconceptual, rather than merely preconscious. Not only is it not rule-governed, it is not concept-governed at all. Understanding lacks the structure of the as. Furthermore, this way of reading Heidegger suggests that when he characterizes interpretation as explicit, ausdrücklich, he does not mean conscious, but rather articulate, specifically, conceptually articulate. Indeed, the German word here, ausdrücklich, is built on the term Ausdruck, expression, which certainly suggests linguistic expressibility. In short, I am recommending that we read the fault line between understanding and interpretation as the distinction between those forms of dealing with the world that are conceptually articulated and those that are not. If my line of interpretation is correct here, then Heidegger would be committed to the conclusion that interpretation can be captured in propositional form. Indeed, he draws just this inference: what has been taken in and determined can be expressed in proposition satsa, it can be retained and kept as something asserted als solches ausgesagt. By implication, what has not been taken as and determined, that is, understanding, cannot be expressed in propositions, cannot be asserted. Finally, this also makes sense retrospectively of Heidegger's mysterious comment about understanding, that in understanding, that of which one is capable is not a what, but rather being as existing. The content of understanding is not a what, a propositional content, it is, rather, an activity. So, the primacy of practice, the thesis that the intelligence and intelligibility of human life resides primarily in precognitive practice, and that cognition is derivative of such practice, takes form in being and time by way of the distinction between understanding and interpretation. Cognition is taking as, grasping things under a conceptually articulated aspect, in such a way that the content of one's taking as can be expressed in propositional form, asserted. Understanding is what Dreyfus calls absorbed coping, an inexplicit mastery of one's world and oneself. Such mastery is inexplicit, however, not in the sense that it is or preconscious, though it may well mostly be, nor in the sense that it is not rule-governed, though it surely is not, but rather in the sense that it is preconceptual, pre-propositional. Precognitive understanding cannot be expressed in propositions, it cannot be retained and kept as something asserted. This moves Heidegger's thought into the neighborhood of John Dewey's pragmatism, even if it does not exactly make Heidegger a pragmatist. Heidegger's transcendentalism. Heidegger does not only have deep affinities with the pragmatism of John Dewey, but also with the transcendentalism of Immanuel Kant. Heidegger appears to want to deploy some form of transcendental method in order to establish his ontology on an a priori basis. How does he try to do this? In Being and Time, Heidegger contrasts the status of what he is pleased to call the productive logic that lays the ground for the sciences and the logic that limps along afterward, and merely catalogues and organizes the results of scientific inquiry. Productive logic, Heidegger argues, lays the ground for the sciences in the specific sense that it generates an a priori material logic of the regions of being studied by the sciences. Such laying the ground for the sciences is fundamentally unlike the logic that limps along afterward, which investigates the contingent condition of a science with respect to its method. It namely, Heidegger's ontological reaction is productive logic in the sense that it leaps ahead into a determinate region of being, discloses it for the rst time in its ontological constitution, and makes the structures that are disclosed in it available to the sciences as transparent directives for inquiry. So, for example, what is philosophically primary is not a theory of historical concept formation, nor a theory of historical knowledge, nor even a theory of history as the object of the discipline of history, but rather the interpretation of authentically historical entities in terms of their historicality. Thus, the positive results of Kant's critique of pure reason rest upon an approach to working out what belongs to a nature in general, and not upon a theory of knowledge. His transcendental logic is an a priori material logic of the region of being of nature. For this reason, ontological reaction is immune to refutation by empirical inquiry. As he puts it in his lectures on Kant's RST critique, the basic concepts of philology cannot be clarified with the help of philological methods, and the basic concepts of history cannot be determined by researching the sources, let alone be grasped by such research. Latent in every science of a realm of entities there always lies a regional ontology which belongs to the science, but which can never in principle be developed by the science. Thus, ontology is a priori in the specific sense that it does not depend upon, and is not open to, refutation and revision by empirical scientific inquiry. In developing an interpretation of this aspect of Heidegger's thought, I have contended that Heidegger's argument for this position in his Kant lectures does not warrant the general conclusion he draws. Heidegger does not offer sufficient justification for the conclusion that the regional ontologies specific to individual sciences are a priori disclosable, therefore, properly philosophical. Rather, his argument can only reach so far as to conclude that the very broad ontologies of the large-scale regions of being analyzed in Being and Time, namely, the occurrent or present at hand, the available or ready to hand, and the existent or human are a priori, hence philosophical. In order to defend the heart of Heidegger's a priorism in Being and Time and his early lectures, we must abandon the most aggressively anti-empirical aspects of his attitude toward the sciences. To see this, we must understand a little more about Heidegger's actual argument in his Kant lectures. Heidegger argues that any act of conceptual understanding depends on forms of unity that run deeper than any concept. In an astonishing act of exegetical bravura, Heidegger argues that the temporal form of intuition in Kant's aesthetic is to be identified with the temporal structure of the threefold synthesis of experience in the deduction, and both of these are in turn to be assimilated to transcendental apperception and the pure productive imagination, the common root of the two stems of cognition, intuition, and understanding. This is all to say that, according to Heidegger, the temporal structure of experience is a fundamental form of unity that lies at the foundation of all more explicit, conceptually articulated activities. The specific argument in the Kant lectures, as I have reconstructed it, runs like this. The temporal form of intuition is not conceptually articulate, because it is a condition of the possibility of any act of concept formation. According to Heidegger, conceptualization and intuition both require an antecedent zone, a dimension within which I can move while either intuiting or forming concepts, this grasping in one cannot at all be identical with seeing precise representations together in terms of the unity of the concept. This grasping in one is by no means the logical act of concept-forming reaction, but rather is the act of the same synthesis on the basis of which a many is precise as a many for a thinking seeing. I see a pine tree and a willow tree and a lime tree. I do not see them successively by losing sight of the one seen before. Rather, this many must be given to me in one so that I have a dimension within which I can move while comparing. What encounters me must in a certain way belong to me, must lie before me in a surveyable zone umcrace. The unity of this zone, which, so to speak, antecedently holds the manifold together in advance, is what is ultimately meant by grasping in one. Concept formation requires that representations of a sample of objects be able to come before the mind, so that their differences can be excluded in light of what they have in common. There is much to say about how such a process works, and neither Kant nor Heidegger in his Kant lectures says much that is very illuminating about it, since they both rely upon an abstractionist account of concept formation. But this much, at least, Heidegger thinks is presupposed: the representations that are compared and processed must all, as Heidegger says, belong to me and be available to me. Thus, the surveyable zone to which Heidegger refers is the zone of my self-consciousness, what Kant calls transcendental apperception. Heidegger argues that this zone of availability is the pure form of time. In order to learn to see unity in a sample of experiential data, I must be able to hold the data together through time. This requires the abilities to apprehend the data in sequence, to reproduce or retain the data through the O of time, and recognize or identify their unity. These abilities in turn require that the temporal O of my experience itself possess unity. Unless the past remains available to me, not as an explicit object of recollection but as a retained repository of information, I could not reach back to the data once present to me in order to identify the specific regularity or commonness I am learning to see. This unitary temporal O of experience is a necessary condition of my capacity to learn concepts. In a nutshell, however, it is that we learn or come to identify conceptual patterns in experience. Such identification presupposes the temporal unity of the O of experience, what Heidegger calls Temporality, die Zeitlichkeit. The temporal unity of experience, temporality, is not merely necessary for concept formation, but Heidegger suggests, sufficient for ontology. The fundamental unity of the antecedent zone of temporality gives rise to an understanding of being. In the peculiar, hybrid language of Heidegger's Kantbedeutung, he writes, but if the synthesis of understanding, as synthesis of recognition in the concept, is related to time, and if categories emerge from just this synthesis as activity of understanding, that is, if the three syntheses are interrelated on the basis of time, then the origin of the categories is time itself. The categories together make up the concept of the object in general. Note that the concept of the object in general is not a single, simple concept. It is, rather, a complex construction assembled from the Kantian categories. Instead of concept of the object in general, it is probably clearer to say conception of objectivity in general. This conception of objectivity in general is the correlate in Kant of ontology in Heidegger. Kant's analytic of principles in the Critique of Pure Reason is an analysis of the temporal structure of any object simply insofar as it is an object, just as the promised, but never completed, third division of part of being and time was intended to be a temporal analysis of any entity just insofar as it is. So, when Heidegger interprets Kant, he writes, above, that the origin of the categories is time itself, that is, the origin of the conception of objectivity is time itself. Heidegger implies that for him the origin of ontology is time itself. In other words, the unity of temporality is rich enough to generate on its own the understanding of being. To sketch briefly how this would go, consider the following picture. What is it to be a current, present at hand? In Division 1 of Being and Time, the concept of the occurrent is focused on independence. To be a current is to be independent, both of other objects and of the subject, the understanding. The occurrent contrasts, therefore, with the available, ready to hand, which is dependent both on other objects, its co-equipment, so to speak, and on the human practices in which it is involved. In the null quarter of being and time, however, Heidegger restates his analysis, and perhaps deepens it, in terms of temporal structure. The occurrent is what shows up in the temporal structure of ordinary time, that is, shows up for Dasein insofar as Dasein exhibits the temporality of detached cognition. Occurrent objects, that is, subsist in a temporal form in which the manifold of past, present, future is a series of contentless and mutually indifferent moments or stretches of time. Available objects, on the other hand, subsist in a temporal form in which the past, present, future is a contentful manifold deemed by its relation to the project of use in which the available entity is caught up. Paradigmatically, the future that Dean's equipment is specified by the task or goal that Dasein aims to accomplish insofar as it relates to the equipment. Finally, human beings, Dasein, are deemed by a temporal manifold that does not make up a sequence or series at all, in which the unattainable future that I can be is not later than the past that I have already been. The details of this comparative analysis of sorts of being are less important than the general structure of Heidegger's ontological project. Heidegger attempts to extract an ontology of each of the three large-scale regions of being from the temporal structure of the region. And this temporal structure correlates with the temporal structure of Dasein's mode of relating to the region. The occurrent is disclosed in detached cognition and exhibits the temporal structure revealed in such detachment. The available is disclosed in practical manipulation and use and exhibits the temporal structure of such use. And the human is disclosed in self-understanding and exhibits the temporal structure of such self-constitution. Ontology, therefore, is a priori, because it is the expression of the forms of temporality that underlie and make possible all attempts to articulate in conceptual form the nature of the objects we confront. Whatever we might want to say about philology's relationship to language, we can say, if Heidegger's argument is sound, that the large-scale ontology contemplated in the preceding paragraphs is immune to refutation by empirical investigation, since it makes up a condition of the possibility of all empirical concept formation. Finally, to draw some of this together and bring it into contact with the theme of transcendentalism, Heidegger's ontology is transcendental, in the specific Kantian sense, in that it is occupied not so much with objects as with the mode of our knowledge of objects insofar as this mode of knowledge is to be possible a priori. Heidegger's ontology presents to us what we may know about objects a priori, namely, their temporal structure. Are Heidegger's transcendentalism and pragmatism inconsistent? I have thus far maintained in two parallel arguments that Heidegger's philosophy has deep affinities both with Deweyan pragmatism and with Kantian transcendentalism. Heidegger embraces both the primacy of practice and the a priority of ontology. One is likely to suspect, however, that pragmatism and transcendentalism, as philosophical attitudes, if not movements, are incompatible. The transcendental and the a priori are two of the prime targets of much pragmatist anti-epistemology. Despite the condensed feeling that pragmatism and transcendentalism are incompatible, the upshot of Heidegger's Kant-Deutung appears to be that Kant's transcendentalism actually presupposes the primacy of practice. We have seen that for Heidegger, whereas interpretation can be captured in propositions and thus brings in the entire apparatus of aspectuality, conceptuality, and cognition, understanding is precognitive, engaged coping. Ontology expresses the a priori form of temporality, the temporal structure of experience more fundamental than any conceptual articulation of it. Ontology is a priori precisely because it gives expression to what underlies and makes possible all concept formation. Ontology is immune to empirical refutation, because no conceptually articulate, empirical activity can violate, and hence call into question, the results of ontological inquiry. Ontology is a priori then because it expresses our preconceptual pre-ontological understanding of being. Put in the exegetical context of Heidegger's Kant-Deutung, we may say that Heidegger's reconstruction of Kant's RST critique shows how in order to defend the a priori status of ontology, Kant must ultimately turn to Heidegger's interpresentationalist quasi-pragmatism. The primacy of practice and transcendental ontology are, therefore, not inconsistent, at least not simply as such. If we take into consideration, however, a further aspect of Heidegger's conception of philosophical method, we do confront an inconsistency, one that I believe is irresolvable. According to the Heidegger of the mid-s, ontology must be articulated conceptually and expressed propositionally. Ontology is, after all, a science. It is theoretical in nature. It is expressed in being and time in a web of propositions. Heidegger could not put it more clearly than he does in Basic Problems, when he writes, "Philosophy is the theoretic conceptual interpretation of being, its structure, and its possibilities." It is for this reason, if no other, that Heidegger is not by his own lights an existentialist, that he is no Kierkegaard or Jaspers. In the hands of Kierkegaard and Jaspers philosophy is merely edifying, in Heidegger's hands it is scientific. Heidegger's writings from the mid to late s are lead with this rhetoric of scienticity. The opening sections of Basic Problems lay great stress on the scienticity of philosophy, which is to say ontology, and contrasts scientific ontology with mere worldview philosophy. In the process of developing this theme of scienticity, moreover, Heidegger emphasizes the mere positivity of worldview philosophy. Every world and life view is positing sets and, that is related existingly seen to entities. It posits entities, it is positive. To worldview belongs this multifaceted positivity, such that it is in each case rooted in a thus and so existing Dasein, is related to the existing world, and interprets the factically existing Dasein. Because this positivity, that is, the relatedness to entities, the existing world, and existing Dasein, belongs to the essence of worldview and thereby to the construction of worldviews in general, the construction of worldviews precisely cannot be the task of philosophy. Philosophy does not concern itself with the positive, with what is merely given, the way human life happens to be constituted here and now. Philosophy focuses, instead, on what is necessary, what underlies all positivity. As Kant argued in the RST Critique, necessity is the hallmark of the a priori. What is necessary must be known a priori. Scientific philosophy, in contrast with pseudo-philosophical worldview thinking, must be an a priori science. Heidegger's point here, moreover, is not just a negative rhetorical jab at worldview philosophy. It informs his detailed conception of phenomenological method. Being should be apprehended and made into a theme. Being is in every case the being of an entity, and for this reason it is accessible primarily only in reference to an entity im Ausgang von einem Sehenden. Therefore, phenomenology's apprehending vision must be directed to an entity, but in such a way that the being of the entity thereby becomes salient and available for the Matizing zur Abhebung und zur möglichen Thematisierung. Phenomenology the Matiz being. According to being and time, the Matizing objectes. From Kant forward there is an intimate connection between objectivity and conceptuality. In section of the B deduction, Kant links objective validity with judgment, which is propositional or conceptual. For this reason, according Kant, the understanding Kant's understanding, not Heidegger's, is the faculty of both concepts and objects. There can be no objectivity without conceptuality. The matizing in being and time is therefore a matter of interpretation, putting understanding into conceptual form. This explains why interpretation, but not understanding, is thematic. If phenomenological ontology is conceptually articulated and propositionally expressed, what does this tell us about the understanding of being to which it gives voice? It entails that the understanding of being can be captured in propositions. At least, unless ontology is a hopeless distortion of the understanding of being. However, if the understanding of being can be captured in propositions, then it is, by the analysis above, not understanding at all, but rather interpretation. Put the other way around, whatever it is that ontology puts into words, it cannot be an understanding of anything, including being. and if it is not an understanding of being, that is, does not line up with the pure productive imagination of Heidegger's Kant, then it cannot enjoy a priori status. It does not capture something more fundamental than the conceptual, something that would thereby prove to be immune to empirical refutation. Therefore, there is nothing inconsistent in Heidegger's transcendentalist quasi-pragmatism until we add into the brew the notion that ontology is theoretic conceptual. Heidegger does face an aporia in his early conception of philosophy, but it is not a simple inconsistency between transcendentalism and the primacy of practice. The aporia is a triadic inconsistency between the primacy of practice, the transcendental conception of ontology as a priori, and the further expectation that ontology is scientic, that is, theoretic conceptual. One might object, but surely Heidegger saw these difficulties and offered a method for overcoming them, namely, hermeneutics. In the words of Being and Time, from the investigation itself it will emerge that the methodological sense of phenomenological description is interpretation. The logos of the phenomenology of Dasein has the character of hermeneuin, through which the authentic sense of being and the basic structures of its own being are made known to the ontological understanding that belongs to Dasein itself. The phenomenology of Dasein is hermeneutics in the original meaning of the word, according to which it designates the business of interpretation. Hermeneutics is the practice of putting understanding into words, of giving voice to what lies below the level of articulate expression. Putting the understanding of being into words, then, is a hermeneutic act. Scientic ontology, if it is to be possible at all, must be hermeneutic. This argument, unfortunately, does not so much resolve our worries as give them a name. Certainly, if the understanding of being could be expressed in propositional form, then the business of doing so would deserve the name of hermeneutics. Giving the method of ontology a name does not clarify its inner possibility, and it is precisely this possibility that we have called into question. It is noteworthy, then, that Being and Time does so little to clarify the nature of hermeneutics, so little to explain to the puzzled reader how ontology could be a matter of hermeneutic interpretation. If hermeneutics is not the answer to our worries, then we will have to abandon one of the three jointly inconsistent elements of Heidegger's method. Which should it be? To those who are attracted to the transcendental phenomenological Heidegger, the answer is obvious: we should abandon the primacy of practice. We saw above, however, that Heidegger's justification of the transcendental status of ontology relies upon the primacy of practice. Thus, we cannot resolve the aporia by abandoning the primacy of practice. We are forced to choose between transcendentalism and scientic ontology. This is to say, Heidegger cannot have it both ways. He cannot simultaneously insist that ontology is immune to empirical refutation and that it is a scientic theoretic conceptual enterprise. We end historical confirmation of the stubbornness of this aporia in the vicissitudes of Heidegger's methodological reactions prior to Being and Time. Theodor Kiesel has described in great detail Heidegger's inconsistent attitude toward the theoretic conceptual nature of philosophy. In his early Freiburg lecture course The Idea of Philosophy and the Problem of Worldviews, Die Idee der Philosophie und das Weltanschauungsproblem, Heidegger toys with the idea of abandoning the theoretic conceptual nature of philosophy. He suggests that Husserl's principle of principles does not have a theoretical character. Phenomenology is meant to be the primordial bearing of life experience and life as such, and this bearing becomes absolute when we live in it, and that is not achieved by any constructed system of concepts, regardless of how extensive it may be, but only through phenomenological life in its ever-growing self-intensification. He follows these remarks up in the next subsection of the lecture, section A, with the suggestion, and this is all it is here, that phenomenological language might not be theoretical, conceptual, and generalizing. The problem of method presented itself in the form of the question of the possible description of experiences. The crudest but already sufficiently threatening objection pertained to language. All description is a grasping in words, verbal expression is generalizing. This objection rests on the opinion that all language is itself already objectifying, that is, that living in meaning implies a theoretical grasping of what is meant, that the foulement of meaning is only object-giving. In the next paragraph he labels the assumption that grasping in words is always theoretical an undemonstrated prejudice. If this were so, he concludes, then it would be false that all verbal meaning consists in nothing but theoretical universality. So, in these passages Heidegger aims to undercut the assumption that all hermeneutic expression is theoretic conceptual. In defending hermeneutic interpretation as the method of phenomenology, Heidegger does not try to explain how the precognitive understanding of being can be put into theoretic conceptual propositional form. Rather he suggests that the verbal expression of phenomenology is non-conceptual, non-theoretical, non-propositional, non-scientic. Ontology is not scientic, but rather aims for self-intensification. In another of his early Freiburg lecture courses, published as Ontology, the Hermeneutics of Facticity, Ontologie, Hermeneutik der Faktizität, he describes the aim of philosophy to be wakefulness. Has, in a gentle and friendly fashion, criticized Husserl's narrative of the genesis of being and time by arguing that Husserl arbitrarily deemphasizes Heidegger's affinity with Husserl's phenomenology. Husserl's phenomenology provides Heidegger with a model of a formal science of being. Phenomenology gives us access to the formal structure of objectivity, rather than merely to the general content of objects. Phenomenology thus allows philosophy to escape from the prospect of merely integrating the results of empirical research, the prospect of remaining a logic that merely limps along afterward. Phenomenology delineates the special topic of philosophy, namely, being, the formal structure of what is, and gives us non-empirical access to it, that is, access independent of empirical science, so that philosophy can become a productive logic of being. Crowell makes a convincing case that this model of phenomenological science had a grip on Heidegger. That the aspiration to an a priori formal ontology plays a significant role in Heidegger's development does not show us, however, how that aspiration can be realized. When Heidegger does actually turn to the foundations of a priori ontology in his Kant lectures, we see that the way in which he defends the a priority of ontology is incompatible with its scienticity. Because the Kant lectures postdate being and time, Husserl does not explore them and the light they shed on Heidegger's proposed methodology. Had he done so, he could have supplemented the narrative of Heidegger's early Freiburg years with an argument drawn from the Marburg years, an argument that shows how Heidegger is forced to choose between a priority and scienticity. Not long after being and time and the Kant lectures, Heidegger seems once again to give up on scientic ontology. After returning to Freiburg, Heidegger begins to move back toward a non-scientic conception of philosophy. Indeed, Heidegger seems to be struggling to deem how we can talk about being non-scientically. In his inaugural lecture at Freiburg, What is Metaphysics?, he is driven to the conclusion that ontology is about the nothing. It may well be that metaphysics is about nothing, not only because we are invited into it by anxiety, but also because we cannot say anything disciplined, wissenschaftlich, theoretic conceptual about being from within anxiety. Looked at in this way, the position of what is metaphysics, is a desperate halfway house between the scientic ontology of being and time and the later, poetic vision of the discourse of being that emerges in the S. What is metaphysics, may then represent an all or nothing response to the collapse of transcendental phenomenology, science or nothing, the nothing. In the S, Heidegger turns away from the failed models of philosophy of the S and gropes around for something new. Through all the details of Heidegger's path from being and time to time and being, the one constant remains that Heidegger seeks to develop and perhaps stabilize a discourse of being. He holds on to the idea that this discourse of being is more fundamental than empirical scientific research and immune to revision by the impress of such research. His name for the discourse of being changes through the years: phenomenological ontology, metaphysics, thinking. Whatever it is called, it maintains its a priority, its priority to empirical science. That the discourse of being retains its a priority, even when it escapes scienticity, is an indirect confirmation of my account above. The a priority of the discourse of being is not a consequence of its scienticity, but rather of the primacy of practice. The attempt to put this discourse into theoretic Conceptual form as a science of being fails, and when it does, Heidegger gives up on the science, not on being. In an especially clear statement of this in Time and Being, Heidegger states that even trying to relate thinking in the form of a lecture is dubious, because lectures speak merely in propositional statements. Propositionality, that is, conceptuality, interpretation, cognition, is an obstacle to our access to being. This explains Heidegger's attraction to poetry as a form of thinking, for poetry eschews propositional conceptual representation in favor of a more direct and evocative encounter with being. Heidegger's turn away from philosophical science is, therefore, not merely a spasmodic display of some crypto-religious mysticism of the sort identified by in his book on Heidegger's philosophy of being. It is, quite surprisingly, a disciplined response to a philosophical aporia that besets his early conception of ontology. The centerpiece of Kant's critique of pure reason is called the transcendental deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. Kant explains that he has chosen the term deduction by analogy to juridical procedure. Jurists distinguish between questions of fact, quid facti, and questions of law or right, quid juris, he says, and the answer to the latter sort of question is called a deduction. Kant has drawn up a list or table of the pure concepts of the understanding, or categories, and the deduction is meant to answer the question, by what right are these categories applied a priori to objects? It is a question, he says, of how subjective conditions of thought can have objective validity. In his reading of this part of Kant's critique, Heidegger takes Kant to task for his choice and explanation of the term deduction. The transcendental deduction, conceived as quaestio iris, is the most fatal part of Kant's philosophy to which one can appeal. The transcendental deduction is untenable almost throughout, fast durchgängig unhaltbar. The quaestio juris should not be taken as the guiding thread for the interpretation of this central chapter of Kant's. The problem of the section called transcendental deduction, he says, is ganz und gar kein juristische Geltungsfrage, not at all a juridical question of validity. In fact, in juristische Fragestellung hat keinen Sinn, a juridical inquiry makes no sense here, and by introducing the quid juris Kant is guilty of nothing less than a misunderstanding of the problem of Transcendenzwirkung des Transzendenzproblems. Heidegger is critical of Kant on many points in his interpretation of the critique, but these are certainly the harshest and most emphatic expressions he uses. Heidegger seems irritated, if not angry, an indication that something important is at stake. This is remarkable, since on the whole, of course, Heidegger views Kant very positively and wants to enlist him as a forerunner of his own project. How can we reconcile this with Heidegger's view that Kant has gone wrong at the very heart of his major work? This is the question I want to explore in the following pages. A few words on the background and context of the passages I just quoted. The years before and immediately after the publication of Being and Time, Sein und Zeit, were the years of Heidegger's most intense preoccupation with Kant. That work itself contains many discussions of Kant. The same is true of the lecture course The Basic Problems of Phenomenology, Grundprobleme der Phenomenologie, which was followed in the winter semester by the course Phenomenological Interpretation of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Phenomenologische Interpretation von Kant's Kritik der reinen Vernunft, from which the above passages were taken. Heidegger's celebrated debate with Cassirer at Davos, primarily on Kant, took place in early, and it was followed in the same year by the publication of Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik. One thing that strikes readers of Heidegger on Kant in these writings is that his analysis is very detailed and close to the text, but it is focused entirely on the RST critique, and indeed goes no farther than the RST third of that work. He has almost nothing to say about the transcendental dialectic and its critique of traditional metaphysics, in which the RST critique culminates, much less about Kant's moral philosophy, for which the RST critique is preparing the way. Heidegger returns to Kant in texts of the S, and S, notably in the Nietzsche lectures, in Kant's These über das Sein, Kant's thesis about being, and in Die Frage nach dem Ding. What is a thing? But these later reactions derive, I believe, from a very different perspective not only on Kant but on the history of modern philosophy generally. I will not be concerned with them here. Heidegger is admirably open about what he admits is the violence of his interpretation of Kant. In his foreword to the second edition of Kant and the Problem, he is sympathetic to the misgivings of historians of philosophy whose methods are those of philosophical philology, and admits that he is operating according to different rules. He even admits in retrospect that his procedure has led to omissions and shortcomings in his book, though he does not say what they are. In the preface to the Phenomenological Interpretation, Heidegger predictably cites Kant's well-known comment, with reference to Plato, that it is not unusual that we can understand an author better than he understood himself, and a lesser-known complaint Kant makes against historians of philosophy, who in their concern with what philosophers said, overlook what they wanted to say. Comments Kant probably wishes posthumously he had never made, since they are so easily turned against him. The declared focus of Heidegger's interpretation is Das was Kant hat sagen wollen. What Kant wanted to say, or, die Fundamentation, was meant the basis of that which he intended. In the foreword mentioned above, Heidegger says, as the translator puts it, that readers have taken constant offense at the violence of my interpretation. I have to confess that, more often than not, I have been among those readers. To be sure, when one reads Heidegger on Kant, or Heidegger on any other philosopher for that matter, one expects to learn more about Heidegger than about the philosopher in question. But surely there are limits to this principle of charity. Heidegger goes too far, it has always seemed to me, when he says that Kant is engaged in a Grundlegung der Metaphysik, laying the ground for metaphysics rather than a critique of metaphysics, and that his project has nothing to do, nichts zu schaffen, with epistemology or philosophy of science. And when he says of Kant that the I, the ego, is for him as for Descartes the residential cogitans res, something et was that thinks, and that it occupies the role of the hypokaimenon in traditional metaphysics, I have to wonder, in all seriousness, if Heidegger ever got as far as the paralogisms in his reading of the Critique. When I came across Heidegger's assertion that the transcendental deduction is not a deduction, then, my reaction was similar. Granted, there is little agreement on how to interpret it. But to say that it is not a deduction, as Kant himself deems that term, that seemed to me to go too far. Some reaction has convinced me, however, that in this case Heidegger has got it exactly right. Whether or not he has discovered what Kant wanted to say, he has at least correctly articulated what Kant should, and perhaps should not, have said in this context, and I want to explain why I think this is so. The problem of transcendence. Let's explore what Heidegger means by his criticisms of Kant's idea of deduction. In saying that Kant misunderstands the problem of transcendence, Heidegger is suggesting that the problem of transcendence is what Kant should be understanding, and indeed his whole reading of Kant is centered around the notion of transcendence as the central problem for Kant. Indeed, it is from this problem that, according to Heidegger, transcendental philosophy gets its name. Since this is certainly not Kant's way of characterizing his central preoccupation, or of explaining what transcendental philosophy is, we must ask what Heidegger means when he imputes this problem to Kant. In Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, Heidegger deans Transzendenz as das Überschreitende Reinen Vernunft zum Sinden, so dass sich diesem allererst als möglichem Gegenstand Erfahrung anmessen kann. Roughly, pure reason steps beyond itself to what is, so that the latter can function as an object for experience. In phenomenological interpretation he speaks of the phenomenon of transcendence as das Gegenstehende anschaulich begegnenden, the standing over against of what is intuitively encountered, das Gegenstehen von etwas als Gegenstand, the standing over against of something as Objekt. Objects can be known empirically only if they are already objects, not just intuitions. The Copernican turn is rephrased: only when objects qua objects conform to objectivity can empirical knowledge conform to objects. In Heidegger's language this means ontic truth presupposes ontological truth. Transcendence can be named, in much more Kantian language, Die a prioris Konstituierung der Gegenständlichkeit. Thus the problem of transcendence is to show how Gegenstandsbeziehung, the a priori constitution of objectivity, is possible a priori, that is, how it is possible that what is encountered in intuition stands over against us as an object before, or so that, it can be known empirically. Everything Kant says in the transcendental deduction, according to Heidegger, circles as it were around the phenomenon of transcendence, coming at it from different sides, and at times it looks as if Kant in fact had a real grasp of the phenomenon. But then he misunderstands it in the way he sets up the problem. Heidegger's objection to the quid juris conception of the deduction lies in his view of how Kant thinks of transcendence as a problem and how he envisions the solution to this problem. The key to the problem lies in turn in how Kant thinks of the a priori. A priori is what belongs to the subject, what is in the mind gemut. The categories are then conceived of as a priori in this sense. But how can something in the mind have validity for what is outside the mind? By what right can the subjective be taken for something objective as well, which essentially it is not? In short, transcendence can be a problem, in the way Kant envisages it, only on the basis of a transcendence-free conception of the a priori and a conception of the mind as isolated subject. Thus subject and object are conceived, in Heidegger's language, as zwei vorhanden two occurrent entities, and the problem is that of how representations in the subject can meet up zusammentreffen with their objects outside. What has happened here, according to Heidegger, is that Kant's approach to this problem, indicated by his choice of the word deduction, is polemical, that is, it has been dictated by the way his opponents posed the questions. But this means that Kant is seeking the solution of the problem while being guided by a kind of question which is already in itself nally impossible. I take this to mean that in using this terminology, Kant has, according to Heidegger, reverted to the framework that set the terms of the debate about knowledge carried out by Kant's predecessors, beginning with Descartes. If we begin with the Cartesian isolated subject, and conceive of the world to be known as a transcendent realm of objects, then any claim that the subject's representations correspond to this outside world must be proved or justified. We would then be in the business of comparing our representations with their objects, a task that is futile, as Hume saw. Since Hume still accepts the traditional terms of the debate, the only outcome for him can be skepticism. And if Kant also accepts these terms and sees the problem in the same way, Heidegger seems to be saying, then Kant is no better off. The point Heidegger is making is that if Kant's contribution is to have any value, then it cannot consist in just another attempt to solve the old problem of skepticism, it must be seen as overthrowing the old problem and raising a new question. This actually happens in the section called the deduction of the pure concepts of understanding, as we can understand if we are able to see beyond the polemical framework suggested by its title and Kant's explanation of it. When Kant describes the transcendental deduction, in a formulation Heidegger seems to prefer, as the explanation of the manner art in which concepts relate themselves a priori to objects, then we must read the word explanation, Erklärung, to mean not justification or proof that they do so relate themselves, but as answering the question what is the nature art of these concepts? That they have objective reality a priori. In other words, it is a question of the essential nature of these concepts. It is senseless to list the categories and then ask after their possible application to objects, for this application to objects, this object relation Gegenstandsbeziehung as such, is constituted precisely by them. As Kant says in a passage Heidegger is fond of quoting, the a priori conditions of a possible experience in general are at the same time conditions of the possibility of objects of experience. But this search for conditions leads to the even more fundamental question of the essential nature of the subject to whom these concepts belong. The question of the possibility of experience is the question of the transcendental character, transcendental Beschaffenheit of the subject. Translating this unabashedly into his own terminology, Heidegger says it is a question of the Seinsverfassung des Daseins, the ontological constitution of Dasein. The latter is not an isolated subject, it is ein Seins, Das Wessenhaft außer sich ist a being which is fundamentally outside itself, and because it is essentially outside itself, it can also come back to itself and remain with and in itself. Thus, die Transzendenz ist die Voraussetzung für die Möglichkeit des Selbstseins. Transcendence is the presupposition for the possibility of being a self. The explanation of Gegenstandsbeziehung, then, lies in the Transzendenzstruktur des Daseins. This structure is revealed, Heidegger thinks, in the theory of the threefold synthesis and the concept of transcendental apperception, which are exposed in the RST part of the A deduction. He quotes Kant's distinction, at Axov, between the subjective and the objective sides of the transcendental deduction, in which Kant declares the former not essential to his main purpose, which lies in the objective side. But Heidegger thinks he has got it precisely backward. It is the objective deduction that Kant casts as a juridical procedure, and in so doing he misunderstands the internal connection between the two sides. More than that, he fails to see that precisely the radical execution radikale Durchführung of the subjective side of the task of the deduction also accomplishes mit erledigt the objective task. In the second edition version of the transcendental deduction, Kant largely suppresses the subjective side of the deduction, and this is why Heidegger takes the RST edition as his focus. Kant thus departed from his original insight, limited as he was by what he saw as the options open to him. Having introduced the distinction between the faculties of sensibility and understanding, Kant knew that his investigations of them could not be empirical or psychological in the manner of the empiricists. He mentions Locke. But the only alternative he knew was the rational or logical. So he schwankt between psychology and logic, and his uncertainty at the level of content is the result of his uncertainty of method. In place of an unclear mixture of psychology and logic, what was needed was the clear insight that it was a matter of a purely phenomenological interpretation of human existence, Dasein, as knowing a phenomenology that supports both psychology and logic. The essential task of the transcendental deduction is this: before Kant can reveal the categories in particular in their relation to objects, he must show how überhaupt anything like a relation to an object, oder das Gegenstehen eines Gegenstands, is constituted. This is accomplished in the description of the threefold synthesis, or would be, if Kant had correctly understood its implications. For Heidegger it reveals the role of the imagination as productive and transcendental, and is ultimately grounded in temporality. For Kant this analysis culminates in the idea of transcendental apperception, which functions as a sort of category, primordial category, or vehicle for all categories and all concepts. But Heidegger sees this section as deeply ambiguous. He thinks that Kant has produced two connecting maps of the mind. In one, which emerges as his Aufschul doctrine, he divides the mind into two Grundquellen, basic sources, or Stamm, roots, of knowledge, sensibility, and understanding, and then gives the I think, as the principle of the understanding, the role of unifying the two. In the other, he lists three Erkenntnisquellen, sources of cognition, namely sense, imagination, and apperception, and even suggests in one passage that synthetic unity of apperception presupposes a pure synthesis of imagination. Kant's twofold division wins out in the end, because Kant is too much of a rationalist to give such a central role to imagination. But Kant is not entirely happy with this version either, according to Heidegger, because in the introduction, where he introduces the twofold division, he suggests starkly that the two faculties perhaps spring from a common, but to us unknown root. Heidegger believes that Kant actually discovered that root in the transcendental imagination but shrank back from what he had seen. In the end, for Heidegger, the imagination is not merely on an equal footing with sense and understanding, but is prior to both. For Heidegger, apperception, as the unifying principle of the understanding, must be reinterpreted in light of its relation to the threefold synthesis and the unifying role of the imagination. Rather than standing outside of and opposed to time, as Kant seems to suggest, the I think must be conceived as temporal synthesis. Only when it is understood in this way can it be that which at the deepest level makes the relation to an object possible, das, was im Innersten Grunde die Gegenstandsbeziehung möglich macht. This is the very subjectivity of the subject, its character of being essentially outside itself. For Heidegger, Kant's thesis is that the representing of something or the representedness of something is not possible unless the representer, the subject, is in itself transcendent, unless sich verhalten sie comportment toward, offenheit for openness for, hinausstand standing out, ecstasis, belong to its existence. This is what Heidegger calls the ekstatische Grundverfassung des Subjekts. Kant and intentionality. It is Heidegger's interpretation of the threefold synthesis and his treatment of the productive or transcendental imagination as the unknown root of sense and understanding that is rightly regarded as the centerpiece of his reading of Kant. It is also that part of his analysis that tells us more about Heidegger, I think, than it does about Kant. For this reason I will not go into it further here. In the foregoing I put the emphasis on Heidegger's denunciation of the quid juris derivation of the term deduction because, as I said, I think this part of Heidegger's reading can really tell us something about Kant, especially about his place in the historical context and his relation to his predecessors. In other words, it actually helps us understand Kant and his role and place in modern philosophy. In this section I will try to show how this is so. Heidegger's attack on the quid juris question is much more prominent in the phenomenological interpretation than it is in the Kant book, though it is there as well. There is no doubt that it plays an important part in Heidegger's Auseinandersetzung with the Neo-Kantians, especially those of the Southwest school, who place the notion of the Geltung, holding, or Gültigkeit, validity, of judgments at the heart of their own interpretation. This is also an aspect of Heidegger's interpretation that I choose not to explore, interesting as it is, since again this is more about Heidegger and his contemporaries than about Kant. With reference to Heidegger's own situation, however, I will say that I think the Kant interpretation reveals the deep and pervasive, though here unacknowledged, influence of Husserl on Heidegger, at a time when he is trying to divest himself of that influence. We should note the central role of the concept of Gegenstandsbeziehung in his treatment of transcendence as Kant's central concern in the Critique. Heidegger is, after all, talking about intentionality, though he steadfastly refuses to pronounce the word. It might be suggested that he avoids the word because it is anachronistic and does not belong to Kant's vocabulary. But that is also true of Gegenstandsbeziehung, and for that matter, transcendence. In any case, the influence of Husserl on Heidegger's treatment lies not in his choice of this theme, or even in his preference for the a-deduction, which he also shares with Husserl. It lies much deeper, as we shall see later. Whatever name we choose, it is obvious that intentionality or Gegenstandsbeziehung is the heart of Kant's concern. But that should not be surprising, since in a way it has been the major concern of all modern philosophers since Descartes. Husserl preferred the term intentionality, but he did not invent the thing to which it refers. Everyone had always recognized that the whole point, we might say, of consciousness or mind is that it supposedly reaches out beyond itself and puts us in contact with a world of independent reality. The question for Kant's predecessors was how or indeed whether it actually does what it purports to do. What I want to argue is that Kant's originality lies in seeing beyond this question and then transforming the traditional approach to it, something he does with some hesitation, confusion, and backsliding. This, I think, is what Heidegger has correctly seen and to some extent shown in his analysis. In the transcendental deduction, when Kant introduces the transcendental unity of apperception or self-consciousness, and distinguishes it from empirical self-consciousness, he is already introducing intentionality into his analysis, if only grammatically, just as Descartes had done with the cogito requires its cogitatum, thinking is thinking of or about something or that something is the case. Here, of course, Kant is interested in a particular kind of thinking, namely that which is involved in our knowledge of the sensible world. The question here is, how is experience, that is, empirical knowledge, possible? Such knowledge requires that our thinking be linked with intuitions as sense representations. But what is the nature of that link? One might expect that, since thought requires an object, it is these sense representations that serve as its objects. Kant's rejection of this idea is the very heart of his approach to the problem of knowledge. It might be said that Kant here rejects the so-called way of ideas which had dominated the treatment of knowledge since Descartes, and which was notoriously explained by Locke when he wrote that the term idea serves best to stand for whatsoever is the object of the understanding when a man thinks. Kant indeed sometimes uses the term Vorstellung in a way that corresponds roughly to the term idea and its cognates in other languages, as used by Locke and other modern philosophers. And he talks about sense representations, even giving them at one point the Humean designation Impressionseindruck, and asserts that they are necessarily involved in our knowledge of the sensible world. But these representations are a mere determination of the Mind-Bestimmung des Gemüts. Knowledge of the sensible world is not about our mind or its contents, but precisely about the sensible world, or rather about objects in the sensible world. This knowledge requires that we have sense representations, but it also requires that, by their means, objects be thought. Sense representations must be united not in the subject that has them, but in an object. Another way of putting this is to say that, in order to have knowledge of the sensible world, it is not enough that we have sense representations, we must also take them to be representations, that is, to present or stand for something beyond themselves. This act of taking them to be so, is just what is expressed in the apperceptive I think, which must mean in this context I am representing an object. This is clearly expressed in the doctrine of the transcendental object, the etwas überhaupt equals x, as the object that corresponds to but stands over against, gegenübersteht, the knowledge we have of it. The condition for this is a transcendental, not merely empirical, apperception. In the B-deduction he speaks of the objective unity of apperception. This apperception represents the I not merely as unity of its own representations, but as an ability to think objects through those representations. Having articulated the object relation in this way, it seems clear that Kant is not asking whether the mind is so related, but how. To ask whether would be to attempt to refute skepticism regarding our knowledge of nature. To be sure, a long tradition of commentators has taken Kant to be doing just that. But it is hard to square this view of Kant's project with the fact that he unequivocally affirms, at the starting point of his inquiry, and so as one of its assumptions, that we are in possession of a priori knowledge of nature, that even common sense is never without it. He also affirms emphatically that, with regard to mathematics and natural science, it is not a question of asking whether such knowledge is possible, since it so clearly is actual. The question for Kant is how such knowledge is possible. Thus Kant here seems to depart completely from the concerns of his predecessors, from Descartes on, who thought that science must look to philosophy for a warrant it is incapable of providing for itself. Indeed, he notes that in his own day, the study of nature has entered on the secure path of a science, presumably without the help of philosophers, since he takes a dim view of what his predecessors had accomplished. But if Kant is not out to defeat skepticism, what then is he doing? Skepticism arose out of the traditional conception of what it means to have knowledge. According to this conception, knowledge of the real world meant knowledge of things in themselves. As Kant says, if we begin with this idea of knowledge, he calls it transcendental realism, we will surely end in skepticism. After wrongly supposing that objects of the senses, if they are to be external, must have an existence by themselves, and independently of the senses, the realist NDS that, judged from this point of view, all our sensuous representations are inadequate to establish their reality. To argue against skepticism on these terms would be to argue that our representations are somehow adequate to establish the reality of objects. Instead, Kant wants to revise the idea of knowledge and the whole conceptual framework which allows the problem of skepticism to arise. When he rejects the whether question about empirical knowledge in favor of the how question, he is really raising the what question, that of the essence of knowledge. This is the sense in which he is interested in the possibility, or conditions of possibility, of empirical knowledge, even though its actuality is for him never in doubt. Kant's revised conception of what knowledge is attacks both the subjective and the objective sides of the transcendental realist position. The objective side is addressed, of course, by Kant's distinction between things in themselves and appearances, but that distinction is possible only in connection with the revised conception of the knowing process itself. This brings with it a radically revised theory of mind and subjectivity. The so-called way of ideas, which Kant is seeking to supplant, is a characterization not only of the knowing process but also of the knowing subject. It is the view that the mind is a thing that has certain properties, and these properties are thoughts, ideas, or representations. But Kant affirms, as we have seen, that the mind must not merely have representations, it must also take them to be representations, and thus refer beyond themselves. But the tradition has no place in its theory of mind for this act of taking. This act is nothing other than the I think, whereby I relate my representations to objects by means of concepts. If we start with the traditional conception, its relation to the world has to be explained after the fact. Kant is saying that we must begin with a mind that is characterized by intentionality, a mind whose essence is to refer beyond itself. Kant calls the unity of apperception the supreme principle of all employment of the understanding. Thus he places it even above the categories. His transcendental argument for the unity of apperception is similar to that for the categories, but it must take precedence over them. His argument for causality is that it cannot be derived from experience, and without it experience would not be possible. Hence it must be considered a priori and transcendental, a condition of the possibility of experience. But causal relations are relations among objects, not representations. Hence the a priori object-related, i.e., intentional, character of experience establishes in general the domain to which the categories apply. In other words, agreeing with Hume that neither reason alone nor sense experience, in the empiricist sense, could ever guarantee the connection between ideas and things, Kant concluded that the connection must be a priori. It is not to be derived from experience, but is a condition of the possibility of experience, that the I think accompany all my representations and in doing so relate them to objects. This, it seems to me, is the only way to understand Kant's use of the terms a priori and transcendental when he applied them to the I think, the unity of apperception, and the relation of representations to an object. He is saying that these constitute the very essence of experience, and that philosophically we cannot expect to derive them from anything simpler or more basic. Kant's starting point is that we are in possession of certain cognitions, which means that we have experience, in his own full-edged sense of that term. This is Kant's response to Descartes' starting point and the Humean skepticism to which it ultimately leads. Rather than accepting that starting point and then somehow defeating the skepticism it implies, Kant revises the starting point itself. Rather than starting with the encapsulated mind and then asking how we can get out of it to the world, we must begin with a notion of mind that is already, i.e., a priori, outside of itself and in the world. Kant, Heidegger, and Husserl. This is the view of Kant's accomplishment that Heidegger's interpretation permits us to see. It is not so much a matter of what Kant wanted to say as of what Kant needed to think if his work was to constitute a new contribution to the development of modern philosophy, a genuine turn in its course rather than just another move in its game. To play the game means accepting its rules, it is altogether a different thing to change the game and thus overthrow the rules. If Kant was doing the former, he was not only a less important philosopher, he was also, I think, not very successful at it. Only if he was doing the latter does he deserve the position he has been accorded. Which was he doing? The problem, and this Heidegger has also seen, is that he was doing both. Heidegger's attack on the quid juris derivation of the term deduction suggests that Kant is accepting that aspect of the modern project which is focused on the refutation of skepticism with regard to empirical knowledge. This is not the only place in which Kant's project can be read that way. The refutation of idealism, introduced in the second edition, contributes to the sense that the whole analytic of principles can be read as a series of arguments against skepticism. Many commentators have read Kant in this way, and of those many conclude that Kant does not succeed. But to argue against skepticism is to accept the presuppositions according to which skepticism needs a refutation. These presuppositions include a view of what objects are, what the subject is, and in what knowledge consists or would or should consist. As we have noted, Kant denounces these presuppositions under the heading of transcendental realism, but his explanation of the deduction, Heidegger rightly points out, suggests that concepts essentially belong to the subject and that their application to objects needs a justification. It thus runs counter to what is genuinely innovative in Kant's theory of concepts and even to his basic idea of the Copernican turn. But more important, the idea of deduction suggests a theory of the mind more in keeping with that of Kant's predecessors and with transcendental realism, a mind which appears essentially self-enclosed, whose relation to objects and to the world has to be established. In other words, it would be to accept the way of ideas. Heidegger's insight is that if Kant's theory of the a priori is to have any significance, it must be more than a designation of what belongs to the mind, to the exclusion of object and world. It must consist in the claim that the Gegenstandsbeziehung intentionality is essential to the mind itself, not some external fact about it that has to be proved. But this insistence is merely a repetition of the strategy adapted by Husserl in this regard, a strategy which constitutes a primary feature of Husserl's philosophy, although it is not often recognized as such. What is important about Husserl in this regard is not that he asserts the central importance of intentionality, and takes it as his theme, but rather how he places it in the order of philosophical priorities. The rejection of the way of ideas can be seen as the primary impetus of Husserl's philosophy, from the logical investigations, Logisk Untersuchungen, on. There, his attack on the empiricist theory of the mental image or representation is of a piece with his attack on psychologism in logic. Though they deal with different domains of objects, both are attempts to collapse the object of consciousness into consciousness or to confuse the two. Attacking representationalism, Husserl does not assume that we have mental representations and then ask what we need in addition that will somehow secure the object relation, but rather shows that the idea of such representation cannot be backed up by phenomenological description. In Ideas I, Ideen I, he devotes a section, to what he calls the fundamental error of believing. That perception presents us not with a thing but only a picture of it, or perhaps a sign or symbol for it. This error draws on the common experience we have of representations or images, as when we see pictures or photographs of objects. But it overlooks that here the idea of representation presupposes the idea of direct seeing, in the double sense that, the image depicts something that could be directly seen, and, the image is itself directly seen and not depicted. In spite of being transcendent, in the sense of belonging to the world and not to consciousness, the object of perception is present, directly given to the perceiver in the leibhaftig Gegenben. For Husserl it is not just the object of perception but reality as a whole, the world, that transcends consciousness in this sense. But consciousness is not something that could be cut off from this transcendence, on the contrary, it is as transcendent that object and world are given, indeed directly given to consciousness. This is because, for Husserl, consciousness, as intentional, is nothing that could be cut off, it consists entirely in its Gegenstandsbeziehung, or Weltbezug. World and object, in turn, make no sense if we assume that they are cut off from the mind. This is the view, then, that Heidegger takes over from Husserl, urging it as the proper understanding of Kant. Its primary feature is that it puts intentionality or Gegenstandsbeziehung RST, rather than trying to establish or justify it. In the historical sense it might be viewed as a faute de mieux or a cop-out, since the pre-Kantians failed to establish the object relation, we simply assume it, glossing over the problem instead of actually solving it. But that would be to recognize the legitimacy of the problem. What Husserl and Heidegger, and to some extent Kant, have done is to unearth the assumptions on which this supposed problem depends, assumptions about the nature of mind, object, and world that amount to deep ontological commitments. The attempt to derive intentionality from something more basic, and thus to reduce it to a confused amalgam of resemblance, causality, and logic, is characteristic not only of the pre-Kantian moderns but also of contemporary materialists. They all share the unargued commitment to an ontology in which intentionality has no place and is thus an anomaly that has to be explained or justified. Husserl and Heidegger turn the tables on this assumption, and Heidegger claims to see this happening already in Kant, even though Kant only tefully recognized it. Another aspect of Heidegger's Kant interpretation that is indebted to, or at least strongly reminiscent of, Husserl, is his claim that Kant is kept from recognizing the significance of what he is doing because of methodological limitations. Kant wavers, schwankt, between psychology and logic, Heidegger says, because he fails to see any third alternative. He decides to downplay the subjective deduction and nally to jettison it altogether because he thinks it too psychological and perhaps even empirical, opting instead for a logical version of transcendental apperception as the source of unity between sense and understanding. He should have envisaged the possibility of a phenomenological interpretation as intermediary between psychology and logic. Here we are reminded of Heidegger's efforts in Being and Time to distinguish sharply between his own Dasein-Analyse and anything psychological, anthropological, or otherwise regional in character. Husserl's phenomenology, of course, emerges in the intersection between psychology and logic. His efforts to articulate the distinctiveness of his method can be traced to his efforts to defend his logical investigations against the charge that they represented a relapse into the very psychologism he had rejected in the RST volume of the same work. This is part of his own Auseinandersetzung with the Neo-Kantians. He puts forward the idea of a metaphysically neutral description of mental activity that does not subscribe to the ontological assumptions of the psychological and the empirical. In the course of this development, from 2, he emphasizes the eidetic character of phenomenology, and then begins to characterize it less as a science of essences and more as a critique of reason and as a transcendental philosophy. But this explicit adoption of Kantian themes goes hand in hand with a critique of Kant that anticipates Heidegger's. He thinks that Kant misunderstood the a-deduction as psychological, replacing it by a theory of mind based on a series of arguments, even as it failed to free itself from the dubious legacy of mental faculty psychology. In the end, he characterizes Kant's theory of mind as mythical constructions, and portrays Kant as a philosopher who was seeking but failed to end transcendental phenomenology. Husserl's designation of his phenomenology as transcendental philosophy emerges when he begins employing the terminology of the immanent and the transcendent in the years leading up to Ideas I. His use of the term transcendence and his own understanding of the meaning and derivation of the term transcendental philosophy are evident in an early section of Cartesian Meditations, Cartesianisk Meditationen, section, under the heading The Transcendence of the World. Neither the world nor any worldly object is a piece of my ego to be found in my conscious life as a really inherent part of it, as a complex of data of sensation or a complex of acts. If this transcendence is part of the intrinsic sense of the world, then, by way of contrast, the ego himself, who bears within him the world as an accepted sense and who, in turn, is necessarily presupposed by this sense, is legitimately called transcendental, in the phenomenological sense. Accordingly, the philosophical problems arising from this correlation are called transcendental philosophical. Thus both Heidegger's terminology of transcendence and important aspects of his Kant interpretation have their unacknowledged origins in Husserl. But behind both of these nuances lies the much more important issue of how to treat transcendence, or intentionality, as a philosophical issue, an issue Heidegger articulates in his rejection of the deduction as a juridical procedure. Kant's great insight was, or should have been, that we don't have to ask permission, as it were, to apply the categories to objects or to relate the mind to the world. Asking by what right we do this is to take on a burden of proof that has dubious assumptions and that should not be accepted in the RST place. It should be pointed out that the question of right makes a good deal more sense as part of Kant's critique of traditional metaphysics, a topic which Heidegger neglects, as we pointed out. The question here is to determine whether we have the right to employ concepts of the understanding, like causality and substance, beyond the limits of all possible experience. But the answer to this question, in the dialectic, is to deny us the right to so employ our concepts, and so to undercut the pretensions of traditional metaphysics, rational psychology, and natural theology. Here the issue of skepticism is also appropriate, but Kant's purpose is not to defeat skepticism about traditional metaphysical knowledge. If anything, he plays the role of the skeptic himself. Thus the idea of a deduction of certain concepts, conceived as a question of their legitimacy, would seem appropriate in that context. But it seems oddly placed in the early sections of the Analytic, which is designed to display the entirely legitimate employment of pure concepts within the empirical realm. And here Heidegger's point, and the key to his well-founded critical reading of Kant, is that the question of their legitimacy should not arise. Transcendental philosophy and intentionality. According to Kant, transcendental philosophy embodies the kind of knowledge by which we know that and how certain representations can be employed or are possible purely a priori, that is, such knowledge as concerns the a priori possibility of knowledge, or its a priori employment. In Kant's language, to say that a representation is possible is equivalent to saying that it can be employed, and that, in turn, is equivalent to saying that it has content, that is, relation to an object. All representations, as such, purport to have content, but not all of them do. In showing that and how representations can have content, transcendental philosophy is concerned with the issue of intentionality, with showing that entities in the world are there for us, how our mental life discloses what there is. At RST, however, its approach to this issue seems restricted to showing that and how certain representations can have a relation to objects purely a priori, that is, without reference to any experience in which objects can be given. In this sense, transcendental philosophy specifically concerns the intentionality of reason, where reason is the power of producing representations whose purported content does not derive from experience. How can representations that have their seat purely in thinking be shown to have a relation to an object? Kant answers that this is possible only if the content of such representations can be shown to be the condition for the possibility of intentionality as such, that is, only if it makes objects entities that are there for us possible. In fact, then, the critique of pure reason's approach to the question of intentionality is not at all restricted. By showing that and how certain representations are employable a priori, it shows how any representation could have relation to an object at all. I have opened this chapter with some well-known features of Kant's enterprise in order to specify a context for what looks, on the face of it, to be a somewhat quixotic task, namely, to argue that Heidegger's fundamental ontology is concerned precisely with the question that concerned Kant: how does reason make intentionality possible? It is clear that Heidegger aims to give an account of intentionality. He says so in many places, but it seems equally clear that the account turns not on reason but on the understanding of being, Seinsverständnis. More concretely, Heidegger traces the possibility of encountering entities as entities not, as does Kant, to the self-determining spontaneity of transcendental apperception, the I think, but to the thrown projective care structure of Dasein as being in the world. For Heidegger, what Kant mistakenly attributes to reason has deeper roots, and though Kant may succeed in uncovering conditions for a certain kind of intentionality, the regional ontology of nature as the occurrent, this is accomplished only by concealing those deeper roots through an aporetic approach to the subject as something equally occurrent. It is not reason, then, the power of combining representations into judgments, the power of subsuming representations under rules, or drawing inferences that explains how entities show up for us, but rather Dasein's transcendence, its projection of possibilities for being itself in light of which things can show themselves as what they are. I do not wish to contradict the claim that Heidegger advances the tradition of transcendental philosophy beyond Kant precisely by recognizing that care is ontologically prior to reason, that Dasein's transcendence is the ground of self-consciousness. But I shall argue that just this priority of care over reason and self-consciousness provides a better explanation of reason's contribution to the account of intentionality. Unlike the transcendental unity of apperception, the care structure involves an inner articulation, and my aim is to show reason's place within it. Here, however, lies a second objection. For though the care structure is internally articulated, reason is apparently not one of its elements. Whether one takes care to involve existentiality, facticity, and falling, or understanding, disposition, and discourse, reason is conspicuously absent. Indeed, it has long been assumed that Heidegger's ontology occludes reason. For some those who applaud Heidegger's frequent remarks dismissing ratio, Vernunft as the most stiff-necked adversary of thought, this occlusion is a welcome departure in the dreary history of Western rationalism. For others, those who associate the putative absence of reason with danger's best emblematized by Heidegger's involvement with National Socialism, the occlusion is symptomatic of the general failure of Heidegger's position. For these critics, Heidegger's attempt to subordinate reason to care ends with his failure to do justice to the normative aspects of our experience. The classic formulation of this objection is found in Der Wahrheitsbegriff bei Husserl und Heidegger, the concept of truth in Husserl and Heidegger, where Ernst Tigendat claims that in Heidegger's attempt to ground propositional truth in the more primordial truth of Daseins disclosedness, the specific sense of truth is lost. The predicate true properly applies to propositions because they can be assessed in terms of a distinction between correct and incorrect, measured against the entity as it is in itself. Heidegger argues that for an entity to serve as such a measure, it must show up in a holistic context of significance, world, that has been disclosed in advance, a disclosedness he terms ontological truth. Such truth does not stand in normative relation to falsity but to closed-offness. However, Tigendat argues that because Heidegger provides no explanation of what governs this distinction in the way that appeals to the entity as it is in itself governs the distinction between correctness and incorrectness, it is pseudo-normative, rather than being something accessible in terms of success or failure. Disclosedness is something that merely occurs. As a condition for any encounter with entities, disclosedness provides a conditio sine qua non, but the specific sense of the truth relation, its distinctive normativity, is not claret. Tigendat deems a failure Heidegger's attempt to deem the normative content of disclosedness by means of the concept of authenticity, a judgment that is followed by many. In the following reading of Heidegger's remarks on conscience, which is where the ontology of reason is to be found, I will argue that Tigendat and others miss the point. First, however, I will consider in somewhat more detail a few objections to Heidegger's approach. Robert Pippin's criticisms let us begin by considering what any explanation of intentionality must provide. Intentionality is philosophically perplexing because by means of it we are not simply in causal interaction with entities but have to do with them as something. One way to get at this distinction is to say that to be involved with something as something is to be governed by the conditions that the thing must satisfy in order to be what it is taken to be. This means that intentionality is a normative notion, governed by conditions of success or failure. For instance, for me to experience something as a pen, for it to be the intentional content of my state, I must be responsive to the rules which constitute something as a pen. Stating what these rules are can be difficult indeed. Whether they can be stated at all is a matter of some dispute, but only if. It is true that in the face of the thing's failure to live up to some of its satisfaction conditions, I would admit that my experience had not been of a pen, I could not have been involved with it as a pen at all. Now Heidegger appears to have an account of this sort of normativity. In keeping with his rejection of a Cartesian subject whose mental states determine the content of its experience, Heidegger locates the norms governing intentionality not in the individual subject's representations but in social practices. Before being an individual subject, Dasein is a socialized one, das Man, constituted by what is average, the normal, and thereby caught up in what is normative. It is because I conform to the way one does things that entities can become available to me as appropriate, and so as pens, shoes, eating utensils, and the like. Such normativity simply arises in the course of practices, it is not the result of, and hence not explicable in terms of, reason. Intentionality rests not upon a transcendental logic but upon the de facto normativity of practices. Robert Pippin, however, has questioned the adequacy of this account, arguing that it explains only how we act in accord with norms, when what really needs explaining is how we can act in light of them. By emphasizing mindless conformism over any quasi-intentional features of taking up or sustaining a practice, this interpretation conceals a moment of self-conscious agency that has not been given its due. Even to say that I am conforming to a norm is to say more than that my behavior just happens. When Heidegger suggests that in practices I let things be involved, this implies more than simply using things appropriately, it implies that I use them in light of such appropriateness. Social practices are such that one can be doing them only if one takes oneself to be doing them. The Kantian rationalist will explain the distinction between acting merely in accord with norms, conformism, and acting in light of them by appealing to self-legislation or pure practical reason, and Pippin acknowledges that Heidegger's rejection of such rationalism has some plausibility. We do of course inherit and pass on much unrictively, or at least in a way that makes the language of self-imposition and justification look highly idealized. Nevertheless, he requires that Heidegger provide some account of the internal structure of sustaining and reacting social practices, without which we cannot distinguish acting in accord with norms from acting in light of them. Because Heidegger does not provide such an account, his appeal to sociality is ultimately aporetic. Pippin recognizes that such an account should be given in Division 2 of Being and Time, but he believes that the themes of anxiety, guilt, the call of conscience, authenticity, and resoluteness do not shed much light on the problem. Because they represent a total breakdown of the seamless conformity to the norms grounded in Das Man, they provide merely an indeterminate negation of the conformist self, one that reveals no positive resources for a normatively oriented sustaining and reacting of inherited norms. In short, Heidegger lacks an adequate concept of self-consciousness in Hegel's sense, because these chapters present Dasein's authentic disclosedness not as something it works toward by reasoning, reacting, contestation with others, but as an original event. Dasein's authenticity, its acting for the sake of its own possibility, cannot be rightly understood as acting on, or having reasons, as if it came to its ends, or could come to them as its own, only by virtue of such reasons. This would be a secondary manifestation for Heidegger and would suggest an unacceptably subjectivist understanding of such activity, as if the subject were the origin. Thus, on Pippin's reading, Heidegger's position offers nothing but the mindless social conformism of the one, the defensive neo-positivism of a disclosive event that simply rise mentalites, epistemes, discourses, elds of power, and so on. But is it true that Division 2 of Being and Time sheds no light on this problem? Can the existential analyses of anxiety, conscience, and resoluteness really be relegated to the scrap heap of indeterminate negation? Pippin challenges us to look again at these chapters to see whether they might yield something like a notion of normative self-consciousness, something that would illuminate what it means to act in light of norms, or to act on reasons, without implying, as Pippin, following Hegel, does, that authentic disclosedness must be a consequence of deliberation, or reasoning, reacting, contestation with others. Perhaps critics have been putting the wrong question to these chapters, one that conceals the place that reason already occupies there. Ernst Tugendhat's criticisms: it is in fact possible to identify precisely where the wrong question gets asked if we return to Tugendhat. Elaborating the critical insight underlying his Wahrheitsbegriff, Tugendhat has argued that the moral, and indeed the normative in general, does not appear in Being and Time. Of course, Das Man involves a kind of normativity, but this is entirely conventional, and so, he argues, compatible with Dasein's being hardwired for it. True normativity is distinguished from the conventional precisely in that it involves a claim to grounding, and so includes a specific depth dimension of deliberation and reason-giving. Corresponding to this is the existential condition of Eigenständigkeit, literally, independence, a kind of freedom constituted by a concern for this depth dimension of reasons. Just this, Tugendhat argues, is absent from Being and Time. It emerges that of the three crucial concepts that were mentioned, deliberation, reasons, norms, not a single one is found in Senuendizeit. They neither occur there, nor is there anything remotely resembling them. The individuality and freedom required for deliberation do appear in connection with authenticity, but it is precisely there that no trace of deliberation and reasoning is to be found. Indeed, resoluteness excludes deliberation. Hence being and time provides no account of the depth dimension of reasons. But just where should we expect reason and deliberation to show up in an account of resoluteness? Deliberation concerns the reasons for what I do, considers which possibilities are better grounded. THIRD distinguishes between two levels at which the call for deliberation might arise. At the RST level, that of moral and prudential deliberation, I consider the relative weight that a given desire should have in the order of my willing. Though I deliberate as an individual, my appeal to reason here ensures that my answer will remain general, an expression of how one should live. At the second level, however, that of authenticity, as THIRD interprets it, it is my set of desires as a whole that is at stake, and I am faced with the question of how I should live. In the face of death, I ponder whether I have really lived my life or whether life has passed me by. Heidegger's account of resoluteness is said to address this issue. In what sense, then, does it exclude deliberation? First, there is the trivial sense in which Heidegger's text offers no account of prudential and moral deliberation, but since THIRD correctly sees that authenticity is not equivalent to the question of what is morally right, one cannot infer that being and time's ontology excludes such an account. Instead, THIRD argues that the question to which resolute choice is the answer excludes deliberation, noting that the question of what my life means, who I should be, is not the sort of thing on which deliberation can get a grip. The very singularity of the question seems to exclude the publicity and universality of reason-giving. Because there is no depth dimension of reasons to appeal to here, THIRD suggests that ultimate enlightenment lies in realizing the senselessness of the question. He therefore heaps scorn on what he takes to be Heidegger's appeal to guilt and conscience as ersatz norms that would substitute for the impossibility of deliberation. But what if these notions are not intended to supply non-rational standards for a choice where reason can no longer be invoked, that is, in relation to the ontic question of who I should be? What if they serve the ontological function of clarifying how any answer to that ontic question brings with it an orientation toward reasons, thus making deliberation possible? In that case, Heidegger's identification of resoluteness with existential truth would not, as THIRD believes, amount to an attempt to banish reason from human existence, particularly from the relation of oneself to oneself, but would rather be the account of why reason belongs to that relation. THIRD claims that though Heidegger's concept of resolute choice appears to be an irrational decisionism, it must nevertheless, if it is to be a choice, remain tacitly supported by an orientation toward reasons. A genuine choice must be able to rest upon justification, that is, it is grounded in the question of truth, even though it cannot be fully resolved in this question. Heidegger's clinging to the notion of existential truth is said to be grudging acknowledgement of this. But what sort of grounding is it that orients choice toward truth and justification even though it cannot be fully resolved in this question? How do I come to be so oriented? How do I enter into the depth dimension of reasons? Just this, and not the question of how I should live my life, is at stake in Heidegger's ontological discussion of conscience. Consider the issue from another angle. THIRD argues that one who deliberates morally seeks those reasons for acting that are reasons for everyone, that is, to do that which everyone would be justed in doing. This means that the deliberator is one for whom this universal justability has become a motive, and, as THIRD notes, how such a thing can become a motive is not self-evident. Before the ontologist delves into the practice of moral deliberation, then, he might well wish to understand how the actor comes to be concerned with reasons at all. If THIRD is right that Heidegger has little to say about the RST, he misses the fact that Heidegger has much to say about the second. The chapter on conscience does not supply ersatz criteria for an otherwise irrational choice, it articulates our capacity for entering into the space of reasons. Can such an assertion, which certainly does not sound very Heideggerian, be supported by the text of being and time? It can, but the evidence will require a good deal of unpacking. In explicating his formalized concept of guilt, Heidegger writes, the self, which as such has to lay the Grund for itself, can never get that ground into its power, and yet it has to take over being the ground existingly existierend. In case this is not crystal clear, Heidegger goes on to explain, Dasein is not through itself, but is released to itself from the ground, in order to be as this ground. Dasein is not itself the ground of its being, insofar as this ground rst springs from its own projection, but as being a self selbstsein it is indeed the being of the ground. This ground is always only ground of an entity whose being has to take over being a ground. The burden of my argument is to show that taking over being a ground must be understood as including a reference to ground as reason. First, however, two preliminary comments are in order, one concerning transcendental philosophy, the other what is to be understood by reason. As Carl Friedrich Gethmann has shown, this passage represents the crux of Heidegger's transformation of the transcendental philosophy of Kant, Fichte, and Husserl. Here the transcendental subject, as care, is conceived not as the constituting entity but as the entity that facilitates Wahlsein and constitution. In contrast to the transcendental subject in Fichte and Husserl, Dasein's primal act is not the positing of itself as positing, but rather the positing of itself as posited. As our passage indicates, Dasein, as throne, must acknowledge a ground from which it is released to itself, and which is, in Gethmann's term, out of reach, unverfügbar. Thus, as Gethmann explains, Dasein presents stealth dar the ground for all entities, positing, and is itself grounded begrundet by means of the ground. At RST glance this threatens to annul the transcendental point of departure altogether. If the so-called transcendental subject is itself grounded in something out of reach, whether right epistemes, power structures, or capital B being, won't the ground that it presents for intentionality simply have the character of a fact? What will keep dogmatism and skepticism from resuming their eternal dialectic? Haven't we simply generated another version of Tugendhat's criticism, namely, that Heidegger's ontology allows no room for the normativity of reason? To respond to this worry, it is necessary to recognize that the passage in question entails two distinct notions of ground, ground as facticity and ground as reason. Taking over being a ground where being must be understood existentially as ability to be names the point at which Dasein becomes accountable. The factic ground that remains out of reach is reacted in a normative project of grounding, accountability, that RST makes possible something like reasons. What, then, is to be understood by reason? The link between the idea of conscience as taking over being a ground and the concept of ground as reason is to be found in the character of conscience as a call, that is, in its character as discourse. For reason has a double connection to discourse. First, reasoning is a discursive practice in which something is offered or given support for one's judgment, justification for one's behavior. Second, that which is given, the reason, is itself something that, in Tugendhat's translation of T.M. Scanlon's phrase, speaks for something else, not in the sense of speaking in place of something but in the sense of telling in favor of it. Corresponding to this double connection is a double normativity, RST, as a practice. Reason giving, like all practices, depends on constitutive rules that determine what counts as success or failure, and second, what is given in this practice itself stands in a normative relation to something, namely, that for which it supplies a reason. The attempt to link conscience to reason by means of its character as a call, that is, as a mode of discourse, may seem unpromising if we recall certain passages about discourse in Being and Time. Everywhere Heidegger seems keen to disassociate language from reason, to liberate grammar from logic, as he puts it, far from seeing an intimate connection between discourse and reason, such as one might end in contemporary attempts to link linguistic meaning to truth conditions or to spell out the semantics of language with the help of logic. Heidegger argues that the logical forms of language, apophasis, predicative assertion, are parasitical on a more primordial sense of logos as letting be seen. Further, assertion is not a freeloading kind of behavior which, in its own right, might be capable of disclosing entities in a primary way. Primordial disclosure is, rather, a function of Dasein's pre-predicative involvements. However, The thesis being advanced here is not that the call of conscience is itself a mode of discourse that speaks for something else, a practice of reason-giving that employs predicative assertion. The claim is, rather, that the discourse of conscience is the ontological condition of that practice that explains its double normativity, the rule of accountability inherent in the practice of giving and the rule of legitimation that underlies speaking for something. To ash out this claim and so to read our initial passage with more insight, we must locate conscience within the structure of Dasein's being, care, as a whole. Discourse, read, is one of the three existential structures that go to make up Dasein's disclosedness, that is, that account ontologically for the fact that I am in a world, a context of significance within which things can be encountered in all the ways they are so encountered. The other two structures are disposition, Bendlichkeit, and understanding, Verstehen. Together, these three make up the framework of Heidegger's account of intentionality. The broad outlines of Heidegger's position are well known, so I will only mention them. First, disposition is that aspect of my being thanks to which things matter to me. I do not inhabit a world in which things are merely arranged around me in neutral fashion, rather, they have a particular salience, they are alluring or repelling or irritating. This is because I am present to myself not rst of all through a theoretical reaction but always through the feeling of my own having to be. I can be disposed in various ways but I am never without some mood. Second, understanding is not a mental operation but a Senkanen, an ability to be, a skill or know-how, which Heidegger terms the projection of possibilities for being. It is because I possess such skills and abilities that I can encounter things in their possibilities, that is, that things can prove useful or appropriate for the tasks in which I am engaged. Understanding in this sense yields a teleologically structured relevance totality. Things are there in order to accomplish some specific end, which in turn appears as something in order to accomplish some further end. A totality that is anchored in an end in itself, referred back to the being who acts for the sake of what it is, practical identity. Discourse, thirdly, is what Heidegger calls the articulation of intelligibility, namely, the articulation of that intelligibility that has its roots in disposition and understanding. Though disposition and understanding are necessary conditions for intentionality, they are not sufficient. For things to be significant, they must not merely be useful for something but also telliable. What I am doing must be able to be named. Only so is it possible that things can show up as what they are, and without this as one that encodes the normative sense of the proper in any given world, we do not have intentionality. Heidegger initially describes care in its everyday modality and argues that the self of everyday being in the world is the one, das Man. That is, what makes up the significance of the world into which I am geared is not some content that belongs to my consciousness, in terms of which I represent the world, rather, it belongs to the public, the always historically and culturally particular social practices of those among whom I nd myself. I conduct myself as one does in the roles I adopt, and in telling myself and others what I am up to, I speak as one does. The one itself articulates the referential context of significance, the conformism that this picture of everyday Dasein evokes correlates to another aspect of everydayness, namely, that my way of gearing into the world is not a function of deliberation but rather a mindless coping in which my abilities take the lead. To say that everydayness is mindless is not, however, to say that it is opaque. On the contrary, it is precisely cleared, Gelictet. A necessary condition for the possibility of encountering things as meaningful is the habitual conformity to public norms, to the normal and average, and to the name. Although my everyday gearing into the world is not a function of deliberation, as a kind of practice, must end its ontological clarification at the level of the one. Heidegger analyzes the way that disturbances in the smooth O of my activities can occasion a transition in my dealings with things. From their being available, things become merely occurrent. Accordingly, I no longer simply deal with them but rather at the extreme merely stare at them. Such disturbances provide the occasion for deliberation, that is, for technical, strategic, and prudential consideration of what is to be done. It must be possible, therefore, to give an ontological account of deliberation as a specific modification of the care structure. Appreciation of this point allows us to see why the everyday oneself is a necessary, but not a sufficient, condition for intentionality. First, when I deliberate about how to go on, I do so in terms of some disposition. Things, including my own beliefs and desires, will present themselves as salient, as weighty or not, according to how I am disposed. Upon deliberation I may be less likely simply to act on the faces that things show me according to my mood than I would be when absorbed in worldly affairs, but this is simply because the project of deliberation is to deliberate about my action. If I am nally moved to act in spite of the way I feel about things, because it is called for or reasonable, this will only be because I am so disposed that I can feel the weight of the reasons brought forward. Second, deliberation involves making explicit what belongs to understanding the particular in order to relations grounded in the specific for the sake of that informs my smoothly functioning practice. I make these elements explicit to the extent that I am able, and I consider them as indications of how to go on. Such explication is, nally, discursive. I articulate courses of action, weighing evidence, and considering reasons for going on in one way or another. The significant thing to note is that deliberation takes place, as did the action from which it arose, within the constitutive rules of the world in which I remain engaged. That is, I deliberate as that which I was understanding myself to be, in terms of my practical identity as husband, as teacher, as American citizen. Thus, while only an individual can deliberate, I do not deliberate as my own most self. Rather, the reasons I adduce and the evidence that I and salient will normally be those typical of the current cultural, historical composition of the one. I deliberate in order to restore equilibrium in a context that otherwise remains XED. I consider things in light of how one ought to go on. This does not mean that my reasoning is nothing but the rationalization of specific cultural conditions, but it does mean that the practice of deliberation, like all practices, is grounded ontologically in what is public, typical, and normative in a given community. That deliberation is explicitly oriented toward reasons for does not, ontologically, get us any further than the analysis of everyday coping. For in spite of its being a product of a disturbance in the smooth O of my comportment in the world, adjusting to the world, deliberation does not disclose any aspect of myself that would not already be governed by the public, anonymous one. Heidegger does, however, consider a more extreme possibility, not the disturbance of everyday coping but its complete breakdown in which the self is explicitly called into question as a self. Here deliberation is impossible because the everyday world on which it depends has the character of completely lacking significance, yet it is only in light of this liminal mode of being that the sufficient condition of intentionality, the possibility of a genuinely RST person stance, is made evident. As I shall argue, the account of conscience that NDS its place here articulates what it means to say I, such that I and not only someone have, and can have, reasons about which I deliberate. It explains how one's reasons can be my reasons. For Heidegger, conscience is not itself a kind of private reason but an ontological condition for distinguishing between external and internal reasons. Between a quasi-mechanical conformism and a commitment responsive to the normativity of norms. The liminal condition of breakdown is a modification of the care structure and thus involves the three elements of disposition, understanding, and discourse. As the sort of discourse that belongs to this modification, conscience will articulate the intelligibility of the self as disclosed through the other two elements, the disposition of angst and its corresponding mode of understanding, death. For our purposes, what matters most about these controversial analyses is the way everyday familiarity collapses, so that Dasein is brought face to face with itself as being in the world. Anxiety is a distinctive disposition because it neutralizes the claims things normally exert on me and so also the reasons they provide for what I do. Anxiety tells us that entities are not relevant at all. This does not mean that significance and reasons disappear. I still register their demands, but they no longer grip me. As Heidegger puts it elsewhere, anxiety reveals the strangeness of the fact that they are beings and not nothing. Beings are simply there, inert. This is because, second, Anxiety does not concern a finite kind of being for Dasein or a finite possibility for it, but rather discloses Dasein as being possible as such, / things become insignificant, reasons lose their grip, just because I am no longer drawn into the world in terms of some finite possibility, some specific practical identity. We ourselves slip away from ourselves, and with that go the constitutive rules that, belonging to our roles and practices, provide the terms in which I understand how to go on. Without these, I am able neither to act nor to deliberate. Conceived as a mode of understanding, ability to be, this being individuated down to my sheer being possible is, as has shown, an inability to be, that is, death as the possibility of no longer being able to be there, / Death is not a matter of bodily demise but an existential condition in which I am no longer able to gear into the world in terms of roles and practices, with the result that things have properties but no affordances, and the motives and reasons the latter once supplied now take on the character of something closer to simple facts, items in the world of which I can take note but which do not move me. The question that arises here is not how they could ever have been valid for me, as the one self I am deemed by such validity, but how they could be valid for me now, that is, for the one who genuinely says I. How can any reason be my reason? This question, I claim, is answered by the mode of discourse that articulates the intelligibility of breakdown, namely, the call of conscience. What is given to understand in the call? Heidegger answers guilty, schuldig, but such guilt cannot be explained with reference to any law, whether conventional, rational/moral, or divine. Because conscience articulates a condition in which such laws have ceased to make any claim on me and persist merely as facts, inert items that lack normative force, what I am given to understand about myself in conscience cannot be explained through transgression of them. Heidegger expresses this by saying that the term guilt must be formalized so that all reference to law, ought, and social relations drops out, / But can the notion of guilt make sense without reference to any law or ought? Owing something to someone is more than simply possessing what he once possessed, rather, a law or norm governing exchanges must be in place. But Heidegger's formalization is meant to bring out a further ontological point, namely, that my relation to such a law or norm must be of a certain character. If I am incapable of placing myself under the law, as may occur through various mental or physical incapacities, then I cannot be said to owe something. Angst in Heidegger's sense reveals something like a global incapacity vis-a-vis the normativity of all laws and oughts. Existing norms present themselves as mere facts, they have no more normative force than does the Code of Hammurabi. It may be true that a valid law obligates me whether or not I recognize it, but the point of Heidegger's formalization is to highlight the way law and ought can come to have standing from the RST person point of view. Thus the role the analysis of guilt is to play is relatively clear. To say that this guilty turns up as a predicate for the I am, / means that it belongs to my radically individualized mode of being, independent of any grasp of myself as this or that, including as rational being or as believer. Further, what conscience gives to understand thereby is the ontological condition for Dasein's ability to come to owe anything in factically existing, / Heidegger thus examines conscience in order to explain how I can come to be obligated. Since there is no question about how one comes to be obligated, the oneself simply conforms to constitutive rules. Heidegger's concern here is to show how, given the fact that the oneself can break down, something like a responsiveness to norms as norms is possible. If that is so, we have the context necessary for understanding our initial text, since Heidegger offers it to unpack his formalized definition of guilt as being the ground of a nullity, / that context, as correctly sees, is Heidegger's account of responsibility, for which reason Haugeland translates schuldig not as guilty but as responsible in the sense both of at fault / culpable and obliged / indebted / liable. Yet being the ground of a nullity signifies responsibility in a further sense not noted by Haugeland, that of being answerable, verantwoordlich / To see how this discursive sense is already at stake in our passage is to understand how conscience provides an ontological condition for reason. To make that case I will argue, RST, that conscience accounts for how grounds become reasons, in the sense of my reasons, that is, that conscience explains my ability to act not just in accord with, but also in light of, norms, and second, that the notion of resoluteness, as the authentic response to the call of conscience, entails the project of giving reasons, to oneself and to the other. Being guilty and the space of reasons as a predicate for the I am, being guilty as being the ground of a nullity, is not the simple state of an occurrent entity but a way of existing, a modification of the care structure. The complexity of Heidegger's attempt to explain such being a ground arises from the fact that the notion of ground itself is twofold, thanks to the two equiprimordial aspects of Dasein's being, thrownness and projection. Heidegger RST introduces the notion of ground in terms of Dasein's thrownness. Dasein has not laid that ground itself, and yet it reposes in the weight of it, which is made manifest to it as a burden in its mood. What does ground mean here? Formally, as Gethman observed, it is simply what is out of reach, unverfügbar, that which the transcendental subject must posit itself as being posited by. Less formally, however, several attempts to specify such a ground have been made. Heidegger sometimes suggests that it be conceived as nature, or cosmos, as das Übermächtige, which leads, perhaps, to some form of theological conception. Gadamer suggests that this dimension of Dasein's ground is language and tradition, which is always mehr sen als Bewusstsein. Dreyfus glosses the notion by appeal to background practices belonging to one's socio-cultural milieu. We need not decide the merits of any of these suggestions, since our concern is with what it might mean to be grounded in any of these ways, and my claim is that such grounds, to the extent that they remain out of reach, cannot be conceived as reasons. This is clear if the factic ground is conceived as nature, for to say that I am grounded in nature is to say that I nd myself within a causal nexus over which I have no control. The forces of nature that cooperate in ensuring that I do what I do cannot be confused with the reasons why I do it. Nature in this sense lies outside the space of reasons because its constraint on me is not normatively accessible, it simply is or is not. Something similar holds if the ground is conceived either as history, tradition, or social practices, so long as we insist, with Heidegger, that it functions as factic ground precisely to the extent that it is out of reach. For though we can see that social practices, for instance, must be understood normatively, that is, that they involve reasons in the sense of an in order to and a for the sake of, and so are accessible in terms of success or failure, it is not from the point of view of one's everyday coping that we make this judgment. The agent functions within the nexus of such practices in much the way that she functions within the constraints of nature. She acts in accord with norms but not in light of them, hence such behavior is largely predictable from a third-person point of view. This is the picture of the functioning of norms within social practices we get from Division 1 of Being and Time, where it is difficult to distinguish human from animal teleological action. Though we might be willing to describe animal behavior as being based on reasons, such reasons would be external. There are reasons for what Larry Bird does on the court, just as there are reasons for what the wasp does, but neither does them for those reasons, in light of them. In angst, which is possible for bird but not for the wasp, this difference comes to awareness, that in whose grip I was when geared into the world now confronts me as an inert fact, something without normative force. Robert Pippin is surely right to object that this strikes a false note as a picture of human meaningful activity, but this is not an objection to Heidegger. For the latter, we are never simply grounded by the sort of thrown ground disclosed in mood. Instead, though Dasein can never get that ground into its power, it has to take over being the ground existingly. In the structure of my being as care, my facticity is always rammied by my existentiality, that is, my projection of possibilities for being a self. What does ground mean when it is rammied by existentiality? The answer must be given at an appropriately formalized level. Recall that in angst the concern is not for a denied kind of being for Dasein or a denied possibility for it, but rather for being possible as such, slash. Thus, taking over the ground existingly may be described formally as a possibilizing of the factic ground. What the call of conscience gives to understand is that that which I can never get into my power, what grounds me beyond my reach, is nevertheless my possibility. This, I suggest, can only mean that factic grounds become subject to a choice for which I am accountable, they are thereby taken up into the normative space of reasons. The argument for this remains largely implicit in being and time. However, in the essay Vom Wesen des Grunds, on the essence of ground, Heidegger provides a crucial clarification of how factic grounds enter the space of reasons when Dasein takes over being a ground. The essay follows being and time in arguing that the in-ordered relations informing Dasein's practical dealings with things are anchored in Dasein's self-awareness, as that for the sake of which, Willen, it is so engaged. This possibility for being, or ability to be, discloses a totality of significance, world, in terms of which entities can gain entry into world, show themselves in their possibilities, and thereby come to be more in being, e.g. we should understand this more as entities being held up to constitutive standards, and the essay makes clear what being and time did not, namely, that the worldhood that makes such standards possible is grounded in the normative orientation of Dasein's RST person self-awareness. Heidegger here calls this orientation sovereignty. In Heidegger gloss the care structure transcendence of beings toward their being with the Platonic notion of an epikeina tes ousias, a beyond beings. This suggests that transcendence is connected with the good, so Heidegger asks, may we interpret the agathon as the transcendence of Dasein, e.g.? According to Heidegger, Plato's agathon is that hexis, sovereign power, that is sovereign with respect to the possibility, in the sense of the enabling, of truth, understanding, and even being. Such sovereignty, however, also describes the Willen of resolute, individuated Dasein. Thus the essence of the agathon lies in Dasein's sovereignty over itself as hohenika, as the for the sake of, it is the source of possibility as such, e.g. by thus equating authentic Willen with the ancient hohenika and its orientation toward the good or what is best, Heidegger lets us see that to possibilize factic grounds by taking over being a ground is to act in light of a normative distinction between better and worse. By grasping my situation in the normative light of what is best, the factic grounds into which I am thrown become reasons for which I am responsible. To take over being a ground, then, that is, to possibilize what grounds me, is to transform the claims of nature or society, what one simply does, into RST person terms, into my reasons for doing what I do. Conscience discloses that I am a being for whom thrown grounds can never function simply as causes, because Dasein has been released from the ground, not through itself but to itself, so as to be as this ground, grounds take on the character of reasons for which I am accountable. My natural impulses are not within my power, but it is I who make them normative for me, make them reasons for what I do. My gearing into the world must take place in terms of social practices whose rules are not within my power and so function essentially as grounds in the sense of causes. However, it is I who transform such functional effectuation into reasons for being, namely, by answering for them as possibilities. If conscience articulates the intelligibility of the RST person stance that emerges in the collapse of the oneself, Heidegger's gloss of the call in terms of Skoldigsen identities the ontological condition whereby one's factic grounds become my normative reasons, and thus explains how Dasein can act not only in accord with norms but also in light of them. There is a further aspect to the project whereby Dasein enters into the space of reasons through the possibilizing of factic grounds. Heidegger terms such a project resoluteness, in Sklosenheit, deemed as the self-projection upon one's own most being guilty, / To hear the call of conscience correctly is tantamount to having an understanding of oneself in one's own most potentiality for being, / that is, to be guilty, to take over being a ground. With the help of on the essence of ground we have understood resoluteness as sovereignty, as Dasein's awareness of itself as being possible, acting for the sake of what is best, agathon. But what belongs to such an ability to be? On the one hand, I cannot improve on the answer that has provided in terms of his notion of existential commitment. To be resolved is to take responsibility for the standards inherent in the practices in which I am engaged, only so is it possible for there to be practices rather than mere occurrences. For instance, if something can be a rook only because there is a practice, chess, in which it counts as such a thing, the idea of counting itself depends on my commitment to the game, without which the standards that determine success or failure might have normative authority but would lack normative force. This is not to say that, lacking my commitment, there could be no rooks. Institutions and practices are social, after all, but neither do these things exist apart from all RST person. Commitment. On the other hand, this notion of commitment does not tell the whole story, for it does not reach the specifically discursive aspect that, for Heidegger, belongs to taking over being a ground. To be responsible is to be answerable, verantwoordlich, and to be answerable for something is to be accountable for it, that is, to be prepared to give an account of oneself. Adumbrated here is a necessary connection between resoluteness as the possibilizing of factic grounds into normative reasons and the practice of giving reasons. To say that something becomes a reason for me is to say that it speaks for something else, just as it, and such a thing makes sense only within the constitutive rules of a practice of giving reasons. Thus, whatever be the particular project on which I resolve, whatever it is to which I commit ontically, I always at the same time commit myself to accountability as giving an account, ratio red end. The practice of giving reasons has its origin in the call of conscience, it is the discourse of an authentic response to the call. However, this claim appears to run afoul of the fact that Heidegger deems authentic discourse as reticence, not giving reasons, On the received view, authentic Dasein does not try to justify itself by giving an account of what it is doing, rather, it goes silently about the world historical business upon which it has resolved in its decisionistic way. Now it would be possible to undermine the received view drawing solely upon being and time. Reticence is compatible with the discursive project of giving an account to oneself and, thereby, being prepared to account for oneself to others, but that would still leave a central question unanswered. If Heidegger meant us to understand that resoluteness entails the practice of giving reasons, why didn't he say so? The answer is that he did say so, only not in being and time. To establish a specific textual connection between authentic discourse and the project of reason-giving, we must return to the essay on the essence of ground. To what extent does there lie in transcendence the intrinsic possibility of something like Grund, reason in general, e.g. Though on the essence of ground does not discuss conscience explicitly, in answering this question it suggests how resoluteness entails the practice of giving reasons. Identifying transcendence with a notion of freedom that is ontologically more original than that drawn from the concept of causality, Heidegger notes that prior to all comportment freedom is the condition for being gripped by the normative. Transcendence means that human beings can be obligated to themselves, i.e., be free selves. And this, in turn, makes possible something binding, indeed obligation in general, e.g. Hence freedom, what being and time calls taking over being a ground, is the origin of ground in general. Freedom is freedom for ground, e.g. In unpacking what this latter claim means, Heidegger shows us where the project of reason-giving arises. There are three ways that in grounding, freedom gives and takes ground, e.g., and each of these ways corresponds to one aspect of the care structure. First, there is grounding as taking up a basis, Bodenemen, within beings, a kind of belonging to beings whereby Dasein is thoroughly attuned by them, e.g. This factic grounding corresponds to care as disposition. Second, there is grounding as establishing, Stiften, which is nothing other than the projection of the for the sake of, that is, Dasein's understanding. Formally conceived as taking over being a ground, understanding opens up the space of reasons through orientation toward the normative, the agathon, seeing in light of what is best. Neither form of grounding is itself a comportment toward beings, but together they make intentionality possible transcendentally in such a way that they co-temporalize a third manner of grounding, grounding as the grounding of something begrunden. It is this form of grounding, Heidegger insists, that makes possible the manifestation of beings in themselves, the possibility of ontic truth, e.g. Now, as we would expect, this third form of grounding belongs to discourse as the remaining moment of the care structure. First, Heidegger tells us that the originary sense of begründen means making possible the why question in general, e.g. thanks to the excess of possibility that is given in the projection of world, i.e., the excess, grounded in the Sake of as agathon, that constitutes world as a normative totality of significance and brings entities more in being by holding them to constitutive standards. The why question springs forth in relation to those beings that press around us as we nd ourselves, e.g. if, in being and time, Heidegger deemed authentic discourse as reticence the silencing of the everyday way things are talked about so that the call of conscience can be heard, he now makes plain that answering the call involves discourse as begründen, answering for oneself and for things. In the face of the collapse of the oneself, Dasein confronts the question why this way and not otherwise, e.g., and thereby becomes accountable. As Heidegger explains, the ontological ground of beings lies in our understanding of being, which provides the most antecedent answer to the why question, e.g. But an answer to the why question is a reason. Because such begründen prevails transcendentally from the outset throughout all becoming manifest of beings, ontic truth, all ontic discovery and disclosing must account ausweisen for itself, e.g., my emphasis, to account, in this sense, is to give reasons. What occurs is the referral anführen to a being that then makes itself known, for example, as cause or as the motivational grounds, motive, for an already manifest nexus of beings, a referral that is demanded by the what being and how being of the relevant beings, e.g. And only because there is such a demand can Dasein in its factical accounting and justifications, cast reasons aside, suppress any demand for them, pervert them, cover them over, e.g. Lest there be any doubt about the matter, Heidegger terms the transcendental answering, which makes this ontic reason giving possible, Legitimation, Rechtgebung, e.g. Conscience, then, calls one to take over being a ground, to answer for oneself, to legitimate by giving grounds, that is, reasons. Hence Heidegger concludes his essay by bringing these two elements of conscience, hearing and answering, together in relation to the regrettably undeveloped, but essential, reference to the one to whom reasons are nally given and without whom the whole thing makes no sense, and only being able to listen into the distance, that is, Vernehmen as registering the call, awakens Dasein as a self to the answer of the other Dasein, with whom it can surrender its Ines, that is, to whom it must account for itself so as to attain an authentic self, e.g. Needless to say, all this calls for more scrutiny. Even if the textual evidence of a connection between conscience and reason is sufficiently persuasive, it would still be necessary to examine more closely the connection between understanding, for the sake of as agathon, normativity, and conscience, both as hearing the call and as giving reasons. And it would be necessary to show how these two moments of conscience remain decisive in Heidegger's later writings, when he inquires into the two aspects of reason as Vernehmen, hearing, taking to heart, Heißen and Nous, on the one hand, and reason as ratio red end, account giving, legitimation, and logos on the other. But it is already something to have shown that being and time retains an important place for reason, that conscience underlies both our responsiveness to reasons and our practice of giving them. According to Heidegger, in being and time, Senuendizeit, the primary locus of truth is not an assertion or judgment, and its essence does not consist in the correctness of an assertion or judgment, that is, its correspondence with an object. Heidegger argues that truth in the most original sense of the word is, instead, the disclosedness of being here and, as such, the ontological condition of the possibility of the truth and falsity of assertions. The locution condition of the possibility of, recurring throughout being and time, suggests that this original phenomenon of the truth has a structural role akin to that of transcendental truth in Kant's theoretical philosophy. This kinship is not surprising, since, as we now know from Heidegger's lectures and other writings shortly before and after the composition of the null draft of Being and Time, his thinking at this time takes a decidedly Kantian turn, lamented by some, applauded by others. Yet one good turn deserves another, and in Contributions to Philosophy, from Benauwing, Beitrag zur Philosophie vom Erinnern, Heidegger tells us that fundamental ontology was merely transitional, its transcendental path provisional, and its account of truth insufficient. Beginning in, Heidegger turns from transcendental truth and the truth of being here to the truth of being and the truth that prevails, a change in focus that persists for the better part of the next 3 decades. This change in focus, moreover, dominates Heidegger's work during this period. He himself alerts his readers to 9 different addresses and writings composed since on the question of truth. Nor does this emphasis on the question of truth fade from his writings and addresses in the years just before, during, and after the war. In the discussions of truth after Being here or Dasein continues, to be sure, to play a crucial role. However, it is no longer the center of gravity of the analysis. One important clue to this difference is the emphasis in Contributions to Philosophy that Dasein, far from being something that we can assume as the starting point of analysis and far from meaning something like human existence, is something whose existence depends very much on the future and, indeed, is the ground of a humanity yet to come. Beitrag, ff. There is a great deal more that would need to be said about these differences, but the brief précis given here suffices to pose the RST question that I would like to address: why does transcendental truth, the truth of Dasein, the enabling disclosedness of what it means to be, as unpacked in Being and Time, come to seem insufficient, if not inadequate, to Heidegger? In order to give even a semblance of an answer to this question, it will be necessary to elaborate a bit more on the account of transcendental truth in Being and Time and, above all, to indicate why Heidegger takes his subsequent treatment of truth to be an advance over that account. Though essentially posed as historical, this RST question is connected to matters of considerable consequence and controversy in regard to Heidegger's thinking. These issues can be put into relief by considering 2 famous criticisms of Heidegger's account of truth after, the RST by Ernst Tigendath, the second by Heidegger himself. According to Tigendath, the answer to our RST question lies in the glaring absence of any measure or criterion within the account of truth as disclosedness in Being and Time. Not that Tigendath thinks that Heidegger's subsequent attempt to identify the openness of things as the measure fares any better. In a justly celebrated critical review, Tigendath insists, as is well known, that Heidegger's mature philosophy merely exacerbates matters, since there is nothing against which to measure the openness of being, once the latter has been construed as the measure or source of the measure itself. Merely 2 months after Tigendath RST voiced his criticism publicly, though others, example Karl Jaspers and Karl Loewe, had been saying much the same thing for years, Heidegger makes 2 substantial retractions in connection with his account of truth. He calls untenable the claim that truth underwent some essential transformation from unhiddenness to correctness among the Greeks, thereby recanting a thesis that he had advanced repeatedly since. Even more significant is his observation in this same context that it was inappropriate and misleading to designate the clearing, aletheia, in the sense of unhiddenness, the truth. This second retraction is staggering, when one considers how intensely Heidegger had belabored variations on this very theme since. Not surprisingly, some, such as Carl Otto Apel, have interpreted Heidegger's remarks as an admission of the trenchancy of Tigendath's criticism. On Apel's interpretation, Heidegger was effectively repudiating the theme of the predisclosedness of being that had obsessed him throughout his career. Apel goes so far as to claim that Heidegger is acknowledging that his talk of truth in an original sense was not so much a clearing as it was a clearing house of meanings, only some of which proved to be true. As Apel reads it, Heidegger had long been guilty of a fundamental confusion of meaning with truth and, in the twilight of his career, with Tigendath's exposure of his folly looming on the horizon, Nally confesses to that confusion. One of my aims here is to suggest why such readings of Heidegger's remarks overreach. But while I think that Apel's interpretation is wrong, I think that it is usefully wrong because it helps us become clearer about what Heidegger is up to and to reconsider critically its strengths and weaknesses. Indeed, even if we give Heidegger's self-critical remarks in a generous reading, we are still left with the question of the sort of revisions they require. In other words, what are the implications of Heidegger's severing the sort of connection between truth and being he had been insisting on for over 30 years? And, given the admission of mistake in this regard, why did he make this mistake? What motivated him to make what must be considered an egregious error, even if one interprets his remarks generously? I do not hope to answer all these questions in this setting, but the second question that I would like to address in the following remarks is posed with a view to answering them. What is the significance of Heidegger's concessions to critics of his account of truth after? This second question is obviously related to the RST, since the account of truth after is motivated, as Heidegger himself iterates, precisely by a sense of the shortcomings of the theory in being and time. Even if Tijandat is wrong, as I think he is, about some of the details, he is right that Heidegger's turn is largely motivated by dissatisfaction with the account of transcendental truth in being and time. My chapter is divided into two parts, corresponding to the two questions posed in my opening remarks. The RST part outlines Heidegger's criticisms of the transcendental account of truth in being and time and his elaboration, on the basis of those criticisms, of a different way of speaking of truth, namely, as a truth that prevails. Following this review of the development of Heidegger's mature conception of truth, I turn in the second part to the question of the import of the retractions mentioned above for this conception. The turn in Heidegger's conception of truth. Heidegger instructively criticizes the project of being and time by situating it within a taxonomy of kinds of transcendence. The birthplace of all the different notions of transcendence is, he contends, Plato's construal of entities in terms of the constant look that they present over many different and changing circumstances. From this vantage point, the beingness of a being is the idea or eidos that is common, koinon, or generic, gene. With the positing of this idea common to and yet beyond any particular beings, its separateness from beings is also instituted, and this, Heidegger insists, is the origin of transcendence in all its forms. Against this Platonic backdrop, Heidegger proceeds to identify four subsequent senses of transcendence: ontic, ontological, epistemological, and fundamental ontological. Ontic transcendence is, paradigmatically, that of the Supreme Being, the Creator who reigns above and over all other entities, though he adds that God is also confusedly deemed the transcendence himself, like the magnificence, and even being. Ontological transcendence refers to the sort of ascendancy over entities that lies in beingness as the generality over and prior to all entities, and, hence, a priori with respect to them. Since Heidegger has some philosophical tradition after Plato in mind, he is probably thinking of the scholastic doctrine of transcendentals, those predicates that, because they range over all the categories, cannot be deemed in terms of them. Scotus's definition of metaphysics as the scientia transcendentalium comes to mind. At the outset of being and time, Heidegger himself harkens back to this second sense of transcendence when he places veritas transcendentalis in apposition to phenomenological truth, being and time, / Epistemological transcendence is the sort of transcendence that takes its bearings from Descartes' notion of the subject. The question of epistemological transcendence is the question of whether that subject gets beyond or transcends itself and manages in some sense to reach an object, Beiträge, ff. This notion of transcendence, Heidegger adds, is overturned as soon as Descent forms the point of departure, Beiträge, ff. But the fact that epistemological transcendence is from the outset surpassed by the standpoint of Descent indicates by no means that the standpoint of being and time is not itself a transcendental one. A fourth sense of transcendence is, as Heidegger himself puts it, the fundamental ontological transcendence elaborated in being and time. Here, he notes, the term in its original sense as a climbing over or exceeding, Übersteigerung, is construed as a mark of being here, Descent, in order to indicate that it always already stands in the open amid entities. But, Heidegger contends, Strictly speaking, the term transcendence is inapplicable, since being here as such is that opening, the opening of the concealment. Besides, he adds, transcendence presupposes levels and is in danger of being misconstrued as an action of an ego and subject. Accordingly, Heidegger concludes that, in this context, the notion of transcendence in every sense must disappear, Beiträge, ff. Heidegger thus places being and time within the tradition of philosophies of transcendence with the aim of elaborating what, in his eyes, is problematic about his early work. That problem is perhaps most visible in light of the work's proximity to Kant's transcendental philosophy, a proximity that Heidegger takes pains to determine at several junctures in contributions to philosophy. To be sure, Heidegger protests with some annoyance against construals of his transcendental project in being and time as an existential or modernized Kantianism, Beiträge. Whereas the notion of descent supposedly overturns any sort of subjectivity, it is precisely subjectivity that Kant grasps as transcendental, whereas the being, disclosed in and by descent, is not to be identified with an object. Only entities can be objects, or with the concept of an object. Kant's transcendental subjectivity relates singularly to the objecthood of objects as the condition of their possibility, Beiträge. Yet despite these considerable differences and others, Heidegger saw an opportunity, as he puts it, to give his contemporaries a closer glimpse of the relation of being here and being, by looking back to Kant's project, especially since he viewed Kant as the only one since the Greeks to interpret beingness in terms of time. Nevertheless, even though Heidegger's retrospective on Kant took the form of a violent reading that broached a conception of the transcendental project allegedly more basic than anything in the critical philosophy, Heidegger came to recognize that the effort to invoke a kinship with Kant was doomed. As we now know, Heidegger burned the rest of the manuscript of Being and Time, though, of course, this fact in itself says nothing about the niched or unished state of those writings. What doomed the effort was precisely what motivated it, the attempt to maintain the ontological difference between being and beings. The aim of insisting on the ontological difference was to pose the question of the truth of being in a way that sets it off from all questions about this or that particular being. Yet as soon as the distinction was made, it fell back onto the path from which it derives, where beingness is contrasted with beings, precisely as an idea, a universal, ens transcendens, or as the objecthood of objects of experience, the condition of their possibility. As a result, Heidegger continues, he tried to overturn his RST approach to the question of being, undertaken in Being and Time and the Kant book, by attempting in various ways to get some control over the ontological difference. As he puts it thus, it became necessary to endeavor to free oneself from the condition of the possibility as a merely mathematical regression and to grasp the truth of being in the basis of its own prevailing, the event, Beiträge. Herein, too, Heidegger adds, lies the tortuous and ambiguous character of the ontological difference. For, as necessary as the distinction is to procure an initial perspective on the question of being, it is also fatal since it stems from the question of the entity as such, that is, its beingness, a path, Heidegger is quick to point out, that never leads to the question of being as such. Hence, it is a matter, he concludes, not of passing beyond the entity, not of transcendence, but instead of moving beyond this difference and with it, moving beyond transcendence, and questioning from the outset from the standpoint of being and truth, Beiträge, ff. Being, as Heidegger understands it in Contributions to Philosophy, is accordingly not supposed to be transcendent in any of the senses of the word glossed earlier, that is, it is neither transcendent nor transcendental in Kant's sense. Being is not something that is universally accessible or common, it is not some cause or all-encompassing factor behind things, it is not the most general, albeit yet to be conceived determination of entities with which we are otherwise quite familiar, Beiträge, ff. Nor is it some universal principle projected by a transcendental subject by virtue of which objects might be known. Being is also not a projection by of Dasein in terms of which entities are uncovered and their manners of being disclosed, Beiträge. Far from being separate from entities, being is the historical event of their presencing and absencing, an event that Heidegger also describes in the S as the conict of world and earth, a conict that prevails as the timely spacing and spacious timing of entities, Beiträge, ff. Its prevailing in just this way is what Heidegger deems the truth of being and the truth that prevails. A great deal more, of course, needs to be said and many more questions raised about this account. But we now perhaps have enough clues to begin to indicate why Heidegger and his account of transcendental truth in being and time inadequate. True to its name, the transcendental truth in being and time passes beyond the entities to the respective conceptions of their being, what Heidegger calls their respective beingness, Sehendheit, for example, their readiness to hand, Präsenthandness, Temporality, and so on, a move wreaked in the distinctions between ontic and ontological and between existential and existential that run throughout fundamental ontology. Interestingly enough, this is precisely the aspect of fundamental ontology criticized by Derrida much later. In addition, construing the disclosive projection of and by Dasein as the condition of possibility renders its truth an action of Dasein, initiated by Dasein, regardless of the extent of its thrownness, and thereby reinscribes the transcendental phenomenological subject. In spite of Heidegger's best efforts, the question of being, as it is posed in Being and Time, falls into the traps that, in his view, victimized Plato and Kant, namely, the confusion of being with an idea or concept of beings in general, that is, in the null analysis, nothing else but Dasein's projection, understanding. Nevertheless, being, as Heidegger construes it in Contributions to Philosophy, does echo one aspect of the traditional notion of transcendental truth. Being needs human beings and, indeed, needs them precisely in connection with its truth. To be sure, Heidegger is quick to advise that talk of a relation between being and being here is misleading in this connection to the extent that it suggests that being obtains of itself and that being here happens to assume a stance toward it, like a subject to an object. Nevertheless, being, Heidegger insists repeatedly, only prevails by appropriating being here. Being needs the human being so that it might prevail, and it is only by belonging to being that a human being achieves his consummate vocation as Dasein. The interplay of this needing and belonging constitutes what Heidegger means when he speaks of the event, Aranis, of being, and he adds that this event is the very RST thing that we have to consider, Beiträge. The truth of being, as opposed to transcendental truth, even the transcendental truth of Dasein's disclosedness, is the event in which being prevails precisely by making being here its own. The difficulty of speaking about a relation in this connection between being and being here has already been noted. While being here is always a way of being, it may or may not own up to this truth. Herein lies yet another connotation of the Ereinion, the process of coming into its own and making being here its own, by means of which Heidegger characterizes the event, Ereinis, of being, already signaled by the talk of authenticity and inauthenticity in being and time. Whereas in Heidegger puts the emphasis on the authenticity, Eigentlichkeit, of resoluteness as the most original, because authentic truth of being here, in he is concerned to demonstrate that being here is grounded in the truth of being as the event in which being appropriates being here as a clearing for its being's self-concealment, being and time, Beiträge, ff. Not coincidentally, talk of authenticity and inauthenticity gives way to talk of simply being here or being away, Beiträge, ff. In keeping with this shift in focus from the truth of being here to the truth of being, Heidegger reconquers the notion of a clearing. In Being and Time, clearing was a synonym for the disclosedness of by Dasein, and Heidegger did not shy away from linking it to its etymology and to traditional metaphors of light, even here kenning back to Descartes' lumen naturale. The metaphor suggests that the truth of Dasein is that medium in and by virtue of which things present themselves and thus are said to be. But this image, with its Platonic roots, suggests that being is the presence of things, or even the paradigmatic, constant presence by virtue of which things are present. Hence, when Heidegger turns to his account of the clearing as the truth, not primarily of Dasein, but of being, he drops the association with light in favor of the normal use of the term for a fortuitous opening in a forest. A clearing in the latter sense is a limited setting that shades off into the darkness of the forest, but in the process makes it possible for things to show themselves without showing itself in any comparable way. So, too, the truth of being is the presencing and absencing of things, the event in which and out of which and by which they make themselves present and ultimately absent themselves. But this event, encompassing the presencing no less than the absencing, is as such hidden. In Husserlian terms, it is unavailable to any sensory intuition and only accessible by way of a categorical intuition, though it should be obvious that Heidegger himself must eschew any talk of intuition in this connection, given the implication that the presence of something is required in order for it to be intuited. Part of what Heidegger means by the truth of being can be appreciated by considering the fact that entities do not wear their being, i.e., their eventfulness in his special sense of the term, on their sleeves like their color or size or relation to other things. This observation corresponds to Kant's claim that being is not a property or a real predicate. In analogous fashion, we know the difference between an open and a closed sentence, between a free and a bounded variable. It makes all the difference in the world to say fx and x, fx, but that difference cannot be expressed by saying that existence exists, which makes about as much sense as quantifying over the quantier itself. To say that there exists an x which is f is not simply to entertain the logically possible state of affairs x is f, but to affirm the presence of an entity with the property f. Stipulation of the distinction between open and closed sentences is a recognition of this difference, even if that presence as such is, according to the story that Heidegger wants to tell, typically passed over in favor of consideration of the entity itself and its properties and relations to other entities. Perhaps the most notable symptom of this Western forgottenness of being is the reduction of the significance of the statement that something exists to a matter of belief, Hume, positing, Kant, or judgment, Freya. Here we see the vestiges of the phenomenological reduction even in Heidegger's mature work. But if the way in which the existential quantier must be distinguished from what is quantied, as well as from any property indicated by a predicate, corresponds in some sense to Heidegger's distinction between an entity and its being, it only tells part of the story. For exclusive consideration of the being of an entity in these terms might still amount to identifying being with the presence of this or that or even all entities. But being conceals itself not only as the presence, but also as the absence of an entity in all the senses of its time-space horizon, that is, the different senses of its absence before, during, and after its presence. In other words, the hiddenness of being is the hiddenness of not only the entity's presence, shades of the scholastic distinction between essence and existence, but also its absence. The truth of being is thus the clearing for itself, concealing in both senses of the term. Being conceals itself both as the presence of what is present and as its absence. But this clearing is not static, it is an event in which being as such prevails. As Heidegger puts it, truth for us is not something that is already in principle settled, that suspicious descendant of things valid in themselves. But it is also not the mere opposite, the raucous ux and eatingness of all opinions, Beiträge. He accordingly speaks equivalently of the truth of being and the truth that prevails. Those familiar with Heidegger's later works, particularly contributions to philosophy, have probably guessed by now what German word I am translating from when I speak of the truth that prevails. The term is Heidegger's verbal use of Wesen, sometimes translated aptly as unfolding. Heidegger reserves this verbal use for being and, ostensibly because it belongs so essentially to being, for truth. In other words, whereas beings or entities can be said to be but not to prevail, only being and truth can properly be said to prevail. Das Sein ist, das Sein ist nicht, sondern West, Beiträge. Since Heidegger reserves this term Wesen or prevailing for being and truth, it provides an important clue to his understanding of the truth of being. This choice of terminology is also cause for confusion, since Heidegger at times invokes the term Wesen in its traditional significance as essence, in contrast to Wesen, where he is unambiguously signaling the sense of prevailing. More to the point, One might object that translating West as prevails is out of line in this connection, given Heidegger's repudiation of axiology in any traditional sense and his antipathy to talk of values, let alone truth values. But Heidegger's rejection of value theory should not be confused with a disavowal of valuation. For he repeatedly alludes to the way in which being, in its appropriation of being here, is the source of measures and constraints. Or, as it might be put in more contemporary parlance, the event of being is precisely what yields constraints in general, including normative constraints. Herein, I submit, lies the basic reason why he speaks of the clearing as the truth of being and why I suggest that Wesson might be translated as prevailing. The historical event of being prevails precisely in the sense that its valence underlies all bivalence, whereby its prevailing is not to be confused with the constancy of something ever on hand somehow or somewhere, but the historical prevalence of what is always already coming to us. Heidegger is, if not stubbornly taciturn or reticent, then at least distressingly indirect, when it comes to elaborating what the prevalence of being means for beings and being here. But he seems to have remained content to the end that the human dilemma in the present, that is nihilism, rests upon an obliviousness to being's prevalence, the infamous Seinsvergessenheit. Heidegger's retractions. These remarks bring us to the second question raised at the outset, namely, the question about the significance of Heidegger's concessions, in that he should not have used the term truth to characterize the clearing of being. Here, too, Heidegger is perfectly unambiguous about the way in which the clearing gives rise to constraints. As he puts it, without the foregoing experience of aletheia as the clearing, all talk of constraints and lack of constraints Verbindlichkeit und Unverbindlichkeit remains groundless. But, while echoing this constant refrain of his account of truth after, Heidegger now acknowledges that it was inappropriate and misleading to apply the label truth to it. But why exactly does he now end it inappropriate and misleading? After all, more than once, beginning already in, he had inferred that what makes truth in the sense of discovery or correctness possible must be called true in an even more original, more essential sense. The inference hardly seems valid, at least not without much further ado, and Heidegger's retractions in may well be an admission of its invalidity, especially in light of his acknowledgement that truth had always stood for a kind of agreement or correspondence. For example, already in Homer, he concedes, aletheia sinid homoiesis. In other words, Heidegger is acknowledging that correspondence and bivalence are necessary elements of the original and rightly enduring conception of truth. In light of this canonical understanding of truth, it is inappropriate and misleading to speak of two truths and, indeed, of a truth more original than truth as correctness or correspondence. But these concessions, it should be obvious, do not amount to a retraction by Heidegger of his account of the clearing, that is, that event in which being appropriates being here to itself and constitutes the presencing and absencing of beings. Nor does he budge on the basic insight that led him to infer erroneously, it would seem that the clearing is the truth in a more original sense. For, as noted earlier, Heidegger continues to insist that the way in which being prevails in the clearing, appropriating being here to itself, grounds measures, constraints, and the lack of them, and thus historically affords the possibility of truth in the sense of correspondence. After affirming that the clearing, while not yet truth, grounds the truth, Heidegger asks rhetorically whether it is, therefore, something more or less than the truth. Thus, while refraining from calling it truth in some more original sense than truth as correctness or correspondence, he repeats the same basic move that he has been making since being and time. Not truth as correctness or correspondence as such, but what underlies and secures it, that for Heidegger is what stands in question, what needs to be thought, die Sachte Denkens, at the end of philosophy, that is, the end of metaphysics. Anal word in this connection. In his remarks, Heidegger often omits the word possibility and simply observes that the clearing affords or grants, Gewissheit, truth as adequatio or certitudo. This omission is probably quite deliberate, since Heidegger clearly does not understand the clearing as merely one necessary condition among others. Whatever the merits of Apel's reading on other grounds, it simply does not stand up as an accurate interpretation of what Heidegger understood to be the import of his self-critical remarks In other words, his retractions cannot be construed legitimately as an acknowledgement that the clearing is merely a condition of the possibility of truth, a clearinghouse, if you will, for meanings that may or may not prove true. Indeed, if it were not inappropriate to employ the metaphysical framework of necessary and sufficient conditions, one would be tempted to construe the clearing as a sufficient condition, since Heidegger challenges thinking at the end of philosophy to take up the task of asking why it is that the clearing appears only as correctness and reliability. Here again it is telling that Heidegger trots out a familiar argument. The clearing appears only as correctness, Heidegger submits, because we think of what the clearing affords and secures rather than what it is itself, and the fact that we do so is no accident, since self-concealing, a sheltering self-concealing, lies at the heart of the clearing. In sum, while Heidegger is plainly admitting mistakes in his account of the scope of what truth designates, he is by no means prepared to jettison his account of being revealing and concealing itself as the historical event, the clearing that grounds truth as correctness or correspondence. The death of God and the claim to truth are their eternal truths? Heidegger raises this question in Being and Time only to dismiss it. For what would it mean to claim such truths? Traditionally, truth is located in our judgments or assertions. As Thomas's much-cited definition has it, truth is the adequation of the thing and the understanding. This is to say that there is no truth where there is no understanding. As Heidegger puts it in Being and Time, because the kind of being that is essential to truth is of the character of Dasein, all truth is relative to Dasein's being. And is there Dasein other than human Dasein? Despite the efforts of those who search for intelligence somewhere out there in space, so far all such efforts have been disappointed. For all intents and purposes we human beings appear to end ourselves alone here on this earth. To show that there are eternal truths, would we not have to show that the understanding, too, is eternal? As Heidegger might put it, would we not have to show that there always has been and will be Dasein? But can this be shown? The fable with which Nietzsche, borrowing from Schopenhauer, begins on truth and lies in a non-moral sense comes to mind, quite representative of gloomy post-Copernican meditations on the immensity of the cosmos that would seem to make human existence no more than an insignificant cosmic accident. Once upon a time, in some out-of-the-way corner of that universe which is dispersed into numberless twinkling solar systems, there was a star upon which clever beasts invented knowing. That was the most arrogant and mendacious minute of world history, but nevertheless, it was only a minute. After nature had drawn a few breaths, the star cooled and congealed, and the clever beasts had to die. Nietzsche here calls attention to the disproportion between the human claim to truth and our peripheral location in the cosmos, to the ephemeral nature of our being. Will the time not come, when there will no longer be human beings, when there will be no understanding and hence no truth? Thomas Aquinas, to be sure, would have had no difficulty answering Nietzsche. His understanding of God left no room for thoughts of a cosmos from which understanding would be absent. But the author of Being and Time was too convinced that, for the philosopher at least, God had died, to give such an answer. Absolute truth and the absolute subject are declared residues of Christian theology. Philosophy ought to leave behind. The ideas of a pure I and of a consciousness in general are so far from including the a priori character of actual subjectivity that the ontological characters of Dasein's facticity and its state of being are either passed over or not seen. Rejection of a consciousness in general does not signify that the a priori is negated, any more than the positing of an idealized subject guarantees that Dasein has an a priori character grounded upon fact. Both the contention that there are eternal truths and the jumbling together of Dasein's phenomenally grounded ideality with an idealized absolute subject, belong to those residues of Christian theology within philosophical problematics which have not as yet been radically extruded. This suggests that any appeal to an idealized subject in an attempt to ground truth borrows illegitimately from the Christian understanding of God. Kant's transcendental subject invites such a charge. Is its constitutive power more than an illicit projection of God's creative power unto man? Because of Kant's failure to subject his understanding of the transcendental subject and, with it, of objectivity and truth to sufficiently critical attention, his Copernican revolution remained incomplete. The charge is indeed obvious, and Herder already protested both Kant's elision of the person and his elision of language. Challenging Kant, Herder insists that we can think only in our own natural language. If those metaphysicians Kant criticizes have lost themselves in airless realms, Kant himself, Herder suggests, tries to rise even higher, losing himself in an empty, merely formal transcendence. Instead of a critique of pure reason, Herder therefore demands a physiology of man's faculties and a study of language as it is. In Being and Time, Heidegger offers a succinct argument in support of what is essentially the same position. Discourse, read, is existentially language, Sprach, because that entity whose disclosedness it articulates according to significations, has, as its kind of being in the world a being which has been thrown and submitted to the world. This denies the traditional distinction between a timeless reed or logos and concrete language. Because human being is always bound into the world, and that means also into a particular historical situation, language can never be pure or innocent. Essentially the same argument challenges the distinction between the transcendental subject and the person. All this suggests that if we are more radically critical than Kant and free his crucial insight from remnants of the Christian understanding of truth, which would ground truth in the creative and aperspectival vision of God, we will be forced to submerge both subject and logos in the world and subject both to time. In different ways both Heidegger's Being and Time and Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations bear witness to such a submersion. When Heidegger speaks in Being and Time of residues of Christian theology that have to be radically extruded from philosophy, he is also criticizing himself. He had begun, as we know, as a Catholic theologian, and he never succeeded altogether in leaving his theological origins behind. This inability need not be seen as a philosophical failure, but can be understood as bound up with the recognition of what philosophy can and cannot do. I would thus resist those interpretations that, invoking Heidegger's supposed care, draw a sharp distinction between the later mystical and post-metaphysical Heidegger to the earlier still transcendental and still metaphysical Heidegger. I would claim rather that from beginning to end we meet in Heidegger the admittedly shifting and evolving tension between what I want to call a theological and a philosophical strand. Thus we meet again and again, paging through the many volumes of his collected works, reactions that make one think of words by the great Gors, as Heidegger called him in a review of Friedrich Wilhelm Forster's Autorität und Freiheit. Dig more deeply and you will hit Catholic ground. Ground should not be understood here as meaning a foundation. Even as a theology student, Heidegger did not end himself truly sheltered inside what he called the tent of Catholic philosophy. From the very beginning we sense tension between Heidegger's faith, his theological studies, and an emphasis on self and self-realization. To be sure, the sentence that in the review precedes the cited Gors quote would seem to include the young Heidegger, he, who never stepped on false paths and did not allow himself to be blinded by the deceitful light of the modern spirit, who in true, deep, and well-grounded self-denial dares walk through life in the shining light of truth, will end in this book a message of great joy. He will become conscious once again of the great good fortune of being in possession of the truth. But did Heidegger at the time think himself in possession of the truth? The fact that in this review he does not simply condemn the much-praised personality cult raises questions. He is, we should note, quick to add that this cult can nourish only when one's own spiritual freedom remains in the inmost contact with the richest and deepest wellspring of religious moral authority. This can, by its very nature, not dispense with a venerable, outer form. Freedom, in other words, must be bound by authority. Here already we meet with a critique of that negative freedom that in the rectorial address was to turn into an attack on academic freedom. This critique is a presupposition of Heidegger's receptivity to National Socialism and of his attacks on democracy and liberalism, reaffirmed in the Spiegel interview. Kant knew too that freedom requires authority. But if autonomy is to be preserved, such authority must be sought within one's own self, where Kant was thinking of practical reason. The young Heidegger, on the other hand, was thinking of all of a personal faith. But although personal and private, this source of all moral religious authority yet required an external form to become communicable. Without such a form it would remain voiceless, a pealing of silence, as Heidegger was later to say. But every form that seeks to this wellspring threatens to turn what was authentic into something inauthentic and external. Does it help to insist that the form must be venerable or ehrwürdig? That it is part of our inheritance? Heidegger will repeat this suggestion in Being and Time. But our inheritance includes all too much that we cannot honor. Does responsible self-development not demand that we critically confront our inheritance? Where is such a confrontation to end its measure? In Being and Time, Heidegger was to say resoluteness constitutes the loyalty of existence to its own self. As resoluteness which is ready for anxiety, this loyalty is at the same time a possible way of revering the sole authority which a free existing can have of revering the repeatable possibilities of existence. Repeatable possibilities of existence here takes the place of religious moral authority, which cannot dispense with a venerable, outer form. But there are far too many such possibilities to offer an orientation. Faced with often competing possibilities, what justification can there be for elevating one above the others? Dasein loses its way, where the experience of thus having lost one's way is also an experience of our freedom. Of special interest among Heidegger's early writings is the essay Remarks on the Philosophical Orientation for Academics, Zur philosophischen Orientierung für Akademiker, which looks ahead to his later ideas concerning how the university should be reformed, ideas that are hinted at in What is Metaphysics, and developed in the rectorial address. Philosophy, we read in the early essay, in truth a mirror of the eternal, today often reeks no more than subjective opinions, personal moods, and wishes. Such a turn to subject and person is said to lead to a disoriented uttering about, to have made philosophical questioning a matter of taste. But such a degradation of philosophy into a kind of intellectual game, enjoyed by philosophical gourmets, is said to be unable to do justice to a desire for null and denitive answers to the null questions of being, questions that may suddenly seize us, seemingly arriving from nowhere, questions that weigh on our tortured soul, which know neither goal nor way. Here it is precisely the turn to a subject that refuses to accept an eternal measure that is said to threaten a loss of our true self. Being and Time will turn this claim around. Reason, the young Heidegger is convinced, will show us the right path. Strict logical thinking will put us on RM ground. To be sure, a strict, so-called logic will be resisted by the delicately feeling modern soul, which refuses to be bound by the unmovable eternal barriers of the logical laws. That requires a certain self-transcendence. A certain amount of ethical power, the art of self-appropriation and self-surrender, is indispensable to strict logical thinking, which has to hermetically seal itself off from every effective influence of the mind. For the sake of what is eternally valid, the self has to surrender itself in one sense in order to truly gain itself. Thinking of the authority of pure practical reason, Kant could have said something similar. In these remarks, Heidegger's thinking already circles around the self. The theology student thus wants the philosophical training of theologians to place greater emphasis on what he calls adjusted egoism. All other projects and endeavors are to be subordinated to the fundamental demand for the intellectual and ethical strengthening of one's own personality and its continued development. Such development cannot be allowed to take a backseat to an ever more intensive involvement with what is alien to the self. Here already the opposition between Eigenentwicklung, development of one's own most self, and Fremdverwicklung, being caught up in what is alien, threatens to call into question the authority of the inherited faith, for RST of all that faith presents itself as something we cannot possess, relying on our reason, but as a gift that must possess us. The path of self-development has to call into question this faith and the treasures of truth it mediated. The young Heidegger knows how questionable his striving for these treasures is. To be sure, this fundamental demand, Grundforderung, with its high inner value includes also all the difficulty of its adequate fulfillment. In this connection, the young theologian acknowledges the importance of lectures that would strengthen students in their faith. About the pressing need for a more thorough apologetic education there is no doubt. A timely thought is being realized in these religious scientific lectures. Sketched in broad strokes, delivered in nearly wrought language, the basic truths of Christianity in their eternal greatness present themselves to the soul of the Catholic student, arouse enthusiasm, remind him what we have, more precisely put, what the single individual has potentially. The actual possession of these treasures of truth demands, however, a ceaseless self-engagement beyond merely listening to lectures. This just-id egoism remains central to Heidegger's thinking and is presupposed by what he later has to say about authenticity, Eigentlichkeit. And already in these RST publications just-id egoism is opposed to false subjectivism, what Heidegger elsewhere calls individualism, or unfettered autonomism. Heidegger never lets go of this opposition. What changes most fundamentally is his understanding of the binding logos. Here already we meet with the conviction that genuine self-possession presupposes the continued strengthening of the self. How is such a strengthening to be thought? How are we to distinguish between just-id and unjust-id egoism? The juxtaposition of strict, so-called logic and the delicately feeling modern soul, uttering about without a clear sense of direction, gives us a pointer. The 21-year-old Heidegger seeks support in the eternal barriers of the fundamental laws of logic. In his long essay New Research on Logic, Neue Forschungen über Logik, he enthusiastically endorses the progressive liberation of logic from psychologism, inaugurated by Kant, and to which the Neo-Kantians, Husserl and Frege had made such important contributions. The basic question of logic is said to be, what are the conditions that make any knowledge whatsoever possible? Logic is transcendental. That is as true for the young Heidegger as it is for the author of the Tractatus. And Heidegger's focus, too, is here on mathematics and the sciences. Crucial is the distinction between temporal reality, with which the empirical sciences are concerned, and the realm of ideal, atemporal meaning, presupposed by all merely ontic inquiry. As the zoon logon ekon, the animal rationale, the human being is able to raise himself beyond that inevitably care and perspective-bound individual we all are RST of all and most of the time, thereby recognizing our kinship to a realm of timeless meaning. In logic Heidegger thus discovers, as Dieter Thoma notes, a kind of theological stand-in. The universal validity of the laws of thought grants us something like a foundation. Egoism is just-id only when it limits itself, binds itself to the eternal, generally accessible, universally valid logos. Mental health and logic and ethics belong together, as already Plato thought. Logic helps to make us more receptive to the timeless treasures opened up by faith. 15 years later Heidegger decisively divorces philosophy from theology, still in the name of self-affirmation and autonomy. Theology, he points out, has its foundation in faith. To be sure, it understands itself as a science. In the Marburg lecture Phenomenology and Theology, Heidegger even calls theology a positive science, the latter deemed as the justifying disclosure of some present being that has in some manner disclosed itself. What in this case is present is being Christian, die Christlichkeit, the essence of the relation, determined by Christ, of faith to the cross, but faith also understands itself always only by faith. The believer does not know, and never knows, say on the basis of a theoretical experience, about his specific existence, rather, he can only believe this possibility of existence as one that the Dasein in question never has in its power, in which it has rather become servant. Brought before God, and thus reborn. The authentic existential sense of faith is accordingly, faith equals rebirth. And rebirth not in the sense of a momentary endowment with some quality, but rebirth as mode of the historical existing of the factically believing Dasein in that history, which begins with the event of the revelation, in the history that, according to the spirit of revelation, has already been provided with a denied, null end. The happening of revelation, which comes down to faith, and which accordingly happens in faith itself, discloses itself only to faith. Luther says, Faith is making oneself a prisoner in the things we do not see. The will to believe is a will to allow oneself to be taken prisoner. Faith is bondage. But understood in this way, faith has to be, as Heidegger puts it, the mortal enemy of philosophy, at least if we understand with Heidegger the free self-possession of the entire Dasein as the factically highly variable form of existence that belongs essentially to philosophy. Philosophy and faith are opposed now as autonomy is opposed to heteronomy. The philosopher has to insist on what the young Heidegger called Eigenentwicklung, has to refuse to let himself become a prisoner. But faith demands such imprisonment. Does it not follow from this that every theological philosophy is, as Heidegger says of a Christian philosophy, a wooden iron? In Being and Time, as we saw, Heidegger's commitment to Eigenentwicklung turns against the high hopes he once had for transcendental inquiry. He had come to see the transcendental subject and the associated thought of eternal truths that had once helped support his own embrace of logic as just such a wooden iron. Truth and self-transcendence. But is this judgment justified? The transcendental subject is not dismissed quite that easily. What is at issue shows itself in Heidegger's Davos disputation with Ernst Cassirer. Cassirer seizes on the central point when he points out that having made truth relative to Dasein, Heidegger has to face the question, how then does such a night being arrive at knowledge, reason, truth? Does Heidegger, Cassirer asks, want to renounce all objectivity, this form of absoluteness that Kant insisted on in the realm of ethics, theory, and in the critique of judgment? Does he want to retreat entirely into the night being, or, if not, where does he see the opening to this sphere? I ask this because I really do not know. This, it seems to me, remains the most fundamental question we can ask Heidegger and his followers. Both, Heidegger and Cassirer, recognize what we can call the self-transcendence of human being, which is just another way of saying that both recognize the importance of freedom. Freedom presupposes that human beings, even as they end themselves inescapably in some particular time and place, are not imprisoned by a particular point of view, a particular perspective. Whatever limitations such placement may entail, it does not mean that imagination and thought do not allow us to transcend whatever would imprison us. Thoughts are free, as an old folk song has it. Such freedom is constitutive of thinking and of truth. Both agree that we do not comprehend freedom. Heidegger and DS the question how is freedom possible, meaningless because presupposed by all possibility. From this, he adds, it does not follow that we are left, so to speak, with the problem of the irrational. However, because freedom is not an object of theoretical comprehension, but an object of philosophizing, this can only mean that freedom is and can only be in liberation. The only adequate relation to freedom is the self-liberation of freedom in the human being. Cassirer agrees with this formulation, and he also agrees that such self-liberation has its basis in our nitude. But this basis is not enough. The human being must also possess what Cassirer calls the metabasis that leads him from the immediacy of his existence into the region of pure form. And only in this form does he possess his inity. That metabasis that demands the possession of inity in form, Cassirer suggests, is inscribed into freedom. That is to say, freedom has its measure in the fusion of inity and form. To be sure, Kant already pointed out that the question how is freedom possible, cannot be answered. We comprehend only that freedom cannot be comprehended. But, as Cassirer reminds us, Kant's ethics allows us to say rather more. Insofar as we are ethical beings, we transcend ourselves as merely night beings of nature. The categorical imperative must be such that it is valid not only for human beings but for all rational beings whatsoever. Here there is this strange transition. Our being limited to a definite sphere suddenly falls away. The moral leads beyond the world of appearances. And is not this what is decisively metaphysical, that in this place there is a breakthrough? What is at issue is a gate to the mundus intelligibilis. And does such a gate not also open up whenever we claim truth for an assertion? Do we not lose the very meaning of truth when we make it relative to a knower bound by a particular place and perspective? Is truth not in its very essence transperspectival? Do we not measure ourselves, in this case too, by what holds for all rational beings? Heidegger no doubt would have insisted that when we speak that way we misinterpret the self-transcendence of Dasein, that he, too, recognizes misinterpret it in a way that cannot hide its debt to the Christian tradition. In Being and Time that alleged debt is made explicit when Heidegger introduces his understanding of the essential transcendence of Dasein. He touches here on the traditional understanding of man as zoon logon ekon and as animal rationale. But more space is given to the transformation of this understanding by the anthropology of Christian theology. To be sure, in modern times the Christian definition has been deprived of its theological character. But the idea of transcendence, that man is he who reaches beyond himself, is rooted in Christian dogmatics, which can hardly be said to have made an ontological problem of man's being. For illustrations Heidegger turns to Calvin, who says that man has been given reason, intelligence, prudence, judgment, not only so that he might govern his earthly life, but that by them he might ascend beyond, even unto God and to eternal felicity. And Heidegger also refers to Zwingli, who understands man as the being who, created in the image of God, looks up to God and his word and is drawn to God. Cassirer's understanding of man as the being in whom the night opens up to the innate and absolute recognizes the same verticality. In the Davos Disputation Heidegger recognizes the need to acknowledge and to account for such self-transcendence. He points out that his claim that truth is relative to Dasein should not be misunderstood ontically, as if he were claiming that each individual had his or her own truth. Heidegger grants the possibility of revealing what is as it is for everyone. He, too, attempts to show how the commitment to objectivity that characterizes science is possible. But, he insists, while the transsubjectivity of truth does mean that, so understood, truth calls on the inquirer to rise above his concrete being in the world, he yet remains caught up in what is, confronts what is, facing the possibility of shaping it. What can be abstracted here as objective knowledge does indeed have a truth content. This content does indeed say something about what is, but it also accords with the existing individual who thus seeks truth. Yet the distinctive validity that is ascribed to this truth content is ill-interpreted when one says, in opposition to the stream of experience there is something enduring, the eternal meaning and concept. I counter by asking, what does eternal here really mean? Is not this eternity only enduringness in the sense of the aei of time? Is it not only possible on the ground of an inner transcendence of time itself? In the rectorial address Heidegger will locate the origin of science in this power of self-transcendence, which always remains bound to human beings who can only exist at a particular time and place. But if there should be science and it should be for us and through us, under what conditions can it truly exist? Only if we place ourselves under the power of the beginning of our spiritual historical existence. This beginning is the departure, the setting out, of Greek philosophy. Here, for the rst time Western man rises up, from a base in a popular culture folksdom and by means of his language, against the totality of what is and questions and comprehends it as the being that it is. All science is philosophy, whether it knows and wills it or not. All science remains bound to that beginning of philosophy. With much of this Cassirer could have agreed. But he would not have agreed with the way Heidegger here substitutes a horizontal for the traditional vertical interpretation of the self-transcendence of Dasein. Time itself is now said to be the condition that alone makes transcendence possible. Only the horizon of present, future, and past constitutes our understanding of what endures or is eternal. Time is also the condition of transcendental arguments. Even as such arguments seek to inquire into what is presupposed by, say, all possible experience, they can never make sure that the space of possibility has been adequately surveyed. For that space has no boundaries. It is thus always possible that in the light of changed experiences the space of what is thought possible will have to be expanded. In this sense transcendental arguments cannot lay an unshakable foundation. In principle they are always revisable, but this is not to say that they are therefore useless. Transcendental arguments help us to clarify our presuppositions. What they cannot do is provide us with anything resembling an ought. They cannot tell us what to do or think. For to the extent that they succeed, they have to be based on an understanding of what we now consider all possible experience, or all possible thinking, or all possible speaking. But this means that we cannot help but experience, think, or speak in a way that accords with what such arguments establish. Arguments that look transcendental but appear to have a normative conclusion consider, for example, Wittgenstein's Tractatus operate with a restricted understanding of what constitutes experience, thought, or language, which can then be opposed to the way we often experience, think, or speak. Just this question of the normative significance of transcendental reaction is at issue in the Davos debate. The inide, Cassirer insists, must be understood not only negatively, in opposition to the night, but as constituted precisely as the foulement of the night as totality, where Cassirer reminds his listeners of the end of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit and Zeitgerde. If you want to progress into the inide, just explore the night in all its many aspects. Heidegger might have replied that Hegel's absolute owes too much to the old God, and that Cassirer's ending it appropriate to cite him here shows that Cassirer's attempt to bend together inity and totality still betrays a borrowing from the theological tradition that transcendental reaction cannot legitimate. What separates the two philosophers is put into sharp focus by Heidegger's questions: to what extent does philosophy have the task to liberate us from anxiety? Does it not rather have the task to expose man to anxiety? Cassirer answers with what he calls a kind of confession. He, too, takes the task of philosophy to be the ever-progressing liberation of human beings. But such liberation Cassirer understands also as a liberation from the anxiety that is part of our earthly being. Such liberation is to compensate us for a reality in which we can never quite feel at home, not, to be sure, by offering us a metaphysical spirit realm, but by turning to a realm that our spirit has created. This is how Cassirer would have us understand the slightly transformed Schiller quotation with which Hegel concludes his phenomenology: aus dem Kelch dieses Geisterreich schont ihm seine Unendlichkeit. Anxiety is left behind as human beings raise themselves beyond the everyday in which the spirit never can feel at home, and raises above it a Geisterreich, a spirit realm, which beckons us as our true home. Cassirer here might have cited a passage from Kant's discussion of the sublime in the Critique of Judgment, but the mind listens to the voice of reason within itself, which demands totality for all given magnitudes. Reason makes us unavoidably think of the inide, in common reason's judgment, as given in its entirety, in its totality. And it is just this ability to think an inide whole which opens a window in the realm of nature to the supersensible. If the human mind is nonetheless to be able to even think the given inide without contradiction, it must have within itself a power that is supersensible, whose idea of a noumenon cannot be intuited but can yet be regarded as the substrate underlying what is mere appearance, namely our intuition of the world. The experience of the sublime opens a window to the noumenal as our true home. Key here is the fusion of inity and totality, which is also the fusion of freedom and reason. Heidegger calls just this fusion into question. To be sure, he too gives entirety, totality, unity a normative significance. We understand Dasein primordially only when we grasp it as a whole, and similarly, in the call of conscience Dasein is called to seize itself as a whole. But can Dasein even be understood as a whole? Is such completeness not denied by Heidegger's understanding of Dasein as essentially care? As long as it is, Dasein is not at its end and in this sense is incomplete. Dasein comes to its end only with death. But Heidegger would not have us understand the call of the whole as the call of death. The ending which we have in view when we speak of death, does not signify Dasein's being at an end, but a being towards the end of this entity. Death is a way to be, which Dasein takes over as soon as it is. In our very essence we are mortals, and only as such can we truly affirm ourselves. Such affirmation presupposes an appropriation of what Heidegger calls Dasein's essential guilt, of the fact that, even while we are called to freedom, that is to say to take possession of ourselves, we have to recognize that we have not chosen to be cast as mortals into a world that all too often seems indifferent to our wishes and desires. To project oneself upon this being guilty, which Dasein is as long as it is, belongs to the very meaning of resoluteness. The existential way of taking over this guilt in resoluteness, in its disclosure of Dasein, has become so transparent that being guilty is understood as something constant. To think this constancy I have to think the self as constant. But what allows me to speak of myself as I have been and will be, as my and thus as one and the same self? How is the unity of the self to be thought? Heidegger rejects appeals to a soul substance. And Kant, too, despite his rejection of all attempts to interpret the self as particular substance, is criticized for clinging to the ontological concept of the subject, which characterizes not the selfhood of the I qua self, but the self-sameness and steadiness of something that is always present at hand. To give unity and constancy to our being in the world, Heidegger appeals instead to death as the possibility that allows us to possess our life as a whole. As Heidegger himself reminds us, in being and time the appeal to death plays a part that invites comparison with that allotted by Kant to the transcendental subject. But more important to me here than this similarity is what distinguishes the two. The unity provided by the transcendental subject is said by Kant to be constitutive of all possible experience, that is to say of all experience I am able to conceive, not just of all experience I might possibly have. I can thus think of a great many experiences that I could not possibly have, for example, experiences someone had long before I was born or experiences my grandchildren will have when I am no longer. In thinking the transcendental subject the mortal self transcends its mortality, if only in thought, transcends indeed all facticity toward a boundless logical realm. It was precisely in such self-transcendence that Cassirer found something like a spiritual home and an answer to Heideggerian anxiety. But Heidegger might ask what account Cassirer, or for that matter Kant, is able to give of the fusion of totality and unity that would alone justify talk of a homecoming? Does the very anxiety that is awakened when, thinking, I transcend the limits of my Dasein, awaken anxiety and open up an abyss that swallows all thoughts of homecoming? Does the invocation of totality not require transcendental justification? To appeal to the human power of self-transcendence to justify the possibility of the scientific pursuit of objective knowledge is one thing, to extend such justification to ethics and aesthetics in an attempt to make sense of a spiritual homecoming quite another. Power and poverty of transcendental reaction to dramatize Heidegger's question are their eternal truths. I turned in the very beginning of this chapter to Nietzsche's On Truth and Lies, which has of course become a favorite text with postmodernists. One reason why I chose it. It contains the following passage, which has become almost a sacred text: what then is truth? A movable host of metaphors, metonymies, and anthropomorphisms, a sum of human relations which have been poetically and rhetorically intensified, transferred, and embellished, and which, after long usage, seem to a people to be XED, canonical, and binding. Truths are illusions which we have forgotten are illusions, they are metaphors that have become worn out and have been drained of sensuous force, coins which have lost their embossing and are now considered as metal and no longer as coins. The passage is representative of what I have called a third Copernican revolution, which challenges Kant's attempt to justify our claim to knowledge by appealing to the human power of self-transcendence, pointing out how inextricably we remain mired in our natural and cultural situation. What separates Kant, who would have us dwell contentedly on the island of truth, from Nietzsche, who again and again beckons us to venture into uncharted seas? Here Kant, we have now not merely explored the territory of pure understanding, and carefully surveyed every part of it, but have also measured its extent and assigned to everything in it its rightful place. This domain is an island, enclosed by nature itself with unalterable limits. It is the land of truth enchanting name, surrounded by a wide and stormy ocean, the native home of illusion, where many a fog bank and many a swiftly melting iceberg give the deceptive appearance of farther shores, deluding the adventurous seafarer ever anew with empty hopes, and engaging him in enterprises which he can never abandon and yet is unable to carry to completion. Just what is the nature of Nietzsche's disagreement? What does he mean by truth? Accepting the traditional understanding of truth as adequatio intellectus etrei, Nietzsche, too, points out that full adequacy would mean the disappearance of what distinguishes the two. In God's creative understanding, intellect and thing were thus thought to coincide. Following Kant and Schopenhauer rather than Thomas Aquinas, Nietzsche understands truth as the correspondence of our thoughts to the things themselves. But the thing in itself, which is precisely what the pure truth apart from any of its consequences would be, is likewise something quite incomprehensible to the creator of language and not in the least worth striving for. Kant, no more than Nietzsche, would claim that we can know truth in that sense. His understanding of truth is quite different. He understands truth in terms of the adequacy of the intellect, not to the things in themselves but to the objects. These objects should not be confused with the things of everyday experience. What we experience are only the subjective appearances of the objects, constituted by our embodied understanding, inescapably situated in a particular here and now, bound by both nature and culture, as Nietzsche emphasized. But while the objects as such are never given in experience, they haunt all appearance and provide science with a regulative ideal. To understand that something presents itself to us as it does only because of our particular situation and point of view is to have already begun a journey that aims at an ever more adequate understanding of the objects. Such understanding let the Ionian philosophers ask long ago, what are things really made of? Here we have the key to that beginning of philosophy to which, according to Heidegger, all science remains bound. Would Nietzsche have disagreed with any of this? He himself points out how difficult it is to take seriously what is urged by the Third Copernican revolution. Every person who is familiar with such considerations has no doubt felt a deep mistrust of all idealism of this sort, just as often as he has quite clearly convinced himself of the eternal consistency, omnipresence, and infallibility of the laws of nature. He concludes that so far as we can penetrate here from the telescopic heights to the microscopic depths, everything is secure, complete, innate, regular, and without any gaps. Science will be able to dig successfully in this shaft forever, and all the things that are discovered will harmonize and not contradict each other. To be sure, Nietzsche does go on to remind us of the many ways in which the manifest image of the world is limited by all sorts of perspectives, shaped by all sorts of metaphors. But he concludes the RST part of the essay by pointing out that the artistic process of metaphor formation with which every sensation begins in us already presupposes these forms, the Kantian forms of pure intuition, and thus occurs within them. The only way in which the possibility of subsequently constructing a new conceptual edus from metaphors can be explained is by the persistence of these original forms. That is to say, this conceptual edus is an imitation of temporal, spatial, and numerical relationships in the domain of metaphors. This explains why the extent to which science trades metaphorical for mathematical forms of description is a measure of its progress. Borrowing from Schopenhauer, who in turn relies on Kant, Nietzsche here sketches with a few strokes his version of a transcendental justification of the scientific pursuit of objective knowledge. The problem with the pursuit of truth so understood, for Nietzsche, is not that it rests on shaky foundations but that it is all too successful, even as it threatens to render our life world ever more uninhabitable. The pursuit of objective truth has to lead to nihilism. Essentially the same claim is made by Heidegger when he understands our age as the age of the world picture, and by Wittgenstein when in the Tractatus he lays out the conditions that make meaningful speech possible, where meaning is understood in its relation to objective truth. Wittgenstein's logical space is essentially the same space in which we must look for Kant's island of truth. But, as Wittgenstein makes clear, logical space has no room for anything resembling values or persons. That is why human beings will refuse to dwell contentedly on Kant's enchanting island, why they will be lured ever again to explore the stormy ocean that surrounds that island. Nietzsche and Heidegger were such sailors. And must not the same be said, Nally, of Kant? Did he too not recognize that his island knew neither persons nor values? The understanding of experience presupposed by the RST critique binds it to objective truth in a way that has to lose sight of moral and aesthetic experience. But, as Kant of course knew, we do experience persons and we do experience beauty. An adequate understanding of experience has to do justice to both. It is his wrestling with such questions that presides over the progress of Heidegger's thought and helps to explain the transformation of the transcendental into the oracular, mystical Heidegger. Our task is to understand the necessity of thought that governs that transformation. Of gods and angels at issue here is the meaning of experience. What is experience? Do we do justice to it when we use the relation between subject and object as a guiding thread? Heidegger recasts this question as follows: what is a thing? Is it to be understood as something present at hand? Being and time calls this answer into question. The being in itself, in sich, of things is there determined as readiness to hand, inviting a pragmatic reading of Heidegger's fundamental ontology. By putting the in itself into quotation marks, he lets us think of the Kantian thing in itself even as he invites us to question his appropriation of Kant's terminology. It is indeed to suggest that readiness to hand is not to be understood subjectively, as merely a way of taking them, als Blosser Auffassungscharakter. First of all and most of the time we encounter things as ready to hand. But in a later marginal comment Heidegger expresses a reservation aber doch nur Begegnungscharakter, but nevertheless only a way of encountering them. And already in Being and Time he points out that only by reason of something present at hand is there anything ready to hand. Only to follow this with the question: does it follow, however, granting this thesis for the nonce, that readiness to hand is ontologically founded upon presence at hand? This rhetorical question demands a negative answer, but this does not mean that the being of the thing is adequately understood as readiness to hand. In The Origin of the Work of Art, Der Ursprung des Kunstwerks, Heidegger turns to the work of art to gain a deeper understanding of the being of the thing, a turn that invites the question: how does this turn compare with Kant's turn to the aesthetic in the Critique of Judgment? That turn also would seem to represent a deepening of Kant's concept of experience, and invites the question: how is experience, thus expanded, possible? What is new in The Origin of the Work of Art is Heidegger's insistence that the being of equipment is understood properly only when we understand it as a belonging to the earth, where the earth is understood by Heidegger as that which shows itself only when it remains undisclosed and unexplained. Earth thus shatters every attempt to penetrate into it. It causes every merely calculating import unity upon it to turn into a destruction. This destruction may herald itself under the appearance of mastery and of progress in the form of technical scientific objectification of nature, but this mastery remains an impotence of will. The earth appears openly cleared as itself only when it is perceived and preserved as that which is by nature undisclosable, that which shrinks from every disclosure and constantly keeps itself closed up. Earth here names what can be called material transcendence. What is transcended is every linguistic or conceptual space. Transcended also is what Heidegger calls the world, which names a space of intelligibility in which things must take their place if they are to be disclosed and explained. But even if they are constituted by our language or concepts and as such are appearances, the things that thus appear are not created by us but given. Inseparable from our experience of the thingliness of things is a sense of this gift, a recognition of the fact that the rift between thing and word, between earth and world, cannot be closed or eliminated. Continued reaction of what is presupposed by our experience of what makes a thing pushes Heidegger still further, to a point where transcendental reaction invites a turn to what we may want to call the mystical. In this connection Heidegger introduces the fourfold, the Gewird, that is said to be co-present in the presencing of things. If the Gewird is indeed constitutive of things, it would seem that transcendental reaction should open up an easy path to it. What makes this path not so easy is the fact that our own time, Heidegger insists, blocks adequate access to things. Heidegger is aware of the untimeliness of his speaking of the united four, of earth and sky or heaven. Himmel can mean either, of the divine ones, die Gottlichen, and mortals. Such talk may be understood as the nostalgic accompaniment of his understanding of the modern age, shaped as it is by science and technology and thus by metaphysics, as the age of the world picture or the Gestal, both terms meant to characterize the Verwahrlosung in question. That our age will stumble over Heidegger's understanding of the Gewirrt and the associated understanding of the thing is only to be expected. 3 of the terms are easy to understand. Earth names Rst of all the ground that supports us. But it also names what I have called material transcendence, the thingliness of things that will always elude our conceptual nets. Heidegger's Himmel too is familiar. It means Rst of all the ever-changing sky above. But we should not forget that looking up to the sky we experience ourselves as not bound by the here and now. The word spirit points to the possibility of such self-transcendence. The word thus means not only the sky above, but the spiritual, ecstatic dimension of our being, the space presupposed by every logical or linguistic space. The least problematic term is the fourth, THIRD-WORLDISM. As being and time had shown, our being is, in its very essence, that of mortals. But what does Heidegger mean by die Gottlichen, the divine ones? How are we to think these? Heidegger here is thinking of Hölderlin, who speaks of gods, angels, the divine ones, and the Godhead. Especially important to Heidegger is his line, "It is the Godhead with which man measures himself." To exist authentically, Heidegger now seems to be saying, human beings must measure themselves by something divine. But how does such a repetition of the familiar understanding of the human being as imago Dei to which Heidegger himself referred in Being and Time, agree with the concept of authenticity that he there developed? His argument would seem to leave no room for something divine that provides human being with a measure. Once again following Hölderlin, Heidegger speaks not only of the Godhead, but of gods. Thus we read in Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry. Human Dasein is brought in arm relation and placed on a ground when the gods are named primordially and the essence of things is allowed to speak so that only now things shine forth. This claims that language is a necessary condition of the presencing of things. But further it claims that language presupposes a primordial naming of the gods. How are we to understand this? A successful naming of the essence of things presupposes that these must already have touched human beings in some fashion. To nd the right word, to take the proper measure, we have to experience how things belong together. Think of perceiving a family resemblance. We can perceive such a resemblance without being in possession of the concept that would explain it. To name a god is to nd a word for the ground of such a belonging together of things. Hölderlin's and Heidegger's gods thus recall Plato's ideas. According to Plato we remember these ideas. Baumgarten might have spoken of a clear but confused perception of perfection, Kant of an aesthetic judgment. Heidegger speaks a different language, the gods themselves have to let us speak. That is to say, our logos has to respond to a transcendent logos. As Heidegger says of the call of conscience in Being and Time, the call of this logos has to be a wordless call. Heidegger therefore calls the divine ones the beckoning messengers of the Godhead. Once again, following Hölderlin, Heidegger will also speak of angels. The poet hears and responds to their message and make it public. Such ability to hear binds poetic imagination. But every attempt to thus name the gods and to make public what remains incomprehensible, in order to give human beings the measures they need to come together as a community, does violence to what surpasses comprehension. Again and again we will replace gods with golden calves. What is such talk of gods and angels to us today? Would we philosophers not have been better served had Heidegger listened more to Kant than to Hölderlin? Are we not talking here about the productive imagination as the ground of all our concepts, where the German Einbildungskraft points to the gathering together of some manifold that Heidegger connects with the word logos? As Kant recognized, we cannot look for the ground of such gathering in either the subject or the object. It surpasses our understanding and it is therefore not surprising that we should grope for it with inadequate symbols. But what can be understood is that without this ground there can be no authentic Dasein. As Heidegger makes clear in Being and Time, his talk of authenticity presupposes an ideal of human existing that can hardly be realized in our world. At bottom it is still the same ideal that the young Heidegger understood as the free self-possession of the entire Dasein. There was a time that this ideal let him understand philosophy as the mortal enemy of the faith in which all theology has its ground. But the more resolute the attempt at such free self-possession, the more inescapable the recognition that such self-possession demands that freedom be bound by something like faith. In his dialogue with the Japanese, Heidegger calls the relation between the word of scripture and theological speculative thinking that occupied the young theology student the same relation that, then still concealed, was later to occupy him as the relation between language and being. The statement is a bit surprising. Did Heidegger not say in the introduction to metaphysics that a world separated the Christian conception, which understood logos as a being, from the understanding that we meet with in a thinker such as Heraclitus, who understood being as logos and logos again as primordial gathering? In the Old Testament, logos means the word in the sense of commandment. The 10 Commandments were hoi dekalogoi. Logos thus means, the kyrios, angelos, the herald, the messenger who transmits orders and commandments. In his conversation with the Japanese, Heidegger thus bridges this onto theological difference. And when he there says of his theological origin that origin also awaits us as a task, he invites philosophy to return to onto theology. Our task is to make a transition from being understood as logos as gathering, to some concrete being that we experience and that gathers us. Still concealed, the relationship between the word of scripture and theological speculative thinking is said by Heidegger to be the same relationship as that between language and being. In a different and yet similar way, it also conceals the relationship between divine and human logos. Both being and language Heidegger thinks again and again as logos, understood as the constant gathering of beings. And when we read in Being and Time, discourse is existentially language, that is, beings, because that entity whose disclosedness it articulates according to significations, has, as its kind of being in the world, a being which has been thrown and submitted to the world. The same argument can be used to support the following: the divine Heraclitean logos must descend into the realm of beings, it has to become concrete and visible. The logos has to become esh. Philosophy cannot comprehend such incarnation, nor can it force such a descent. But it can show that such a descent is demanded by Heidegger's concept of authenticity. Authenticity demands windows in the house that objectifying reason has built, windows to transcendence. How is such transcendence experienced? One such experience is the experience of the beautiful. Another is the experience of a person. The problem, the official aim of Being and Time, is to reawaken the question of the sense of being, the project Heidegger calls fundamental ontology. In that work, and others from the same period, he employs, as a new technical term, the expression sen lassen, to let be. This is a compound transitive verb, the subject of which, if made explicit at all, is generally Dasein or Dasein's world, and the direct object of which is entities, or some species thereof. So, simple uses of the term might be claims like Dasein lets entities be, or the everyday world lets equipment be. Moreover, there are also a number of broadly related verbs, used in similar ways, such as, begegnen lassen, to let show up, bewenden lassen, to let have a role, entlassen, to release, and even freigeben, to set free. Again, in all these cases, the active subject, if mentioned at all, is typically Dasein or its world, and the passive objects are entities of some sort. Various of these points are illustrated by a well-known paragraph from section, Worldishness, of Being and Time, and a shorter one from section, Others and Mitsein ontically. To let have a role means this, within some factical carefulness, to let something available be thus and so, as it thenceforth is, and in order that it be so. We take this ontical sense of letting be as fundamentally ontological. And that's how we interpret the sense of the antecedent setting free of what is intra-worldly available from the outset. To let be antecedently does not mean to bring something rst into its being and produce it, but rather to discover entities already in their availability and, so, to let entities with this being show up. Dasein's world sets free entities that are not only quite different from equipment and things, but which, in accord with their sort of being as Dasein themselves, are in the world by way of being in the world in which they at the same time show up as intra-worldly. These entities are neither occurrent nor available, but rather are just like the very Dasein that sets them free. They are there too, co-there. The latter passage not only explicitly mentions Dasein's world as the subject of the verb, but also makes clear that its objects are not limited to available equipment, since other people and occurrent things are likewise explicitly mentioned. Now, the RST substantive point I want to make is that this is very weird. What could it mean to say that Dasein's world lets entities be and sets them free? Free from what? And what would happen if it stopped doing that? Would all entities cease to be or cease to be free? But Dasein's world is only insofar as Dasein is. Does that mean that if there were no Dasein there would be no entities at all? To be sure, some of these questions may be misguided, but, unless we confront them, we'll never end out how or why. If we don't acknowledge at the outset how odd and alien Heidegger's claims are, we have no hope of gearing out whatever it was he was trying to say. So I propose to take it very slowly, and see what sense we can make, step by step, starting with a brief survey of how the verb phrase let be is used in English. It seems to me that, very roughly, we can distinguish four basic senses which might be called the acquiescing, allowing, enabling, and affecting senses as follows. Acquiescing: this is what we mean by let it be, when we advise someone not to struggle with something, for instance, not to respond to an insult, not to intervene in a GHT, or just not to keep trying, with some hopeless effort. The title of the Beatles song has this acquiescing sense. Allowing to let be can mean to permit in the sense of not preventing, as when the Robinsons let their children be a little rowdier on Saturday nights. Enabling, or it can mean to permit in another way, as making possible, as when a new highway lets a city be approached from the south, or a dam lets the springwood waters be held for the summer crops. Affecting, finally, to let something be can be to bring it about or make it so, as when God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. But it's the same sense, I think, when a geometer says, "Let C be the midpoint of line A B," or the ball players say, "Let this sidewalk be the goal line." Now, though Heidegger's word lassen is cognate and mostly synonymous with the English let, they are of course not fully equivalent in all contexts. Even so, I suggest that distinguishing these four senses will be all the dictionary work we need. For fundamental ontology makes us push and twist our vocabulary in any case, and English words are as malleable as any. We can begin with the same special case that Heidegger himself does, everyday intra-worldly equipment. It is in this context that he introduces the other two lassen verbs mentioned above, bewenden lassen and begegnen lassen. But it's not so hard to see how these work, so long as we're careful about the rest of the terminology too. In sections and, respectively, Zuhandenheit and Bewandtnis are both deemed as the being of equipment. But they're not the same. The difference between them is what Heidegger calls the articulation of being into that being and what being. Compare the actuality/essence distinction of which more below. The that being of an item of equipment, what's at stake in whether it is at all or not, is its Zuhandenheit, what I call availability. Its what being, what's at stake in what kind of thing it is its Bewandtnis, which I therefore translate as its equipmental role. So, availability is the equipmental analog of actuality, and roles are the analog of essences. Now, these various roles, to which equipmental entities are assigned, only make the sense they make in relation to one another: hammer/nail/wood, pen/ink/paper, and so on. Heidegger calls the relational character of those assignments signifying, and the totality of such signifying significance. And that significance, in turn, is what makes up the structure of the world of everyday Dasein. But, with these points and terms in place, it's not so weird after all to say that Dasein's world lets intra-worldly entities have their roles, bewenden lassen, or even that it lets them show up as anything whatsoever, begegnen lassen. For the world is deemed, in effect, as the totality of all those roles in their essential interrelations. Hence, without it, nothing could show up as or, therefore, be anything equipmental at all. Or, to make the same point by means of a special case, who could deny that the world of baseball lets certain discernible configurations be strikes, home runs, and the like? The problem with this kind of case is not that it's unpersuasive, as far as it goes, but that it's too easy. It's not big news that, without Dasein, nothing would be a hammer or a home run. But what about entities that have been around since long before there was Dasein, and still will be long after, entities that are, as we want to say, independent of Dasein? This question, however, cannot even be addressed without some grasp of the relevant sense of independence, and that turns out to presuppose the concept of that being. That being and production, the articulation of being into that being and what being is one of the four basic problems identified in the basic problems of phenomenology, Die Grundprobleme der Phenomenologie. In the chapter of that work addressed to this problem, or, rather, the chapter devoted to the historical background prerequisite to addressing the problem, Heidegger begins with the scholastic distinction between essentia and existentia, and the problem of how they could come together in an entity. In the case of night entities, creatures, they are actually brought together in the causal act of divine creation. Entities are at all in that they are enacted or actualized by God. So, existentia equals createdness equals enactedness equals actuality. The trouble is, if you just say that this bringing together is an actualizing act of causal creation, you haven't really said anything about what that amounts to, or therefore thrown any light on what being actual in fact means. It is better, Heidegger suggests, to keep track of the original sense of existentia itself, and then trace that sense back to its roots in Greek ontology. Thus, the verb exister came to mean to exist from the more original meaning of existere, to cause to stand out, stand forth, or stand still. With that in mind, we can then ask the obvious question, why would a verb with that original sense come to mean anything like is actual or has that being? Prima facie, for instance, its inner semantic motives are quite different from those of the Kantian definition of existence as absolute position. And here is where returning to the formative Greek sensibilities can shed some real light. The Kantian definition makes sense within what Heidegger calls the horizon of perceptual comportment, that is, Kant's understanding of empirical entities as such takes its guidance from the perspective of their being knowable, going back ultimately to intuition. By contrast, Heidegger suggests, the Greek understanding of that being in which the scholastic concept existentia is still rooted makes sense within the horizon of productive comportment. Though we care more about what Heidegger's going to make of it than how he gets there, what he says is roughly the following. Greek ontology understands morph, the shape or form of a thing, as grounded on eidos, the look of the thing, even though, conceptually, not to mention, perceptually, the form is prior to the look. And this surprising ontological ordering can only be explained if we see that the Greeks understood being not within the horizon of perception, but rather that of production. Thus, if we consider seeing a pot, then the pot itself must already have its form before the look of it can be taken in by the viewer, so morph is prior to eidos. But if we consider, instead, making a pot, then the potter must already have the look in mind, to guide him in giving the requisite form to the clay, hence, the resulting morph itself is grounded in that prior eidos. Morph and eidos are both associated with what being, ancestors of essentia. But what interests us is how this reversing of their respective priorities might affect the understanding of that being, existentia. Within the horizon of perception, the object is understood as already existing, actual, and so such existence itself can, only, be grasped as standing over againstness, Gegenstandlichkeit, objectivity, with no further insight into what that amounts to. Within the horizon of production, on the other hand, the entity to be produced is precisely not understood as already existent but rather merely what can be and, more specifically, can, via this very production, come into being, become an entity, for the rst time. Thus, existence that being is somehow to be conferred upon or accorded to something, determined by the eidos, that does not yet have it. And the idea is that this according of existence to letting be can in turn be a clue to that which is accorded by it, equals that being. Return to the potter. What exactly does he do, that lets the pot be? Well, of course, he shapes it, dries it, colors it, rests it, and so on. But any or all of those could conclude with an angry smash and a pile of rubble, which is to say, neither produce a pot nor let it be at all. Genuine, successful production of a pot, that is, niching it, and, in fact, letting it be, is something more like letting go of or releasing it, that is, handing it over to the customer, or putting it in the cupboard, available to be used. And here the connotations of allowing and acquiescing, mentioned earlier, begin to get a grip, as, indeed, does setting free. Yet, even in the special context of craft work, letting go of cannot alone suffs as an account of what the producer does in according that being to the product. For if, as soon as the producer let go, the intended product had crumbled or vanished, it still would not have been produced. So productive letting be has to have the further character of setting the product out on its own, to stand up and be, persist as, what it is, establishing it, so to speak. But, if what is involved in coming to be is being set out on its own and established in this way, then we can see how the phrase ex sistere, to cause to stand out or stand forth, could be taken to express it. What's more, we get at least a glimmer of how independence, out on its ownness, could be not merely compatible but conceptually connected with letting be. But, nally, in order to establish and set the product up in that way, the producer has to give it, arrange for it to have, the capacities and capabilities that it will need in order to be on its own. A pot, for instance, may need a certain strength, stability, and waterproofness, and so the potter must ensure that it has them. In other words, in producing, the producer must enable the product to be whatever it is to be, and, in so doing, enable it to stand on its own, which is to say, to be, or exist at all. And precisely within that enabling lies the intelligibility of creation as actualization, the possible union of essence and existence. Therefore, at least within the horizon of production, the enabling sense of letting be is ultimately the deepest. Scientific discovering it is one thing to say that Dasein lets its own equipment be, that it sets the products of its own labor free, but it's quite another to say any such thing about protons, planets, or prehistoric lizards. Yet it's perfectly clear that Heidegger wants to make that claim too. Scientific projection equals the matizing aims at a setting free of entities that show up intra-worldly, in such a way that they can throw themselves against a pure discovering, that is, can become objects. The matizing objectes. It does not rst posit entities, but rather sets them free in such a way that they become objectively questionable and determinable. But we have to ask again, what could it mean to say that Dasein's the matizing sets protons and planets free? What prison are they in? How do we let them out? How can we enable them to throw themselves against a pure discovering? Now, what is perhaps the biggest surprise in this context is that these questions do have answers. If you will pardon my tweaking the metaphors a moment longer, we can answer this way: until Dasein releases them, entities remain in the darkest of all prisons, the prison of utter obscurity. We let them out by bringing them to light, into the clearing, and we enable them to throw themselves against a pure discovery by erecting a pure discovery in their path and accepting what happens as the result of their coming up against it. Or, less metaphorically, we introduce measuring instruments and accept their readings as evidence. The crucial insight is this: letting entities throw themselves against a pure discovery is not easy, nor even easily recognized when achieved. Thus, when Galileo's peripatetic opponents argued that the specks of light visible in his telescope were not moons of Jupiter but rather mere artifacts of the instrument itself, they were being neither entirely obstreperous nor obtuse, and Galileo knew it. As a point of comparison, suppose a colleague claimed that 4 invisible Martians accompany your every lecture and produce the videos to prove it, made with a special new camera, of course. Wouldn't you suspect that those Martians have more to do with that special camera than with your lectures? Likewise, Galileo's contemporaries had all kinds of good reasons to doubt the ostensible evidence he was offering them. And therefore, most of the work he had to do was to show, step by step, question by question, that what appeared in the telescope really was something out there. And, what did it take to do that? Well, he made multiple telescopes and showed that what you saw was the same, no matter which one you used. He showed and explained how they were constructed and why they would let distant objects seem closer and larger. He invited people to look at distant terrestrial objects, the existence and appearance of which they could independently conream. He showed that, not only did those specks stay with Jupiter as it moved against the XED stars, but also that they themselves visibly moved relative to Jupiter in just the way they would if they were separate bodies orbiting around it. Only after all of this, and more besides, could people so much as see what was in some sense right before their eyes. It is this sort of work, often hard work, that Heidegger means by letting entities show up, begegnen lassen, and, more specifically, letting them throw themselves against, entgegenwerfen, a pure discovery. Such letting is clearly more than mere allowing or acquiescing in, but also and especially enabling. In fact, in the sense in which discovery, observation, is essentially an acquiescing in accepting of whatever is discovered, acquiescing itself is part of what is enabled. Now, in German, the words themselves lubricate the transition from begegnen lassen and entgegenwerfen to Gegenstand and Gegenstandlich, but, philosophically, those moves still have to be paid for, in other words, explained and justified. It's one thing to say that Dasein enables entities to show up, but it's quite another to say that it enables them to be or be objects at all. Yet the latter, I'm convinced, is the claim he is really trying to make, or, more cautiously, was setting himself up to make in Division 3. Scientific laws. It might seem that Heidegger explicitly repudiates the thesis I just attributed to him. For he says, in section, if Dasein does not exist, then independence is not either, nor is the in itself. It can be said then, neither that entities are nor that they are not. But now, so long as the understanding of being is, and with it the understanding of a currentness, it can perfectly well be said that entities will still continue to be then. And he adds in the next section, there is truth only so far and so long as Dasein is. Only then are entities discovered, and they are disclosed only so long as Dasein is at all. And Nally, on the following page, that, prior to Newton, his laws were neither true nor false, cannot mean that the entities those laws discoveringly point out were not there prior to him. Through Newton, the laws became true, with them, the entities in themselves became accessible to Dasein, with the discoveredness of these entities, they show themselves as precisely the entities that already were previously. This all sounds straightforward enough. There are, past, present, and future, whatever entities there are, whether Dasein is then to let them be or not. What depends on Dasein, when it exists, is not what there is at that time, but only what can be said, pointed out, or accessed then, hence, what can be true or false. So, for instance, the force of gravity didn't come into existence the day Newton discovered his law about it, rather, it just showed itself for the rst time, but showed itself as an entity that had been there all along and would also continue to be. What could be more obvious? All the same, it is a little odd to say that the law of gravity wasn't true before Newton discovered it, especially since one of the things he did with it was retrodict various eclipses, comet sightings, and the like, back to antiquity. And, in the meantime, there remains the question of what to say about Einstein's discovery that there is, was and will be, no force of gravity after all, just curved space-time. Does this mean that, through Newton, his laws became true, but only for a while? But that seems crazy. If Newton's laws were ever true, then they always were and always will be. That's the kind of laws they are, and the same goes for Einstein's. It may be worth noting that this line of questioning about physical being and time is not disconnected from the text Being and Time. In section, Heidegger motivates the entire project of fundamental ontology in terms of its relevance to foundational crises in the sciences, and, though brief, he explicitly mentions physics and the theory of relativity as one example. So it's hard to believe he didn't have that issue in the back of his mind when making the claims we're now considering about Newton. So, how does physics, Newtonian physics, say, let physical objects be stand on their own, over against us? Well, everything said above about Galileo still applies. Newton had to do that kind of hard, justicatory work too. But, with Newton, a further and even more fundamental element comes clearly into view, those very laws about which Heidegger makes such an odd claim. These laws, I will argue, are one version of a more general sort of factor that is essential in every understanding of being and every way of letting entities be. The advantage of proceeding via scientic laws is that the form of their contribution is especially clear. In order to let entities be, Dasein must somehow discover them, which, in science, generally means to observe or measure them. But observation and measurement only make sense if there is, in principle, some way to distinguish between correct and incorrect results. Now, some invalid results may be detected by agging technical errors or equipmental failure. But the only fundamental way to establish that something must be wrong is to show that some plurality of results are not mutually compatible. And that, nally, presupposes antecedent constraints on what combinations would and would not be possible, which is to say, laws. Thus, Newton and his colleagues could have far better astronomical data than could Galileo, not simply because of technical advances but rather and mainly because they had much better laws. Knowing, as they did, with far greater accuracy, what had to be the case, they could calibrate and tune their instruments and techniques in ways their predecessors could scarcely dream of. Superficially, there might seem to be a problem here, with the credibility of the theory depending on the empirical evidence for it, while the accuracy of that evidence, in turn, is made possible by the theory. But without even appealing to Heidegger's fondness for circles, we can see that the worry is misplaced. For, no matter how the methods are tuned in general, they do still have to produce particular results in practice, independent of any particular predictions, and that still leaves room for empirical failure. The point can be put more generally this way. It is in some sense easy to concoct a rich and powerful descriptive vocabulary. It is in some sense easy to concoct precise, general methods for investigating the entities putatively so describable. And it is in some sense easy to concoct strict laws constraining the results of those investigations. What is not at all easy is to do all three at once in such a way that, when those investigations are assiduously carried out, the actual results are consistently in accord with the laws. Now, according to me, succeeding at that difficult but not impossible threefold task is the general form of discovering entities and letting them be, at least in the special case of scientific investigations. The crucial role of laws is to restrict what there can be by ruling out various conceivable combinations. Only by virtue of that restrictive function can subsumption of particulars under laws render the actual intelligible, that is, explain why one thing happened rather than another. And I take this to be the scientific version of what Heidegger means more generally when he allows that understanding entities is projecting them onto their possibilities. Scientific change, if the preceding is the general form of scientific letting be, and if the that being of scientifically discovered entities is Gegenständlichkeit, being an object or objectivity, then the relevant sense of letting be is again the enabling sense. For the upshot of subsumption under laws is to enable entities to stand up against observations and measurements, that is, to defy and repudiate them. And the crucial prerequisite for this repudiation is, as we have seen, the law-mandated impossibility of certain combinations of observed characteristics or measured magnitudes. More particularly, we now see how, through Newton and his laws, the entities of Newtonian physics became accessible as the entities they already were and would continue to be. What remains utterly opaque, however, is what could be meant by saying that, through Newton, his laws became true, not to mention the inevitable follow-up question of whether they became neither true nor false again through Einstein. What's worse, with this opacity, the force of the seemingly clear as they already were and would continue to be becomes pretty murky after all. What could Heidegger have been thinking? I think being and time will support an extrapolation in terms of which this question might be answerable. Whether the answer could ever be acceptable is another issue. Remember RST that there are different sorts of time in being and time, including originary time, world time, and vulgar time. Originary time is not sequential at all. Simplifying ruthlessly, I understand it as the temporal character of a commitment to an understanding of being. When Heidegger says that, through Newton, his laws became true, he is referring to the undertaking of such a commitment. Thus, it is ultimately that undertaking which lets the Newtonian entities be. These entities are, of course, in time and also in space. But this time does not at all have the character of a commitment, nor even the significance and datability of Dasean's everyday world. Rather, it has only the mathematical character of so-called Newtonian space-time. And it is in this time that those entities show themselves as precisely the entities that already were previously, and, moreover, will continue to be. Now, when Einstein comes along, he has a different commitment to a different understanding of physical being, which, in turn, likewise lets entities be. These entities also show up as ones that already were previously and will continue to be, though, of course, in relativistic space-time. It is a difficult and vexing problem to say just what the relationship is between the respective sets of entities, but simple identity seems ruled out. The easiest, and therefore most tempting, line is to say that, really, only one set of laws has ever been true, and only one set of entities, the entities that those laws let be, is actual, in some timeless sense of is actual. Thus, what Einstein showed us is that, contrary to what we thought, Newton's laws were never true and the Newtonian universe of entities was never actual. Rather, it has always only ever been Einsteinian. One problem with this interpretation is that it's incompatible with what Heidegger explicitly says. Another problem is that it's unlikely to be a stable position. For, by the same reasoning, we would have to say, even now, that it's really always only ever been an X-ian universe, where X is Einstein's successor, or, rather, the ultimate end of the line in that successorship, assuming there is such an end and science lasts long enough to get there. Why would that idea ever strike anyone as the easiest and most tempting thing to say? I suspect that it is more of the legacy of scholasticism. The original and null science, the only one that's ever really been right, is God's science, the scientia of omniscience. This scientia is supposed to be absolutely and eternally correct, literally by the affecting sense of letting be. No one who has ever tried to think about it could imagine that getting over this legacy is or will be easy. It will require at least a profound reconception of reality as such, which is to say a new and deeper understanding of being. What I have tried to show is that the idea of letting be, taken not as effective and divine but as enabling and human, is an integral part of that larger endeavor. In his book The Genesis of Being and Time, Theodor Kiesel introduces his analysis of what he calls the Kantian draft of being and time with the following remark: when was Heidegger not a Kantian? It is almost like asking, when was Heidegger not a German? There are many senses in which Kiesel's observation is indisputably correct and which ensure the fruitfulness of an in-depth investigation of the relationship between Heidegger and transcendental philosophy. From a historical point of view, perhaps the fact that best supports Kiesel's remark is the one he points to immediately thereafter, namely, the neo-Kantianism that pervaded the air of the German university in Heidegger's formative years and, in particular, Heidegger's allegiance to the Southwest German school of neo-Kantianism as a student of Rickert. However, in what follows I would like to focus on the relationship between Heidegger and transcendental philosophy more from a systematic than from a historical genealogical point of view. Needless to say, any attempt to explain the sense in which Heidegger was a Kantian necessarily involves explaining the sense in which he was not. For it is surely beyond question that he was not an orthodox Kantian. Heidegger makes explicit his own view of the tension between his thought and Kant's in his lectures of the winter semester of, entitled Phenomenological Interpretations of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Phenomenologische Interpretation von Kants Kritik der reinen Vernunft, There he characterizes the importance of Kant's philosophy for the very enterprise of being and time in the following terms: if we radicalize the Kantian problem of ontological knowledge in the sense that we do not limit this problem to the ontological foundation of the positive sciences, and if we do not take this problem as a problem of judgment but as the radical and fundamental question concerning the possibility of understanding being in general, then we shall arrive at the philosophically fundamental problematic of being and time. Thus, being and time's radicalization of transcendental philosophy has as its target the scope of the problem of ontological knowledge rather than the Kantian model for understanding it. As I will try to show in what follows, Heidegger sees indeed his own project as Kantian to the extent that it incorporates the core of Kant's Copernican revolution into the most important categorical distinction of his philosophy, namely, the ontological difference. On the other hand, though, as a consequence of his interpretation of the ontological difference, Kant's transcendental idealism is transformed into a hermeneutic idealism. Accordingly, Heidegger's radicalization of transcendental philosophy aims to show, among other things, that what Kant erroneously thought were the invariant features of any human experience whatsoever, i.e., the pure forms of intuition and the categories, are just a special case of what is in fact a much broader phenomenon, namely, the necessarily circular, i.e., temporal, structure of all human understanding. In this sense, Heidegger welcomes Kant's discovery of the synthetic a priori that is at the core of his Copernican revolution, but he thinks that the special function and status of the synthetic a priori is not an issue that concerns some specific judgments, at the basis of the positive sciences, but one that concerns understanding being in general. Seen in this light, an analysis of Heidegger's hermeneutic transformation of the synthetic a priori seems crucial to determining the precise nature of Heidegger's Kantianism. Earlier in the above-mentioned lectures, Heidegger explains the connection between Kant's discovery of the synthetic a priori and the so-called Copernican revolution. His explanation is very helpful in this context, for it shows the exact way in which Kant's transcendental idealism gets transformed into Heidegger's hermeneutic idealism via the ontological difference. Commenting on the problem of the synthetic a priori, Heidegger remarks, the problem is the following: how can understanding open up real principles about the possibility of things, i.e., how can the subject have in advance an understanding of the ontological constitution of the being of a being? Kant sees this correlation, one which we formulate in a more basic and radical manner by saying, beings are in no way accessible without an antecedent understanding of being. This is to say that beings, which encounter us, must already be understood in advance in their ontological constitution. This understanding of the being of beings, this synthetic knowledge a priori, is crucial for every experience of beings. This is the only possible meaning of Kant's thesis, which is frequently misunderstood and which is called his Copernican revolution. Heidegger's claim that there can be no access to entities without a prior understanding of their being is thus the core of his hermeneutic transformation of Kant's transcendental idealism. Paraphrasing Kant's highest principle of synthetic judgments, Heidegger's claim would read as follows: the conditions of possibility of understanding the being of entities are at the same time the conditions of possibility of the being of those entities. Heidegger makes this idealist view explicit right at the beginning of Being and Time, when he equates what we could call the hermeneutic with the realist meanings of being. According to his explanation of the meaning of being, that which determines entities as entities is that on the basis of which entities are always already understood. Whereas from a realist perspective it is assumed that what determines entities as entities is something that belongs to those entities themselves, that is, some ontic structure or properties that those entities have and others do not. The idealist perspective that Heidegger favors assumes that there is being only in an understanding of being, and thus that being can never be explained by entities but is already that which is transcendental for every entity. In Heidegger's view, this idealism follows from recognizing the ontological difference itself, that is, the fact that the being of entities is not itself an entity. As Heidegger explains in his discussion of realism and idealism in section of Being and Time, recognition of the ontological difference involves at least two separate claims. On the one hand, realizing that being cannot be reduced to entities implies realizing, against any naive realism, that what determines entities as entities is our understanding of being, and not something ontically present in those entities and thus independent of our understanding of them. This is the idealist content of Heidegger's interpretation of the ontological difference that he expresses with the claim that the being of entities must be projected in order for these entities to be accessible to us. On the other hand, realizing that entities cannot be reduced to being implies realizing, against any absolute idealism, that entities cannot be reduced to our understanding of them. Parallel with Kant's attempt to reconcile a transcendental idealism with an empirical realism, one could say that Heidegger aims to be an ontic realist and an ontological idealist. On the one hand, this view is opposed to what Kant called transcendental realism and these days is usually called metaphysical realism. The world is not made out of self-identifying entities, we are the ones who divide the world into different entities according to our interpretation of their being. On the other hand, this view is not supposed to lead to anything like what Kant called empirical idealism à la Berkeley, that is, it does not question the existence of entities independent of us. As Heidegger would put it, that there are entities has nothing to do with us, but what they are depends on our prior projection of their being. Regardless of whether Heidegger's attempt to combine realism and idealism is in the end defensible or not, what matters in our context are the implications of his hermeneutic idealism for an understanding of our experience, that is, of the conditions of possibility of our access to entities. According to this view, our understanding of the being of entities is synthetic a priori in the specifically Kantian sense that it is, as Heidegger puts it, prior to all ontic experience, but precisely for it. That is, our understanding of the being of entities is not taken from experience, but at the same time it determines all experience of those entities. However, this cannot be so for Kantian reasons. According to Kant, the a priority of this special kind of knowledge is due to the alleged fact that no human experience would be possible without said knowledge and thus is due to its universal validity. But according to Heidegger, a factual Dasein's understanding of being is itself essentially factical and changes historically by virtue of our contingent projections. Thus, we need to know what other sorts of reasons Heidegger has to offer to justify the a priori status of our understanding of the being of entities. The answer to this question lies at the core of Heidegger's transformation of the Kantian notion of a priority into the hermeneutic notion of the perfect tense a priori, i.e., the always already. This notion is supposed to both preserve and transform the Kantian notion of a priority in the following way. On the one hand, as Heidegger is keen to insist, the priority implicit in this notion does not merely have the temporal sense of indicating something ontically past but, as its name suggests, it also has the normative sense of conferring to that which is in each case prior the status of an absolute authority over us that a priori knowledge is supposed to have. On the other hand, though, the fact that it includes the temporal sense expressed by the in each case is what is specifically incompatible with the traditional, Kantian notion of a priority, for it eliminates the implication of universal validity from the absolute authority of the a priori. In light of its historical alterability, that something is a priori no longer means that it is universally valid, but at most that it is unquestionable from within, i.e., by those who share it. From this point of view, the crucial challenge to transcendental philosophy in being and time is to be found in Heidegger's claim that Dasein's disclosedness is essentially factical. In light of this claim, though, one may well wonder whether Heidegger's aim is really to transform the notion of a priority or rather to simply reject it altogether. For the claim that our disclosedness is essentially factical seems to imply precisely that nothing in it has the kind of normative status that a priori knowledge is supposed to have. However, that this is not the intended interpretation becomes entirely clear when Heidegger claims that Dasein's disclosedness is truth in the most primordial sense. Thus, the crucial issue behind Heidegger's hermeneutic notion of a priority seems to lie in whether it can succeed in making these two characterizations of our disclosedness, as essentially factical, but true, compatible. This brings us back to our former question. Given that our disclosedness is merely the result of a historical Contingent process of cultural interpretation. We need to know what reasons Heidegger can offer to ascribe to our understanding of the being of entities the Kantian features of synthetic a priori knowledge. The RST part of the claim, namely, that the understanding of being is not taken from experience, is just the expression of Heidegger's idealism, as already discussed. Being must be projected in advance in order for entities to be accessible as such entities. This is such a basic presupposition within Heidegger's philosophy that he seems never to have felt the need to offer an elaborated justification for it. There is indeed a hermeneutic reason that Heidegger alludes to repeatedly, although he never discusses it in detail. Perhaps the best way to express it would be with the help of Quine's maxim, no entity without identity. In our context, the idea behind it could be made explicit through the following argumentative lines. Given that entities are not self-identifying, one has to identify which entities one is talking about in order to be able to distinguish them from others. And one cannot do so unless one has an understanding of what distinguishes these entities from others, that is, an understanding that provides the resources to identify entities as what they are, that is, in their being. Heidegger suggests such a line of argument in multiple places. For example, at the beginning of his lectures of the winter semester of, entitled The Essence of Truth, vom Wesen der Wahrheit, he explains, we wish to consider the essence of truth. Truth, what is that? The answer to the question what is that, brings us to the essence of a thing. Table, what is that? Mountain, ocean, plant, in each case the question what is that, asks about the essence of these things. We ask and yet we already know them. Indeed, must we not already know them, in order afterward to ask, and even to give an answer, about what they are? Clearly, we must necessarily already know the essence. For how otherwise could we know what we should provide when we are requested to name truths? We must already know what and how the thing is about which we speak. Thus, that an understanding of the being of entities must be prior to any experience of those entities is just a consequence of a hermeneutic constraint, namely, that the way in which entities are understood must determine in advance which entities we are referring to, or, in general terms, that meaning must determine reference. This hermeneutic constraint explains why understanding is necessarily projective. It also provides a more or less trivial justification for the second part of the claim, namely, that the understanding of the being of entities determines all experience of those entities. Given that the prior understanding of the being of entities is what makes our experience an experience of some specific entities, rather than others, it determines what these entities are, for us, that is, it determines what they are accessible to us as. Thus, that our experience is determined by a priori. Structures is not a consequence of its being constituted by some invariant set of conditions to be discovered once and for all, as Kant thought. It is actually a consequence of the circle of understanding, that is, of the fact that every interpretation must already have understood what is to be interpreted. It is for this hermeneutic reason that entities can only be discovered by the prior projection of their being. As Heidegger explains in Basic Problems of Phenomenology, an entity can be uncovered, whether by way of perception or some other mode of access, only if the being of this entity is already disclosed, only if I already understand it. Only then can I ask whether it is real or not and embark on some procedure to establish the reality of the entity. Although the priority of an understanding of being over and above any experience of entities is, according to Heidegger, a general feature of all human understanding, the paradigm example that Heidegger favors in order to show the plausibility of this hermeneutic idealism is scientific knowledge. For scientific theories, as opposed to most ordinary understanding, are explicit and highly articulated kinds of interpretation, which for this reason allow for closer scrutiny as to their origin, structure, relationship to experience, and so on. Still, as a kind of interpretation they are subject to the same circular, and thus projective, conditions of understanding. In his lectures of the winter semester of, entitled Introduction to Philosophy, Einleitung in die Philosophie, Heidegger explains, a determinate scientific investigation moves within a determinate problem, a determinate question posed to that which is its theme. Thematization presupposes the givenness of an object. But an object can only be given to me in the act of objectivation. I can only objectify something if this something is already manifest to me in advance. A manifest entity as entity can only be manifest, if this entity in its being is already understood in advance with regard to its being, that is, if it is projected. Thus, we see a completely determinate sequence within the structure of science. The central phenomenon is this projection of the constitution of being. In What is a Thing? Die Frage nach den Ding. Heidegger offers a very detailed explanation of the structure and characteristics of such a projection with the help of an analysis of the transformation of science from the ancient conception of nature into modern natural science. He interprets this transformation as a change of metaphysical projection or, as it is called these days, a paradigm shift. Heidegger makes clear that the core of this paradigm shift does not consist in the emphasis on observation or experimentation, but on the projection of an entirely different understanding of the being of entities, a new world disclosure brought about through the establishment and definition of new basic concepts by modern scientists such as Galileo and Newton. According to Heidegger, to the extent that these new concepts organize all possible experience in advance, the grounding postulates or axioms of these modern theories through which these concepts are deemed have the status of synthetic a priori knowledge. For only on the basis of such postulates and axioms is something like empirical knowledge possible at all. In Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, Heidegger explains this view as the correct insight behind Kant's Copernican revolution. Commenting on Kant's claim that reason has insight only into that which it produces according to its own projections, he adds, the previously projected plan of a nature in general determines in advance the constitution of the being of entities, to which all questions that are investigated should be capable of being related. This prior plan of the being of entities is inscribed within the basic concepts and principles of the science of nature to which we already referred. Hence, what makes the comportment toward entities, ontic knowledge, possible is the prior understanding of the constitution of being, ontological knowledge. This known quiddity of the entity is brought forward a priori in ontological knowledge prior to all ontic experience, although precisely for it. Knowledge that brings forth the quiddity was called of the entity, i.e. knowledge which unveils the entity itself, Kant calls synthetic. Thus the question concerning the possibility of ontological knowledge becomes the problem of the essence of a priori synthetic judgments. The instance capable of establishing the legitimacy of these material judgments concerning the being of the entity cannot be found in experience, for experience of the entity is itself always already guided by the ontological understanding of the entity, which in some specific respect must become accessible through experience. In spite of Heidegger's brilliant effort to have Kant speak in the language of being and time, the detranscendentalization of synthetic a priori knowledge implicit in Heidegger's interpretation of the Copernican revolution becomes clear just by comparing the way in which the term projection is employed by both authors. For when Kant speaks of projections in his discussion of the structure of the empirical sciences, this term refers expressly to those projections to which pure reason itself gives rise, whereas for Heidegger these projections are merely a working out of the basic concepts of the guiding understanding of being. That is, they are just, historically alterable, cultural productions. But in this way, the properties of these projections in the two conceptions are radically different. For Kant, the appeal to the property of a priority implies ascribing to such projections, as products of pure reason, a strict transcendental status to which they would owe their necessity and universal validity, whereas the prior character of Heidegger's projection stems merely from the forestructure of understanding. However, once the transcendental status of the a priori is questioned, it is no longer clear that the features associated with this status can be preserved in the new conception. In particular, the claim that synthetic a priori knowledge determines all experience implies that this knowledge cannot be revised through experience, for no experience can contradict it. But it is not at all clear that the hermeneutic reasons that we have considered so far are sufficient to support this implication. The mere fact that experimentation is guided by prior theoretical assumptions does not by itself imply their immunity from revision. Moreover, as Heidegger's own explanation of the evolution of modern science shows, these assumptions have in fact been revised. Thus, additional reasons seem necessary to justify the ascription of this important feature of the traditional notion of the a priori to Heidegger's hermeneutic a priori. In What is a Thing? Heidegger indeed offers such an additional hermeneutic reason. Drawing on what these days is called the underdetermination of theory choice by evidence, he tries to make plausible the immunity from revision based on experience that he ascribes to the basic principles and axioms of scientific theories. Heidegger appeals to the example of different explanations for one and the same fact within both the Aristotelian and Galilean paradigms, the fact that under normal conditions in the Earth's field of gravitation, heavy bodies pass through a determinate distance faster than lighter bodies do. This was described in Aristotelian physics by various inert properties lying in the nature of bodies, but was explained by Galileo as the consequence of the air resistance of bodies made of the same material but also of greater weight. He comments both Galileo and his opponents saw the same fact. But they made the same fact or the same happening visible to themselves in different ways, interpreted it in different ways. Indeed, what appeared to them in each case as the authentic fact and truth was something different. It is thus the incommensurability among different projections that makes it impossible to interpret their historical change as a process of rational revision based on experience. As Heidegger claims in Basic Questions of Philosophy, Grundfragender Philosophie, it is simply pointless to measure the Aristotelian doctrine of motion against that of Galileo with respect to results, judging the former as backward and the latter as advanced. For in each case, nature means something completely different. Given that, according to Heidegger, entities are only accessible through a prior projection of their being, it is clear that entities made accessible by genuinely different projections are, by definition, not the same entities. But only if they were, would it make sense to think of one as a correction of the other. Thus, an old projection cannot be disproved by a new one. At most, it can be put out of force by a different stipulation of what and how things are. Conversely, from the point of view of an old projection, the new one cannot be seen as better or worse but simply as meaningless. Heidegger remarks in What is a Thing? Newton's RST law of motion was up until the 10th century not at all self-evident. During the preceding 1500 years it was not only unknown, rather, nature and entities in general were experienced in a way with respect to which this law would have been meaningless. It is for this reason that Heidegger claims in Being and Time that before Newton his laws were neither true nor false. This claim is based on Heidegger's distinction between two different senses of truth that correspond to the different senses of knowledge implicit here, namely, synthetic a priori and a posteriori, whereas ontic knowledge of entities can be revised through experience and thus can turn out to be true or false in the standard sense, namely, in the sense of truth as correctness, ontological knowledge of the being of entities cannot be so revised and thus cannot turn out to be, empirically, false. Consequently, it must be true, although in an entirely different sense, namely, in the sense of unconcealment. Accordingly, the instituting of a new projection or world disclosure as an unconcealing of the being of entities is a happening of truth. On the one hand, it is a happening in the precise sense that it is a contingent, historical event. On the other hand, it is a happening of truth, to the extent that it cannot be questioned or revised through the experience that it makes possible and thus exercises an absolute normative authority over those who share it. The idea behind Heidegger's appeal to a more originary sense of truth could be expressed in the following terms. To the same extent that meaning determines reference, truth depends on meaning. After all, only meaningful statements can be true or false. Thus, what allows us to distinguish between meaningful and meaningless statements, i.e., our understanding of the being of entities, determines in advance what the possible truths are for those who share it, determining which ontic truths are accessible to them. In this sense, truth is relative to a prior understanding of being, which cannot itself be questioned in its validity. Thus, the attempt to conceive the historical changes in our understanding of being as a learning process is based on an illusion. There is no absolute truth across incommensurable understandings of being. They are unrevisable from within and inaccessible, meaningless, from without. In view of these consequences, though, Heidegger's attempt to retain the basic features of Kant's conception of a priority while transforming them hermeneutically becomes problematic. Precisely to the extent that Heidegger's transformation of the a priori makes us realize that our disclosedness is merely factical, and thus that no given world disclosure is universally valid or absolute, we must realize that, unfortunately, it is not a happening of truth. Such a happening cannot borrow the normative feature of absolute authority from the notion of truth, for nothing essentially factical should have an absolute authority over us. We are back to our initial suspicion that Heidegger's characterization of our disclosedness as essentially factical but true is paradoxical, to say the least. However, the way from a mere suspicion to an argument may be harder than it seems. For the only alternative that Heidegger's arguments seem to leave open does not look much more appealing than his own proposal. His arguments show that questioning whether historical world disclosures have absolute authority over those who share them requires accepting that the projection of the being of entities that they contain can turn out to be, empirically, false. However, this seems to be tantamount not only to a rejection of the synthetic a priori status as such, it seems to require defending the implausible claim that all knowledge is synthetic a posteriori, that is, directly revisable through experience. Thus, it seems that without a Kantian conception of a priority, however hermeneutically transformed, we would be condemned to go back to the old problems of either the empiricist or the rationalist conceptions. In this context, though, I would like to point to what I see as an interesting way out of the Heideggerian puzzle, namely, Putnam's conception of the contextually a priori. This conception, on the one hand, coincides with Heidegger's in recognizing the hermeneutic roots of the notion of a priority and thus in relativizing it against the Kantian and rationalist views. On the other hand, though, it shows how this can be done without either relativizing the notion of truth, as Heidegger does, or renouncing the notion of a priority entirely, as empiricists do. Starting with the similarities between Heidegger's and Putnam's conceptions of a priority, both authors would agree that the distinction between synthetic a priori and a posteriori statements is sound and has methodological significance, as Putnam puts it. In particular, both authors identify the same feature of the traditional conception of a priority as significant and worthy of reinterpretation, namely, the idea that there are statements that cannot be directly revised by experience or observation. As Putnam explains in Two Dogmas Revisited: there are statements in science which can only be overthrown by a new theory, and not by observation alone. Such statements have a sort of a priority prior to the invention of the new theory which challenges or replaces them, they are contextually a priori. Finally, in contradistinction to Kant, both authors assume that what is behind the distinction is not, as Putnam expresses it, the constitution of human reason but, to put it in Heideggerian terms, a hermeneutic condition of understanding and interpretation. Accordingly, both approaches temporalize, or detranscendentalize, the synthetic a priori status by understanding it as internal or relative to a specific body of theory and thus as something that changes historically. In his article Rethinking Mathematical Necessity, Putnam offers a short overview of the main features of the conception of the contextually a priori. That he had put forward 30 years earlier in his article It Ain't Necessarily So. He explains, the way in which I propose to draw that distinction is as follows: call a statement empirical relative to a body of knowledge B if possible observations would be known to disconfirm the statement, without drawing on anything outside of that body of knowledge. It seemed to me that this captures pretty well the traditional notion of an empirical statement. Statements which belong to a body of knowledge but which are not empirical relative to that body of knowledge I called necessary relative to the body of knowledge. The putative truths of Euclidean geometry were, prior to their overthrow, simultaneously synthetic and necessary, in this relativized sense. The point of this new distinction was, as I explained, to emphasize that there are at any given time some accepted statements which cannot be overthrown merely by observations, but can only be overthrown by thinking of a whole body of alternative theory as well. And I insisted, and still insist, that this is a distinction of methodological significance. So far, it may seem as if Putnam's transformation of the traditional notion of a priori coincides entirely with Heidegger's, at least to the extent that both transformations consist in a relativization of the a priori to specific theories or projections. However, if one looks at Putnam's explanation of the expression necessary relative to a body of knowledge, the differences become clear. In It Ain't Necessarily So, Putnam explains this notion of necessity relative to a body of knowledge is a technical notion being introduced here for special purposes and to which we give special properties. In particular, when we say that a statement is necessary relative to a body of knowledge, we imply that it is included in that body of knowledge and that it enjoys a special role in that body of knowledge. For example, one is not expected to give much of a reason for that kind of statement. But we do not imply that the statement is necessarily true, although, of course, it is thought to be true by someone whose knowledge that body of knowledge is. This is, of course, the crucial difference with Heidegger's approach. However, the question that this explanation immediately raises is whether this is not also the crucial difference with any conception of a priority. At least if one sticks to the traditional conception of a priority, according to which the special status or necessity of a priori statements consist in their being true in all possible worlds, it seems clear that Putnam's expression contextually a priori is not meant to designate a kind of a priori knowledge. But then what is the justification or the rationale for using the term a priori? According to Putnam's use of the expression, statements that are contextually a priori can indeed be overthrown by later theories, and that means precisely that they turn out to be, empirically, false. But in his opinion it would be wrong to conclude from this fact that they were synthetic a posteriori all along. For, relative to the former body of theory, these statements were a priori in the specific sense that they could not have been revised through the experience available to that body of theory. This sense of the traditional conception of a priori is what Putnam wants to preserve in his notion of the contextually a priori. In contradistinction to Heidegger, though, he questions the traditional assumption that the a priori or a posteriori status of a statement is exced once and for all by virtue of its being the kind of statement that it is. The rationale behind Putnam's view could be explained in the following way. The need for a relativized notion of a priori is due to a repeated historical experience, namely, that what was once thought to be a priori true according to a body of theory turned out to be false according to the next theory. Now, if one does not question the assumption that a priori and a posteriori are permanent statuses of statements, this historical fact can only be interpreted in one of the following two ways. One option is to question that the statement at issue was a priori after all, precisely in view of our later judgment. Given that this can happen to any statement, for present evidence is in principle irrelevant according to this view, this option seems to lend support to the empiricist view that all statements are empirical statements. The other possibility is to question that the statement really turned out to be, empirically, false, as Putnam summarizes the argument. If a statement which appears to be necessary relative to a body of knowledge at one time is not necessary relative to the body of knowledge of a later time, then it is not really the same statement that is involved. Words have changed their meaning, and the old statement would still be a necessary truth if the meanings of the words had been kept unchanged. His argument against this alternative is interesting in our context, for it targets precisely the kind of assumptions that are at the core of Heidegger's approach. As we saw before, Heidegger's argument against the possibility of claiming that the Aristotelian doctrine of motion was proven false by Newton's doctrine was precisely that in each case, nature means something completely different. This is, of course, only the outline of the argument. A displacement of meaning becomes an argument against the legitimacy of the comparison only under Heidegger's further assumption that meaning determines reference, and thus that a difference in meaning implies ipso facto a difference in reference. Given Heidegger's assumption that what nature in each case means determines that to which the respective theories refer, it follows that theories with entirely different conceptions of natural entities cannot be about the same entities. It is for this reason that Heidegger offers a very detailed analysis of Newton's RST law of motion in order to show how it changes the Aristotelian understanding of the being of entities to such an extent that it projects an entirely new ontology. In this sense, the Aristotelian and Newtonian projections are not about the same entities. If this is the case, though, Heidegger is surely right in claiming that a comparison is meaningless, that according to the way in which nature and entities in general were experienced in the Aristotelian paradigm, Newton's law of motion would have been meaningless. Thus, by the same token, after Newton's revolution, the Aristotelian doctrine of motion became meaningless rather than empirically false. Putnam argues against this kind of view with the help of a different historical example, namely, the changes brought about by the development of non-Euclidean geometries, but this difference does not affect the argument. In It Ain't Necessarily So, he focuses on two statements of Euclidean geometry, namely, that one cannot return to one's starting point by traveling on a straight line unless one reverses the sense of one's motion at some point, and that one can visit an arbitrary number of distinct and disjoint places by continuing far enough on a suitable path. He explains, if Euclidean geometry is only apparently false owing to a change in the meaning of words, then if we keep the meanings of the words unchanged, if we use the words in the old way, Euclidean geometry must still be true. The statement that there are only nightly many disjoint places to get to, travel as you may, expresses a downright conceptual impossibility within the framework of Euclidean geometry. And one cannot say that all that has happened is that we have changed the meaning of the word path, because in that case one would be committed to the metaphysical hypothesis that, in addition to the paths that are still so called, there exist others which are somehow physically inaccessible and additional places which are somehow physically inaccessible and which, together with what the physicists presently recognize as places and paths, out a Euclidean space. But, as Putnam argues, where are these places? Where are these other paths? In fact, they do not exist. If someone believes that they exist, then he must invent special physical laws to explain why, try as we may, we never succeed in seeing one of these other places or in sticking to one of these other paths. Insofar as the terms place, path, and straight line have any application at all in physical space, they still have the application that they always had. Something that was literally inconceivable has turned out to be true. Here Putnam's argument shows the untenable consequences of a conception of meaning and reference along Heideggerian lines. As we saw before, Heidegger was able to incorporate most of the features of the Kantian conception of a priority into his own hermeneutic conception by incorporating Kant's transcendental idealism into his approach, although it had been transformed into a hermeneutic idealism. The key to this transformation was Heidegger's assumption that meaning determines reference, or, to put it in his own terms, that our understanding of the being of entities is what determines entities as entities. Accordingly, a metaphysical projection is a priori in a very strong sense. As a projection of meaning, it is at the same time responsible for the constitution of objects. Thus, an alternative projection is, by definition, a projection of different objects and thus incommensurable with it. This view seemed to be confirmed by the fact that the experience made possible by the development of the new theory was indeed inaccessible within the framework of the prior body of theory. For what this fact indicates is that, from the point of view of the prior body of theory, objects under the descriptions of the later theory were indeed inaccessible, that is, literally inconceivable. However, as Putnam argues, the same cannot be claimed of the objects of the prior theory. Given that they were already accessible, unless the mere existence of the new theory made them literally disappear, this view owes us an explanation of why these different objects are no longer there. In view of this difficulty, it seems a much better option to question the assumption that meaning determines reference, that is, to recognize that a projection of meaning is simply the best available account of objects, one that may turn out to be incorrectly described. Of course, This recognition is nothing other than a rejection of transcendental idealism in its hermeneutic variety. As a consequence, a projection can be considered a priori only in a much weaker sense. For it is only the lack of an alternative way of accessing objects that makes a given understanding of their being contextually a priori within a given theory. Statements that express such understanding, definitions, axioms, etc., do indeed have the special status that Heidegger ascribes to them, namely, they express the ontology of the theory. But, contrary to Heidegger's view, this only means that they cannot be meaningfully revised until a better account of the same objects is available. However, once such an account becomes available, the status of the prior statements changes in a very important way. Precisely as a consequence of having more than one way to access the same objects, these statements no longer have the status of denying which objects are being referred to, they just become one way among others of describing them and thus may turn out to be, empirically, false. Thus, to put it in Heideggerian terms, what had the status of ontological knowledge in the previous theory turns out to be just ontic knowledge for the following one. Seen in this light, Putnam's conception of the contextually a priori questions the core assumption of Heidegger's interpretation of the ontological difference, namely, that there is an absolute and permanent dichotomy between two different kinds of knowledge, ontic and ontological, and their respective kinds of truths. According to Putnam, a statement is contextually a priori relative to a given body of theory, if it is not possible within such a body of theory to specify a way in which it could be actually false. As long as this is the case, Putnam would agree with Heidegger in claiming that this statement is indispensable for this body of theory in the specific sense that it cannot be questioned from within. But this by no means excludes the possibility that in the future some rival theory may be developed that will in fact show a specific way in which such a statement may actually be false and thus in need of revision. In this sense, Heidegger's relativization of the Kantian conception of a priority seems plausible in tracing its roots back to a hermeneutic origin, namely, the lack of interpretative alternatives in a given historical situation. But in the wake of Heidegger's hermeneutic idealism, the lack of interpretative alternatives turns out to be an intrinsic, and thus permanent, condition of any understanding of being as such, for any alternative to it must be necessarily meaningless. However, without any independent reasons to accept this idealist assumption, it does not seem plausible to interpret the lack of alternatives in a given hermeneutic situation as being anything more than what it seems, namely, an entirely contingent fact. To the extent that this situation cannot be overcome at will, it seems indeed just to confer a special status to our understanding of being as contextually a priori. But, to the extent that it could in principle be overcome, there seems to be no reason to interpret this status in the normative terms of an absolute authority over us that knowledge a priori was supposed to have before its hermeneutic transformation. The more I study nature around home, the more I am moved by it. The thunderstorm, perceived not only in its more extreme manifestations, but precisely as a power and feature among the various other forms of the sky, the light, active as a principle and resembling fate, working to impart national shape so that we might possess something sacred, the urgency of its comings and goings, the particular character of its forests, and the way in which the diversities of nature all converge in one area. So that all the holy places of the earth come together in a single place, and the philosophical light around my window, all this is now my joy. Let me not forget that I have come this far. Friedrich Hölderlin. Hans-Georg Gadamer, perhaps Heidegger's best-known student, described his own work as an attempt to adhere to, and to make accessible in a new way, the line of thinking developed by Heidegger in his essay, RST, given as a series of lectures 3 times between and, The Origin of the Work of Art, Der Ursprung des Kunstwerks. In this essay, Heidegger argues that the work of art is not to be construed in representational terms but rather in its character, as a work in opening and establishing a world. Heidegger takes as his central example a Greek temple. In fact, he seems to have in mind a very specific temple, the temple of Hera at Paestum, of which he writes, a building, a Greek temple, portrays nothing. It simply stands there in the middle of the rock-cleft valley. The building encloses the gur of the god, and in this concealment lets it stand out into the holy precinct through the open portico. By means of the temple, the god is present in the temple. The temple rsts together and at the same time gathers around itself the unity of those paths and relations in which birth and death, disaster and blessing, victory and disgrace, endurance and decline acquire the shape of destiny for human being. The all-governing expanse of this open relational context is the world of this historical people. The temple work, standing there, opens up a world. The temple, in its standing there, gives to things their look and to men their outlook on themselves. Crucial to this account is the role of the artwork in the establishing of a world, where such establishing is seen as identical with the happening of truth, understood, not uncontroversially, as that which allows things to be seen and so enables the possibility of particular truths. Heidegger thus focuses on the way in which a particular thing opens up a realm of understanding and illumination that goes beyond the particular thing itself. The particular thing, most characteristically the artwork, stands at the center of a larger horizon in which other things, an entire world, are brought to light within an essentially relational context, for they are shown in their relation to the thing that stands at the center of the horizon. For Gadamer, this account provides the basis for the development of a hermeneutic theory as well as an aesthetics. For me, what is of interest is its broader significance for philosophy and ontology as well as for the idea of the transcendental. In The Origin of the Work of Art, we see Heidegger trying to articulate what he later comes to call the topology of being, that is, an account of the place in which things come to presence, in which they come to be. In The Origin of the Work of Art, he refers to this place using the German Stadt, but elsewhere he talks of it in terms of topos, Ort, or Ortschaft, all of which can be translated as place, although Ortschaft is sometimes given as settlement or locality. Talk of place here carries a certain ambiguity, for the place of being names both a generalized structure that is variously described by Heidegger at different stages in his thinking. In The Origin of the Work of Art it is described in terms of the strife between the concealment of earth and the openness of world that is the twofold established in and through the work that is the temple, but since that structure is always a structure given particular instantiation in this place, so it also names each and every place in and around which things are brought to presence and the worlding of world occurs. The idea of the inquiry into being as an inquiry into the place of being is apparent very early in Heidegger's career, in his lecture notes from the course he gave in the summer semester in Freiburg. There we find him preoccupied with what he calls facticity, which he characterizes in terms of the way in which Dasein is in each case this Dasein in its being there for a while at a particular time. Facticity is that aspect of our own being according to which we find ourselves already given over to things, according to which our being is indeed always a being there according to which it is always already in the world. If the analysis of facticity is a central concern here, then, so too is Heidegger concerned to investigate the nature of the world and of the wherein that characterizes our own being in relation to the world. The world, claims Heidegger, is that which environs or surrounds us and also that toward which we are oriented, about which we are concerned and to which we attend. But how do we encounter the world? And if our encounter with the world is always an encounter with respect to particular things and situations, how are these encountered? Heidegger proposes to answer these questions by looking to our everyday, pre-critical encounter with things. The example on which he focuses is an ordinary thing of the home or the workplace, a table. How is the table encountered? We might be inclined to say, as a material thing, as something with such and such a weight, such and such a color, such and such a shape, as a thing that also offers an infinity of possible perceptual appearances. The thing as material, natural thing can be distinguished from the thing as it might be evaluated or used as it might be significant or meaningful. Heidegger denies, however, that the thing grasped as mere object, either as natural object or as meaningful object, is what is encountered. Instead, what is prior is the in the world as such, as that is articulated in and around specific things such as the table, but not any table, this table, the table before us now. Thus Heidegger tells us, this schema must be avoided. What exists are subjects and objects, consciousness and being. We cannot posit things aside from our dealings with those things, nor the selves involved in those dealings aside from things. Instead, Heidegger turns to an analysis of an example taken from his own being there, a description of the table in his family home. What is there in the room there at home is the table, not a table among many other tables in other rooms and other houses, at which one sits in order to write, have a meal, sew, play. Everyone sees this right away, e.g. during a visit. It is a writing table, a dining table, a sewing table. Such is the primary way it is a being encountered in itself. This characteristic of in order to do something is not merely imposed on the table by relating and assimilating it to something else which it is not. Its standing there in the room means, playing this role in such and such characteristic use. This and that about it is impractical, unsuitable. That part is damaged. It now stands in a better spot in the room than before. There's better lighting, for example, here and there it shows lines. The boys like to busy themselves at the table. Those lines are not just interruptions in the paint, but rather, it was the boys and it still is. This side is not the east side, and this side so many centimeters shorter than the other, but rather the one at which my wife sits in the evening when she wants to stay up and read. There at the table we had such and such a discussion that time, there that decision was made with a friend at that time, there that work was written at that time, there that holiday celebrated at that time. That is the table as such. It is there in the temporality of everydayness. There are a number of points that are worth noting in this passage. The RST is the way in which Heidegger takes the encounter with the world to have its origin and focus in our prior involvement with a particular thing that is itself implicated in a larger system of relationships. The world is thus understood as relational, but also as brought to focus around particular nodal points within the web of the relations that constitute the world. Moreover, in the encounter with the thing, we also encounter ourselves and others. What is primary, then, is not the bare encounter with some world, disconnected object, nor do we understand ourselves as that which stands in opposition to that object, but instead we nd self and thing presented together as part of one system of interrelation. With more recent philosophical developments in mind, we may say that the account Heidegger offers here is a form of externalist theory of the self. The account also bears comparison with Davidson's externalist position as articulated in papers such as Three Varieties of Knowledge, although there are notable differences. But it may be better to say that what Heidegger does here is to reject both externalist and internalist accounts, presenting instead a view according to which what comes is the world in which both self and thing are bound together and in which each is articulated in relation to the other. The account that is adumbrated in the lectures on facticity is, of course, further developed in Being and Time, Senuendizeit, published in. The question of being posed in the latter work is answered by looking to an analysis of the structure of the mode of being of a particular being, the being for whom being is itself in question and to which Heidegger gives the name, at least in this work, Dasein. From the outset it is important to note, however, that Heidegger's question of being not only in this work but throughout his thinking is not a question that asks for some underlying principle or definition of being, nor is it a question that asks for some sort of analysis of the internal ontological structure of independently existing entities. The question of being is not a question about how things, already understood as present to us, are constituted as the beings that they are, but, prior to this, it asks how it is that any being can even come to be present. In terms of the existing philosophical tradition, Heidegger's question of being must be understood as more closely related to the Kantian transcendental question concerning the conditions for the possibility of synthetic a priori judgment than it is to contemporary inquiries concerning identity, causality, and so forth as these relate to the structure of reality or the universe. Indeed, while this way of understanding the question of being is important for Heidegger's work as a whole, it is especially important for Being and Time, and the work of the late S and early S, precisely because of the way in which Heidegger's own thought during this period takes the form of a concentrated engagement with Kant, particularly with the critique of pure reason. Thus the projected second part of Being and Time was to have included a destruction of the history of ontology, in which Kant was a major focus, while the second major work Heidegger published after Being and Time was entirely devoted to the critique of pure reason. Heidegger's so-called Kant book, Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik. Since Being and Time takes the question of being as a question to be pursued through an analysis of the structure of Dasein, literally there/here being, and since Dasein is understood as being in the world, so the analysis of Dasein is also an analysis of the structure of world or worldhood. As in the earlier work, this analysis gives priority to the relational structure of active engagement in which both we and the things around us are brought together and mutually articulated. Thus Heidegger focuses the early part of his analysis in Being and Time on Dasein as being in the world, and so on the structure of being in and worldhood. As in the earlier work, Heidegger sees the world as established through the interrelations that obtain between Dasein and the things around it, as well as through the interrelations between those things as such. Indeed, Heidegger analyzes the structure of world in terms of the structure of equipment, das Zeug, that together constitutes a system of relationships or assignments. One system of such assignments, or part of one, is seen in the workshop, and he famously talks of the way in which the world is itself brought to light through the breakdown in the system of relationships between equipment through the broken tool. The structure of the being of what is ready to hand as equipment is determined by references or assignments. When an assignment has been disturbed, when something is unusable for some purpose, then the assignment becomes explicit. Even now, of course, it has not become explicit as an ontological structure, but it has become explicit ontically for the circumspection which comes up against the damaging of the tool. When an assignment to some particular towards this has been thus circumspectively aroused, we catch sight of the towards this itself, and along with it everything concerned with the work, the whole workshop as that wherein concern already dwells. The context of equipment is lit up, not as something never seen before, but as a totality constantly sighted beforehand in circumspection. With this totality, however, the world announces itself. The argument of Being and Time also makes clear, however, that the character of equipmental engagement is derivative of the structure of temporality, an idea present too in the hermeneutics of facticity, Hermeneutik der Faktizität. The ordering of self and thing within the larger horizon of the world is itself determined by the ordering of past, present, and future, something already indicated in the earlier work, and captured in terms of the notions of care, Zarga, and being toward death, both of which can be taken as tied essentially to facticity. It is through the being in question of Dasein's being, which is evident in care and in the recognition of death, that beings are themselves brought to presence. We might also say that it is through Dasein's being there, and so through the that is integral to Dasein's own being, and that is worked out in and through Dasein's concrete involvement with things, that any other being can be brought to light. The structure that is evident here is essentially the same as the structure that we saw earlier in the origin of the work of art, the coming to presence of things, the establishing of world, the happening of truth, occurs in and through a particular place or site, in and through the temple, in and through the here/there, the place, of sen. What distinguishes Being and Time from the later discussions, however, is that the framework of Being and Time includes no specific reference to topology but is instead pursued from within a transcendental framework, one that is also hermeneutically and phenomenologically nuanced, that is in accord with the Kantian orientation of the earlier work. It is significant, particularly in light both of Being and Time's transcendental orientation and of Heidegger's own later critique of the earlier work, that in Being and Time it is the projective activity of Dasein that seems to establish the ordering of equipment and the ordering of the world that comes from this. Indeed, the projective activity of Dasein is itself based in Dasein's own being as that is determined by care, being toward death, and temporality. In this respect, temporality can be seen as opening up space, the space within which the structure of equipmentality is itself articulated and thereby establishing a world. Rather like Bergson, Heidegger appears here to be temporalizing space, in reaction, perhaps, to the dominant spatialization of time. But insofar as the opening up of world is indeed based in Dasein's projecting character, and insofar as this is already presupposed in the idea of Dasein as the being for whom being is in question, so the structure of being, and the structure of world, is given just in the questioning, and questionable, character of Dasein's own being. World is founded in the projection of Dasein, which is not itself something that is determined by Dasein but is simply Dasein's own mode of being as such. The same is true in the origin of the work of art, although there the character of Dasein as projecting has been taken over by the role of the poet, or perhaps the statesman, as founding a world in the founding of a people and a destiny. It might seem, however, that in its general form the account I have so far outlined is problematic, if for no other reason than that it appears to be circular. If what is at issue is the coming to presence or appearing of things that is identical with the establishing of world, and if this occurs only in relation to that kind of being which is being in the world but which is itself worked out in relation to things and to world as such, then isn't this a strategy that looks to explain world, and the appearing of things within it, on the basis of that same world? Put more charitably, one might argue that Heidegger provides no real explanation, only a description. There is something right about this point, but it is correct only inasmuch as it reeks a core point in Heidegger's own approach. As Heidegger understands it, the question of being is not a question that is answered by looking to some explanatory or causal foundation, although to do so is precisely what metaphysics has traditionally attempted. But Heidegger claims that the metaphysical tradition has consistently misunderstood or forgotten being. Being is not some being apart from or in addition to beings. And that means there is nothing to which one can appeal in answer to the question of being other than being itself. It is this circularity that Heidegger himself brings to attention at a number of points in being and time. So what then is being? Nothing other than the appearing or presencing of beings as such, and that means that being and world, or at least what Heidegger calls the worlding of world, are closely tied together. Neither being nor world, however, can be explicated other than through an articulation of the structural elements that are integral to them. Thus the only possible strategy for Heidegger to adopt is indeed a certain descriptive strategy, a strategy that tries to explicate being through uncovering the structure within which certain elements are interrelated and unit. In this respect, Heidegger takes the Kantian idea of analytic, as set out in the Critique of Pure Reason, as the basis for his own methodology. Thus Heidegger writes, in the ontological sense, the analytic is not a reduction into elements, but the articulation of the a priori unity of a composite structure Strukturgefüge. This is also essential in my concept of the analytic of Dasein. Elsewhere he talks of the methodological tendency to derive everything and anything from some simple primal ground, a tendency he rejects in favor of a structure of what he terms equiprimordial elements. Gadamer himself addresses the aspect of Heidegger's approach that is at issue here, discussing its origins in the phenomenological method but also emphasizing its descriptive and visionary character. Heidegger was, he says, a thinker who sees, and this seeing occurs not only in momentary evocations in which a striking word is found and an intuition ashes for a eating moment. The entire conceptual analysis is not presented as an argued progression from one concept to another, rather the analysis is made by approaching the same thing from the most diverse perspectives, thus giving the conceptual description the character of the plastic arts, that is, the three-dimensionality of tangible reality. Heidegger looks always, in his analyses of being, to the elaboration of a single structure. In doing so, he does not seek to explain by looking to some principle outside or beyond what is to be explained. Here his strategy is usefully illustrated by appeal to the idea, if not quite of topology, then of topography. The method of topographical surveying is one that looks to build up a map of a certain landscape, not by looking to some single vantage point from which all can be seen or by deducing that landscape from some underlying and determining structure, but rather by looking to the way that landscape is constituted through the interrelations between the landmarks that make it up, a set of interrelations worked out through repeated triangulation and traverse. This topographical method is what essentially underlies Heidegger's later development of the idea of topology of what he terms a topologie des signes, although in his earlier work it is also associated with an explicitly transcendental mode of proceeding. Indeed, the transcendental can perhaps itself be understood as attempting something like such a topology, inasmuch as it too depends on the articulation of the unity of a set of interconnected elements within a single eld. Heidegger comes only gradually to articulate the ideas that are crucial here. And the way he sets those ideas out in Being and Time presents some problems that are quite distinct from any simple begging of the question. Those problems can be seen to underlie the shift in Heidegger's thinking that occurs around the time of the origin of the work of art and in the period immediately before and after the famous turning or reversal in his thinking, Die Kehr, which he presented not as a break with his earlier work so much as a continuation and radicalization of it. The turning is, however, an equivocal notion. It already appears in the plan of Being and Time, inasmuch as Division 3 of part of that work was supposed to have involved a turning from the temporality of Dasein to the temporality of being. Indeed, a common reading of the turning in Heidegger's thought is that it is also to be construed as a turning from Dasein, from human being, to being as such. The turning is thus often held to have its origin in Heidegger's inability to complete the project set out in Being and Time. There is no doubt that the turning is associated with Heidegger's shift away from the framework of Being and Time, although that framework is still present in Heidegger's thinking until at least, when it remains clearly present in the background of the infamous Rectorratsrede, but it is not to be simply assimilated to the same turning that was to have been accomplished in Being and Time. In fact, the turning refers to a movement in thinking itself, a movement that involves a turning back to being from the usual forgetfulness of being that characterizes metaphysics. In this respect, and inasmuch as it does indeed represent a modification, but not rejection, of the project partially carried out in Being and Time, the turning can be seen to involve a turning away from the transcendental, and, one might also say, metaphysical character of that project. Thus Heidegger himself criticizes Being and Time, particularly in the letter on humanism, Brief über den Humanismus, for remaining still too much within the framework of traditional metaphysics. Indeed, what Heidegger says of Being and Time in this regard is especially illuminating. Repeating a crucial sentence. From the introduction to Being and Time, being is the transcendence pure and simple. Heidegger comments that whether the definition of being as the transcendence pure and simple really does name the simple essence of the truth of being, this and this alone is the primary question for a thinking that attempts to think the truth of being. The notion of transcendence that is at issue here is a notion central to much of Heidegger's thinking, at least from the period, but the content of the notion requires some clarification. In the metaphysical foundations of logic, Metaphysisk Anfangsgrund der Logik, from Heidegger writes that, transcendence means the surpassing, the going beyond. Transcendence is the primordial constitution of the subjectivity of a subject. To be a subject means to transcend. Transcendence does not mean crossing a barrier that has fenced off the subject in an inner space. But what gets crossed over is the being itself that can become manifest to the subject on the very basis of the subject's transcendence. Therefore, what Dasein surpasses in its transcendence is not a gap or barrier between itself and objects. But beings, among which Dasein factically is, get surpassed by Dasein. Beings get surpassed and can subsequently become objects. That toward which the subject, as subject, transcends is not an object, not at all this or that being. That toward which the subject transcends is what we call world. Because this primordial being of Dasein, as surpassing, crosses over to a world, we characterize the basic phenomenon of Dasein's transcendence with the expression being in the world. This focus on the problem of transcendence, on being as transcendence, and on transcendence as naming the structure of human Dasein, of subjectivity, is characteristic of the framework that Heidegger develops in Being and Time. It also indicates the indebtedness of that work to Husserl and Kant, and so the extent to which that work operates within a transcendental and phenomenological framework. As Heidegger uses the term transcendental, however, it refers us to two senses of transcendence. The RST is the sense outlined above, the way in which Dasein transcends beings in the direction of world, or, as Heidegger puts it elsewhere, transcends objects in the direction of their objectness. The second is the sense involved in the idea of the transcendent as that which goes beyond world, and from which Kant himself clearly distinguishes the idea of the transcendental. The transcendental can be said to be that which underlies the structure of transcendence in both of these senses, as it refers us to the structure that makes possible transcendence in the RST sense and also marks off as unfounded transcendence in the second sense, although it is to the RST of these two senses that it relates more directly, and so, for Heidegger, the transcendental is most often understood as that which makes possible the transcendence of things in the direction of world. As it underlies such transcendence, so the analysis of the transcendental structure is always directed at the analysis of the structure of Dasein on the basis of which such transcendence is possible. In this respect, the transcendental as it appears in Heidegger is always associated with a particular set of philosophical, one might almost say metaphysical, commitments, and it is this on which Heidegger himself seems to focus in his discussions of the transcendental. The transcendental is always, for Heidegger, tied to the attempt to articulate the possibility of transcendence as it is grounded in the structure of human Dasein and understood in terms of Dasein's surpassing of beings in the direction of world and of being. It is perhaps no surprise, then, that Heidegger comes to view being and time itself as indeed still enmeshed in metaphysics, inasmuch as it remains preoccupied with the problem of transcendence. Moreover, since the focus on transcendence, and on the transcendental, is also part of Heidegger's engagement with Kant, so Heidegger's working through the problem of the transcendental is also a working through Kant, a working through from which he eventually emerges in the mid-s. As Heidegger later wrote in the preface to the republished edition of the Kant book, with being and time alone, soon clear that we did not enter into the real question. A refuge underway and not new discoveries in Kant philology. The turning in Heidegger's thinking is thus itself a turn back to being, away from the oblivion of being that is characteristic of metaphysics, away from forgetfulness of the proper relation between being and human being, away from the transcendental and the focus on transcendence, away from the preoccupation with the objectness of the object. So, in Contributions to Philosophy, from Benauwing, Beitrag zur Philosophie vom Erinnern, Heidegger writes, even when transcendence is grasped differently than up to now, namely as surpassing and not as the supersensible as a being, even then this determination all too easily dissembles what is own most to Dasein. For, even in this way, transcendence still presupposes an under and this side untenuendi disates and is in danger of still being misinterpreted after all as the action of an I and a subject. Moreover, just as the idea of transcendence drops away, so too is the notion of Dasein recongured. Thus, while Heidegger often insists that being and time had already clearly rejected any simply subjectivism or idealism, nevertheless he also tells us that in being and time, Dasein still stands in the shadow of the anthropological, the subjectivistic, and the individualist, etc. In fact, the term Dasein appears less frequently in Heidegger's work after the mid-s. And if we look to the Beitrag, some 10 or so years later than being and time, we nd that Dasein is regularly hyphenated and also seems no longer to refer to the essence of human being in the way it had in. If Dasein does continue to refer to the essence of human, that is, mortal, being, then it does so by naming that in the sway of which mortal being always stands, but which also encompasses the other elements of world as their origin and ground. In the Beitrag, Dasein names something much closer to a topos, a place, and instead of the structure of being in the world that was the focus of being and time, Heidegger now elaborates a structure that is the structure of the da of sen, the topos of being. Dasein is the opened, cleared realm, the between that unites as well as differentiates the elements of world, thereby allowing the world itself to open. Indeed, the world is this disclosive opening, revealing the things that stand within that world, giving to humans the possibility of a history and a future. As Heidegger comments, Dasein is to be taken as time-space, not in the sense of the usual concepts of time and space but as the site for the moment of the grounding of the truth of being, and again Dasein is the turning point in the turning of Awareness. Dasein is the between das Zwischen between man, as history grounding, and gods, in their history. The between Zwischen is not one that rst ensues from the relation of gods to humans, but rather that between Zwischen which above all grounds the time-space for the relation. Moreover, while Dasein is to be understood as this between, it is nevertheless not to be understood in terms of transcendence. This between is, however, not a transcendence with reference to man. Rather it is the opposite, that open to which man belongs as the founder and preserver, wherein as Dasein he is en ondrinet by being itself, being that holds sway as nothing other than en owning Awareness. Transcendence itself can only be understood on the basis of this owning and opening. The turning is thus the turning of the Awareness itself, in which mortals are brought into the sway of being and in which a world is established through the opening of the there, the place. The shift away from transcendence, away from human Dasein as identical with transcendence, is inevitably, of course, a shift away from the framework of being and time. Gadamer directs attention to a marginal note in Being and Time in which Heidegger talks of the place of the understanding of being, statt des Seinsverständnisses, an expression with which, says Gadamer, Heidegger wants to mediate between the older point of departure from Dasein, in which its being is at stake, and the new movement of thought of the there in which Dasein or being forms a clearing. In the word place statt this latter emphasis comes to the fore. It is the scene of an event and not primarily the site of an activity by Dasein. The core concepts are now the concepts of truth, understood as aletheia, uncovering, and openness, as the opening of the place of being. Thus, at the end of the essay The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking, Das Ende der Philosophie und die Aufgabe des Denkens, Heidegger writes: does the name for the task of thinking then read instead of being and time, opening and presence? In this way we can characterize the Heideggerian shift away from the transcendental precisely in terms of a shift in how Heidegger understands the Da. Yet in characterizing the shift in this way, what remains constant is the essentially topological orientation of Heidegger's thought, an orientation that is constant from the period of being and time and earlier, through to the Beiträge, and after. Heidegger's abandonment of the transcendental is thus an abandonment of the preoccupation with transcendence, not an abandonment of the topology that is itself a crucial element in the idea of the transcendental and that is even present, I would suggest, in Kant. The structure that we see set out in the Beiträge is developed further in Heidegger's later thinking. In particular, the Awareness structure we end in the Beiträge, expressed in terms of the fourfold, das Gewird, of earth, sky, gods, and mortals itself understood as the gathering and establishing of world, is the explicit focus of essays such as The Thing, Das Ding, and Building Dwelling Thinking, Bauen Wohnen Denken, from End. But as in his earlier work, this Awareness, this gathering of world and of the elements of world to one another, while it is a gathering that can be described in ways that are not dependent on any particular place or thing, nevertheless occurs always in relation to specific things and places. In Building Dwelling Thinking, Heidegger uses the example of a bridge, and one of the bridges he has in mind is clearly the Alde Bruck in the city of Heidelberg. The bridge swings over the stream with ease and power. It does not just connect banks that are already there. The banks emerge as banks only as the bridge crosses the stream. With the banks, the bridge brings to the stream the one and the other expanse of the landscape lying behind them. It brings stream and bank and land into each other's neighborhood. The bridge gathers the earth as landscape around the stream. The bridge lets the stream run its course and at the same time grants their way to mortals so that they may come and go from shore to shore. Always and ever differently the bridge escorts the lingering and hastening ways of men to and fro. The bridge gathers, as a passage that crosses, before the gods, whether we explicitly think of, and visibly give thanks for, their presence. The bridge gathers to itself in its own way earth and sky, divinities and mortals. The bridge is a place. As such it allows a space into which earth and sky, gods and mortals are admitted. Significantly, while the bridge only appears within a cleared realm, a world, that itself necessarily involves mortals, as it also involves the gods, earth, and sky, still the bridge is not something that is brought into salience merely through the projective activity of mortals. The building of the bridge is something mortals do, but the appearing of the bridge as a bridge is brought about through the worlding of the world, that is, through the world's coming to be as world, through the gathering of the elements of world within the differentiating unity of the fourfold. In this latter respect, the ordering and establishing of world that enables the bridge to appear as a bridge also enables the mortals themselves to come to light. This means, of course, that the mortals come to light precisely as mortal as beings that die, but here it is not so much death as our own most possibility that is given primary emphasis, death as a mark of radical nitude, of essential uncanniness, which was the focus of being and time, but rather death as nothingness, as the ultimate ungroundedness of things, death as the marker of our belonging to the constant sway of being. Recognizing our being as mortals, then, is not a matter simply of facing up to the fact that we die, but more significantly, it means recognizing the way in which we are already given over to the world, to the fourfold that also encompasses the gods, earth, and sky. It is a matter of recognizing our own belonging within the sway of being, of our own already being gathered into the opening and presencing of what Heidegger calls awareness. To say that we dwell is to say that we already belong, as mortals, to the fourfold, but it is also to call upon us to grasp the fact of that dwelling. And while Heidegger is not clear on this point, dwelling would seem to refer to both our prior belonging in this fashion, to our being always already given over to dwelling and so to gathering of awareness, and to the possibility of that prior belonging itself becoming a determining element in the manner of that dwelling. Dwelling is a matter of our prior belonging, and it is also a matter of our being recalled to that belonging, a matter of remembrance and of return. The happening of world that occurs in and through the gathering of the fourfold is also, in the language of the Beitrage, the happening of descent. It is, we might say, the placing of being. Similarly, awareness is a matter of topoiesis, a gathering/opening of/ into place. As the manner of mortal being is dwelling, so dwelling is always a being in place, and not merely being in the world. Yet although the place at issue here is not the idea of some abstract generality we are always brought to place here/there, in this very spot, still there is no one place that can be given primacy here, no one place that is privileged in respect of being, no one place that alone allows us properly to dwell. The happening of place, as a gathering of world, and so as an opening and presencing, does not distinguish between the Black Forest or a Greek island, between Times Square or the Australian outback. There may well be differences in the exact manner of the gathering and happening of place in these cases, but in each there is a placing, a gathering, an awareness. Aside from attentiveness to the different character of each such placing, the difficulty is to keep sight of the way in which the happening of being is always such a coming to place, and so is always concretely placed in this way, and yet is not exclusive to any one such place. Yet inevitably, of course, one will end oneself calling upon one's own place, one's vocabulary of place, in the attempt to talk about the happening, the placing, that is at issue here, and Heidegger is certainly no exception in this regard. Nevertheless, inasmuch as Heidegger is indeed centrally concerned to understand place as the of being, so the place he seeks to understand is not any particular place but rather the place that makes every such place possible. In the Conversation on a Country Path, Feldweggespräch, we end Heidegger struggling to end a language in which to express this idea. The region gathers, just as if nothing were happening, each to each and each to all into an abiding, while resting in itself. Regioning is a gathering and resheltering, for an expanded resting in an abiding. So the region itself is at once an expanse and an abiding. It abides into the expanse of resting. It expands into the abiding of what has been freely turned toward itself. This regioning is just the idea of the coming to be of a place that is the place of the fourfold, but that is not a place that looks inward so much as expanding outward, a place that opens into world. Indeed, the Heideggerian idea that the fundamental concern of thinking is to uncover and to articulate this place of being, which is that which opens out to a world while it also enables mortals to see themselves in their relation to the elements of the world. Earth, sky, and gods can be seen as telling us something about both world and place. On this account, place is indeed an opening or clearing, while the world is that which can only come to pass inasmuch as it is opened up through such a clearing. Yet no one clearing achieves this. The clearing occurs everywhere that gods and mortals, earth, and sky are brought together. Only in and through such a clearing is world possible, because only in and through such a clearing can the interconnectedness of world be brought into its proper, if differentiated, unity. Moreover, only in and through such a clearing can world be constituted as an opening into possibility, into inity. Inite means that the ends and the sides, the regions of the relation do not stand by themselves cut off and one-sidedly, rather, freed of one-sidedness and nitude, they belong innately to one another in the relation which thoroughly holds them together from its center. The center, so called because it centers, that is, mediates, is neither earth nor heaven, God, nor man. The inity that is to be thought here is abysmally different from that which is merely without end, which, because of its uniformity, allows no growth. On the other hand, the more tender relation of earth and heaven, God and man, can become more innate. For what is not one-sided can come more purely to light from the intimacy in which the named four are bound to each other. The world is thus not, contra Wittgenstein, all that is the case. It is not a mere sum or totality but a complex, differentiated, and innate unity. The emphasis on the complex unity of the world, and on place as the focal point for such unity, is particularly significant, for it is already evident in the idea of the transcendental as concerned with explicating the structure of transcendence in terms of the integral connection of what Heidegger terms equiprimordial elements. The problem with the transcendental is that it sees the structure at issue here as having to be grounded in the structure of a Dasein that is itself tied, in one way or another, to human subjectivity. Moreover, inasmuch as it is already based on the idea of an explication of the structure of transcendence as a surpassing by Dasein in the direction of world, so it already presents a bifurcation between Dasein as that which is the ground of transcendence and world as that toward which transcendence must move. Transcendence thus arises as a problem out of the distinction between Dasein and its world that the transcendental aims to overcome. This is itself evident in the bifurcation in the idea of transcendence that enables it to refer both to the idea of Daseins reaching out beyond objects to their objectness, beyond beings to world, and to that which goes beyond Dasein and world. The problem with the transcendental, then, is that in spite of its already topological orientation, it is nevertheless predicated on a way of understanding being that is already disjunctive, already threatens the unity of being's occurrence. Indeed, one might go so far as to say that this disjunction remains present to some extent in that central Heideggerian idea of the ontological difference and its emphasis on the distinction between being and beings. It is precisely for this reason that the ontological difference must be understood not in terms of the disjunction between being and beings. This is how the metaphysical tradition has understood, and thereby misunderstood and obliterated, the difference, but rather in terms of their essential belonging together. The ontological difference thus properly names the same belonging together that is referred to in terms of the between that holds open the structure of world. It is this same difference that is referred to by Heidegger in his poem on Cézanne. In the late work of the painter, the twofoldness of what is present and of presence has become one, realized and overcome at the same time, transformed into a mysterial identity. The attempt to articulate the place of being is itself an attempt to articulate what Cézanne paints, the differentiated unity that is the happening of world in and through place. The explicit focus on place, on topos, Ort, Ortschaft in Heidegger's late thinking is thus not tied up with some romantic longing or nostalgia for a Heimish origin. Instead, it follows from the topological character of Heidegger's thinking as a whole and is a direct consequence of the attempt to address the question of being in a way that remains true to being as such, but which is also true to the belonging together of being and beings, of presence and what is present. All of Heidegger's thought, as he himself said, can be construed as an attempt to articulate the place of being. And in doing this, what Heidegger attempts is something that is difficult and even obscure, largely because it is so fundamental, so simple, and so close. The one thing thinking would like to attain and for the rest time tries to articulate in being and time is something simple. As such, being remains mysterious, the simple nearness of an unobtrusive prevailing. And elsewhere he writes to think being does not require a solemn approach and the pretension of arcane erudition, nor the display of rare and exceptional states as in mystical raptures, reveries, and swoonings. All that is needed is simple wakefulness in the presence of any random unobtrusive being, an awakening that all of a sudden sees that the being is. The homecoming that Heidegger and D.S. spoken of in Hölderlin is thus a homecoming that indeed consists in a remembrance of and a return to a place that properly we can never leave. Heidegger's task of thinking is to achieve such a homecoming that must always be carried out in each and every place and time. We may choose to say that, for Heidegger, philosophy itself is such a homecoming, but we may also wonder, as Heidegger did himself, whether it is proper to speak of this still as philosophy at all. Heidegger talks of thinking, a kind of meditative thinking, that looks to preserve the place of being, to speak it, and in so doing provide us with a reminder of who and what we are, of our own being as mortal creatures, born and destined to die, and yet nevertheless given over to a world that itself shines, as Heidegger puts it, as a world that shines in the truth and beauty of gathered place. In this chapter I want to interrogate Heidegger's commitment to a transcendental phenomenology during his so-called phenomenological decade, roughly in relation to Husserl's parallel project of transcendental RST philosophy in those same years. Husserl initially conceived of phenomenology in the logical investigations, Logisk Untersuchungen, as theory of knowledge, Erkenntnistheorie, but, in his mature transcendental period that began with ideas Ideen I, he reconceived it as RST philosophy, reviving Aristotle's Protophilosophia, without regard, as he put it, to the sediment history of the phrase. By this RST philosophy he did not mean metaphysics or epistemology. Neo-Kantianism had made epistemology the RST philosophy, but rather a philosophy of beginnings instituting itself in the most radical philosophical self-consciousness. At the very time Husserl was lecturing on Protophilosophia, Heidegger began composing Being and Time, Seine und die Zeit, as a contribution to phenomenological ontology, radically revising the Greek problematic of being for the contemporary age. As is well known, despite their close personal contacts, Husserl's and Heidegger's projects steadily grew apart in the mid-s. Nevertheless, there are strong links between these approaches to philosophy. Both emphasize the need to return to concrete experience, getting to the matters themselves. Both are interested in specifying conditions of possibility. Both want to appeal to self-evidence. Both accept the possibility of Wesensschau, not as a mystical practice but as attention to what is revealed in all revealing. Both want to anchor conceptuality in preconceptual givenness, to do justice to the world as the backdrop and horizon of validity for all experience. Both wanted to have genuine grounding as opposed to merely apparent grounding. Both assume that there is an essence to philosophy itself and that its primary establishment, Stiftung, in ancient Greece continues to have significance if one peels back the sediment history that has accrued to it. Both are involved in a rethinking or deconstruction of the history of philosophy. But, besides their parallel approaches to phenomenology, is there a deeper philosophical relationship between Husserl's RST philosophy, the science of the all, with its search for ultimate foundation, Letztbegründung, through an account of the genesis and constitution of the ultimate sense, letzter Sinn, that is, the sense of being or being sense, Sinn, and validity of being or being validity, Seinsgeltung, of all entities, and Heidegger's inquiry into the meaning of being. Sinn von Sein? To investigate this question, I shall proceed by tracing the parallels between the thematics of these two thinkers in their lecture courses during that period, including their unsuccessful collaborative project on the article on phenomenology for the Encyclopaedia Britannica. The being question. According to Heidegger's Self-Reactions, his entire life's path in philosophy was motivated by the being question, Die Seinsfrage, a question that also calls for reaction on the meaning of philosophy itself, provoking complex questions about its historical achievement and essential possibility. Husserl, too, was interested in the meaning of philosophy, especially in the S. His Erste Philosophie lecture course opens with an account of the Greek breakthrough to the universal and the ideal in Plato, and then proceeds with detailed analyses of the emergence of transcendental philosophy in Descartes, its naturalistic distortion with Locke, and the recovery of the transcendental in Kant. Husserl, of course, was intent on elaborating his phenomenology in transcendental terms, but he used several different modes of approach into this domain. He is best known for his Cartesian way of approaching transcendental phenomenology, portraying it as a radicalized exploration of the true meaning of the Cartesian discovery of the ego cogito, especially in the period dating from his London lectures to his Paris lectures. Meanwhile, Heidegger, at the same time, was intent precisely on deconstructing that Cartesian legacy, which he diagnosed as bearer of a deep metaphysical residue that he initially located in the Latin transmission of Greek thought but later found at the heart of the Greek experience itself. However, as is now well documented, Husserl's so-called Cartesianism was just one face of a many-sided approach. Equally important as the Cartesian way is the way of thinking about the transcendental held by contrasting it with the psychological domain. In fact, the difference between psychological and transcendental subjectivity is a theme that is common to both the Cartesian way and the way through psychology. Heidegger, too, was struggling to express his own unique problematic of the meaning of being. In the lectures leading up to Being and Time, and in that work itself, Heidegger remains within the framework of the Husserlian legacy of transcendental philosophy, and develops his existential analytic of Dasein specifically within the tension between natural, mundanized subjectivity and transcendental subjectivity. Heidegger thought that Dasein cut across that opposition and offered the beginnings of a solution to the transcendental problematic. Husserl, of course, regarded it as a collapse back into naturalism and anthropologism. What I want to show in this chapter is that, whatever was the precise motivation for Heidegger's long engagement with Die Seinsfrage, he could not have formulated his question without deep absorption in the central problematic of Husserl's transcendental phenomenology. Heidegger's problem is not the legacy of the Greeks but the manner in which the meaning of everything that appears as such can have its site in a night, temporal, mundanized existent, Dasein. The origin of Heidegger's being question, at least in the manner in which he originally broached it in Being and Time, is to be found in Husserl. From the outset of Husserl's career he had been concerned with the conditions that make objective knowledge possible, and was precisely documenting the nature of objectivity in its many varieties, including real being, possible being, and so on. He often speaks of the totality of all things as being of the totality of what is or the being of the world, and he speaks of his project as an attempt to understand the relation between consciousness and the all. According to the Cartesian Meditations, phenomenology proposes to solve the problem of objective being. The central claim of his transcendental phenomenology was that every experience of beings is at the same time an experience of beings as appearing to and correlated with a constituting subjectivity, and that the objects that appear to consciousness are achievements, accomplishments, or performances, Leistungen, of that consciousness. The nature of Husserl's transcendental outlook is well expressed in the crisis. As scientists, can we content ourselves with the view that God created the world and human beings within it? The enigma of the creation and that of God himself are essential component parts of positive religion. For the philosopher, however, this, and also the juxtaposition subjectivity in the world as object and at the same time conscious subject for the world, contain a necessary theoretical question, that of understanding how this is possible. It was that essential correlation between being and side of appearance of being that Heidegger inherited as his central problem. The question of being, as it is posed in Heidegger's lecture series, History of the Concept of Time, which might be considered the RST draft of Being and Time, emerges from a sustained and penetrating critique of Husserl's transcendental phenomenology. In particular, Heidegger makes problematic the being of Husserl's constituting subject. While acknowledging that Husserl was laudably trying to develop a deeper account of subjectivity in his own phenomenological psychology lecture course of the same semester, which he sees as a Diltheian project of reviving a personalistic psychology, history of the concept of time, he then criticizes Husserl both for neglecting the being question and even for distorting the grounds that would make it possible to pose that question in a radical way. Heidegger detected in Husserl, especially in Ideas I, an unquestioned presumption drawn from traditional philosophy, specifically, that there existed an essential distinction between material being and the being of consciousness, such that consciousness was absolute being. As he wrote in, meanwhile phenomenology in Husserl's sense was elaborated into a distinctive philosophical position according to a pattern set by Descartes, Kant, and Fichte. The historicity of thought remained completely foreign to such a position. The being question, unfolded in Being and Time, parted company with this philosophical position, and that on the basis of what to this day I still consider a more faithful adherence, Festhaltens, to the principle of phenomenology. Despite these emerging disagreements, Heidegger stresses, even as he offers a penetrating critique of Husserl, that it almost goes without saying that even today I still regard myself as a learner, als Lernender, in relation to Husserl. 2 years later in Being and Time he wrote, "The following investigation would not have been possible if the ground had not been prepared by Edmund Husserl, with whose logical investigations phenomenology first emerged. Our comments on the preliminary conception of phenomenology have shown that what is essential in it does not lie in its actuality as a philosophical movement. Higher than actuality stands possibility. We can understand phenomenology only by seizing upon it as a possibility." In his autobiographical essay My Way to Phenomenology, Heidegger claimed that what he gained from Husserl and from phenomenology was the practice of phenomenological seeing. Indeed, both in his explicitly phenomenological decade and in his post-care writings, Heidegger frequently explicates his philosophy as a genuine phenomenological seeing in contrast to other superficial conceptions of phenomenology that lay claim to essential insight without justification. Thus, in his letter to Richardson of, Heidegger portrays himself as a phenomenologist. Similarly, in a letter to Eugen Fink he says that phenomenology does not refer to a particular direction of philosophy. It names a possibility that continues to exist today, i.e., making it possible for thinking to attain the things themselves, or to put it more clearly, to attain the matter of thinking. As he had written in, I was trying to think the nature of phenomenology in a more originary manner. Heidegger struggled with Husserl's phenomenological approach to being right from the start. In the theology faculty of Freiburg University, where Heidegger studied from to, Husserl's logical investigations lay on his desk ever since his RST semester there. Surely Husserl, a student of Brentano, could shed light on the problem of the underlying unity of the manifold senses of being. Heidegger was drawn to Husserl's endorsement of the objectivity of truth that seemed compatible with scholastic realism, and to the sixth logical investigation with its discussion of categorical intuition that allowed the dimension of supersensuous being to appear. In sixth investigation, section, Husserl explains that the concept of being is not arrived at through reaction on the judgment but is given in the foulement of the judgment itself. The concept of being can arise only when some being, actual or imaginary, is set before our eyes, and being set before our eyes here involves an intuition broader than sensuous intuition. Sixth logical investigation. The message of the sixth investigation is that being appears in a distinct kind of founded judgment. Part of Heidegger's fascination with the investigations was that Husserl had defended ideal truths, objective senses, and the direct intuitive grasp of non-sensuous categorical entities. But Heidegger was also drawn to Husserl's resolute anti-naturalism. Husserl had already rejected psychologism, which in his lecture course on he called the original sin of philosophy, the sin against the Holy Spirit of philosophy. Soon afterward, in Philosophy as a Rigorous Science, Philosophie als Strengwissenschaft, he was attacking the project of the naturalization of consciousness and naturalism in general. He now sought to construe the activity of constituting consciousness in a non-psychological, non-naturalistic manner. Heidegger accepted this transcendental anti-naturalistic orientation, but he actually thought Husserl retained a commitment to naturalism in his starting point, namely, the natural attitude and its supposedly inherent assumption that humans were to be construed as rational animals, homo animal rationale. In Husserl's stratification of attitudes, according to Heidegger, the fundamental stratum is still the naturally real, das Naturwirkliche, upon which the psychic is built, and upon the psychic the spiritual. Heidegger was never comfortable with Husserl's retention of metaphysically loaded concepts of subject, the Latinized thinking of to hypokaimenon, and consciousness, instead of attempting a more unprejudiced description of the being that discloses beings in the being, namely, what he would call Dasein. Although, in his On the Essence of Ground, Vom Wesen des Grunds, Heidegger acknowledges if one chooses the title subject for that being that we ourselves in each case are and that we understand as Dasein, then we may say that transcendence designates the essence of the subject, that it is the fundamental structure of subjectivity. Being and Time would claim that phenomenology required that study of the intentional structures of consciousness needed to be replaced with the more fundamental study of the relation between Dasein and being itself. As Heidegger later wrote, what occurs for the phenomenology of the acts of consciousness as the self-manifestation of phenomena is thought more originally by Aristotle and in all Greek thinking and existence as aletheia, as the unconcealedness of what is present, its being revealed, its showing itself. We shall leave aside the Greek spin on phenomenology, to concentrate on the manner in which Heidegger radicalizes transcendental phenomenology. Heidegger still followed Husserl's project of explicating the modes of givenness of objectivity in terms of a set of structured and gradated achievements, but now the achievements are attributed to Dasein in its relation to world. In Being and Time, he even endorses a kind of transcendental idealism as having an advantage in principle over realism if what the term idealism says, amounts to the understanding that being can never be explained by entities but is already that which is transcendental for every entity, then idealism affords the only correct possibility for a philosophical problematic. Of course, idealism is not usually construed as the thesis that being is transcendental for every entity, and indeed Heidegger himself observes that adopting this definition would mean that Aristotle, along with Kant, would be considered idealists. But the point, for Heidegger, is that the meaning of objective being lies beyond or behind those beings, transcendental to them. This transcendental domain has been construed by idealists as consciousness, but this does not clarify the nature of the region in question. Dasein, on the other hand, with its intrinsic relation to being, offers a chance for clarification. Interestingly, Husserl himself, when he nearly came to grips with Being and Time, thought that the root of the disagreement between himself and Heidegger concerned the issue of transcendental philosophy. In his Amsterdam lecture of June he focuses precisely on the meaning of transcendental philosophy. He points out that the transcendental question can be posed in several ways. It is the problem of cognition or of consciousness. It is the problem of the possibility of objectively valid science. It is the problem of the possibility of metaphysics and so on. But what concerns him in particular is the manner in which being gets rethought as certainty of being, a shift he attributes to Descartes. Transcendental self-reaction involves the new awareness that a universal belief in being owes through and sustains my entire life. This constant certitude of being has up to that point sustained all scientific inquiry. However, the new transcendental science must put this certitude under the epicure. Both the whole world, the totality of entities, and myself as an individual human being are put under suspension. The world becomes world phenomenon, specifically a stream of experiences. World in the sense of this universal phenomenon of validity is obviously inseparable from transcendental consciousness. Husserl was the RST to articulate the importance of worldhood and the backdrop of horizons that make possible the subject's acts of meaning intending. The world transcends all experiences and makes them possible and gives them validity by offering a backdrop for the harmonious course of experience. To conceive of a transcendental ego is also always to conceive of a world correlated with it. Heidegger's discussion of the structures of worldhood, and especially the correlation between Dasein and world, such that Dasein can be characterized essentially as being in the world, in der Welt sein, is an essential development of the Husserlian theme, but it does so without putting the world in brackets as world phenomenon. Husserl would react to Heidegger's move by calling it anthropology, suggesting he had fallen back into naivete by seeking to ground the world in a night being who was part of that world, something his own transcendental philosophy had overcome. Clearly, then, the nature of Heidegger's transcendental phenomenology of the S needs to be explicated by careful comparison with Husserl's project in that very period. In order to make sense of the relation between Husserlian constitution of Sensen and Heideggerian Seinsfrage, I shall rstbri rehearse Husserl's and Heidegger's sense of their respective philosophical missions, and then examine some of their complex interactions in order to situate Heidegger's transcendental philosophy as an extension of Husserl's mature phenomenology. The task of phenomenology, as Husserl makes clear in his Erste Philosophie lectures, the whole purpose of philosophy in its Socratic primal instituting, Erstiftung, is to achieve the examined life, the life of Selbstbesinnung, which is also the life of complete self-responsibility. In his early Halle and Göttingen years, Husserl spoke of this philosophical aim more narrowly as a phenomenological clarification of the conceptual elements, objects, and subjective performances that contribute to the theory and critique of knowledge, Erkenntnistheorie and Erkenntniskritik, with regard to the components of scientific knowledge. His aim was to clarify the epistemology of the statements of scientific knowledge. How do they gain their sense? What grounds their validity? In particular, of course, he was interested in grounding logical claims, but his overall aim was a critique of science as such. But the initial investigations were primarily focused on the nature of objectivity and the kind of warrant held by statements claiming to objective status. Interestingly, Husserl's analysis of the formal category of object as such led him to develop formal ontology, a term inserted into the second edition of the investigations to refer to the pure, a priori theory of the forms of objects as such and their component parts, example the very concepts of part, whole, relation, and so on that allow one to refer to objects at all. Husserl went on to contrast this formal ontology with the various material or regional ontologies that dealt with specific objects, example nature. Formal ontology is always seen by Husserl as the counterpart of logic understood as assertive or apophantic. Formal ontology, however, does not deal with the experience of being or with the fundamental correlation between consciousness and being. These themes belong to phenomenology, the investigation of the relation between consciousness and being. As Husserl explains in If epistemology will nevertheless investigate the problems of the relationship between consciousness and being, it can have before its eyes only being as the correlate of consciousness, as something intended after the manner of consciousness, as perceived, remembered, expected, represented pictorially, imagined, identified, distinguished, believed, opined, evaluated, etc. Being is always being for consciousness. Consciousness, on the other hand, is absolute being, and Husserl never wavers from this position, as he put it in Ideas I. Since all concepts have to be traced back to their origins in intuition, must the sense of being, sense sin, too be located in lived experience. Husserl locates the original sense of being in perceptual certainty. Being is given in perception as that which is itself there, with complete certainty. As Husserl writes in his lecture on Kant, perception is what originally makes us conscious of the realities existing for us and the world as actually existing. To cancel out all such perception, actual and possible, means, for our total life of consciousness, to cancel out the world as objective sense, als Gegenstand Sinn, and as validating actuality for us, als uns geltend Wirklichkeit. It means to remove from all world thought, in every signification of this word, the original basis of sense and legitimacy, den Ursprunglichen Sinns und Rechtsboden. In other words, perception is what gives rise to the being sense and the original consciousness of validity. As he writes in his passive and active synthesis lectures, every normal perception is a consciousness of validity. Building on the primitive certainty or erdoza of sense perception, Husserl nds more and more layers of being correlated with high-order cognitive acts, including judgments. The radical doctrine of categorical intuition, which interested Heidegger so much, claims that there are higher levels of givenness beyond the sensory. Being and properties of the object are given in higher-order intuitions, founded on the sensuous. As Heidegger himself explicates in his History of the Concept of Time lectures, categorical acts are founded acts, in other words, everything categorical ultimately rests on sense intuition. Heidegger comments that a broadened concept of the sensuous is at work here, such that spatiality, for instance, is sensuously apprehended, although not by means of sense data. Heidegger writes, sensuousness is a formal phenomenological concept and refers to all material content as it is already given by the subject matters themselves. For Heidegger, Husserlian phenomenology provided a means for grasping the revelation of being. Furthermore, constitution really meant letting be seen. Constituting does not mean producing in the sense of making and fabricating, it means letting the entity be seen in its objectivity. It is the transcendental ego that constitutes sense and being, as Husserl put it in the Cartesian Meditations. Transcendence in every form is a within the ego, self-constituting being. Sense transcendens in jeder Form ist ein innerhalb der Ego sich constituierender Senssinn. Husserl saw his program as tracing the layers of constituted meaning in all aspects of meaningful reality, including not just the actual but every possible world, insofar as every such world is correlated with a subjectivity and an actual or possible consciousness. Indeed, phenomenology, carried out with systematic concreteness, is eo ipso transcendental idealism, albeit in a fundamentally new sense. He adds that this idealism is not the product of arguments against realism, but rather from close investigations of constituting consciousness in all its possible modalities. Thus he asserts the proof of this idealism is therefore phenomenology itself. Only someone who misunderstands either the deepest sense of intentional method, or that of transcendental reduction, or perhaps both, can attempt to separate phenomenology from transcendental idealism. Also in Husserl writes, the whole of phenomenology is nothing more than scientific self-examination on the part of transcendental subjectivity. Various claims have been made for how radically Husserl himself interprets the constitution of sense and being, or being sense, by transcendental subjectivity. As Fink points out, he does on occasion speak of constitution as creation. A. D. Smith has recently defended a particularly strong interpretation of this idealism. I also believe that Husserl intended it in a strong sense. There is no being, no reality, no world, other than those constituted by transcendental subjectivity. To even think of an entity beyond consciousness is a countersense. Of course there are complicating factors in interpreting the meaning of this idealism. Husserl explicitly rejected any solipsistic construal of his idealism, and was emphatically neither a Berkeleyan nor a Kantian. His transcendental ego has corporeality, is embodied in the world, is intersubjectively constituted, has practical motivations, and so on. Already, he was stressing the complexity of the layered intersubjective life. The task necessarily arises of descriptively pursuing systematically coherent multiplicities of consciousness which pertain essentially to the cognitively becoming aware of objectivities of every category. Every category of possible objectivities designates an index for a methodic regularity of possible psychic life, every possible real world, a regularity of possible, intersubjective psychic life. Husserl emphasized the intersubjective grounding of objectivity. Transcendental intersubjectivity is the absolute and only self-sufficient foundation, Seinsboden, out of which everything objective, the totality of objectively real entities, but also every objective ideal world, draws its sense and validity. Moreover, especially in the later work, as Dan Zahavi and Nathalie Depraz have shown, the Husserlian subject is shot through with the non-ego, with the foreign, das Ich Fremd, and so on. Just as temporal presence involves and includes absence, and perception has a necessary absent element, so also the ego implies the non-ego. These are difficult themes in the later Husserl, but they were already consistently to be found in his lectures and writings between and, in his Freiburg period generally. But in all his transcendental discussions, the key point for Husserl is to overcome naivete and to gain, and sustain, the absolute attitude of the transcendental onlooker. The transcendental attitude is to be contrasted with the manner in which we normally live our lives anonymously in the natural attitude. The natural attitude is the form in which the total life of humanity is realized in running its natural, practical course. It was the only form from millennium to millennium, until out of science and philosophy there developed unique motivations for a revolution, Umwendung. Husserl's genius in part lay in identifying the kinds of attitude that illuminate beings in their specific entitative and senseful status, that is, their sense-sin. The epoche and reduction are introduced in order to break the grip of the dominant natural attitude, entwined as it has been since the modern breakthrough of Galileo with the mathematical scientific attitude, in order to grasp the hidden constituting subjectivity at work. To every objectivity there corresponds a set of constituting acts, not to be construed in an active sense, and indeed objectivities only come to light when approached through a certain attitude. To being actual there corresponds the attitude of certainty, but there are other modalizations of attitudes that yield objectivities under different modalities, possibility, theobitability, etc. There are many kinds of attitude, Einstellung, but the most prominent are the natural attitude, the personalistic attitude, which humans take to each other and their local and cultural world, the theoretical attitude, the attitude of the formal mathematicizing sciences, the aesthetic attitude, the religious attitude, and so on. An art object only comes to light as such under the aesthetic evaluating attitude, and likewise a tool is only recognized as such under the practical attitude. With the gaining of the natural attitude, a whole new domain of experience is opened up, and for the time a science of spirit can begin. It is my conviction that intentional phenomenology has made of the spirit qua spirit for the rst time a eld of systematic experience and science, and has thus brought about the total reorientation, Umstellung, of the task of knowledge. The universality of the absolute spirit surrounds everything that exists with an absolute historicity, to which nature as a spiritual structure is subordinated. Intentional phenomenology, and specifically transcendental phenomenology, was RST to see the light through its point of departure and its methods. Only through it do we understand, and from the most profound reasons, what naturalistic objectivism is, and understand in particular that psychology, because of its naturalism, has to miss entirely the accomplishment, the radical and genuine problem of the life of the spirit. As Husserl was making these extraordinarily strong claims for phenomenology, Heidegger too was employing phenomenology to solve the central philosophical issue, the meaning of being. Phenomenology and ontology following his mentor Husserl, Heidegger too is opposed to all freeloading constructions and accidental endings and to all pseudo-problems, and wants to secure all claims in a certain kind of self-evidence. He follows the phenomenological maxim not to ee from the enigmatic character of phenomena, not to explain it away by a violent coup de main of a wild theory, but rather to accentuate the puzzlement. Furthermore, phenomenology is a method, and above all not a standpoint. In fact, as Heidegger puts it in his earliest Freiburg lecture course, to think of phenomenology as a standpoint is the original sin of philosophy. Heidegger too is concerned with what Husserl refers to as the life of spirit, Geistleben, and his early Freiburg lecture courses extol the phenomenological virtue of absolute sympathy with life, allowing life to be seen and expressed philosophically without distorting it. In Being and Time, Heidegger seeks to reawaken the question of the meaning of being, and to do so through a complex phenomenological approach that identifies a particular being Dasein and then undertakes a twofold investigation of it by means of an existential analytic of Dasein followed by a rethinking of this with temporality in view. Moreover, phenomenology is the name for the method of ontology, basic problems. Scientific ontology is nothing but phenomenology, Heidegger says in History of Time lectures. Phenomenology is always only the name for the procedure of ontology, he says. In his lecture course Basic Problems of Phenomenology he asserts, and emphasizes that at the initial point it remains just an assertion, that being is the sole and proper theme of philosophy, and hence that philosophy is ontological: philosophy is the theoretical interpretation of being's structure and its possibilities. Philosophy is ontological. Philosophy is to be universal phenomenological ontology, and it is to be carried out through a hermeneutic of Dasein, which provides the thread to lead philosophical questioning out of the labyrinth. In Being and Time, section, Heidegger claims that his own use of the term ontology is so formally broad there is no point in trying to trace its history, since the term ontology is used in this investigation in a sense which is formally broad. Any attempt to clarify the method of ontology by tracing its history is automatically ruled out. He makes similar assertions in the basic problems of phenomenology. We take this expression ontology in the widest possible sense, p. Because it is new, it has no model to follow. When, moreover, we use the term ontology, we are not talking about some finite philosophical discipline standing in interconnection with others. Here one does not have to measure up to the tasks of some discipline that has been presented beforehand. On the contrary, only in terms of the objective necessities of finite questions and the kind of treatment which the things themselves require, can one develop such a discipline. Ontology must emerge from the phenomenological situation and not by aping any of the existing sciences. Heidegger is claiming then that ontology is a completely new science. Heidegger's lectures articulate his sense of phenomenology in quite considerable detail. He discusses Husserl's work at length, not just the logical investigations, but also ideas I, philosophy as rigorous science, and even the unpublished discussions of the personalistic attitude of ideas too. Heidegger traces a very powerful critique of Husserl in these pages, emphasizing the need to inquire more deeply into the being of the subjective. Husserlian intentional description failed because it did not interrogate the sense of the being of the subject and its intentional acts, and did not link the sense of this subjectivity to transcendence and falling, verfallen. In contrast to this extended discussion, Being and Time does not mention intentionality, except in a note where Heidegger promises to show how intentionality is grounded in the static nature of Dasein. Heidegger in Being and Time stresses the importance of Dasein as being in the world. Here he draws heavily on Husserl, who had an awareness of world from the beginning. In one sense it is the ultimate horizon, the whole of which everything else is a part. It has this meaning in the third logical investigation. The world in the reduced sense as the world of experiences plays a central role in his transcendental phenomenology. Husserl sees all experience as presuming a world. Let us consider for a moment Husserl's analysis of world in his lectures published as Phenomenological Psychology, where world experience and the experienced world become themes for description. According to Husserl, there is always a pre-given world as the backdrop of experience. World is the all-inclusive abiding ground of existence and the all-inclusive eld for all our activities. It has its own universal, a priori, essential structure, which includes the spatial and the temporal but also much more. The world is always experienced and it is experienced as one and the same world. It is grasped pre-theoretically and pre-predicatively. Assertions are about it, and thus in a sense it precedes predicative truth. Truth in fact presupposes this world, which is given prior to our activities of questioning, judging, conceiving, theorizing. This world allows a world truth to be sought. It is a world spread out before us and receding from us without end. A central and essentially new achievement of this work is its characterization of the Lebenswelt or life world in which we end ourselves primarily and most of the time. It is precisely because the scientific worldview has been adopted as the only true worldview that the life world has become visible for the rest time. Moreover, this initial experiential world is not divided into nature and spirit. It is experienced as one totality. It is experienced through the harmonious O of experiences confirming each other, continually progressing and concordant experience. Heidegger takes over many aspects of this analysis and it would take too long here to detail the relation between their respective concepts of world. Suffice to say, that Heidegger emphasizes more than Husserl the manner in which Dasein is always involved in falling, that is, being lost in the world. Whereas Husserl sees the understanding of world as giving a new security to the sciences, Heidegger sees it as a way of entering into existential discussions concerning inauthentic and authentic ways of living as an individual in the world, either caught in Das Man or somehow authentically oneself. Overall, however, in his lectures Heidegger sees Husserl as beginning from the natural attitude and thus already beginning from a standpoint shot through with traditional metaphysical assumptions. For Heidegger, Husserl's fault is to assume that, in the natural attitude, we naturally regard humans as rational animals, as entities in the world. While he regards Husserl's development of the personalistic attitude as a positive improvement on this position, he sees Husserl as actually beginning from a distorted conception of the natural attitude, in fact from an overly naturalistic reading of the natural attitude. Heidegger's move is to restore to the natural attitude the thickness of its conceptions of human existing, everything that comes under the title Dasein. Husserl falsely assumes that it is natural to think of human nature as body and consciousness and so on. This is the Cartesian residue in his thinking. The very starting point for his reorientation, Umstellung, remains uninterrogated. As a result, Heidegger thinks it is impossible for Husserl to recover the true sense of humanity in the transcendental attitude, since the transcendental attitude alters the value of everything received in the natural attitude. Heidegger raises a question that he believes is characteristic of the Husserlian project and yet unanswerable in it: how is it at all possible that this sphere of absolute position, pure consciousness, which is supposed to be separated from every transcendence by an absolute gulf, is at the same time united with reality in the unity of a real human being, who himself occurs as a real object in the world? Indeed, this precisely is Husserl's central transcendental question in his mature years. As he himself asks in Crisis, how can a component part of the world, its human subjectivity, constitute the whole world, namely, constitute it as its intentional formation, one which has always already become what it is and continues to develop, formed by the universal interconnection of intentionally accomplishing subjectivity, while the latter, the subjects appearing in cooperation, are themselves only a partial formation within the total accomplishment? Both Heidegger and Husserl wrestle with this question, which we might call the fundamental transcendental question. How can that which constitutes the whole be itself a constituted part of that very whole? Husserl sees this as a paradox, but resolves it in terms of two different attitudes: the attitude of common sense, he uses the English term, and the attitude of the disinterested spectator. The way to grasp the question is to apply the epoche and reduction, and to remain within them, as Husserl emphasizes in his Amsterdam lectures. Heidegger's response to this problematic, on the other hand, is to raise the being question. Heidegger explicates this paradox in terms of Dasein, which both manifests being and is also a being. The distinction then is between beings and being, for Heidegger, between the ontic domain of beings and the ontological, in Heidegger's new sense, domain of sen, the to be, the how of beings. This how had been thought by Husserl as the modes of givenness to constituting subjectivity. Heidegger too starts from this standpoint, but soon goes beyond it. In attempting to address the central paradox of transcendental phenomenology, Husserl was only too aware that he might be heading into the phenomenological equivalent of the medieval theological absurdity of the two kinds of truth. He refers in Crisis to the notorious doctrine of double truth. But, for Husserl, the problem is in fact resolved by the distinction between two attitudes, the natural and the transcendental. Objective truth as such is found only in the natural attitude. Objective truth belongs exclusively within the attitude of natural human world life. Truth, for Husserl, emerges as a practical concern within the world for securing the attitude of certainty against its possible modalizations, into unbelief, etc. All sciences deal with the objective world and hence are naive about the productions of transcendental subjectivity. When the subjective correlations are exhibited in the transcendental attitude, we are no longer in the domain of objective truth. In the reorientation of the epocha nothing is lost, none of the interests and ends of world life, and thus also none of the ends of knowledge. But the essential subjective correlates of all these things are exhibited, and thus the full and true ontic meaning of objective being, and thus of all objective truth, is set forth. Husserl emphasizes the need to live in the natural attitude in order to make possible the break from it in the transcendental attitude that will grasp intentional life as accomplishing life, als les tens. This is precisely what Heidegger seizes on to criticize. If the natural attitude is treated as the outlook of modern philosophy, then we have imported prejudices into our discussion. Phenomenology has become unphenomenological, as he will repeatedly say. The struggles between the competing Husserlian and Heideggerian interpretations of the task of RST philosophy are nowhere more evident than in the differences between the drafts of the Encyclopaedia Britannica article and in the notes Husserl made in his personal copy of Being and Time. Both sets of documents reveal a perplexity on the side of Husserl as to what Heidegger meant by fundamental ontology. Where Heidegger speaks of the inquiry into the meaning of being as the most basic and concrete of questions, Husserl agrees, but he comments in the margin that this is a transcendental phenomenological question about the constitutive meaning of being. In his note at the bottom of Being and Time, section, Husserl explains that all entities have certain formal ontological properties in common and that every individual being is a concretization of these forms. Husserl is clearly invoking his distinction between formal and material ontologies. In so as there are categories, unity, part/whole, identity, individual, species, that belong to anything insofar as it is a thing, then these topics belong to formal ontology. Husserl could only see in Heidegger's transcendental analytic of Dasein an account of human existence in the natural attitude and hence a kind of anthropology. Husserl, however, never does resolve how human beings as entities in the world are at the same time world constituting. How can the transcendental ego, belonging to no matter what kind of intersubjective community, be mundanized, incarnated, temporalized? Are we not left in Husserl with a double truth? Husserl is protected from the consequences of this problem by the epocha that separates Sinn from existence, Dasein in Husserl's sense. Heidegger, on the other hand, by making historically existent Dasein both a transcendental condition for world and at the same time mediating the meaning of being, thinks, at least in Being and Time, that he has found a way of solving the transcendental problem. That he would soon be forced to abandon the language of transcendental philosophy and seek another thinking that abandons subjectivity is another story. In two recent articles, I argued that one of the early Heidegger's most significant contributions to transcendental philosophy involved a major rethinking of the nature of self-consciousness. Transcendental self-consciousness is always understood by Kant to involve a conceptual representation of the act in which a subject conceptually represents an object. Heidegger, on the other hand, argues that, while the self which the Dasein is there somehow in and along with all intentional comportments, the intention directed toward the self is not properly seen as either a representation or as conceptual. Rather, Heidegger suggests, we understand ourselves and our existence by way of the activities we pursue and the things we take care of. The self is primarily tacitly intended as that for the sake of which things matter to us and our activities make sense. For Heidegger, it is only insofar as our interactions with things are implicitly organized in terms of a style of life embodied in such a for the sake of that we are capable of using concepts to make judgments concerning objects, or to cognize ourselves as the subject of our experiences. If, as I have previously argued, Heidegger systematically rethinks the nature of the I think, this suggests that he must also have rethought the role of the I think in transcendental arguments. For Kant, the ability to attach the I think to all of my representations is tied up with the ability to form judgments, and this ability in turn is essential for the ability to cognize objects independent of our apprehensions of them, and the capacity to form a coherent, unit experience of an objective world. but Heidegger thinks that it is a mistake to think of the basic form of our self-apprehension in terms of a conceptual representation accompanying our other representations, and to think of the activity of judging as the most basic human intentional comportment. Instead, he suggests that there is a self-understanding involved in a distinctively human type of overt, practical activity that is a necessary condition for both the use of concepts in a judgment and the capacity to think the I think. In this chapter I discuss the way in which Heidegger constructs a transcendental argument that, RST, links practical self-understanding in a for the sake of with the ability to intend entities as entities by engaging in certain distinctively human activities, and, second, treats both of these as conditions on the ability to judge and on the capacity to understand oneself in explicitly conceptual terms. Before doing this, I briefly summarize the role that Kant gives to the I think in his transcendental arguments. Kant on judgment and the I think. For Kant, it must be possible for the I think to accompany all my representations, for otherwise something would be represented in me which could not be thought at all, and that is equivalent to saying that the representation would be impossible, or at least would be nothing to me. This assertion, while pithy and memorable, is also unfortunately written in such a way that it is easy to misinterpret. Kant clearly is committed by this statement to the view that the possibility of the I think accompanying some representation is necessary for the possibility of that representation being thought as the representation of something. This is what the crucial second clause asserts. It is possible to think of some representation as representing something only if it is possible for the I think to accompany this representation. But does this imply that for X to be a representation of something it must be possible for the I think to accompany it? That of course depends upon whether or not the possibility of X being thought as a representation of Z is essential to X being a representation of Z. And this seems to be the import of Kant's third clause, where he says that to say that something represented in me could not be thought is equivalent to saying that the representation is impossible. But then he apparently takes this equivalence back in the null, parenthetical clause. According to this null parenthesis, the assertion representation X cannot be thought by me as representing Z, because I cannot of the I think to it, is not equivalent to X representing Z is impossible, because I cannot of the I think to it, but, rather, to it, X, Z, would be nothing to me if I could not of the I think to it. And this is clearly a different claim than the stronger claim, seemingly asserted in the second clause, that no object can be represented without the possibility of the I think. But which of these is Kant's considered opinion on the status and role of the I think? There is excellent reason to believe that the null parenthetical clause governs the whole, and that Kant does not equate X being a representation of Z with the possibility of X being thought by me as a representation of Z. Indeed, Kant is quite clear, both in the Critique and elsewhere, that he believes that it is possible for there to be a representation of Z in me of which I am not even conscious, let alone capable of thinking. In the division of types of representations in the dialectic, for example, Kant distinguishes between the genus representation and its species, perceptio, or representation with consciousness. More importantly, in the Jask lectures on logic, Kant continues the division by distinguishing between two forms of perceptio: to be acquainted, kennen, with something, or to represent something in comparison with other things, both as to sameness and as to difference, and to be acquainted with something with consciousness, or cognition, kennen. Both of these, Kant tells us, involve intentions directed toward objects, but animals are only acquainted with objects, they do not cognize them. Animals are acquainted with objects too, but they do not cognize them. It is only in the next division that Kant reaches understanding, to cognize something through the understanding by means of concepts, or to conceive. So, for Kant in the date of the Jask logic, it is possible for an agent to have a representation of something, be conscious of that representation, and even represent that representation in relation to others in respect to sameness and difference, and thus be acquainted with objects, without that agent using concepts or being conscious that they are acquainted with objects. And, since in the Jask logic Kant uses to think as equivalent with to cognize with concepts, it is obvious that when he says in the B deduction that if it were impossible for the I think to accompany a representation X, then X could not be thought by me, this can't be equivalent to saying that if it were impossible for the I think to accompany X, it would be impossible for X to be a representation of Z. For Kant, the possibility of the I think is not a necessary condition for representation, or even for acquaintance with objects. If it were, animals could not be acquainted with objects, and, according to the Kant of the late critical period, animals are acquainted with objects. For what, then, is the I think necessary? For Kant, it is primarily necessary for two things, both of which are mentioned in the famous statement quoted above: thinking a representation as a representation of an object, and a representation, and the object represented by that representation, being something to me. But how are we to interpret these? What does Kant mean when he talks about something represented in me which is thought? One of the keys to interpreting this possibility is given in Kant's division of representations in the lectures on logic. He tells us there that animals, who are incapable of having the I think accompany their representations, can be acquainted with objects perceptually, and even represent similarities and differences, but they can't cognize objects. To be acquainted with something is to represent something in comparison with other things, both as to sameness and as to difference. Cognition, on the other hand, Kant says, is being acquainted with something with consciousness. The acquaintance side of this division is clear enough. When one is acquainted with an object, one represents that object as similar to and different from other objects. When my dog Mac sees other dogs, he reacts in similar fashion to all of them, but differently in each of those cases than he does when he sees a squirrel. And this gives us reason to believe not only that his representations of the dogs are similar to one another and different from his representations of squirrels, but also that in some sense Mac synthesizes these representations and compares them in regard to their similarities and differences. In Kant's terms, Mac represents the dogs in comparison with the squirrels in respect to sameness and difference. But what, then, does cognition, of which Mac is incapable, add? Kant says that cognition is acquaintance with consciousness. And at our st site this is odd, because an act in which one is acquainted with an object, such as Mac perceiving the difference between a dog and a squirrel, is already itself a conscious representation for Kant. So what can he mean when he says that cognition is being acquainted with something with consciousness? Although it is not the case that for Kant all conscious states are intentional, he does not appear to take feelings, for example, to be intentional. He does treat many conscious states as having an intentional component. In the division of kinds of representations in the Jask logic, for example, he says that the division is in regard to the objective content of these representations. That is, acquaintance is different from cognition, and simple perceptual cognition is different from a conceptual cognitive understanding, in respect to what is represented in these various states. From this perspective, when Kant speaks of cognition as acquaintance with consciousness, his emphasis, what is differentially conscious in cognitive states, is not the state itself. Both acts of cognition and acts of acquaintance are conscious states, but rather the content of those states. That is, Kant is suggesting that the differentia of cognitive acts is that the acts of acquaintance in which the sameness and difference of objects is represented are themselves consciously represented in cognitive acts. So, to return to Mac, he represents dogs and squirrels differently. If he didn't, he wouldn't be a very successful animal, and he can even distinguish between them when instances of both are present. That is, he can represent something in comparison with other things, both as to sameness and as to difference. But he does not represent that sameness and difference itself as such. That is, Mac is incapable of intending that he represents dogs and squirrels differently, and that these representations differ from one another in such and such respects. It is for this reason that Mac is incapable of using concepts, and also for this reason that Kant tells us that understanding, or the ability to conceive through concepts, is a type of cognition. To have the concept dog is at least to be potentially conscious of those respects in which representations of all dogs are similar and the respects in which the representations of all dogs are different from the representations of non-dogs. The distinguishing feature of human representation is not introduced in the transcendental deduction through a contrast with animal representation, as it is in the lectures on logic. Nevertheless, the same differentia is suggested there as in the logic. The B-deduction begins with the suggestion that the distinguishing act of spontaneity of the faculty of the understanding, an act which has the general title synthesis, is the combination of a manifold in general. This way of putting the matter makes it sound as if what is at issue is the act itself of combining or putting together representations. On this reading, however, the act in which my dog combines his representations of another dog and a squirrel in order to compare them would count as an act of understanding, and this can't be right. Fortunately, Kant immediately corrects this misleading impression. For he tells us, RST, that it is not the mere combination of representations which is the act of understanding, but the representation of the combination, and, second, that what is contained in combination is not merely a manifold and its synthesis, but also the representation of the unity of the combination or synthesis of a manifold. Of all representations, combination is the only one which cannot be given through objects. But the concept of combination includes, besides the concept of the manifold and of its synthesis, also the concept of the unity of the manifold. Combination is the representation of the synthetic unity of the manifold. The representation of this unity cannot, therefore, arise out of the combination. On the contrary, it is what, by adding itself to the representation of the manifold, RST makes possible the concept of the combination. That is, the understanding combines a manifold in the sense that it represents the manifold as unit in a single representation, it represents the unity of what is manifold. Each of our representations of dogs is itself a synthesis or combination of a manifold of different representations. My dog, Mac, insofar as he is acquainted with objects, can have such synthetic representations. Indeed, he can represent two representations of dogs together and note their similarity. But he cannot represent that similarity of representation itself in a single representation by recognizing that both of these synthetic representations have been synthesized in the same way and that they are both instances of the same type of representation, dog. The representation in which we recognize that Mac is similar to Fido and all other dogs in respect of being a dog is of course the judgment that Mac is a dog. It is for this reason that in the logic Kant explicitly asserts that the distinguishing mark of human cognition is that it is discursive. It is important to note that for Kant cognition involves two representations that are, in principle, separate and distinct. First, there is no cognition. Without acquaintance, every cognitive act takes as its object a representation which itself is a synthesis or combination of a variety of other representations. Kant tells us that this is a representation of a type that a mere animal can have. But second, for cognition of a human kind to occur, there must be a second act that involves a second representation, an act in which we represent the unitary character of the act of combination in which we generate the RST representation. That is, cognition is acquaintance together with consciousness of the unity of the synthesis of that with which we are acquainted. In both the A deduction and the B deduction, Kant immediately follows his discussions of the consciousness of the unity of synthesis with the RST introduction of the necessity of the unity of apperception. This, I think, which must be capable of accompanying all of my cognitive representations, is itself, for Kant, a representation which embodies a consciousness of the unity of the synthesis of all that is manifold in my experience. The synthetic proposition, that all the variety of empirical consciousness must be combined in one single self-consciousness, is the absolutely RST and synthetic principle of our thought in general. But it must not be forgotten that the bare representation I in relation to all other representations, the collective unity of which it makes possible, is transcendental consciousness. Indeed, this I think is a specific kind of representation, a thought. On the other hand, in the transcendental synthesis of the manifold of representations in general, and therefore in the synthetic original unity of apperception, I am conscious of myself, not as I appear to myself, nor as I am in myself, but only that I am. This representation is a thought, not an intuition. What I am conscious of in this thought, this bare representation is the unity of synthesis, or combination, of my various representations. Putting this all together, the I, which must be capable of accompanying all of my representations, is the representation of the unitary act of thinking that relates all of my various representations into a single consciousness or experience. Kant's line of argument here seems to be as follows. What is distinctive about human cognition is the ability to represent or be conscious of the unifying or combining character of our own mental activity in a single unifying representation. Typically, such a representation itself ultimately involves a concept applied in a judgment to a synthesized manifold, for example, that is a dog. When one represents in this way, what is represented is the type of synthesizing character of one's own activity. As such, every such representing act, no matter what concept is applied, is also an act of self-representing, an act in which one conceptually represents one's own combining activity. Since it is the synthetic representation of that dog that is conceptually characterized as dog, and that representation has that character partly in virtue of the character of the synthesizing activity that constituted that complex representation, it is one's own activity that one types when one types a representation as one of a dog. So to be capable of conceptually cognizing something as a dog, one must be capable of conceptually cognizing one's dog representations as one's own representations, in the sense that they are recognized as the product of a certain sort of combining activity on my part. What I have that my dog, Mac, lacks is precisely this ability to be acquainted with objects with consciousness, that is, the reactive capacity to cognize and type my own acts. That which all such acts of combination share in common is just that they are all my acts. But insofar as I can cognize conceptually, I have the reactive capacity to type my own acts, so I have the ability to conceptually represent, to think, my own acts as my own acts. That is, I can conceptually cognize, or think, an object only if the thought I think can accompany the act in which I think the object. For Kant, what the I think is necessary for is the capacity to judge and to conceptually represent objects by forming discursive judgments about them. At the same time, the possibility of the I think is also required if any representation or object is to be anything to me. Something is something to me only if it is recognizable by me as something which I am cognizing. That is, for a dog to be something to me, I must be able to represent that the dog is being thought by me as a dog. But this possibility just is the possibility of representing the act in which I intend the dog as my act, that is, the possibility of the I think accompanying the cognition of the dog as dog. It is thus analytically true that something can be something to me only if I am capable of affixing the I think to its representation. Self-intention. In Heidegger, the structure of Kant's argument turns on his analysis of the distinctive feature of human mental life. Kant holds that we differ from the other animals in our capacity to cognize objects, rather than merely being perceptually acquainted with them. This cognitive capacity is interpreted by Kant as the human ability to represent the character of our own mental activity, and this root mental activity in turn is understood as the activity of combining or synthesizing our representations in ways that accord with certain rules or instantiate certain patterns. This synthesis itself is the mere result of the power of imagination, a blind but indispensable function of the soul. Humans, through our capacity to represent this activity according to its type, or to bring this synthesis to concepts, are capable of discursive thought, judgment, and logical inference. Since my abilities in these areas are all rooted in my ability to represent the character of my own cognitive activity, and the common feature of all of that activity is that it is my activity, if I am capable of cognition, in Kant's technical sense, then I am also capable of representing my representations as my representations. That is, a necessary condition on human cognition is our capacity to characterize each of our thoughts as our thoughts. What does Heidegger think about all of this? How, specifically, Does the conceptual cognition of the I think enter into Heidegger's transcendental discussions of intentionality? The quick answer to this question is, not much. Heidegger of course accepts that we have the capacity to conceptually intend each of our cognitive acts of recognition or judgment as our own. He is even willing to go further than Kant and to generalize to non-judgmental, non-cognitive acts the formal requirement that all intentional acts directed towards something by a Daseinisch intentional agent involve an intention directed toward itself by that agent. Formally, it is unassailable to speak of the ego as consciousness of something that is at the same time conscious of itself. To intentionality belongs, not only a self-directing toward and not only an understanding of the being toward which it is directed, but also the associated unveiling of the self which is comporting itself here. But at the same time that he asserts the necessity of such self-directed intentionality, he also radically rethinks the character of that self-directedness. The I think that concerns Kant is at once a condition on conceptual representation and itself a conceptual representation, or thought. In Kant, the I think is tied up with our ability to reach and make conceptually present to ourselves the nature of our own cognitive activity. While Heidegger doesn't for a moment doubt that such reactive cognitive intentions are possible, he isn't much interested in them. He isn't interested in the Kantian I think because he believes that such reactive conceptual intentions are derivative from a more basic type of self-disclosure, a kind of self-disclosure which itself is a necessary condition on a more basic kind of intentionality than that embodied in discursive, judgmental thought. The Dasein, as existing, is there for itself, even when the ego does not direct itself to itself in the manner of its own peculiar turning around and turning back, which in phenomenology is called inner perception as contrasted with outer. The self is there for the Dasein itself without reaction and without inner perception, before all reaction. Just as in Kant the conceptual character of the I think is tied up with the cognitive nature of the intentionality for which it is necessary, the character of this non-reactive, non-cognitive, in Kant's sense, more basic type of Heideggerian self-directed intention is tied up with the distinctive kind of intentionality for which it is supposed to be necessary. In attempting to describe the character of this non-reactive self-intention, Heidegger appeals to a description of the way in which we intend entities when we pursue ends and care for and about things. Dasein, he tells us, never ends itself otherwise than in the things themselves, and in fact in those things that daily surround it. It ends itself primarily and constantly in things because, tending them, distressed by them, it always in some way or other rests in things. Each of us is what he pursues and cares for. In everyday terms, we understand ourselves and our existence by way of the activities we pursue and the things we take care of. We understand ourselves by starting from them because the Dasein ends itself primarily in things. On its surface, this quotation asserts that the primary form of self-directed intentionality is wrapped up in our abilities to tend entities, or be distressed by them, or take care of them. There is no doubt, of course, that we intend an entity when we tend it or take care of it. I can only take care of my computer or be distressed by my fungus-ridden peach tree insofar as I am capable of intending or being directed toward the computer or the tree. Indeed, I can only be engaged with these things in these ways if I intend the computer as a computer or the tree as a tree. My distress for the tree presupposes that I take the tree to be diseased, that is, as a tree of a certain sort that is failing to satisfy the norms appropriate to that sort. And I can care for the computer only if I take it to be a computer. But these truisms lead to two puzzles. First, just how is a self-directed intention involved in these intentional comportments? And second, given that being distressed by a tree or taking care of a computer seem to involve treating the tree as a tree and the computer as a computer, why does Heidegger think that such intentional acts are non-reactive, or non-cognitions, in Kant's sense? We will approach the answer to the RST question by considering the second. We can begin to answer this question if we remind ourselves that even in Kant it is not quite true that the ability to intend a tree as a tree, or a dog as a dog, depends upon the intentional capacity to judge that the tree is a tree by forming a conceptual representation of a tree. For Kant, Animals, such as my dog, Mac, can be acquainted with trees as trees and dogs as dogs in the sense that they can compare these objects in respect to similarity and difference, even though they are incapable of conceptually recognizing and judging that some tree is a tree, that is, that it conforms to the concept of a tree. It is only because Mac, and we, have an imagination that has the blind power of representing dogs according to the schema of doghood that we, but not Mac, can recognize that we are intending dogs as dogs. So, perhaps surprisingly, when Heidegger in this passage suggests that there is a precognitive, prejudgmental ability to intend entities as belonging to kinds, for example in being distressed by things or taking care of them, his assertion is simply orthodox Kant. Heidegger is also an orthodox Kantian in a second important respect. Kant, and Heidegger, believe that there is a significant intentional divide between animals and humans, although they locate this divide in different distinctions. For Kant, as we have seen, it doesn't follow from the fact that Mac can intend another dog in a doggy way that Mac can recognize that what he is doing is intending a dog as a dog. And failing that ability, Mac can never be rational and think, or act, out of a recognition of principle. Heidegger, of course, also denies animals these Kantian, rational capacities. But, importantly, he also denies them a second, prior, intentional capacity, of which Kant does not speak. Humans, who are Dasein, are in such a way as to be in a world. Animals, at most, are world poor. What capacity for intentional content does being in the world track? According to a familiar list, Heidegger says that beings who are in the world are capable of the following intentional comportments, and entities that are not in the world, such as animals, are not capable of these kinds of comportments: working on something with something, producing something, cultivating and caring for something, putting something to use, employing something for something. Notice two things about this list. First, all of these intentional comportments are practical rather than judgmental or cognitive. When one produces something, or cultivates and cares for something, or employs something for something, one engages in an overt practical activity that has some teleological point. Second, included in this list of practical intentional comportments is cultivating and caring for something, and caring for something is precisely what, in another context, Heidegger species as the locus of human self-directed intentionality. Each of us is what he pursues and cares for. In everyday terms, we understand ourselves and our existence by way of the activities we pursue and the things we take care of. In what sense are these kinds of overt practical intentional performances characteristic of human intentionality? Surely animals are capable of acting in order to achieve practical ends, aren't they? Well, yes and no. They are, of course, capable of acting so as to attain ends that they require in order to stay alive. But most animals are surely incapable of the specific kinds of practical intentional performances which are included in Heidegger's list of the modes of being in. I cultivate and care for my peach tree, my dog, Mac, is incapable of such action. I work on my garden with a shovel, Mac is incapable of doing so. I employ alcohol for disinfecting the saw I use to prune my diseased tree, Mac cannot employ something for something. All of these varieties of practical comportment essentially involve a particular way of interacting with objects. In each of these activities both the objects which we use and the objects which we use them on seem to be typed in a determinate way. In each of these cases the overt, practical, intentional activity tacitly involves intending an entity or entities as fooling or potentially fooling some job classification or other, as in order to satisfy some instrumental role. One can't employ alcohol for disinfecting unless one can intend something as a disinfectant, that is, as an entity to be used in order to kill fungus on a tool or organism. One can't cultivate and care for a peach tree unless one intends the seedling to be cultivated into a fruit-bearing tree, that is, as something for producing, or in order to produce, fruit. I can't use this entity as a tool which is a shovel unless I can intend it as to be used in order to accomplish a certain kind of task, the task of digging holes in the ground. So, for Heidegger, insofar as Dasein is being in the world, Dasein is capable of certain types of overt intentional performances, such as cultivating and caring for something, or employing something for something, and these types of performances all involve intending something as in order to fool some job classification or other. To intend something as in order to satisfy some job classification is, for Heidegger, just to intend it as a piece of equipment or as ready to hand. Heidegger thinks, wrongly as it turns out, that only humans can intend the ready to hand as ready to hand. But, formally, it is a necessary condition on the possibility of an entity being Dasein that it is always intending entities as ready to hand. Dasein always assigns itself from a for the sake of which to the with which of an involvement, that is to say, to the extent that it always lets entities be encountered as ready to hand. This ability to intend things as belonging to or adhering to equipmental types, as ready to hand, provides the base step for all of Heidegger's transcendental arguments. Just as Kant raises the question of what else we must intend and in what other ways must we be capable of intending if we are to be able to intend entities by conceptually cognizing them in judgment, Heidegger raises the question of what else and in what other ways we must be capable of intending if we are to be able to intend entities as ready to hand. And, just as Kant in turn argues that the ability to conceptually cognize objects in judgments is necessary for the ability to intend a single unit world of possible experience or empirical knowledge, Heidegger argues that the ability to intend entities as ready to hand is necessary for a variety of other kinds of intentional comportments. Most notably, he argues that the ability to intend entities as equipment, together with all of the other types of intentional comportments that are implicated in this intentional accomplishment, are necessary for the possibility of those types of intentions which Kant associates with the ability to reactively cognize. In the remainder of this chapter I will lay out the overall structure of Heidegger's transcendental argument, paying special attention to the role and nature of Heidegger's replacement for transcendental apperception, the for the sake of which. Heidegger asserts that there are three salient necessary conditions on intending a tool as a tool. That is, he holds that any agent that can intend a tool as a tool must also intend in these other ways. In the order I will treat them here, these conditions are: 1 cannot intend anything as belonging to an in-order-to type unless one also intends other entities as belonging to other in-order-to types. 1 cannot intend anything as belonging to an in-order-to type unless one also intends what it is for something to belong to some in-order-to type. 1 cannot intend anything as belonging to an in-order-to type unless one also intends oneself as that for the sake of which one engages in the activity in which one engages. This last, self-directed, type of intention plays the same structural role in Heidegger's thought that the I think does in Kant. First, Heidegger holds that all intentions directed toward the ready to hand as ready to hand are holistic. 1 cannot intend anything as belonging to an in-order-to type unless one also intends other entities as belonging to other in-order-to types. Taken strictly, there is no such thing as an equipment. To the being of any equipment there always belongs a totality of equipment, in which it can be the equipment it is. Equipment in accordance with its equipmentality always is in terms of its belonging to other equipment. That is, Heidegger holds that when I reach for my alcohol in order to disinfect the blade of my saw so that I don't infect other parts of the peach tree or other trees, by the very nature of the case that very act involves not merely intending the alcohol as a disinfectant but also involves intending the saw as an instrument for pruning, the rag as an instrument for wiping, the tree as in order to bear fruit, and so on. His reasons for asserting this have to do with the overtly teleological character of the order of the in-order-to and the fact that all teleological determinations are holistic in just this way. What something is in order to accomplish is something that itself is only determinate in terms of other in-order-to roles. Heidegger also holds that, one intends any entity as in-order-to only if one also intends what it is for something to belong to some in-order-to type. Whenever we let there be an involvement with something in something beforehand, our doing so is grounded in our understanding such things as letting something be involved, and such things as the with which and in which of involvements. Anything of this sort, and anything else that is basic for it, such as the towards this as that in which there is an involvement, or such as the for the sake of which to which every towards which ultimately goes back. All of these must be disclosed beforehand with a certain intelligibility. That is, Heidegger asserts that when we, say, employ the alcohol as a disinfectant, we must in some sense intend not merely the alcohol, but also what it is for something to be properly employed to achieve some specific end. And, since to tacitly intend this one must also have some tacit understanding of the form of the holistic structures in terms of which anything can be, in order to, in intending the alcohol as disinfectant I am also intending world. Or that wherein Dasein understands itself beforehand in the mode of assigning itself. Heidegger insists, explicitly and often, on the necessity of one being able to intend the world and its structure if one is to intend an entity as equipment or as ready to hand. The argument turns, once again, on the holistic character of the order of the ready to hand. Heidegger asserts, plausibly, that it is a mistake to think of a ready-to-hand entity as just an individual whose identity conditions turn on spatial and temporal continuity, an individual that happens to be such that it can be used in a certain way. Broken tools can't be used as they are in order to be used, and not everything that can be used in a certain way counts as belonging to a tool type. Rather, in the case of equipment, that there is some unit individual at all to be intended is constituted precisely by what it is to be used for. The identity and individuation conditions on ready-to-hand entities are themselves in order to determinations. The specificness of a piece of equipment, its individuation, if we take the word in a completely formal sense, is not determined primarily by space and time in the sense that it appears in a determinate space and time position. Instead, what determines a piece of equipment as an individual is in each instance its equipmental character and equipmental contexture. According to Heidegger, then, not all spatially and temporally continuous or connected masses constitute individuals, and not all individual tools are spatially and temporally continuous and connected masses. A band-aid affixed to a severed hand is not an individual of any order, and a set of bookends can be a single tool. It is that an entity is to be used in order to accomplish some task, then, that constitutes the entity as a single equipmental entity. But, as the end of this quote hints, no tool can have an equipmental character, and in order to roll, apart from belonging to an equipmental contexture, a context of mutually supporting and sustaining teleologically organized roles. This belonging to such a context, however, is no fact about the individual tool independent of being intended as to be intended as belonging to such a context. When instantiated in action, rather than judgment, such being intended as belonging to an equipmental contexture is always embodied in some ongoing, integrated pattern or schema of behavior by an agent in which the agent employs a whole series of tools from a given tool chest in order to accomplish ends that are characteristic of the use of that tool chest. What I do with the alcohol when I rub down my blade with a rag counts as employing the alcohol as a disinfectant only within the pattern of activity that constitutes my gardening. This ongoing, integrated pattern or schema of behavior by an agent in which the agent employs a whole series of tools from a given tool chest, in order to accomplish ends that are characteristic of the use of that tool chest, displays an understanding of how things and activities can be tied together in order to accomplish ends. It is itself an intentional act, an act that amounts to an intentional prejudgmental understanding of the holistic structures in terms of which anything can be in order to. Since an intention directed toward a given piece of equipment as a piece of equipment can only occur as part of such an ongoing set of activities, it is a necessary condition on intending a ready-to-hand entity that one also intend, indeed understand, the structure of relations that constitute a world or equipmental context in which tools are. This characteristic Heideggerian assertion, that the structure of the equipmental context in which tools function must be disclosed beforehand with a certain intelligibility, is the key to understanding Heidegger's claims regarding the role of self-directed intentionality. For, Heidegger holds, it is part of the structure of the world that every such context is anchored by some that for the sake of which, some potentiality for being Dasein itself, which provides the point of the context. In understanding a context of relations such as we have mentioned, Dasein has assigned itself to an in order to, and it has done so in terms of a potentiality for being for the sake of which it itself is. The thought is simply this. Every teleological process is organized to realize some end. As Aristotle taught, this end can be of one of two types. Either, as in building, the end is such that when it is attained the process ceases. Or, as in living, the end is attained only if the process continues. In the latter case, all that occurs in the process, respiration, digestion, and so forth, is for the sake of the continuation of the process, although the act of respiration is in order to oxygenate the blood, oxygenation of the blood is for the sake of the life of the organism. Now, the typically human pattern of tool-using behavior that constitutes our primary kind of intentional comportment toward tools as tools is of the second type. Gardening is a way of acting which uses particular tools in particular prescribed ways in order to attain characteristic kinds of goals. While one gardens, that is, while one engages in these kinds of behavior, for these ends with these tools, in order to produce fruit and hours, one acts so as to produce fruit and hours only if one is a gardener, that is, only if one intends oneself as a gardener and intends the world as gardeners do. My dog acts as dogs act, but humans act as gardeners act, or shoemakers, or professors. So every act of gardening is, Heidegger believes, an implicit affirmation of oneself as a certain type of person, a gardener. I garden if, and only if, I understand myself as a gardener, and I engage in gardening acts for the sake of my being a gardener. I garden so that, or for the sake of, my being a gardener, that is, for the sake of the continuation of my gardening activity. Being a Dasein in the way of being a gardener is, as Kant puts it, an end in itself. Heidegger thus argues that human activity is distinctive in that the patterns of activity and intentionality embodied in that activity have them selves as ends, as well as having external ends. And, as such, any agent that acts in these ways does so for the sake of being a kind of agent, realizing a possible way of being Dasein. To see the world as a philosopher does, and to act with the tools of his trade as philosophers do, is itself to act for the sake of being a philosopher and intend oneself as a philosopher. This is Heidegger's third necessary condition on an agent intending a tool as a tool. One can intend a tool as a tool only if, in caring for and cultivating things, in being distressed by them, or employing them for something, one intends oneself by way of the activities we pursue, as that for the sake of which we pursue them. Kant argues that the possibility of the I think accompanying every act of cognition is a necessary condition on acts of conceptual cognition, or thought. In an exactly parallel manner, Heidegger argues that if an agent is capable of being in the world, of intending entities as tools that are to be used according to some equipmental type, then that agent also, thereby, intends herself as that for the sake of which her world, or the equipmental contexture to which she assigns herself, is organized. That is, Heidegger argues that the fact of the for the sake of which is a necessary condition on the possibility of intending a tool as a tool. But Kant doesn't merely argue that the possibility of the I think is necessary for cognition. He also argues that cognition, and with it the possibility of the I think, is itself necessary for several other kinds of intentional performance, most notably including intentions directed toward a coherent world of possible experience. Similarly, for Heidegger, the ability to intend equipment as equipment and the coordinated ability to intend oneself as that for the sake of which one acts, are necessary for other kinds of intentional performance, most notably including precisely those types of intentions that Kant treats as basic to human intentionality, cognition, and the possibility of the I think. That Heidegger holds that intending entities within an equipmental contexture, and thus being in the world and intending oneself as the for the sake of which of the world, is necessary for cognition in Kant's sense, judgment, and the possibility of the I think, is displayed by the priority that he accords to intentions directed toward the ready to hand over those directed toward the extant, or present at hand. Present at hand entities are those entities whose individuation conditions are such that they turn on spatial and temporal position, connectedness, and continuity, as well as causal powers. They are the ordinary substances that have been taken to be the basic entities since Aristotle. That intentions directed toward the extant are to be associated with intentions directed toward objects, in Kant's sense, and thus with cognition and judgment, is indicated by Heidegger's analysis of intentions directed toward the extant. For, he tells us, intentions directed toward the extant are actualized only in and through the act of assertion. If this entity, example a hammer, becomes the object of an assertion, then as soon as we begin this assertion, there is already a changeover in the forehaving. Something ready to hand with which we have to do or perform something, turns into something about which the assertion that points it out is made. This leveling of the primordial as of circumspective interpretation to the as with which presence at hand is given a denite character is the specialty of assertion. And assertion, for Heidegger, is a pointing out which gives something a denite character and which communicates. So one intends an extant entity insofar as one makes an assertion about it, and one makes an assertion about it when one communicates that that entity has some denite character, that is, when one communicates that it is of some denite type. To point out that some entity is of some denite type, is to make a judgment about that entity. So, to intend the extant as the extant is to make a judgment concerning it. As, for Kant, objects as objects are the objects of judgment, Kant's objects of possible cognition are just Heidegger's extant entities. Heidegger has a different theory of judgment from Kant. And for that reason there are important differences between Kant's understanding of cognitive intentions directed toward objects and Heidegger's understanding of intentions directed toward the present at hand. In particular, early Heidegger's emphasis on, and interpretation of, assertion embodies a modification of Kant. The fact that for Heidegger an assertion is always a pointing out or exhibition of that about which it is an assertion indicates that that about which the assertion is made must already have been intentionally given prior to the assertion. That is, for Heidegger, all judgment presupposes a prior intention directed toward the entity that is referred to in the assertion. Now, in Kant, judgment is always theoretically understood in terms of representation. What I intend when I judge is my own representation, and it is only by representing that representation as my own and as belonging to some type, that is, by making a judgment about it, that it becomes possible for me to cognitively represent. Heidegger, on the other hand, does not accept Kant's representational theory of intentionality. The crossover, the transcendence of intentionality toward an entity other than myself, must, he suggests, have already occurred prior to my forming a judgment concerning that entity. If I didn't already intend an entity prior to my judging concerning it, the judgment could never be an intention directed toward that entity. Assertion does not as such primarily unveil, instead, it is always, in its sense, already related to something antecedently given as unveiled. Some being must be antecedently given as unveiled in order to serve as the possible about which of an assertion. But so far as a being is antecedently given for a Dasein, it has the character of being within the world. Intentional comportment in the sense of assertion about something is founded in its ontological structure in the basic constitution of Dasein which we described as being in the world. This analysis of judgment as assertion thus indicates the nature of the priority that Heidegger accords to intentions directed toward the ready to hand over those directed toward the present at hand. The way in which Heidegger often asserts this priority makes it seem as if the priority is a genetic one. One RST intends an entity as ready to hand and then only later does one intend it as a substance or object. But this is misleading, at best. Rather, the priority is a transcendental priority. Any agent capable of intending entities as continuing substances with properties must also be capable of intending entities as ready to hand or as useful for realizing some end. The analysis of judgment as assertion also indicates the nature of Heidegger's argument in favor of the claim that being in the world, and thus intending oneself as the for the sake of an equipmental totality, is a necessary condition on Kantian-style cognition, judgment, and the possibility of the I think. In outline, the argument runs as follows. The act of judging about, or the typing of, objects is properly seen as the act of forming assertions about them. Since making an assertion about an object is essentially reactively pointing something out or typing that object, that is, recognizing that what is intended shares features with other intended entities, and not reactively recognizing that our intentions directed toward those entities share features, one can make assertions concerning those entities only if the entities are intended in some way other than through the act of judging them. Entities are primarily intended as entities only in our circumspective, coping activity that implicitly treats entities as typed by the in-ordered roles specified by the equipmental context in which we live. So, unless one were capable of intending things as ready to hand by being in the world, one would be incapable of forming judgments, and thus incapable of cognition, in Kant's sense, or of conceptually attaching the I think to one's thoughts. This transcendental argument sketch is clearly problematic in several different ways. Most obviously, to LL in the sketch one would need to show both that assertion as such does not primarily unveil and that entities as such can only be intended within the intentional structure which Heidegger calls being in the world. And it is anything but clear that there is anything in the Heideggerian corpus that is adequate to these argumentative tasks. It strikes me that there is a more promising strategy for reaching Heidegger's conclusion from his premises than the one which Heidegger himself mostly pursues. For, arguably, the ability to use an articulate language is a necessary condition on the possibility of making discursive judgments. So, if one can support the plausible thesis that language itself is a tool chest of specialized tool types, it would follow from Heidegger's transcendental discussion of the conditions on intending equipment as equipment that no agent could make explicit judgments unless they were also Dasein, or being in the world. Acknowledging that Heidegger is not much interested in this strategy, however, does not detract from the originality of the early Heidegger's transcendental project. For that project amounts to the attempt to place the entire Kantian transcendental project, with its emphasis on the centrality of the reactive act of typing our own mental activity, within a broader intentional context. For Heidegger, that intentional context is provided by a manner of coping with the world which is distinctively human, required for Kantian cognition, and does not require the ability to make conceptual judgments regarding one's own mental activity. Heidegger's name for this kind of intentional comportment is being in the world, and it involves the ability to intend oneself as a certain type of agent by intending entities within the world as to be used in determinate ways to achieve determinate ends. Like Carnap, Moore, and Wittgenstein, Heidegger developed a debunking strategy with regard to the problem of the external world. As he said, the scandal of philosophy is not that a proof of the external world has yet to be given, but rather that such proofs are expected and attempted again and again. Heidegger's hermeneutic ontology of human existence, Dasein, purported to show that the problem of the external world has no sense at all. However, being and time, Senuendizeit, is not only a hermeneutic ontology but also a treatise in transcendental philosophy, and transcendental philosophy after Kant has been haunted by the problem of the Ding and Sich, thing in itself. Does Heidegger's debunking strategy succeed in avoiding this latter problem, which is nothing but a Kantian version of the problem of the external world? And is Heidegger's strategy viable from a philosophical point of view? The problem of the Ding and Sich, according to one of Immanuel Kant's most celebrated quotes, it remains a scandal of philosophy. That the existence of the things outside us must be accepted merely on faith, and that if anyone thinks good to doubt their existence, we are unable to counter this doubt by any satisfactory proof. Kant claimed to have remedied this philosophical embarrassment by giving a stringent demonstration of the existence of external reality. But the import of his proof, which he staged as a refutation of idealism, is restricted. Chapter: The problem of the Ding and Sich. In Being and Time. To things in the phenomenal world, which are constituted by, and are ontologically dependent upon, transcendental subjectivity. In order to avoid the conclusion that human transcendental subjectivity creates the world and so equals the divinity, Kant had to assume a world in another sense, which he called the Ding and Sich, that exists independently of the transcendental subject. This hypothesis explains the passive aspect of human experience by postulating that the world in sich impinges on our sense organs and causes a multiplicity of sensations in us. Clearly, then, Kant did not completely succeed in removing the scandal of philosophy by proving the existence of the external world, because he did not provide a proof of the existence of the Ding and Sich. It has been argued by many authors, the RST of whom was Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, that Kant could not provide such a proof. In order to explain how a priori propositions such as the axioms of Euclidean geometry can be informative about the external world, synthetic, Kant contended that the subjective cognitive structures that enable us to know these propositions a priori are also constitutive of entities in the phenomenal world, and that it is this phenomenal world which is the object of mathematics, physics, and all other empirical knowledge. Accordingly, we know a priori that the phenomenal world is Euclidean and obeys the principle of causality, for example. From this transcendental theory it follows, however, that we cannot state any truths by applying synthetic a priori propositions or the categories to the world as it is in itself, in sich. What is more, we cannot know anything whatsoever about the world in itself, because all knowledge is based upon synthetic a priori principles. If this is so, how can Kant claim that the world in itself is causally responsible for the input of our transcendental cognitive system? Is causality not one of the 12 categories, and is the eld of application of the categories not restricted to the phenomenal world? Indeed, how can Kant even say that a Ding and Sich exists? Existence, Dasein, in Kant's sense, also is a category. It seems, then, that the hypothesis of a Ding and Sich contradicts Kant's transcendental theory, so that Kant could not argue for that hypothesis on the basis of his philosophy. And yet, without this hypothesis, no one would accept the transcendental theory in the RST place. Thus, instead of being solved by Kant once and for all, the traditional problem of the external world merely transmuted into the problem of the Ding and Sich, and this problem continued to haunt Kantianism throughout the 19th century. Many different solutions were proposed by authors such as Jacobi, naive sentimental realism, Fries, psychological Kantianism, and Reinhold, neutral monism or syncretism, but none of them could escape from the fundamental paradox that transcendental philosophy both requires and excludes the hypothesis of a Ding and Sich. In his Kritik der theoretischen Philosophie, Critique of Theoretical Philosophy, of Gottlob Ernst Schulz, argued that any attempt to transcend the limits of possible experience by a transcendental philosophy is condemned by this very same transcendental philosophy. As a result, authors such as Salomon Maimon, Sigismund Beck, and Fichte, came to the conclusion that the very notion of a Ding and Sich is an impossible concept. By transforming the notion of a Ding and Sich in various ways, they paved the road to the embarrassing conclusion that Kant had tried to avoid, the idealist doctrine that ultimately our transcendental subjectivity is identical with the divinity. Thus, the development of transcendental philosophy culminated in Eckhartian mysticism and German idealism. The problem of the external world was eliminated by the arbitrary decision that the world is not external. What we call the world is but an aspect of our, that is, God's mind. When after Hegel's death German philosophy sobered up from these idealist speculations, and started to take seriously the impressive advances in the natural sciences, it was landed again in the intellectual predicament of the philosophers of the scientific revolution. The problem of the external world, which was raised by these philosophers because of their analysis of matter and perception, regained its position at the center of the philosophical stage. A great many solutions were tried out, such as the hypothetical scientific realism of Herbart and Brentano, the transcendental realism of Eduard von Hartmann, the phenomenalism of positivists such as Mach, and, later on, Edmund Husserl's transcendental idealism. According to a number of authors, such as von Hartmann and Husserl, the problem of the external world is the central problem of epistemology. Moreover, epistemology acquired the basic role of RST philosophy, for its task was to investigate the most fundamental assumption that underlies all empirical sciences, namely that there is an external world which exists independently of the human mind. No solution to the problem of the external world gained general acceptance, so that Kant's scandal continued to torment philosophers. In this respect, German philosophy from Herbart to the Neo-Kantians is a replay of the development from Descartes and Locke to Kant, and no essentially new doctrines emerged. Debunking strategies. This historical background explains the fact that during the first half of the 20th century philosophers started to doubt the very legitimacy of the problem of the external world. Was the issue a meaningful problem at all, which had to be solved by a philosophical theory or proof? Husserl, for example, maintained in and that the philosopher should not attempt to argue for the existence of the external world. His task was to describe phenomenologically the transcendental correlation between mental acts and their intentional correlates. Yet Husserl's elimination of the problem suffers from a defect similar to that of Fichte's philosophy, for at the transcendental level Husserl held that the world as a whole is ontologically dependent on transcendental subjectivity. A different strategy for debunking the problem was proposed by G. E. Moore in End. Moore did not dispute that one has to prove the existence of the external world, but he believed that such proofs were so easy that no intricate philosophy was needed to provide them. It would suffice to hold up one's hands, for example, and to say, pointing to each hand in turn, "Here is one hand, and here is another," a procedure which allegedly amounts to a perfectly rigorous proof of the existence of external things. But Moore's defense of common sense is unconvincing, for it is open to a double charge. On the one hand, proofs of the external world a la Moore do not make sense within the framework of common sense, as Wittgenstein argued in Uncertainty. On the other hand, Moore's proofs are an ignoratio elenchi if they are meant to address the philosophical arguments for external world skepticism, which are typically based upon a scientific analysis of matter and sense perception. Whereas Moore attempted to defuse the problem of the external world from the point of view of common sense, Rudolf Carnap tried to eliminate it from a scientific and empiricist perspective. Carnap argued in that statements cannot be meaningful in the sense of having a factual content unless experiential conditions can be indicated under which they are to be called true and under which they are to be called false. The controversy between the philosophical solutions to the problem of the external world, such as idealism and realism, is in principle not open to a settlement by experiential methods. It follows that these solutions do not have, though they may seem to have, factual content, and are meaningless from the point of view of scientific method. Carnap's dismissal of the external world issue as a pseudo-problem survived his liberalization of the empirical meaning criterion in his later works. Carnap argued that the problem is an illegitimate confusion between on the one hand questions of existence internal to a linguistic framework, which can be settled by empirical investigations, and on the other hand external questions about the pragmatic efficiency of such a framework. If we write off Moore's attempt to diffuse the problem of the external world as superficial because it does not address the arguments for external world skepticism, we will pass the same verdict on Carnap's strategy. Although Carnap is correct in his diagnosis that the problem is meaningless from a scientific point of view, because in principle it cannot be settled by experiential methods, his claim that this result eliminates the problem is illicit. Indeed, Carnap's early work strongly suggests the problem of the external world. In Aufbau, Carnap justifies his choice of the auto-psychological basis for his constitutional system by the demand that the system reach the epistemic order of objects. In other words, he holds the view that our knowledge of physical objects is based upon subjective experiences. The fact that Carnap wants to bracket, in Husserl's sense, the question of the objective reality of these experiences at this stage of Aufbau shows that it arises naturally at that point. Bracketing the problem of the external world, that is, exercising a phenomenological withholding of judgment, neither answers nor eliminates it. It is the objective of this chapter to determine whether Martin Heidegger's strategy in Being and Time for disposing of the scandal of philosophy is more successful than those of Carnap and Moore. Like Husserl, Carnap, and Wittgenstein, but unlike Moore, Heidegger held that any attempt to prove the existence of the external world is misguided. The reason is this: the question of whether there is a world at all and whether its being can be proved, makes no sense if it is raised by Dasein as being in the world, and who else would raise it? Hence, having criticized Kant's proof of the external world, Heidegger declares that the scandal of philosophy is not that this proof has yet to be given, but that such proofs are expected and attempted again and again. Why does Heidegger think that the problem of the external world does not make sense? And why is it questionable whether Heidegger's strategy for eliminating the problem succeeds? Heidegger's diagnosis, a preliminary sketch in the introduction to section of Being and Time. Heidegger says that 4 different questions are mixed up in the problem of the external world: whether any entities which supposedly transcend our consciousness are at all, whether this reality of the external world can be adequately proved, to what extent this entity, if it is real, can be known in its being in itself, what the sense-in of this entity, reality, signes in general. In the RST2 questions there is a further ambiguity. Are they concerned with the world in the sense of entities in the world, inner Weltliches scenes, or with world in the sense of that within which these entities supposedly are? The RST task of the philosopher is to clarify these questions. This is why Heidegger states in section A that the 4th question is the most fundamental one. He argues for 2 theses, RST, that what reality means, as the ontological sense of entities in the world, cannot be elucidated without an adequate ontological analysis of what is supposedly transcended by these real entities, to wit, human subjectivity. And second, that an adequate analysis of human existence shows that questions, too, are meaningless as they stand. In short, Heidegger claims in his 2nd thesis that the ontological analysis of Dasein in the 2 published divisions of Being and Time exposes the problem of the external world as a meaningless issue. A brief summary of some main points will indicate why Heidegger thinks that this is the case. Heidegger deems Dasein as the being that we ourselves are. It is a central question of being and time in terms of which categories we should try to understand ourselves ontologically. According to Heidegger, traditional philosophy from the Greeks to our times applied categories to human existence that were originally derived from non-human domains, such as artifacts, Hergestellkeit, or other inanimate objects. Since these categories allegedly are inadequate for understanding our human mode of existence and its temporal structure, Heidegger sets himself a double task: a destruction of traditional categories by showing why they are inadequate, and a construction of a system of new categories for ontological self-understanding, the so-called existentialia. In developing these existentialia, we should start from the way we understand ourselves implicitly in everyday life, Alltäglichkeit, and, using the method of hermeneutic phenomenology, attempt to explicate conceptually the structural features of our everyday human existence. This task is difficult because, as Heidegger says, we are constantly tempted to understand ourselves in terms of the things in the world we relate to, such as artifacts and inanimate objects. Although Dasein is ontically nearest to itself, it is ontologically furthest removed from itself. One of Heidegger's existentialia is particularly pertinent to the problem of the external world, and, like the other existentialia, it is developed by reflecting on features of everyday life. It is a striking characteristic of our everyday existence that whenever we try to specify who or what we are, we do so in terms of the world. We say, for instance, that we are from a determinate country, that we have a job in a specific RM or institution, that we live in a particular town, that we are a son or daughter of so and so on. Indeed, it is impossible to specify otherwise who we are, because who we are is deeply determined by the way we are practically involved in the world. On the ontological level of existentialia, Heidegger expresses this feature by saying that Dasein is being in the world, and Division 1 of Being and Time consists largely of an exploration of this fundamental existential and its various aspects. Being in, for instance, does not refer to a spatial relationship of 2 inanimate things but expresses our familiarity with the world in which we are involved and in terms of which we understand ourselves. It follows that, being who we are, it is logically impossible for us to doubt the existence of the world. Such a doubt is meaningless if uttered by us, because, in understanding who we ourselves are, we inevitably refer to the world. As Heidegger says, the problem of the external world makes no sense if it is raised by Dasein as being in the world, and who else would raise it? Hence, the problem of reality in the sense of the question whether there is an external world and whether such a world can be proved, turns out to be an impossible one, not because its consequences lead to inextricable impasses, but because the very entity which serves as its theme, is one which, as it were, repudiates any such formulation of the question. In Wittgenstein's terminology, one might say that there is an internal relation between Dasein and world, so that it cannot make sense for us to doubt the existence of the world. And where doubting does not make sense, there is no room for proofs of the existence of the external world either. Once we articulate a more adequate ontology of Dasein, that is, of our everyday existence in the world, we see that the problem of the external world cannot make sense. It follows that ontology, and not epistemology, deemed as the discipline that deals with the problem of the external world, is the fundamental philosophical discipline. To the extent that I have depicted it so far, Heidegger's strategy for eliminating the problem of the external world by an ontology of Dasein bears striking resemblances with, but also interesting differences from, the strategies of Moore and Carnap. The perspective in which Heidegger views the problem, that of everyday life, Alltäglichkeit, resembles Moore's perspective of common sense, although in contrast to Moore, Heidegger explores in depth what this perspective consists in. Yet in another respect Heidegger contrasts favorably with Moore. Like the later Wittgenstein, on certainty, but unlike Moore, Heidegger holds that within the perspective of ordinary life there is no room for proofs of the external world, because doubting its existence does not make sense. As far as Carnap is concerned, it seems at our sight that the difference between his strategy and Heidegger's could not be greater, for Carnap approaches the problem from the point of view of scientific method, whereas Heidegger prefers the perspective of ordinary life. Heidegger would have agreed with Carnap that the problem of the external world is not a meaningful scientific question, but he would have argued that this insight is superficial and does not remove the problem. In order to eliminate it, we have to analyze ontologically the very sense in which we may be said to exist and the sense of world and reality. Yet there is a striking resemblance between Heidegger and the later Carnap at this very point. Both Heidegger and Carnap make a distinction between empirical questions of existence, concerned with particular entities, and a global framework without which such questions do not have a determinate meaning. In Carnap's case, global frameworks are linguistic and optional. We may choose different linguistic frameworks at will, using considerations of practical expediency. For Heidegger, however, the encompassing framework of the world is pre-linguistic and always already there, it is the background or horizon of all our choices and not itself an option. Here again, Heidegger is closer to Wittgenstein than to Carnap. In Uncertainty, Wittgenstein argues that we cannot meaningfully doubt propositions that express the bedrock of all our language games. This bedrock is not optional, because it belongs to our human form of life. Using the distinction between on the one hand the world as a background or framework and on the other hand entities in the world, inner Welt-like sind, we may now summarize as follows Heidegger's view on the scandal of philosophy. The problem of the external world concerns either entities in the world or the world as a framework. In the RST case, the problem of the external world is not a philosophical question. With regard to many particular entities in the world we may wonder whether they exist, but this is an empirical and not a philosophical issue, which has to be settled by experiential methods. In the second case, of the world as a framework, the problem does not make sense, because Dasein and the world form one unitary phenomenon. Dasein is being in the world. World here means not the totality of entities or the totality of facts but that wherein a fact equal Dasein as such lives. The world in this sense is a meaningful structure of referential and functional relations, Bezugszusammenhang, between equipment, work, institutions, infrastructure, and so on, without which humans and non-human things could not show up for us as that what they are. On the one hand, this structure cannot be without Dasein, because all its referential relations are informed ultimately by a for the sake of, Willen, that is Dasein itself. On the other hand, Dasein cannot be without world, because it is always involved in it and interprets itself in its terms. We may conclude that Heidegger's strategy for debunking the problem of the external world is superior to the strategies of Carnap and Moore, since Heidegger combines the virtues of their accounts while avoiding some of the weaknesses. This does not imply, however, that Heidegger's strategy is a viable one. In order to reach a decision on this matter, two kinds of considerations are required. On the one hand, there are several problems of interpretation to be settled. On the other hand, we must evaluate philosophically the strategy we attribute to Heidegger. Although these two kinds of considerations are different, and even though interpretation must precede evaluation, philosophical reaction is relevant to matters of interpretation because interpretations have to be maximally charitable. In the next section, I identify 4 problem areas pertaining to the interpretation of Heidegger's strategy. Can the problems of these areas be solved by an interpretation that attributes to Heidegger a consistent and viable philosophical strategy? Problems and method of interpretation. Heidegger's strategy for debunking the problem of the external world on the basis of an ontology of Dasein is questionable because of a fundamental ambiguity in the very notion of Dasein, and, indeed, in the question of being that informs being and time. In one sense, the question of being aims at developing regional ontologies, such as the ontologies of nature, of Dasein, of life, or of space-time, and so on, by spelling out fundamental concepts for articulating these regions. In the context of regional ontology, Heidegger means by being the particular mode of being of entities belonging to a specific ontological region. Since Dasein is characterized by self-interpretation, the method of the regional ontology of Dasein is the method of hermeneutic phenomenology. In my Heidegger's philosophy of being, I called this the phenomenologico-hermeneutical leitmotif in the question of being. In a second sense, the question of being is a transcendental question. Heidegger holds that the being, sen, of entities is determined by Dasein's understanding of being, Seinsverständnis, and he compares the philosophical phenomenon of being with Kantian transcendental structures. In the context of this transcendental theme, Heidegger means by being a holistic transcendental framework that is somehow constitutive for the way in which entities appear to us, and he holds that being in this sense depends upon Dasein, that is, upon Dasein's understanding of being. The fact that the ontological analysis of Dasein is both a regional ontology and a transcendental philosophy renders the notion of Dasein ambiguous. Dasein not only is the being that we ourselves are, as Heidegger says in section of Being and Time, but Dasein also is the transcendental agent in us. Furthermore, whereas Dasein in the sense of regional ontology is merely one ontological region among others, Dasein in the sense of transcendental philosophy is unique and more fundamental than any other ontological region, because it somehow constitutes these other regions. Accordingly, the transcendental philosophy of Dasein develops the conditions for the possibility of any ontological investigation. We might say that the phenomenologico-hermeneutical leitmotif in the question of being is its pole of plurality, because it aims at articulating the many senses in which being is said, there are many ontological regions, whereas the transcendental leitmotif is its pole of unity, because all notions of being are transcendentally reducible to Dasein's understanding of being, Seinsverständnis. Hence Heidegger's question of being has a bipolar structure, similar to Aristotle's question of being. If this is correct, there is one global interpretative issue that should be resolved if we want to assess the philosophical viability of Heidegger's debunking strategy. Does Heidegger want to show that the problem of the external world is meaningless by a regional ontology of Dasein, by a transcendental philosophy of Dasein, or by both? More in particular, one might distinguish 4 areas of interpretative problems. A. One cannot doubt that there are transcendental arguments in being and time. According to Heidegger, the being, sen, of things depends upon Dasein's understanding of the being, Seinsverstandnis, of things. In other words, the subjective conditions for understanding being, such as the originary temporality of Dasein, are also objective conditions for being. In the past, all such transcendental theories turned out to imply a specific variety of the problem of the external world, the problem of the Ding and Sich, section, above. We may wonder how Heidegger can be a transcendental philosopher and also claim that he eliminates this problem, instead of providing some solution to it. How should we interpret Heidegger's attempt to reconcile the no-problem view with the transcendental view? Does Heidegger succeed in reconciling them? The RST problem area condenses, as it were, into a number of passages in the text of Being and Time, which David Serbone has aptly called puzzle passages. Here are two of them. Being, not entities, is something which there is only insofar as truth is. And truth is only insofar as and as long as Dasein is. Entities are, quite independently of the experience by which they are disclosed, the acquaintance in which they are discovered, and the grasping in which their nature is ascertained. But being is only in the understanding of those entities to whose being something like an understanding of being belongs. In these puzzle passages, Heidegger tries to reconcile some version of entity realism with some version of being idealism. Being is only in the understanding by Dasein. But how is that possible, if being is deemed as that which determines entities as entities, that on the basis of which entities are already understood, however we may elucidate them in detail? The solutions of Kant and Husserl consisted in a combination of empirical realism regarding entities and transcendental idealism regarding constitutive structures, being. However, both solutions implied that empirical entities are transcendentally constituted, so that, on the transcendental level, there is entity idealism with regard to empirical entities. Furthermore, both solutions raised the problem of the Ding and Sich, the existence of which was affirmed by Kant and denied by Husserl. What solution does Heidegger propose? How can Heidegger reconcile his solution with his claim that the problem of the external world is meaningless? See in section, above, I argued that Heidegger's strategy for debunking the problem of the external world is superior to the strategies of Carnap and Moore. However, this apology for Heidegger is seriously incomplete. We saw that both Moore and Carnap failed to address the reasons for external world skepticism, reasons which derive predominantly from a scientific analysis of matter and perception. Does Heidegger fare better in this respect, so that his analysis is superior on this point as well? In section of Being and Time there is a passage in which Heidegger diagnoses the source of external world skepticism as follows: our task is not to prove that and how there is an external world, but to point out why Dasein, as being in the world, has the tendency RST to annul epistemologically the external world in order to prove it afterward. The cause, Grund, of this lies in Dasein's falling and in the way in which the primary understanding of being has been diverted to being as a currentness, a diversion which is motivated by that falling itself. But this passage is not sufficiently clear. In particular, it is unclear why Heidegger thinks that what he calls Dasein's falling, Verfallen, is the cause, Grund, of external world skepticism, and why analyzing this cause will refute the arguments for external world skepticism. An interpretation of Heidegger's strategy for debunking the problem of the external world has to clarify this point. The anal area of difficulties consists of Heidegger's pronouncements on the Ding and Sich in Being and Time. Within the global horizon or framework of the world, Heidegger distinguishes between a number of more determinate frameworks in terms of which we may interpret the entities that we encounter. Two of these frameworks are discussed in Being and Time, the framework of being ready to hand or being serviceable, Zuhanden, and the framework of being present to hand, extant, being occurrent, or being present, Vorhanden. Other frameworks are merely mentioned, such as the framework of nature as that which stirs and strives, which assails us and enthralls us as landscape. Now Heidegger writes repeatedly in italics that readiness to hand is the way in which entities as they are in themselves are determined ontologico-categorially. This is surprising, for in the Kantian tradition, entities are said to be in sich if they are ontologically independent with regard to the transcendental subject, whereas equipment and other entities that are ready to hand, zu handen, are implausible candidates for this position. Why, then, does Heidegger claim that readiness to hand, zu handenheit, is the way things are in sich? The fact that the relevant statements are italicized proves their importance for the interpretation of being and time. Since the text of being and time is unclear at many crucial points, substantial interpretations of Heidegger's strategy for debunking the problem of the external world will be underdetermined by the texts. For this reason we must evaluate the existing interpretations by a comparative analysis and inquire to what extent they satisfy a number of criteria for theory choice. With regard to the interpretation of philosophical texts, the two most important criteria for theory choice are, the criterion of historical textual adequacy, and the criterion of philosophical fecundity. Is it possible to develop an interpretation of Heidegger's strategy that solves the problems of areas A, D, above, and that is both textually adequate in an historically plausible way and philosophically fruitful? Recent interpretations, being idealism, most recent interpretations of the way in which Heidegger deals with the problem of the external world in being and time focus on area B, the puzzle passages. How are we to interpret and reconcile the being idealism and the entity realism affirmed in these texts? Let me begin by sketching the space of possible solutions. According to a minimalist reading of being idealism, Heideggerian being is just the meaning or significance that we humans attribute to entities, it is what entities are understood as. A maximalist reading, b, would interpret Heideggerian being as an entity constitutive transcendental framework à la Kant and Husserl, a position that I call strong transcendentalism. Between a and b, there is an intermediate interpretation, c, according to which being is a transcendental framework which is not constitutive of entities but only of that as what entities are encountered. Let me call this view weak transcendentalism. With regard to entity realism, readings B and C of being idealism invite us to make a distinction between an empirical and a transcendental point of view. We may then interpret Heidegger's entity realism either M, on the empirical level, empirical realism, or N, on the transcendental level, transcendental realism, or both. Even if we do not make this distinction, we have a choice between O, restricting entity realism to a current, voorhanden, entities, or P, interpreting it more generally. If we opt for M, empirical entity realism, we may regard questions concerning entities at the transcendental level as either Q, meaningful, or R, meaningless. In order to produce a complete interpretation of the puzzle passages, we have to combine one element of A, C, with more than one element of M, R. Some combinations are clearly unsatisfactory. For example, if one unites B with M, O, and Q, Heidegger would be faced with the traditional problem of the Ding and Sich, whereas he claims to have shown that this problem is senseless. We are investigating whether it is possible to develop a complete interpretation that explains all relevant texts and is philosophically interesting in itself. Apart from the two puzzle passages I quoted, there is a third one, which seems to exclude both transcendental realism, N, and transcendental idealism concerning entities, of course only as long as Dasein is, that is, only as long as an understanding of being is ontically possible, is there being. When Dasein does not exist, independence is not either, nor is the in itself. In such a case the sort of thing can be neither understood nor not understood. In such a case even entities within the world can neither be discovered nor lie hidden. In such a case it cannot be said that entities are, nor can it be said that they are not. But now, as long as there is an understanding of being and therefore an understanding of a currentness, it can indeed be said that in this case entities will still continue to be. In this passage, Heidegger seems to rule out transcendental entity realism because he states that the independence of entities with regard to Dasein is itself dependent upon Dasein, and that there is no in itself without Dasein. As Sorbonne says, this passage has the effect of nesting the independence claim within a broader claim of dependence, thereby undercutting a straightforwardly realistic understanding of entities. But of course, the passage also seems to exclude transcendental idealism with regard to entities. For Heidegger says, in such a case it cannot be said that entities are, nor can it be said that they are not. I shall come back to the issue of transcendental entity realism later on, sections end. Let me focus on two interpretative problems that are somewhat easier to solve, the problems of being idealism and of empirical entity realism. With regard to being idealism, the minimalist interpretation, A, has been defended by Dorothea Fried, among others. If a thing's being consists in its meaning, then it only has a being when there is someone for whom this is its meaning. Although she does not explicitly make a distinction between the empirical and the transcendental level, she restricts entity realism to a current, Vorhanden, entities, we interpret these entities as existing independently from us. This explains why the independence of entities depends on Dasein. As she says, with things ready at hand it is different, for they lose their ontological status as soon as there is nobody who could make use of their practical meaningfulness. Furthermore, Fried endorses a variety of R. Heidegger could reject the demand for proofs of the external world because things have an in themselves only if there is some understanding within which they are what they are. The question what they are apart from this meaning turns out to be senseless. Correctly objects to minimalist interpretations of being idealism such as Fried's that they trivialize Heidegger's transcendental arguments, so that they fail for problem area A. Interpretation, A, makes Heidegger's being idealism true by redefinition. If one deems being as a thing's meaning, Fried, or as a thing's intelligibility to us, Olafsson, and if one assumes, plausibly, that we humans give meaning to things, it is trivially true that being depends on Dasein. Such an interpretation is both philosophically sterile, because it trivializes Heidegger's being idealism, and textually inadequate. For although interpretation, A, seems to t Heidegger's definition of being as that in terms of which entities are already understood, Heidegger also deems being as that which determines entities as entities. Furthermore, Heidegger explicitly rejects the view that an entity's being ready at hand should be conceived of as a subjective coloring given to some world stuff that is already there in itself. Should we then opt for interpretation, B, of being idealism, the maximalist view that entities are constituted by transcendental frameworks? According to this view, shared by Kant and Husserl, the most fundamental link between consciousness and entities in the world is perception. In perception, the transcendental subject constitutes empirical entities out of its own subjective sensations. Whereas Kant stipulated a Ding and Sich in order to account for the passive aspect of perception at the transcendental level, Husserl held that this notion of a Ding and Sich is meaningless, although he speculated about God as a theological principle that might explain the order of sensations in transcendental consciousness. In other words, whereas Kant was a transcendental realist concerning entities, although he was a transcendental idealist with regard to space and time, Husserl was, like Berkeley, a transcendental idealist concerning entities, with the exception of God and, indeed, other minds. Clearly, versions of strong transcendentalism are inadequate as an interpretation of being and time, although they do imply empirical realism with regard to entities in the world. In the RST place, Heidegger explicitly denies that perceptual knowledge is the fundamental link between the world and ourselves. According to his analysis of Dasein as being in the world, perceptual knowledge, and, indeed, knowledge in general, is a secondary, founded mode of access to inner-worldly things. All access to such entities is founded ontologically upon the basic structure of Dasein, being in the world, Heidegger says, summarizing his analysis. It follows that our being in the world can never be explained in terms of the perceptual relation. In the second place, Heidegger rejects transcendental idealism if it signs tracing back every entity to a subject or consciousness. But this is precisely what strong transcendentalism does. Finally, it is unclear how strong transcendentalism can avoid the problem of the external world, whereas Heidegger claims that he succeeds in eliminating the problem as meaningless. I conclude that we should interpret Heidegger's being idealism in sense, c. weak transcendentalism. Within the context of the transcendental leitmotif, Heideggerian being in being and time is a transcendental framework that is not constitutive of entities but only of that as what entities are encountered. Many authors adopt this interpretation, such as Blattner, Dreyfus, Mulhall, and Phillips. Recent interpretations, empirical entity realism. These authors may still differ on two issues. First, they may have different views on what Heidegger's conception of a transcendental framework amounts to. A Heideggerian transcendental framework cannot be a mere conceptual scheme in the sense of a set of rules for using words, because Heidegger holds that the world as that in which we are involved is meaningful independently from language. World is characterized by holistic significance, Bedeutsamkeit, and language can be used for articulating pre-existing meanings to meanings, words accrue. This is a major difference between Heidegger and Wittgenstein. For Wittgenstein, words have meaning because of the way in which they are used, so that there can be no meaning without standard uses of words, although Wittgenstein also stresses that language games cannot be understood apart from forms of life. Second, weak transcendentalism as an interpretation of being idealism may be combined with various interpretations of Heidegger's entity realism. What does Heidegger mean when he says that entities are, quite independently of the experience by which they are disclosed? Puzzle passage. If we focus on puzzle passage, which nests the independence claim within a deeper dependence of Dasein, when Dasein does not exist, independence is not either. It is plausible to interpret the independence of entities with regard to Dasein as a feature attributed to entities within a particular transcendental framework, empirical realism. Whereas Mulhall holds, p. that Dasein encounters both a current and ready-to-hand things as phenomena which exist independently of its encounters with them. Most authors, Blattner, Dreyfus, Fried, Schetsky, restrict this independence to the framework of a currentness, o. Which of these two connecting views is correct as an interpretation of being and time? At RST site, neither the text of puzzle passage, nor its context in section C permits us to answer this question with certainty. Although Heidegger links the characteristic of independence with the notion of reality, he distinguishes between a wider and a narrower sense of reality in the RST paragraph of section C. In the wider sense, reality is the mode of being of all non-human entities in the world, either a current or ready to hand. In the narrower and more traditional sense, reality is the mode of being of a current entities only. Since Heidegger does not tell us in which of these two senses he is going to use the word reality in the remainder of section C, it may seem that both interpretation, p, and interpretation, o, are permitted by the text of being and time. One cannot argue that one of these apparently permitted interpretations is more charitable than the other because it attributes a philosophically superior opinion to Heidegger. The reason is that Heidegger's notions of a currentness, Vorhandenheit, readiness to hand, Zuhandenheit, and independence are too ill-defined for constructing a satisfactory philosophical view. For example, Heidegger does not distinguish between things accidentally used as tools, one picks up a stone in order to throw it at a dog, and tools as artifacts, a hammer. The stone is both dependent on Dasein and independent from Dasein. On the one hand, it is dependent because it becomes a tool when it is picked up and loses its status as a tool again when it is thrown away. On the other hand, it is independent because humans did not produce it and because it may continue to be after all humans have perished. The hammer also is both dependent and independent with regard to Dasein, but in a somewhat different sense. It is dependent in the sense that it has been made on purpose as an artifact in which its function is inscribed, so to say, and because it ties in with the referential totality of functions, of nails, wood, etc. If humans did not exist, hammers would not exist either. But the hammer is also independent because it continues to exist and to be ready for use even when nobody is aware of its existence. Indeed, it may continue to exist when all humans have died. Yet a more careful reading of section in the context of being and time as a whole justice interpretation, which restricts to occurrent things Heidegger's realism with regard to entities said to be independent from Dasein. There are three textual arguments for this interpretation. First, Heidegger starts section B by declaring that nothing else is meant by the term reality than things occurrent, vorhanden, within the world. Because puzzle passage follows Heidegger's ruminations on the notion of reality, it is plausible to read it as concerned primarily with occurrent things. Second, Heidegger intimates in section A that the notion of independence is associated with the notion of reality. Combining these 2 points, one comes to the conclusion that Heidegger links the notion of independence to the notion of occurrence. Finally, the last sentence of puzzle passage relates independence from Dasein, in the sense of continuing to be there without Dasein, explicitly to Dasein's understanding of occurrentness. But now, as long as there is an understanding of being and therefore an understanding of occurrentness, it can indeed be said that then, to wit, when Dasein does not exist, entities will still continue to be. The most important point is, however, that according to puzzle passage, this independence from Dasein depends itself upon Dasein. When Dasein does not exist, independence is not either, nor is the in itself. In other words, the independence of entities with regard to Dasein is a characteristic which depends upon a transcendental framework. Only because occurrent entities are encountered within such a framework can they be encountered as independent from us. The entity realism Heidegger defends in puzzle passage is an empirical realism concerning occurrent entities. But what about realism at the transcendental level? Is Heidegger also a transcendental realist, or is he a transcendental agnostic with regard to entities? Whereas puzzle passage seems to exclude transcendental realism, puzzle passage seems to affirm it. The transcendental standpoint, the most sophisticated interpretation of what we can say at the transcendental level, has been proposed by who focuses on puzzle passage. As I mentioned already, Blattner restricts Heidegger's entity realism at the empirical level to occurrent entities. With regard to the transcendental level, he distinguishes between a trivial and a more substantial interpretation, a weak and a strong reading, as he calls it, of the following clause from, when Dasein does not exist, independence is not either, nor is the in itself. In such a case the sort of thing can be neither understood nor not understood. In such a case even entities within the world can neither be discovered nor lie hidden. In such a case it cannot be said that entities are, nor can it be said that they are not. According to the trivial reading, Heidegger here speaks what is the case under the circumstances of our non-existence. It is trivially true that without Dasein nothing can be related to Dasein as independent or dependent, as understood or not understood, as discovered or hidden, and that without Dasein there is no speech. Blattner rejects this reading not only because it is trivial but also because it leaves Heidegger without an interesting transcendental argument for the dependence of being on Dasein. But what is Blattner's more substantive interpretation? Blattner claims that Heidegger in this passage says something of the circumstances of Dasein's non-existence. These circumstances annul the general human framework or human standpoint without which questions of dependence or independence, understanding or non-understanding, discovery or hiddenness, and existence or non-existence do not make sense. Because they annul this general framework, we cannot even ask, at the transcendental level, whether entities exist or whether they are independent from Dasein. At the transcendental level, no answer to these questions can have a truth value, so that Heidegger is neither a transcendental realist nor a transcendental idealist about entities. In other words, because being, in the sense of the holistic transcendental framework, depends on Dasein, being idealism, and because being is that which determines entities as entities, the assumption of the absence of Dasein implies that questions concerning entities must lack a determinate answer. Blattner explains his interpretation with reference to the standard account of presuppositions. It is senseless to ask who is the President of England, because this question presupposes, mistakenly, that in England a specific political framework is in place, the framework of the presidential system. Similarly, all questions about existence and, in, dependence of entities would presuppose a maximally global framework, the human framework or world. We descend to the transcendental level if we discover this framework and wonder what can be said about entities if it is not in place. According to Blattner, Heidegger claims that at this level, nothing whatsoever can be said about the, in, dependence or, non-existence of entities. But why does Heidegger think that there is such a global framework that depends on Dasein? Why is he a transcendental idealist concerning being? According to Blattner, the basic premise of Heidegger's transcendental argument is that without Dasein, there would be no time, temporal idealism. Furthermore, because the very being of entities has a temporal structure or sense, being also depends upon Dasein. Temporal idealism implies transcendental idealism about being. And transcendental idealism about being implies that at the transcendental level there is a failure of bivalence if questions concerning the, non-existence and, in, dependence of entities are raised apart from the human framework. Heidegger's being idealism does not result from a mere redefinition of being, as Dorothea Fried holds, but is the conclusion of a substantial transcendental argument. Blattner's interpretation elegantly solves the central problem of this chapter, the issue of how Heidegger could reconcile a variety of transcendental philosophy with his view that the philosophical problem of the external world is meaningless, problem areas A and B. Supposing that the problem is concerned with entities and not with the world as a holistic transcendental framework, we might locate it either at the empirical or at the transcendental level, depending on whether it presupposes or suspends the set of transcendental conditions. At the empirical level, the problem boils down to the question of whether specific occurrent entities really exist, but this is a purely empirical issue, to be settled by empirical investigations. Here, we can say that many occurrent entities will continue to exist even when the human race will have died out, puzzle passage. At the transcendental level, however, the conditions under which questions of existence make sense are suspended, so that answers to these questions lack bivalence and are senseless. At this level, the level of the Ding and Sich, we cannot meaningfully say that entities exist, or do not exist, and will continue to exist, or will not continue to exist, when there is no Dasein. Heidegger rejects the traditional notion of a Ding and Sich, as did his teacher Husserl, since it does not make sense to speculate about the question of how things are apart from the transcendental framework that is presupposed by all questions concerning anything whatsoever. Let us assume, for the moment, that Blattner's interpretation is optimally adequate with regard to the text of being and time, although it does not explain problem area C and D, and raise the issue as to whether Heidegger's doctrine, so interpreted, is tenable from a philosophical point of view. Among the four objections against his interpretation that Blattner discusses in his article, there is one that he announces as a further and more far-reaching challenge, one to the very idea that Heidegger could think that such a transcendental standpoint is coherent or conceivable. Since Heidegger insists that all understanding takes place in the context of an involvement in the world, one might conclude that the detached, uninvolved perspective of the transcendental standpoint is simply impossible. If this is correct, Blattner says, Heidegger's implicit claim that at the transcendental level statements about entities lack bivalence turns out to be a disappointing consequence of a more general and debilitating failure of the transcendental standpoint as I have described it. Indeed, if Heidegger's transcendental philosophy excludes that we may adopt a transcendental standpoint, his strategy of eliminating the problem of the Ding and Sich by adopting the transcendental standpoint and then limiting what can be said from that standpoint cannot make sense. Both in his article and in his book, Blattner admits that the general thrust of this objection is correct, although one can say something from the transcendental standpoint. That is, we can exploit the consequences of the assumption that there is no Dasein. These consequences are that in that case there is no being, in the sense of a holistic transcendental framework, and that questions concerning the existence or non-existence of entities do not make sense. In the article, but, surprisingly, not in the book, Blattner elaborates this answer by distinguishing between two senses of the expression transcendental standpoint. On the one hand, the transcendental standpoint is the point of view one occupies when one asks after the conditions for the possibility of, a priori, knowledge. From this standpoint, one allegedly discovers that there is a holistic transcendental framework which determines entities as entities and which depends upon Dasein. On the other hand, one might also call transcendental standpoint the point of view one tries to occupy by asking what things are like independently of the holistic transcendental framework, the question of the Ding and Sich in the Kantian sense. Strictly speaking, one cannot occupy the transcendental standpoint in this latter sense, because the question one attempts to ask is meaningless. However, by distinguishing between these two kinds of transcendental standpoint, Blattner fails to take the sting out of the philosophical objection. In my book, I argued, with reference to Davidson's article on the very idea of a conceptual scheme, that the notion of a comprehensive transcendental framework is incoherent because, if the framework is really comprehensive, we cannot specify what is framed by the framework. And if we cannot specify what is framed by the framework, the notion of a framework has no clear sense either. Applying Davidson's argument to Heidegger as interpreted by Blattner, we come to the conclusion that if we cannot make meaningful statements about entities from the transcendental standpoint in the second sense, we cannot make meaningful statements about the comprehensive transcendental scheme from the transcendental standpoint in the RST sense, either. This result confirms Gottlob Ernst Schulz's verdict according to which any attempt to transcend the limits of possible experience by a transcendental philosophy is condemned by this very same transcendental philosophy. Can one avoid this verdict, which shipwrecks Heidegger's alleged strategy of debunking the problem of the external world, by means of a transcendental philosophy? Readiness to hand as being in such a radical tactic for avoiding the verdict is to do away with transcendental philosophy. One might deny that there are transcendental arguments in being and time and reject the distinction between the empirical and the transcendental standpoint as an interpretation of puzzle passage. One simply stresses what Heidegger says about Dasein or being in the world as a unitary phenomenon and explains puzzle passage, as saying that our understanding of occurrent entities as independent from us humans cannot be detached from our fundamental way of being, namely being in the world. This is the interpretation preferred by David Serbone and by Theodore Arshitsky. But it is clearly unsatisfactory because it fails for problem area A. For this reason, we must try out more moderate methods, which purport to rescue some kind of transcendental scheme from the Davidsonian objection. Since the Davidsonian objection holds against the very idea of comprehensive transcendental schemes only, we must try to restrict the scope of Heidegger's transcendental frameworks and make room for the possibility of encountering entities apart from specific transcendental schemes, or, at least, for the possibility of establishing identity conditions for entities across different transcendental frameworks. I shall now discuss two of such more moderate methods or interpretations, which both have an anchorage in Heideggerian texts. Both of these interpretations hold that, according to Heidegger, we are able to know or at least encounter things as they are in themselves, and sich, apart from transcendental schemes. What they differ about is the nature of things as they are in themselves. Let us call them the thesis of the primacy of readiness to hand, Zuhandenheit, and the thesis of the primacy of occurrentness, Vorhandenheit, respectively. The textual anchorage of the RST interpretation consists of those passages in Being and Time where Heidegger says, in italics, that readiness to hand is the way in which entities as they are in themselves are determined ontologico-categorially, see problem area D. Heidegger puts the expression and sich in quotes because the point of these passages is not to contrast the way things are in themselves with the way things are for us. Heidegger's point is rather that the way things are for us primarily, that is, as the colorful and serviceable things of everyday life in the everyday world, things which are meaningful to us within the horizon of the world, precisely is the way things are in themselves. As we have seen, with regard to things in the world so conceived, it is not meaningful for Dasein to raise the problem of the external world, because Dasein deans itself in terms of these things. The idea that Dasein might be what it is and at the same time exist without its everyday world is simply incoherent. But if this is so, why and how did the problem of the external world arise in the first place? Heidegger's answer to this question is provided by the text I quoted in Problem Area C. The cause of this lies in Dasein's falling and in the way in which the primary understanding of being has been diverted to being as a Verhandenheit, a diversion which is motivated by that falling itself. Heidegger argues both in Being and Time and in his lecture course on Kant of the winter semester, published in As What is a Thing? Die Frage nach dem Ding, that during the scientific revolution a new metaphysical view of nature became dominant, according to which nature is a mathematical multiplicity of entities that lack many of the features which we attribute to them in everyday life, such as colors and other secondary qualities, or meaningfulness. Although Heidegger does not spell out the connection between this metaphysical view and external world skepticism, it is easy to see how the new metaphysics of nature gave rise to the problem of the external world. For reasons of succinctness I use Wilfrid Sellers's terminology and call this new metaphysics of nature the scientific image of the world, whereas the manifest image is our view of the world as it manifests itself in daily life. The philosophers of the scientific revolution argued that the scientific image is incompatible with the manifest image because material entities as conceived of by the new physics lack secondary qualities such as colors, smells, hot or cold, and so forth. This incompatibility thesis raises a problem concerning the ontological priority of these images. If one accepts the thesis that the scientific image is ontologically adequate and primary, a problem concerning perception results. What is the status of the colors, sounds, and smells that we perceive, if they are not really there in physical nature? The philosophers of the scientific revolution resolved this issue by endorsing the subjectivity thesis. Perceived secondary properties are impressions in the mind, caused by physical stimuli, and in perception these impressions are projected onto the world by a mental mechanism of projection. In things as they are in themselves, secondary properties are merely dispositions to cause the relevant impressions in perceivers. Generalizing this projective theory of perception, philosophers were faced with the problem of the external world. How can the perceiving subject know that its impressions are really caused by a physical world which exists independently from the subject, if, in perception, it only has access to its own impressions and not to the physical world as it is in itself? Paradoxically, then, the new scientific image of the physical world motivated skeptical doubts concerning the very existence of that physical world. Kant did not resolve this issue. He merely made it more complex by arguing that the things we perceive are phenomenal objects transcendentally constituted by applying various unifying transcendental forms to the multiplicity of impressions. If external world skepticism is essentially based upon the incompatibility thesis and the ontological primacy of the scientific image, one might debunk the problem of the external world by demolishing either, or. Whereas Gilbert Ryle opted for the RST strategy in Chapter of Dilemmas, called The World of Science and the Everyday World, Heidegger may be seen as someone who accepted, but rejected, by arguing that the everyday world is ontologically primary. As Heidegger says, readiness to hand is the way in which entities as they are in themselves are determined ontologico-categorially. This second strategy can only succeed, however, if one holds that the physical view of the world is not forced upon us by factual empirical discoveries. This is precisely what Heidegger argues both in and in. According to Section B of Being and Time, scientific facts can be ascertained only on the basis of a transcendental scheme projected upon nature. In principle, there are no bare facts, because only in the light of a nature which has been projected in this manner a fact can be found and set up for an experiment regulated and delimited in terms of this projection. In What is a Thing? Heidegger concludes from a similar argument that the scientific image of the world is optional. He says that his lectures aim at preparing a decision, Entscheidung, concerning the question of whether Science, die Wissenschaft, really is the measure for knowledge, das Wissen. This decision might liberate us from that which imprisons us most and makes us unfree in our experience and definition of things, that is, from modern science of nature, to the extent that it has become a general form of thought. However, arguing that the scientific image is optional does not suffice to ensure the success of Heidegger's debunking strategy. Heidegger has to show as well that the scientific image is inadequate as an ontology of the world, as he argues in his critique of the Cartesian ontology of matter as residential extensa, which is the most explicit version of the scientific image projected during the scientific revolution. In section of Being and Time, Heidegger says that the Cartesian doctrine not only is ontologically defective, in ontologisch Fehlbestimmung der Welt, but also has led Descartes to pass over überspringen both the phenomenon of the world and the being of those entities within the world which are proximally ready to hand. How does this interpretation of Heidegger's debunking strategy avoid the Davidsonian objection? And how can Heidegger be a neo-Kantian transcendental philosopher and yet dismiss the problem of the external world as meaningless? Like Kant, Heidegger assumes in Being and Time that modern physics is based upon a transcendental structure that is synthetic a priori and that is a condition for the possibility of constituting scientific facts. In contradistinction to Kant, however, Heidegger holds that this transcendental structure is an optional projection, Entwurf, which is projected upon things that are already accessible to us as they are in themselves, to wit, as ready to hand, zu handen. For instance, it is this hammer that we reinterpret in a scientific framework as an occurrent, vorhanden, object, a corporeal thing subject to the law of gravity. If the very same things that are seen as occurrent within the framework of modern physics were already accessible beforehand, as they really are, that is, as the serviceable and meaningful things of ordinary life, the Davidsonian critique, that the idea of a comprehensive conceptual framework is meaningless because it excludes our articulating what is framed by the framework, is inapplicable. If we so restrict the transcendental leitmotif to the foundations of physics, and hold that the metaphysical framework of the scientific image is a secondary and optional ontological framework projected upon things that are already accessible as they are in sich, it is easy to see how Heidegger on the one hand can be a transcendental philosopher and on the other hand can avoid the problem of the external world, or the problem of the Ding in sich. For this problem is meaningless if raised by Dasein in the everyday world, the world as it really is. The problem of the external world arises only on the basis of the projected framework of Vorhandenheit, to wit, the scientific image. But as soon as the phenomenologist discovers that this projected framework is ontologically defective because it passes over, überspringt, the world as it really is, he grasps that the problem of the external world is a philosophical delusion. Spelling out the phenomenologico-hermeneutic leitmotif, Heidegger shows why the problem of the external world cannot arise in ordinary life. The transcendental leitmotif is then used for showing the ontological irrelevance of the context in which the problem does arise, the context of science. It is only if we misinterpret the world and, consequently, our own ontological constitution, by elevating the scientific image to the position of the true ontology, that we will take the problem of the external world seriously. This kind of inauthentic interpretation of Dasein and the world is one form of what Heidegger calls Dasein's falling, Verfallen, the tendency of Dasein to ignore its real nature and to overlook its most authentic possibilities. As Heidegger says, the Cause-Grund of this, i.e., of raising the problem of the external world, lies in Dasein's falling and in the way in which the primary understanding of being has been diverted to being as a currentness Vorhandenheit, a diversion which is motivated by that falling itself. Angst and transcendental realism, the thesis of the primacy of readiness to hand, zu Handenheit, spelled out in section as an interpretation of Being and Time, has a number of undisputable advantages. First, it elegantly solves the interpretative problems of area C and D. Second, it links up Being and Time both with Heidegger's earliest writings, not contained in the collected works, in which he defended Catholic orthodoxy against individualism and against the scientific conception of the world, and with later works, such as the essay on the question concerning technology, Die Frage nach der Technik. Finally, it clearly shows the extent to which Heidegger and Kant shared the philosophical strategy of limiting the ontological import of science to a phenomenal world in order to make room for authentic morality, meaningfulness, and religion in a world in sich. Unfortunately, however, there are serious philosophical and textual drawbacks to this interpretation. From a philosophical point of view, one might dispute Heidegger's doctrine that scientific facts depend upon an optional metaphysical framework. Is the idea that science essentially has metaphysical presuppositions, which are a priori and cannot be tested empirically, not part of an outdated foundationalist view of science? Can one not reject dubious forms of scientistic metaphysics and yet use the best scientific theories now available as a clue to constructing a scientific picture of the world by a consilience of inductions, so to say? According to this line of criticism, we should reject Heidegger's views if the interpretation of section is historically adequate. The problems of textual adequacy are not less serious. The interpretation of section can avoid the Davidsonian critique of transcendental schemes only if the way in which things are in themselves, that is, as ready to hand, is not in its turn determined by a comprehensive transcendental scheme, the framework of the everyday world. But Heidegger seems to think that the everyday world is such a transcendental framework, and not a mere horizon in Husserl's sense. For he uses again and again Kantian phrases when he characterizes what he calls the phenomenon of world. He says, for instance, that the worldhood of the world provides the basis on which such entities, to wit, innerweltliche Zuhandens, can be discovered in the RST place as they are substantially in themselves, and he speaks of an a priori letting something be involved, which is the condition for the possibility of encountering anything ready to hand. Even more seriously, it seems that Heidegger holds that, in order to be interpreted as ready to hand, Zuhanden, things have to be already there, Vorhanden. Having written in italics that being ready to hand is the way things are in themselves ontologically, he continues as follows: yet there is something ready to hand only on the basis of something occurrent vorhandenum. Does it follow, however, granting this thesis for the nonce, that readiness to hand is ontologically founded upon occurrentness? Perhaps it is possible to interpret these last lines as stating the position of Heidegger's opponent, a position Heidegger is going to refute later on. But what is worrisome is that there are similar passages elsewhere, which seem to conjure up the specter of the traditional problem of the Ding and Sich. These passages would refute Blattner's interpretation of the transcendental point of view, according to which one cannot discuss or encounter entities apart from transcendental schemes. Many authors have drawn our attention to such passages, and Blattner discusses one of them. This is the passage on world entry from the lecture course The Metaphysical Foundations of Logic, Metaphysisk Anfangsgrund der Logik im Ausgang von Leibniz, where Heidegger says world entry and its happening is the presupposition not for occurrent entities RST becoming occurrent entities and coming into what manifests itself to us as their occurrentness and which we understand as such, but rather, merely for occurrent entities announcing themselves precisely in their not needing world entry with respect to their own being. Heidegger seems to say here that occurrent, Vorhanden, entities as such exist independently from the meaningful world which is inseparably bound up with Dasein, and, indeed, independently from all transcendental schemes. Blattner's reaction to this passage in his book is somewhat surprising. He holds that the passage connects not only with his interpretation but also with the literal text of Senuendizeit, that is, with puzzle passage. Blattner says, however one reads it, P of being and time literally states that independence, occurrentness, neither is nor is not, when Dasein does not exist, and also that occurrent entities then neither are nor are not. The problem with Blattner's reaction is, that as far as entities are concerned, Heidegger does not state this on that page. What Heidegger says is, rather, when Dasein does not exist. It cannot be said that entities are, nor can it be said that they are not. From the facts that when Dasein does not exist it cannot be said that entities are and that it cannot be said that entities are not, it does not follow that in that case entities neither are nor are not. Could it be that, According to Heidegger, there is some kind of transcendental access to entities as they are apart from any transcendental scheme, an access that leaves us speechless and yet shows that at the transcendental level entities exist independently from Dasein and would be there even if Dasein were not around. If that were the case, Heidegger could claim on the one hand that without Dasein, that is, without a transcendental framework, neither can it be said that entities are nor can it be said that entities are not, and on the other hand describe by means of a formal indication, formale Ansicht, a situation in which entities show up for us even though no transcendental framework determines as what they show up for us. In such a situation, it would be revealed that entities are there, vorhanden, without any framework whatsoever, even though they can only be apprehended as something of some kind, for instance, as independent from us, within a transcendental framework. The Davidsonian objection would be avoided, not because we can say what entities are apart from an all-encompassing transcendental scheme, but because we can show that they are there apart from all such schemes. Even though Heidegger is a transcendental idealist about being, he would be a transcendental realist about entities. One might suggest that this is part of what Heidegger attempts to show in section of Being and Time, the section on the fundamental mood of anxiety or angst. In contradistinction to fear, angst is not related to a particular entity within the world. In anxiety what is environmentally ready to hand sinks away, and so, in general, do entities within the world. Although the entities are still there, they are completely depleted from their familiar everyday significance. Nothing which is ready to hand or occurrent within the world functions as that in the face of which anxiety is anxious. Here the totality of involvements of the ready-to-hand and the occurrent discovered within the world, is, as such, of no consequence, it collapses into itself, the world has the character of completely lacking significance. Yet, Heidegger says, being anxious discloses, primordially and directly, the world as world. So it seems that Heidegger is here discussing the very phenomenon we are looking for. Because in angst, the framework of the world stops determining as what entities appear to us, the framework as such is revealed apart from the entities, and the entities are simply there, undetermined by the framework, devoid of their familiar significance, revealed in their full but heretofore concealed strangeness as what is radically other. Heidegger's description of angst may be interpreted as showing, then, that he is a transcendental realist concerning entities. In angst, the original openness of entities as such arises, that they are entities and not nothing. This interpretation of section is compatible with puzzle passage, because in angst we are speechless. Since the world completely lacks significance, speech, sprach, is impossible, for according to Heidegger speech articulates a pre-existing significance. As Heidegger says in his inaugural lecture What is Metaphysics? Was ist Metaphysik, of, anxiety robs us of speech. Because beings as a whole slip away, so that just the nothing crowds round, in the face of anxiety all utterance of the is falls silent. Blattner is correct in stressing that if the transcendental framework does not determine as what entities show up for us, it cannot be said that entities are, nor can it be said that they are not. This is what puzzle passage affirms. But the experience of angst shows that even in this case entities are still there, albeit without having any significance for us. Hence, Blattner is mistaken in concluding from puzzle passage, that, according to Heidegger, in the absence of a transcendental framework entities then neither are nor are not. Attributing transcendental realism to Heidegger explains puzzle passage, entities are, quite independently of the experience by which they are disclosed, the acquaintance in which they are discovered, and the grasping in which their nature is ascertained. But being is only in the understanding of those entities to whose being something like an understanding of being belongs. This passage does not refer to occurrent entities only, as is clear from the context in section of Being and Time. It refers to all entities, whether they are occurrent or ready to hand. One might read it as a straightforward expression of transcendental realism concerning entities. This reading of Heidegger as a transcendental realist is compatible with his debunking strategy concerning the problem of the external world on condition that we do not confuse Heidegger's transcendental realism with scientic realism. In the grip of anxiety, Dasein has no reason whatsoever to doubt whether the meaningless entities it is confronted by really exist. On the contrary, in the experience of angst these entities obtrude themselves upon us in their full but heretofore concealed strangeness as what is radically other. The problem of the external world arises only within the transcendental framework of the scientic image, and the ontological adequacy of that framework is denied by Heidegger, section above. Within the transcendental framework of science, we may be scientic realists in the sense of empirical realists. But at the transcendental level, the experience of angst reveals that entities are already there apart from any transcendental framework, as the original ground possibility of both the present nesathand of the theoretical object of science and the readiness to hand of the equipment of everyday praxis. For this reason, it is surprising that some interpreters have attributed to Heidegger a robust form of scientic realism, robust in the sense that it is not limited to an empirical realism in the sense of transcendental philosophy. Dreyfus and Spinoza argue, for example, that although Heidegger pioneered the dictionary realist account of the everyday, he sought to establish a robust realist account of science. In order to substantiate this claim, the authors draw attention to Heidegger's descriptions of the phenomena of angst and of the reinterpretation of tools such as a hammer as an object of science. But to the extent that Heidegger's descriptions can be interpreted as scientic realism, it is the empirical realism argued for by Blattner and others. Dreyfus and Spinoza admit as much when they write that Heidegger has no account of how the meaningless beings revealed by breakdown and anxiety can serve as data for science. Even if the authors are right in arguing that Heidegger would, in principle, have some of the conceptual resources for developing a robust, transcendental, scientic realism, nothing could be further removed from Heidegger's real intentions, as his critique of scientistic ontologies shows, section above. Conclusions. Having explored some of the complexities of Heidegger's debunking strategy with regard to the problem of the external world, we may now attempt to answer the central question of this chapter: did Heidegger develop a viable strategy, by consistently combining phenomenological analysis with transcendental philosophy? Did he successfully reconcile the no-problem view with the transcendental view? In order to obtain consistency, we have to distinguish between three levels of analysis in being and time and between four different meanings of the notion of occurrentness, Vorhandenheit. At the most superficial level of analysis, that of empirical realism with regard to scientic entities, things in the world are interpreted as occurrent, Vorhanden, within the framework of a specific transcendental scheme. It is at this level that the problem of the external world is generated by a scientic metaphysics of nature. Heidegger does not attempt to solve the problem at this level. Rather, he eliminates it by arguing that the scientic level of analysis as a whole is ontologically defective, because it passes over Überspringt, the real phenomenon of the world. A scientic analysis of natural entities merely decontextualizes entities that were already given at a more fundamental level, that is, at level. At this more fundamental level, the phenomenological analysis of everyday life reveals that Dasein cannot exist without its world, because it is essentially being in the world. Entities in the everyday world are in themselves, en sich, ready to hand, zu handen, so that the reality of these entities cannot be understood without reference to Dasein, whereas Dasein deans itself in terms of, and hence cannot be understood without, these entities in the world. At this level of analysis, the problem of the external world does not make sense, and it is discovered that the problem arises only within a projected transcendental framework, the framework of science. At an even more fundamental level, revealed in the fundamental mood of angst, it is discovered that the world as a comprehensive referential structure is also a transcendental scheme, and that entities are there, Vorhanden, apart from all transcendental schemes, in their full but heretofore concealed strangeness as what is radically other. Since at this level entities cannot be interpreted as something, because the structure of Significance, Bedeutsamkeit, has collapsed, we cannot say anything about entities at this level, apart from saying that they are there in their radical otherness. Heidegger is a transcendental realist, and not a transcendental agnostic, as Blattner has argued. Although Kant could not consistently adopt the hypothesis of a Ding and Sich at level, because he was a strong transcendentalist, interpretation B of section, above, Heidegger can put forward the phenomenological thesis of transcendental realism without inconsistency, because he is a weak transcendentalist with regard to being, interpretation C, and because he holds that one can experience things at the transcendental level in angst. In other words, Heidegger escapes by means of his analysis of angst from Schulz's verdict that any attempt to transcend the limits of possible experience by a transcendental philosophy is condemned by this very same transcendental philosophy. At the transcendental level, things are occurrent, vorhanden, but the problem of the external world does not arise, as we saw above. We may say that relative to empirical level is a transcendental level, and that relative to level is a transcendental level, the ultimate transcendental level. Heidegger is a realist at all levels, but his realism does not have the same meaning as the various realisms that allegedly solve the problem of the external world. At levels, and Heidegger holds that along with Dasein as being in the world, entities within the world have in each case already been disclosed. This existential ontological assertion seems to accord with the thesis of realism that the external world is really occurrent, because it does not deny or doubt that entities are occurrent. But the agreement is a merely doxographical one, for Heidegger's realism at all levels presupposes the ontology of Dasein, which shows that the problem of the external world is meaningless. In contradistinction to the term vorhanden, the word vorhanden is not a Heideggerian archaism or neologism. This may explain the fact that Heidegger uses the term vorhanden, occurrent, loosely and in a number of different senses. In the widest sense, it just means being there, and in this sense even Dasein is vorhanden. In a second sense, which is somewhat more restricted, everything except Dasein is vorhanden, as we discover in the fundamental mood of angst. Third, Heidegger uses the word vorhanden for things as they show up within the world even if they do not tie into the framework of Vorhandenheit in the fourth and narrowest sense. So he says, for instance, that not all occurrentness is the occurrentness of things. The nature that envelopes us consists of course of entities in the world, but it exhibits neither the mode of being of readiness to hand nor that of occurrentness in the sense of natural entities. Fourth, Vorhandenheit is the particular transcendental framework within which things show up for us as merely there, devoid of practical significance. This is Heidegger's technical and narrowest sense of the term vorhanden. Sometimes, but not always, he differentiates between this fourth sense of Vorhandenheit and a scientific way of envisaging things. In section B of Being and Time, for instance, Heidegger wonders whether a scientific attitude has already constituted itself only because, instead of deliberating circumspectively about something ready to hand, we take it as something occurrent. Although Heidegger's strategy for debunking the problem of the external world can be made consistent in this manner, one may doubt whether it is philosophically fruitful. Those who consider being and time as an indispensable antidote to the dominance of scientific thought in our culture, will welcome Heidegger's ontological disqualification of science. But those who hold with Quine, Dreyfus, and Spinoza, the Chichlins, and many others, that scientific thought is the best access to things as they are in themselves, will reject this disqualification. Since the ontological disqualification of science is the crucial move in Heidegger's debunking strategy, the latter party will have to develop another attitude vis-a-vis the problem of the external world. One may either propose a solution to it or argue that one should accept the best scientific theories without endorsing the scientistic metaphysics that generated the problem in the first place. Being as a MacGuffin in his famous interviews with François Truffaut, Alfred Hitchcock insisted that while many of his thrillers concerned some piece of information or object around which swirled all the intrigue and energy of the LM, it didn't matter if that object was never identified, that it could even turn out to be nothing at all, of no serious importance in itself. Borrowing from some Kipling stories, he called such an elusive object of attention a MacGuffin, and went on to say, "My best MacGuffin, and by that I mean the emptiest, the most non-existent, and the most absurd, is the one we used in North by Northwest. Here, you see, the MacGuffin has been boiled down to its purest expression, nothing at all." The great intellectual historian Hans Blumenberg, in a supremely backhanded compliment, noted the effectiveness of Heidegger's question about the meaning of being in functioning in just this Hitchcockian way. In a clever rejoinder to Heidegger, Blumenberg titled his article, Das Sein ein MacGuffin, thereby deliberately invoking Hitchcock's own description of the MacGuffin, boiled down to its purest expression, nothing at all. The cleverness of this invocation of the nothingness of the Heideggerian MacGuffin, Sen, derives from the enormous if infamous and elusive importance that Heidegger himself ascribes to the nothing, das Nichts. The appeals to das Nichts and die Nichtigkeit occur just when being and time begins to indicate how we should understand the meaning of Dasein's very being. As, in a way, nothing at all. Here is Heidegger from Division 2 of Being and Time. Care itself, in its very essence, is permeated, durchsetzt, with nullity, Nichtigkeit, through and through. Thus care Dasein's being means, as thrown projection, being the basis of a nullity, and this being the basis is itself null, das Nichtige Grundsein einer Nichtigkeit. This means that Dasein as such is guilty, if our formally existential definition of guilt as being the basis of a nullity is indeed correct. Blumenberg is suggesting in effect, with King Lear, that nothing comes from nothing, and that Heidegger's picture of Dasein's angst-ridden realization of its own nullity should be taken as a revelation about the emptiness and misleading quality of the question, or worse, of Heidegger's fanciful analysis, not as the manifestation of the existential abyss. The idea is clearly that while the creation of the expectation of a comprehensive meaning, an unnecessary and artificial requirement in Blumenberg's view, is vital to the possibility of the Heideggerian narration of a person's life, or in Heidegger's terms vital to being able to temporalize, Zeitigen, temporality, the supreme condition of meaningfulness, and while the intimation of a profoundly elusive, almost necessarily absent meaning may best of all fool a dramatic need, something that preserves what Heidegger calls a complete Unobjektlosigkeit, unclosedness, incompleteness in Dasein's existence. At some point such an expectation is more a dramatic trick than anything else. The meaning of being expectation is already such a trick, Blumenberg suggests, and is in reality nothing at all, in the ordinary not Heideggerian sense of there's nothing to it. This is a bit of a cheap shot, not as cheap as Carnap's famous swipes in the elimination of metaphysics through logical analysis of language, but unfair nonetheless. However, understanding just why it is unfair, and how the appeal to Das Nichts functions in Heidegger's early philosophy, and especially why the question opens up for Heidegger distinctly philosophical issues, not issues of psychological health, historical diagnosis, social theory, or literary mood, will require several steps. The question of being first. It is important to stress that Heidegger's understanding of the Seinsfrage is that it is directed toward what he frequently calls the meaning of being, Sinn des Seins. A typical programmatic statement in Being and Time, basically, all ontology remains blind and perverted from its own most aim, if it has not already clarified the meaning of being, and conceived this clarification as its fundamental task. In his Nietzsche lectures, Heidegger characterizes the decisive question at the end of Western philosophy as the question about the meaning of being, not only about the being of beings, and, he goes on, meaning, Sinn, is thereby delimited in its concept as that whence and on the basis of which being in general as such can be revealed and come into truth, in die Wahrheit kommen. This seems pretty clearly to say that the clarification spoken of in Being and Time was of the possibility of the meaning of being at all, rather than any direct answer to the question. It is hard to exaggerate the scope of this question as Heidegger understands it, since it seems to cover the intelligibility, deep existential familiarity, of someone uttering noises at me, of ink marks on a page, of having to make breakfast, seeing that someone is angry with me, or facing a decision about whether to volunteer for a mission. The issue, he keeps stressing, is not what there is, what the basic kinds are, or even, as in the introduction to metaphysics, why there is something and not nothing. The question concerns the very possibility of intelligibility at all, how it is that sense can ever be made of anything, that there could be a Lichtung, a clearing, or lighting or Unverbergenheit that happens, such that a sense of being is possible. Now a formulation like whence and on the basis of which being in general as such can be revealed and come into truth, since it looks very much like a question about the conditions necessary for the possibility of any meaning of being, seems a project in the tradition of transcendental philosophy, or part of a post-Kantian heritage. Despite his protestations in Grundprobleme that his own concept of transcendental truth does not coincide without further ado with the Kantian, and his criticism of being and time in the Nietzsche lectures as too transcendental in the Kantian sense, Heidegger certainly takes up what seems the language of transcendental philosophy. By existentiality we understand the state of being that is constitutive for those entities that exist. The hermeneutic of Dasein becomes a hermeneutic in the sense of working out the conditions on which the possibility of any ontological investigation depends. And most directly but in Seinekens Bedeutsamkeit itself, with which Dasein is always familiar, there lurks the ontological condition which makes it possible for Dasein, as something which understands and interprets, to disclose such things as Seinekens's Bedeutungen. Upon these in turn is founded the being of words and language. There is even what has sounded to some like transcendental idealist language. Dasein only has meaning. Hence only Dasein can be meaningful, sinnvoll, or meaningless, sinnlos. Only as long as Dasein is, that is only as long as an understanding of being is ontically possible, is there being. And even all truth is relative to Dasein's being. Heidegger is certainly clear that in such passages he is not talking about phenomenalism or subjective idealism. Even though reality is referred back to the phenomenon of care, this does not mean that only when Dasein exists and as long as Dasein exists, can the real be as that which in itself it is. Or, being, not entities, is dependent upon the understanding of being, that is to say, reality, not the real, is dependent upon care. And all commentators on Heidegger can cite his famous realism in section. What is to be demonstrated is not an agreement of knowing with its object, still less of the psychical with the physical, but neither is it an agreement between contents of consciousness among themselves. What is to be demonstrated is solely the being uncovered Entdecksen of the entity itself, that entity in the how of its uncoveredness. It is clear from the literature on this issue in Heidegger that passages with such realist and such idealist implications, such transcendental and more traditionally ontological implications, could be produced at great length. The talk of dependence still, though, at least suggests some sort of a dependence of sense, if not existence dependence, in the roughly transcendental or condition for the possibility meaning. Such uncovering or disclosedness as discussed above obviously can't happen without us, although that does not mean it happens to or for us in any straightforward sense, and since the phenomena Heidegger is interested in are hidden, his version of phenomenology is also a hermeneutics, and nothing Heidegger says in section undermines or contradicts the dependence claim in general. The entity in its uncoveredness, or being in its disclosedness, is not the entity itself, or being, directly apprehended. There is a how of uncoveredness, a distinct event of disclosedness. Or, it seems natural to frame the issue as has, that ontological disclosedness is a condition for the possibility of comportment toward entities as entities, of ontic truth. In terms of Heidegger's project, though, we can see straight away both what the RST question would be if his enterprise were to be considered transcendental, and that the absence of any concern for such a question already reveals that he conceives of his project somewhat differently. The question would be, why should Dasein's requirements for intelligibility, what being could come to mean for Dasein, have anything to do with the intelligibles as such, with what being could possibly mean? There is no immediately obvious reason not to believe, with Nietzsche, that what we count as intelligibility is the perspectival expression of the will to power, or with Foucault that there are no power-neutral accounts of such sense-making. Indeed, in his famous Abba, Heidegger himself makes similar claims about the hybris and subjectivism of all metaphysics. Or, suppose, as far as we can make it out, Dasein must be understood as ontologically unique. Is this because we lack the intellectual resources to understand Dasein as, say, a sophisticated machine, or, despite appearances, as ontologically continuous with other mammals, or because Dasein in itself cannot be such an object or such a kind, and this is so in a way not dependent on what we could make sense of? The direct answer to such questions would be what Kant called a transcendental deduction, and so a demonstration that the conditions for the possibility of experience must be, at the same time the conditions for the possibility of objects of experience, that what we require for being to have meaning is what is required for being itself to have any possible meaning. But such a deduction in anything like its Kantian form would require an appeal to pure forms of intuition or something analogous, something outside the space of the conceptual, or outside the requirements of the subject, yet accessible to philosophy, and, to make a very long story very, very short, by the middle of the 19th century, such an appeal had become largely moot, and there is no indication of such a strategy in Being and Time. The absence of that or any analogous argument form in Being and Time suggests something like the approach already manifest in Hegel, but which in Heidegger results from his famous break with Husserl and phenomenology. That is, we begin from an original denial of any possible separability of conceptual and material, intuitional elements in any philosophical account of experience in the RST place, and so an insistence that we did not need to cross any divide between our conditions for intelligibility and the intelligible, and do not need to deduce how our requirements for intelligibility might be said to be what we are independently given. The question itself should be rejected, not answered. In fact, in his Davos encounter with Cassirer and in his Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, shortly thereafter, Heidegger presses his account of the Nitude of Dasein in the absence of a formal point of view from which to secure any sort of philosophical necessity, even transcendental necessity, to the point of transforming Kant's critique into his own existential analytic. Of course, Heidegger's name for his version of the inseparability thesis is in der Welt sein, being in the world, or, eventually, Geschichtlichkeit, historicality. There is, for example, no argument by Heidegger that purports to investigate what a meaningful engagement with entities and others would be like, were there not some comprehensive horizon of significance, or some orientation from the meaning of Dasein's being, and thereby to try to show that such a putative situation is not really possible. He does not do this because he does not consider the relation between such a comprehensive horizon and determinate intelligibility as that between necessary condition and conditioned, a fact that is dramatically manifest in the possibility that the existential function of such a comprehensive horizon can pass into forgetfulness, without any ontic senselessness. And we should keep in mind our main topic. In Heidegger's account we are headed toward some sort of claim that whatever conditions we might establish, they can, in some way, fail. Care is the meaning of the being of Dasein, and the entire interrelational structure of the world of care can fail so catastrophically that Dasein will appear not as the world embedded, open to meaning, engaged agent in a shared world that it is, but, all at once as it were, the null basis of a nullity. Or, to anticipate an even more radical challenge, Dasein is, at the same time, both. Wherever Heidegger's Kantian talk might lead us, we have to keep in mind how bizarre it would sound to refer to some sort of breakdown in the constitutive conditioning function of the experience-enabling categories of causality or substance. But where does this leave us with respect to our question? What sort of question is the Seinsfrage, and how might one go about answering it? It is not, we should now conclude, a transcendental question in Kant's sense, of the sort that might require a deduction, and Heidegger seems to adopt the inseparability thesis about subject and object, concept and intuition, Dasein and world, but, to make another very long story very short, without the phenomenological reduction, bracketing, and abstracting that might lead us back to a claim of Husserlian philosophical necessity. So we seem left without any distinctly philosophical claims, except negative ones. We might be tempted to conclude that, if Dasein is, in some radical sense, throne projection, always already embedded in its world, if any possible meaning of being is existential in just this sense, then there is nothing to say about what it is to be so thrown except insofar as any such answer is attested in the experience of such subjects, in a historical world, at a time. There is a sense in which, properly understood, making such a claim is what fundamental ontology consists in. But everything comes down to properly understood, and we are there within the vicinity of one of Heidegger's deepest anxieties, that this radical doctrine of nitude, a nitude that makes the adoption of a transcendental interpretation of Heidegger quite misleading, will be misinterpreted as the invitation to a historicist philosophical anthropology, a mere hermeneutics of what being has come to mean, radical only in that considerations of how anything could come to mean are included within the hermeneutic, not treated independently, prior, that is, transcendentally. Another of his anxieties also lurks in this area, that he is an existentialist, for whom the horrible truth about the meaninglessness or absurdity of Dasein's existence is too horrible to face, it provokes despair, and so on. I think Heidegger is right that both characterizations are inaccurate. That is, both transcendentalist and existentialist interpretations are hard to make consistent with the fact that Heidegger is manifestly not talking about the nitude and mortality and self-obscuring characteristics of Dasein on the one hand, and on the other hand some considerably more than night capacity on the part of philosophy to set out the necessary conditions always required for anything to make sense for such a night being, or to state the real truth about Dasein's absurd existence. Finitude, the consequences of Heidegger's criticism of standard logic, of Husserlian phenomenology and Kantian transcendentalism, and eventually of all metaphysics, is primarily a critique, one might even say an attack, on philosophy itself, not a reminder that we all die and are afraid of that or cannot face the absurdity of our lives. As early as Heidegger was writing, we philosophize, not in order to show that we need a philosophy, but instead precisely to show that we do not need one. Avoiding though the transcendental or historicist anthropology or existentialist interpretations has everything to do with the radically of Heidegger's account of Das Nichts, to which I now turn. Being and the Nothing. Heidegger presents an existential analytic that is proposed as preliminary, a stalking horse such that progress in understanding the meaning of Dasein's being could be the decisive step in understanding any Sinn des Seins, meaning of being, for Dasein. Again, this approach creates a transcendental temptation, as if we are looking for Dasein's conditions of sense, conditions that will set the horizon for the possibility of all sense, even though still for Dasein. But I want to suggest that the Dasein analytic is privileged because it is exemplary of how the meaning of being happens, not transcendental in this sense, not constitutive of any possible meaning, as if necessary conditions have been found. To see how this works, we need to remind ourselves of the drama that makes being and time so riveting. The catchphrase associated with Heidegger and Sartre, existence precedes essence, amounts, minimally, to a denial that any distinctively human way of life could be said to have an anthropologically XED, or essential, or socially assigned nature. Rather, one existence is always in a kind of suspended state, everywhere oriented and lived forward by some prediscursive understanding of and commitment to a meaning of one's being that cannot have something like a resolution or totality or a XED grounding in the usual sense. And, Heidegger notes, Dasein can decide its existence by taking hold or neglecting. In the historical world Heidegger interprets, that is, our world, it is the latter that mostly manifests how Dasein is at issue for itself, by neglecting in some way the call of conscience, calling one back to oneself as a concernful being in the world, living a life only by taking up the reins, only by leading one's life, but constantly falling, lost in the concerns of Das Man, attempting to avoid the claims of such a requirement. Dasein's being is said to lie hidden, but in a way such that that hiddenness also belongs to what thus shows itself. And in the most dialectical expression, the ich, or I, can exist as not I, in the mode of having lost ichheit, eines, or is only by having lost itself, Selbstverlorenheit. And it is already important to note, contra the existentialist reading, this does not mean a simple falling away from an authentic selfhood, to which we may resolutely return. The point is the more radical claim that the ich's capacity to exist as Selbstverlorenheit is what it is to be an I at all. Achieving some sort of stable ichheit would be to cease to be an ich. This account sets the stage for the sort of philosophical question about meaning Heidegger wants to pose. For the question he wants to ask is not a skeptical one, either about other minds, the external world, or the very possibility of a distinction between knowing and not knowing at all, and not an idealist worry, what the relation is between the conditions for our understanding the meaning of our being and what being could be, and not an ethical one, how Dasein can remain true to itself, but a different question, what could meaning fundamentally, preeminently the meaning of being be, such that it could fail, utterly, and in a way absolutely fail. This sort of orientation, examining the nature of significance, meaningfulness in our engagements with others and the world, by taking our bearings from a breakdown in meaningful practices, had been methodologically prominent from the very RST accounts of being in the world. The worldly character of the world itself, Weltlichkeit, not just aspects of the world or items in the world, is announced by, perhaps even consists in, such breakdowns as conspicuousness, Auffallen, obtrusiveness, Aufdringlichkeit, and obstinacy, Aufsässigkeit, each a kind of break, Bruch, in the referential contexts within which Zuhandenheit makes the kinds of sense it does. No regressive transcendental argument to necessary conditions of sense is involved in such a making manifest. Heidegger is appealing instead to the phenomenological evidence of attestation, Besugung, what shows itself in such experiences of breakdown as having been at work. Moreover, the sort of significance Heidegger is interested in as a matter of fundamental ontology is hardly limited to the dealings and engagements involved in the equipmental world of sense. Dasein's being is, fundamentally ontologically, care, its circumspection always concernful. The meaningfulness of its engagements with objects and others involves a layered relation of ends, for the sakes of which, Worum willen, in Heidegger's nominalization. Even if the directedness and normative commitments that, as Dreyfus notes, sustain our comportment in the world non-robotically are not self-referential mental states, this directedness is sustained, which is evident when that sustaining fails, when, in the simplest sense, care fails, when we cannot care. That is, the accounts of everyday significance and of the meaningfulness of being are treated as matters of mattering. The pre-thematic ontological horizon of sense held open by Dasein is a horizon of mattering, with saliences of significance and ordered relations of importance always at issue if not directly pointed at or aimed at or consciously attended to, in such engagements. It can be best seen as that sort of sense, mattering, when we experience the distinctiveness of its failure, something Heidegger RST begins to describe in his account of anxiety. There he begins to explore this unusual logos of mattering with a remark that is not given the usual headline treatment but is astonishing nonetheless. For Heidegger notes an experience rarely treated before Kierkegaard's thinking on despair, and rarely treated anywhere as being of such consequence. The totality of involvements Bewandtnisgunst of the ready-to-hand and the present at hand discovered within the world is, as such, of no consequence ohne Belang, it collapses into itself. The world has the character of completely lacking Significance. Die Welt hat den Charakter völliger Unbedeutsamkeit. Is such a thought even thinkable? Complete insignificance. The totality of involvements of the Zuhanden and Vorhanden collapses into itself? It is not until Heidegger revisits in Division 2 the issues here introduced that both the existential dimensions of such an experience and its importance for fundamental ontology emerge. Having noted that any full account of the meaning of Dasein's being must take account of Dasein as possibly a totality or whole, Heidegger argues that Dasein can never be such a whole, but its own total significance can come into view by being toward its end, indeed an ending that constantly threatens Dasein's very being. He asks, how is it existentially possible for this constant threat to be genuinely disclosed? All understanding is accompanied by state of mind. Dasein's mood brings it face to face with the thrownness of its that it is there. But the state of mind which can hold open the utter and constant threat to itself arising from Dasein's own most individualized being is anxiety. This is the preparation for Heidegger's extraordinary account of freedom towards death and his summary account of care as shot through with Nichtigkeit, and Dasein being the null basis of a nothingness. Heidegger at this point allows himself a no doubt deliberately comic understatement when he then notes, the ontological meaning of the notness Nichtheit of this existential nothingness is still obscure. But what he tries to stress throughout his extended account of conscience, care, guilt, and authenticity is the radically of the failure of meaning provoked by the conflict between any sense-making, careful engagement, and defeat of such attempts in the face of the absoluteness of one's death. What he describes is a collapse of significance that allows us to see that what had kept up such a structure of significance was nothing but our caring to keep it in place, a care originating and failing in utter contingency. The unincorporability of one's death into the structure of significance, or of mattering, the impossibility that death could mean anything, brings into experiential prominence the contingency of care itself, the escape or ite from such a nullity without which leading an existence, temporalizing a time, would not be possible. His claim seems to be that the experience of the constant impendingness of one's death can block in some way the practical projection into the future that amounts to the work of sustaining meaning for Dasein. Such an experience does not cause such a breakdown, nor is it merely the occasion for such a reaction. Heidegger must mean that the sustaining of such meaning requires the fooling of an existential condition, a sense of futurity, a being toward an end, that the absoluteness and arbitrariness of death calls into question, calls as the call of conscience. The idea is not that death itself is unintelligible or absurd, but what being toward death calls into question reveals that what it means to be Dasein is to be able to fail to be a concernful, circumspective side of meaning, and that the succeeding and failing cannot be a part of Dasein's project, cannot be assigned to it as a task, a work. This begins the difference with Hegel, whose position I want later to bring in as a contrast. A short time later, in his lecture course of, Heidegger focuses on a stimmung that reveals a failure or collapse of meaning that is intuitively clearer but less intuitively connected with responsive action or redemption. He notes as an ontological phenomenon the possibility of deep boredom, tief Langweil. The emptiness evinced in such a profound or deep boredom, die Langweilend Leer, is not the sort one can will or argue oneself out of, not the sort of orientation one can control. It should be stressed here that Heidegger's variations in appeals to various Stimmungen, or moods, attunements, means that his analysis is not restricted to any particular experience of death. He is looking for paradigmatic cases where the whole interrelated practical structure of care can, on its own as it were, fail, and then to ask what such meaning must be that it could fail. And of course Heidegger is not trying to say that the fact of one's inevitable death gives one a reason to lose faith in the worth or point of one's projects and goals. In the RST place the character of the significance or meaning he takes to be threatened is, in his terms, prior to any belief or project. What fails is care, and this precisely not for any reason. One must already care about reasons for that to be a possibility, and in that case the mattering of reasons would not fail. It fails because nothing matters in isolation from whatever else matters, and Heidegger thinks there must be some primordial horizon of significance for such care to be sustained, the kind of primordial horizon that comes into view when the problem of Dasein's totality is in question. What is important in this context is that the practical implication of this failure is what Heidegger calls guilt, an owning up. Both to the radical contingency of one's thrownness and the inescapability of an ever-threatening death, as well as to the practical necessity, in acting at all, of eing in some way from such nullity, of erring in the ontological sense in order to stretch one's existence along in time. This incompatibility is not a rational inconsistency or a failure to be rational enough. We are simply not in charge of whether care fails or not, or how to think our way into or out of such an experience. This being a basis means never to have power over one's own most being from the ground up. This not belongs to the existential meaning of thrownness. And, being guilty is more primordial than any knowledge of it. This is the predecessor account for all attempts eventually carnaps to tame or moderate the existential and ontological challenge of not being. But our own not being, is not another way for us to be. We are not something other than alive when we are dead. Death is also not a natural completion, or ripeness, or the lack or privation of life in a material body. It is not existentially, with respect to Dasein's experience of the meaning of its being, even a factual event to be expected, and has its role in such a meaning questioned only by our being toward it. And, as Heidegger never tires of saying, the ontological problem of not being cannot be reduced to the problem of a logical operator, the paradigmatic form of treating not being as otherness, not this being, but thereby some other being or some other possible point in logical space. This is the sense of the famous passage from What is Metaphysics? Was ist Metaphysik, that so enraged Carnap, does the nothing exist only because the not, i.e. negation, exists? Or is it the other way around? Do negation and the not exist only because the nothing exists? We assert, the nothing is prior to the not and the negation. Where do we seek the nothing? How do we nd the nothing? Anxiety reveals the nothing. That for which and because of which we were anxious was really nothing. Indeed, the nothing itself as such was present. What about this nothing, the nothing itself nothings? Even here, it is important to stress, Heidegger is tying this so-called reference to the nothing to anxiety, or the failure of possible projection. He is always referring, I think, to the unique Dasein possibility failed lived meaning, not to any metaphysical non-meaning. Death, Heidegger is suggesting, is not simply the negation of life, other than life, but some other state of being. For Dasein qua Dasein, not qua biological organism, is always dying, always in a way at its end, and for it, ceasing to be is an absolute nothingness, the meaning of which cannot be captured by the negation operation applied to life. Heidegger goes to an extreme formulation to try to suggest that such radical not being cannot be domesticated by us, is not the result of what we do to ourselves, bring about in some psychological sense. His infamous phrase is the nothing itself nothings, but his contrast is clear enough. From a Heideggerian point of view, in other words, when Creon and Antigone in Sophocles' play are arguing over what is to be done with Polonice's body, when the audience is made aware of the utter difference between Polonice's and the thing now rotting thing outside the city walls, they are enacting what they must enact in order to live, even though both mediations, both appeals to the Penates on the one hand and the city's requirements on the other, are attempts to reclaim, within a logic of mattering, what cannot make sense in this way. Both represent in ways typical of such human a refusal to allow Polonices to die. There is no way to continue to stretch along into the future the world that had Polonices in it. He is not in it at all, he is nothing, and when in some contingent way the structure of care fails to continue such redemption, the character of such an attempt, its ultimate Nichtigkeit, becomes unavoidable. Such a failure of meaning is radical in ways now more familiar from modern literature. When Bartleby the scrivener stops working, and prefers not to, what is uncanny, in exactly the Heideggerian sense, about his story is that the failure of meaning he suffers is not in the name of what his form of life lacks, what it should have, not in the name of any absence or privation, any other than what now is. The failure of meaning appears to be complete, not a response to the failure of humanism, of justice, not a response to the brutality of wage labor and so forth. Bartleby has in effect no everyday psychology, none Melville gives as relevant, no beliefs or aspirations, no reasons. Mattering just fails in the way it can fundamentally in anxious being toward death, in the way that reveals the utter contingency and fragility of its succeeding when it does. Its happening or not happening is the event of truth, the occasion for living in truth. The disturbance that Bartleby provokes in his colleagues is very much as if he is the presence of death among them, the uncanniest of guests. In the same way that the nihilistic culmination of metaphysics reveals something about the nature of metaphysics as such, and is not a contingent event, philosophers losing faith in metaphysics, so too in the existential situation it is the radically of this failure of meaning that reveals what is most essential about such meaning, that it can so fail. Any partial or determinate failure, of the kind central to Hegel's account of conceptual and social change, for example, amounts merely to an extension of sense-making practices and so blocks any radical reaction on their possibility. Only by the anticipation of death is every accidental and provisional possibility driven out. But there are no determinate conditions necessary for care to succeed, to be sustained, for anything to matter, such that to call the call of conscience, anxiety, and being toward death a threat to the existential satisfaction of transcendental conditions is to obscure the point Heidegger is trying to make. There is no way that being in the world can be isolated from its historical incarnation so that we might isolate conditions necessary for the pragmata of the world to make the sort of determinate practical sense they occasionally do. Heidegger's accounts of involvement, comportment, falling, and so forth are both primordial elements of how things have come to make sense in a historical world, such that the gradual transformation of such a world into one wherein a predatory technological subject confronts material stuff for its mundane purposes is not a failure or breakdown of sense, but the contingent transformation of the horizon of ontological meaning, and, preparatory to the account of the failure of such a way of things mattering when the call of conscience and its attendant anxiety bring the practical structure of care crashing down. Again, Kantian or transcendental conditions cannot fail. That is the whole point of the case for their necessity. The Heideggerian elements of practical sense-making can ultimately fail or even be permanently forgotten. That is the whole point of saying that care is shot through with nichtigkeit and is the null basis of a nullity. This failure, occasioned by the threat to meaning posed by one's ever-impending death, is not a failure as yet to make the proper sense of what seems without sense. There is no horrible fate that we are too fearful or too night to make sense of. The failure Heidegger is trying to account for is not a failure to make sense of death, but an occasion in which the failure to make sense of, be able to sustain reactively, sense-making itself happens. This situation, I have claimed, is an exemplary, not a transcendental, account. Of what is it exemplary? In existential terms, in Heidegger's sense of existential, it exemplifies the occasion requiring either an authentic or inauthentic response, an issue that would require several volumes to discuss appropriately. But the basic direction of the book's analysis suggests the obvious answer: what is exemplified is the temporal character of being, that being is time, the truth of the meaning of being historical, a matter of Geschichtlichkeit. I close with some brief remarks about that sort of claim and temporality itself. Time and historicality. I have said that for Heidegger mattering can just fail, and in a way that reveals the utter contingency and fragility of it succeeding when it does, so that meaning happening or not happening is the event of truth, the occasion for living in truth, in the acknowledgement of this nitud or inite from it. There is another way to put this point. Once we take in Heidegger's most comprehensive account of care, his way of making the point cited earlier that care must be sustained to function as care stretched along into the future. Heidegger's formulation is that temporality Zeitlichkeit reveals itself as the meaning of authentic care, and the primordial unity of the structure of care lies in temporality. This is the opening to what he calls a more primordial insight into the temporalization structure of temporality, which reveals itself as the historicality Geschichtlichkeit of Dasein. This distinctive historicality, or historicity as it is now more frequently translated, is stressed by Heidegger in a way not entirely clear in the Macquarie-Robinson translation. The movement actually this is another neologism, more like movedness or motility. Bewegtheit of existence is not the motion Bewegung of something present at hand. It is definable in terms of the way Dasein stretches along aus der Ersteckung des Daseins. The specific movement Bewegtheit in which Dasein is stretched along and stretches itself along, we call its happening Geschichten, historizing by Macquarie and Robinson. However valuable it is to draw attention to the etymological connections between Geschichte and Geschichte, it is crucial that the translation capture the sense of contingency connoted by Geschichte, and especially regrettable that the translators often make Geschichte a verb when Heidegger uses it as a noun, suggesting just the opposite of what Heidegger wants to suggest: the mere happenstance, let us say, of meaning as a temporalizing, careful engagement, and the happenstance of its failure. So the summary claim that he makes should be, this is how we designate Dasein's primordial happening ursprünglich Geschichte, lying in its authentic resoluteness, and in which Dasein hands itself down to itself, free for death, in a possibility which it has inherited and yet has chosen. There is a lot packed into such claims, but the basic dimensions of the case attributed to Heidegger are visible. What is meaning such that it can fail? Finite, contingent, a Geschichte, distinctively temporal, in a way a kind of event, Erinus, or event as it is sometimes translated to capture Heidegger's hyphen, which can happen to us, or not, cannot be redeemed or reactively grounded by philosophy. This Geschichte quality also differentiates Heidegger's position from that other Southwest German philosopher, and that can be an way to make the Heideggerian point. I quote from the preface to Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit: Phenomenologie des Geistes, but the life of spirit is not the life that shrinks from death and keeps itself untouched by devastation, but rather the life that endures it and maintains itself in it. It wins its truth only when, in utter dismemberment Zerrissenheit, it ends itself. Spirit is this power only by looking the negative in the face, and tarrying with it. This tarrying verwellen with the negative is the magical power Zauberkraft that converts it into being. This claim is possible in Hegel's account because such instances of failure, breakdowns in a form of life as a whole, utter dismemberment, are precisely not mere happenings or events, and so not instances of radical non-being. As he notes in the introduction, thus consciousness suffers this violence at its own hands, it spoils its own limited satisfaction. When consciousness feels this violence, its anxiety may well make it retreat from the truth and strive to hold on to what it is in danger of losing. But it can and no peace. If it wishes to remain in a state of unthinking inertia, then thought troubles its thoughtlessness, and its own unrest disturbs its inertia. There is of course no such magical power for Heidegger, and this because spirit does not suffer the violence of death at its own hands, such that some way can be found to reconstruct the subjective purposiveness inherent in so suffering. In bringing about such suffering, the purposiveness necessarily assumed if this self-inflicted suffering is to count as a deed. From Hegel's, or perhaps from Adorno's, point of view, the Heideggerian experience of death as, now, for us, radical not being, as unintegratable in any way with Dasein's projected meaning, is something we have done to ourselves. Itself can be made sense of, given the historical situation of late modernity, or late industrial capitalism, and so forth. From Heidegger's point of view, on the other hand, Hegelian death remains Christian. The tarrying of which Hegel spoke is possible because of a faith in resurrection, and the ultimacy of death in our experience is not being faced authentically, but clearly avoided. It is as if Hegel cannot help giving away his dodge and his own uncertainty with that revealing, most un-Hegelian, word or Freudian slip, Zauberkraft, magical power. But, contrary to many interpretations of Hegel, these remarks by him show that Hegel does not treat the failure of some community to sustain a practical directedness as a mark of some ultimately in principle overcomable nitude. For, only as long as there is such violence suffered at its own hands is there Geist. According to Hegel there is a narrative, rational, structure to our coming to this realization, but this is the realization we are coming to, i.e., just the opposite of the jejune invocations of Hegel as announcing the end of history or a complete closed systematicity. But, as I have been suggesting, this realization, otherwise known as absolute knowledge, cannot itself be a Heideggerian happening, since the realization that only in such failure is there success at being Geist, is historically an achievement like no other, is what makes what Heidegger calls the revealing and concealing process itself manifest. This is why Hegel treats the null problem of reconciliation in the Phenomenology, Versöhnung, as forgiveness, Versöhnung, forgiveness not at being merely human but grounded in the realization of being absolutely human. Stated this way, matters between the Baden and the Schwabian are left pretty much at a standoff. But Heidegger reminds us that philosophy is the opposite of all comfort and assurance, the highest uncertainty, and maintains itself in authentic questionableness. So perhaps an unresolved standoff, an ending that is not an end, is a good place to close. Heidegger's Kant interpretation is, as he admits, violent, not meant to be scholarly exegesis, but to understand the path of Kant's thought better than Kant did himself. This turns out, perhaps predictably, to mean reading Kant's project in the Critique of Pure Reason as anticipatory of Heidegger's own project in Being and Time. It is an attempt to lay the ground for metaphysics through an analysis of human understanding of being, and as, ultimately, a failure at such a project. For, Heidegger argues, Kant too narrowly deems being as the being of extant objects or of nature and, correspondingly, did not investigate deeply enough the subjectivity of the subject. This reading of Kant may appear and has appeared to many Kantians a highly dubious one, from a neo-Kantian point of view. For example, Heidegger's characterization of Kant's project as ontology, is from the RST inconsistent with the enterprise of Kant's transcendental philosophy, which, on this view, is at its heart epistemology, not concerned to establish ontological truths, but only epistemic conditions, that is, the forms and justifications for our knowledge. Such a dismissal seems, however, premature, since Heidegger's reading is, somehow, both compelling and unsettling as a reading of Kant. And if one construes Kant's own transcendental project in a broader, but, I suggest, nonetheless faithful, way as an investigation into the necessary conditions for the possibility of experience, Heidegger's interpretation may be read not simply as a translation of Kant's claims into his own language and philosophical concerns, but as an exercise in transcendental philosophy, indeed as a challenge to Kant, namely, that he has failed properly to identify the conditions for the possibility of experience. Specifically, Heidegger may be said to argue, contra Kant, that there is a more fundamental condition for the possibility of experience than Kant's categorical principles or synthetic a priori judgment, the projective unity of the subject's transcendental, imaginative synthesis, and the unity of time itself. Thus, Heidegger argues, we must temporalize Kant's account of the transcendental subject and of its characteristic cognitive activity, synthesis. Or so I shall suggest here, beginning with an overview of Heidegger's Kant interpretation, before turning to articulate the challenges that Heidegger poses to Kant, the philosophical stakes of such challenges, and some preliminary reactions concerning possible Kantian responses. In such a short chapter, I cannot, of course, adjudicate this Kant-Heidegger debate. Rather, I aim more modestly to reformulate Heidegger's interpretation as comprising such a debate, and to identify the core lines of argument that divide Kant and Heidegger over the necessary conditions for the possibility of experience. I shall suggest that this debate is best formulated to concern Kant's distinction, and Heidegger's rejection thereof, between reactive and determinative judgment. Thus, like Cassirer, I shall suggest that Heidegger's Kant interpretation concerns the critique of pure reason decontextualized from Kant's larger philosophical system. Unlike Cassirer, I shall suggest that Heidegger's account of subjective, projective judging reads the doctrines of the critique of judgment, concerning reactive judgment, back into the critique of pure reason, account of determinative judgment, thus occluding the systematic place, or attempting to undermine the specific concerns of the critique of pure reason within Kant's system. Heidegger's reading of Kant, interpretation as confrontation. Heidegger's Kant interpretation comprises, most generally, a transformation of Kant's project through rereading Kant's guiding question in the Critique of Pure Reason concerning whether and how synthetic a priori judgments can be justified. Heidegger frames his conception of Kant's project by arguing that Kant's understanding of the human knower as night by contrast to God's innate intellect serves as Kant's key premise, from which Kant draws his claim that human knowledge comprises two also night, cognitive faculties, sensibility and understanding. As night knowers, that is, as knowers dependent upon objects beyond or outside of us, human beings require receptive intuition. And because we must thus receive intuitions of objects, we require spontaneous, active, discursive thinking, that is, conceptual rules for the unification and determination of these intuitions. Thinking is, thus, in service to intuition, the main source of experience or knowledge of objects, presenting such objects to us or allowing us to encounter them. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant then on Heidegger's reading attempts to reveal the ways in which human beings attain knowledge of appearances, through the interaction of these two distinct cognitive faculties in transcendental judgment or the act of synthesis, or, more specifically, through the a priori synthesis of the a priori intuitions space and time and concepts, the categories that enables all empirical synthesis of particular objects. Kant's question concerning the possibility of metaphysics, or of synthetic a priori judgments, is to be understood as, how is it possible for human beings to know objects? Or, specifically, how can human beings judge, namely synthesize or determine, intuitions to comprise unit objects? Not surprisingly, Heidegger then takes the schematism Kant's sketchy answer to this question, via the schemata of the imagination, to be the central chapter of the Critique of Pure Reason. Heidegger's emphases upon human, cognitive, nitude in Kant's project, and on Kant's consequent understanding of human knowers' experience as grounded upon activities of synthesis, understood as the union of understanding and sensibility, do wreak one of Kant's most basic doctrines concerning human cognition, famously, intuitions without concepts are blind, concepts without intuitions are empty. Likewise, in the Transcendental Deductions, Kant explains the possibility of the synthetic a priori principles and justice the a priori categories as applicable to objects of experience, by arguing that they function as rules for transcendental synthesis, which is necessary for the possibility of unit experience. Kant even occasionally uses the contrast between divine and human intellect explicitly to ground his claims that human knowledge comprises both intuition and discursive thinking, and, therefore, that the schematic character of judgment, namely, our need to apply rules to intuitions, or universals to particulars, is characteristic of human knowledge. Heidegger's reading seems, then, not to be, particularly, transformative. But Heidegger does, hereby, to emphasize another central aspect of Kant's project, the quaestio juris, or Kant's description of his project as a justification of certain synthetic, a priori propositions, judgments in a narrower, propositional sense, including, most famously, the causal principle, every event has a cause. This story of Kant's formulation of the Critique of Pure Reason project, his awakening from dogmatic slumber by Hume, is familiar, and I will not rehash it here. Heidegger recognizes that he is deemphasizing Kant's justificatory question, but argues that once Kant has revealed the categories, in their schematized form, to be necessary conditions for the possibility of experience, Kant has thereby also answered the quaestio juris. We may justably claim that objects of experience conform to the categorial principles because such principles make experience possible, are always already appropriate to any object we could experience. Thus, a problem of synthetic judgment is, indeed, central to the Critique of Pure Reason, on Heidegger's reading, though it is not the justificatory problem Kant poses, but an ontological problem concerning the possibility of the act of transcendental judgment, how we may synthesize intuitions as determined by concepts. Correspondingly, Heidegger argues that Kant's subjective deduction of the categories, the argument that categorial synthesis is necessary for the possibility of experience, is itself sufficient to answer Kant's most important question, while the objective deduction to establish that the categories constitute the nature of objectivity or objecthood and are, thus, justably applied to objects, is pleonastic. In concert with his reformulation of Kant's project, from a justificatory to a revelatory one, Heidegger transforms Kant's conception of the a priori, an epistemological, evidentiary term, into a characterization of our manner and activity of apprehending objects, namely, as that which we understand in advance or beforehand, that which we anticipate in empirical judgments or in our pre-ontological understanding, everyday practical engagement with the world. This gloss on a priori is, of course, suitably etymological for Heidegger, but it also plays a philosophical role in securing terminologically, as it were in advance, Heidegger's temporalizing interpretation of Kant's views, to which I now turn. On Heidegger's reading, Kant's projected self is not to be understood as a justification of a priori claims already formulated in scientific investigation, but as disclosing structures that are always already functioning within experience, that enable our more specific apprehension of particular objects, but do so pre-ontologically, that is, as implicit, unconceptualized, or unarticulated. Kant himself is, then, engaged in ontology, understood as the objectification, thematization, or conceptualization of this pre-ontological, Heideggerian, understanding. He is transforming the pre-ontological understanding of being into an explicit ontological understanding. Kant's project is, then, itself temporalized, that is, explicitly situated as arising out of everyday experience, and as itself, an activity of conceptualization, retrospectively articulating that which has already been anticipated in advance. This translation of the a priori into the in advance is also central to Heidegger's temporalized interpretation of Kant's doctrine of transcendental judgmental synthesis. Heidegger argues that the Kantian transcendental synthesis ought to be understood not, primarily, as a conceptually guided act of the understanding applying concepts or principles to intuited objects, as Kant understands it, but as a projective, anticipatory act of the productive imagination, an act that constitutes in advance the horizon within which beings, objects, may be encountered. This activity of the transcendental imagination is, Heidegger suggests, identical to time, as originary temporality, and to transcendental subjectivity itself. Thus, famously, Heidegger claims that Kant shrinks back from the conclusion to which his investigation should lead, namely that the transcendental imagination is the common root of Kant's two primary cognitive faculties, intuition and understanding. Heidegger argues for the implicit primacy of the imagination over the understanding in Kant's account of transcendental synthesis by emphasizing the centrality of the schematism, a function of the imagination, on Kant's view, in Kant's project. The imagination is the solution to Heidegger's, Kant's central problem of judgment, namely, how the two basic elements of knowledge may be combined in judgment. Despite their utterly distinctive natures, the imagination gives content to the categories, and order to intuitions, by bringing intuitions to the unities of the understanding. This combination is accomplished, Kant himself argues, through the imagination's relation to time. The imagination mediates between the categories and intuitions by producing schemata or interpretations of the categories as forms or structures of objective time, thereby explaining how the categories may be applied to, combined with, intuitions, which must all be presented in time, the pure form of all intuitions. Consonantly with his emphasis upon the subjective rather than objective deduction, on the abilities of the subject necessary for the possibility of experience, not on the necessary character of objecthood or objectivity as such, Heidegger reads the schematism primarily as providing an account of the imagination as a faculty that allows us to unite understanding, thought, and sensibility. The imagination is our ability to give ourselves that which is not given, to present that which is not present, or, in other words, is spontaneous intuiting, or intuitive creativity. The imagination thus shares the characteristics of the two other faculties, and serves to mediate between them, and it does so because of its unique relationship to time, its presentation of that which is not present. Specifically, our imaginative, anticipatory grasp of the future is that which guides and unites the given intuitions, the past and the present, into one synthesis, and thereby makes conceptual determination of such intuitions, and indeed unit experience, possible. Heidegger identifies original temporality itself, in turn, as the ultimate source of unity in this imaginative synthesis. The imagination's anticipatory synthesizing is unit because time itself is so unit, because past, present, and future are aspects of the one time that grounds the unity of experience. Thus, Heidegger argues, the a priori transcendental synthesis of intuitions guided, on Kant's view, by the categories is fundamentally an imaginative synthesis, an anticipatory act of synthesis. Unlike Heidegger's reformulation of Kant's guiding question, this interpretation of Kant's answer to that question is markedly violent, at odds. Even with Kant's addition subjective deduction, that is, the account of threefold syntheses necessary for the possibility of experience, on which Heidegger draws. For Heidegger's interpretation inverts the roles of the categories and of time in Kant's account. Kant argues that in order for experience to be possible, we must, imaginatively, synthesize a manifold of intuitions in apprehension. In order, in turn, for such apprehension to be possible, we must reproduce intuitions, by imagination, and in order, nally, to be able to reproduce intuitions, we must have a concept or rule by which we could recognize the reproduced intuitions as the same or indeed reproduce the same intuition at all. The progressive in order tos and musts here are, in part, responses to a problem generated by time. We cannot apprehend a manifold, as such, without reproduction because intuition, distinguished solely by its occurrence at a moment in time, is an absolute unity undifferentiated into a manifold. Nor can we reproduce without conceptual guidance, for intuitions simply qua occurrent at a time are not distinguishable or reproducible as the same, for each moment of time is indistinguishable as such from any other. More broadly, Kant's arguments in the Analytic of Principles turn on the claim that we cannot perceive time itself. Therefore, Kant argues, we require the categorial principles in order to generate a coherent time order. In other words, Kant does indeed take thinking to be in service to intuition, specifically, as structures of objective time, and argues that only as such structures do the categories have objective reality, content or meaning, as Heidegger stresses. But Kant likewise argues that intuition, here, the pure intuition of time, is unintelligible, blind, without such conceptual determination. As is well known, Heidegger's counterclaim is that Kant here misunderstands the nature of time, as the mere, objective time of a succession of nows, and fails to recognize the originary temporality that characterizes subjective existence. The categorial principles may be structures of objective time, as Kant contends, but they are more basically dependent upon the subject's imaginative projection. They operate as unities in advance, and thus emerge from the unit structure of imagination as unit, original temporality. Heidegger's violent interpretation is, then, a challenge to Kant, for it threatens to undermine Kant's central, demonstrative aims, that is, to show that the categories are necessary for the possibility of experience, and, therefore, that the synthetic a priori judgments employing such categories are justable claims concerning objects of experience. For if temporality, or the subject, is itself, and can constitute within experience, a unity of the manifold, then Kant's argument in the deductions proves otiose, since in that case the unity of experience does not, solely or originally, derive from and require the categorial rules of synthesis. The categories may, on this view, apply justably to some experience, as Kant wants to argue, but only as thin articulations of unities thereof. They are not necessary for nor universally true of all experience. Likewise, the grounding of such categorial claims on the nature of the existentially, originally temporal subject would be anathema to Kant. Such a substantive, metaphysical claim concerning the noumenal or supersensible nature of the subject would violate Kant's critical limitations on our abilities to know a priori. From the Heideggerian point of view, this debate has parallel, though positively put, consequences as well. If Heidegger shows that such temporal anticipation grounds the unity and possibility of categorial thought or synthesis of objects, Heidegger can then argue, as he does, that Kant has, wrongly, identified nature, or objects, as extant, as the sole type of objects we may experience, and that he has identified only those categories that are necessary to comprehend this type of object. If the categories are only thin articulations of a more primordial unity of experience, grounded in the activities of the imagination, and in time, it may well be that human beings could approach beings from other perspectives, according to other anticipatory, pre-ontological understandings of being. More generally, such a move, as Heidegger celebratorily announces, promises a new and radical philosophical grounding of logic, a rejection of the traditional philosophical identification of being with logos, here the categories, or most basic concepts for thought, by recognizing the dependence of such logos upon existence and time. But Kant shrank back. A first reaction despite the violence of Heidegger's reading, and the challenges it presents, several things can, I think, be said in its favor, from a broadly Kantian point of view. First, Heidegger is right in identifying the odd character of Kant's transcendental judgmental synthesis. Such synthesis is not, on Kant's view, simply predicative or an establishment of purely conceptual relationships. Kant argues, of course, that synthetic judgment must, in order to be synthetic, not analytic, advance beyond concepts, must relate to an intuitively given object. Such judgment can be construed, still, as predicative or propositional, distinctive, from analytic judgment, only in that it requires different justification, that is, a connection in the object. But Kant's argument that, our apprehension of, this very connection within the object is grounded itself upon a judgmental synthesis renders Kant's conception of judgmental synthesis a very different, in Heidegger's terms, veritative, sort of synthesis indeed, one that unites, or institutes relations among, a manifold of intuitions, and therefore one that is not, at the very least, exhaustively rendered in propositional form. As Heidegger emphasizes, Kant argues that general logic, and the corresponding, predicative, definition of judgment, a ruled-governed relation between two concepts, is distinct even derivative from a more fundamental form of judging described by transcendental logic, the logic of truth, wherein we do not relate concepts to one another but determine objects, intuitions, by concepts. Thus Kant is, perhaps, not as far as his terminology, of judgment, might suggest from questioning the foundational role of logos in knowledge or the understanding of being, s. Second, Heidegger here provides an interesting, unusual response to a long-standing problem posed by Kant's transcendental psychology, specifically by his accounts of synthesis. On Kant's account, time is an a priori form of intuition, and thus forms phenomena alone, and the objective time order governing experience and objects is constituted by the subject's transcendental activities of synthesis. The transcendental subject who engages in these activities is, however, to be considered separately from time, and indeed as the agent whose activities determine the objective time order, must be prior to, not determined by, this time order. Synthesis, however, at least sounds like an activity. It is, thus, difficult to conceive of it as non-temporal. The two standard responses to this problem are both, in different ways, and with differing severity, reductive. Scholars such as Paul Guyer and Patricia Kitcher propose that Kant's accounts of synthesis be understood as describing empirically occurring psychological activities, thus such activities are not mysterious atemporal activities, but, rather, events, of a particular kind, in time. This view seems, however, a deeply reductive characterization of Kant, for, on this interpretation, Kantian philosophy must be understood as an episode in the history of empirical psychology. But according to Kant, empirical psychology and its explanations of its object, the mind, are themselves governed by the categorial principles, and thus must presuppose, but cannot explain or non-reductively instantiate, the categorial synthesis, nor, on Kant's view, would empirical psychology carried out entirely a priori be methodologically acceptable. On the other hand, scholars such as Henry Allison and P. F. Strawson construe Kant's claims about synthesis as purely logical claims, articulating the normative constraints on how we may conceive of objects or ourselves. The atemporality of the transcendental subject simply means that the subject can, indeed must, conceive of itself and of objects in the space of reasons, rather than in the order of causes. This line of interpretation is clearly reconstructive, at odds with Kant's presentation of synthesis as an activity. More importantly, however, this interpretation raises difficulties concerning whether or how such normative constraints, rules, or reasons function in actual human experience and judgment. This interpretation, then, seems reductive, though less problematically so. It is not clear in what sense this transcendental subject, or its concepts, can be said to be who we actually are, to provide an account of what it is like to be a subject of experience, to have a RST person point of view. Nor is it clear, on this view, how, or that, categorical judgment is to be grounded in its purchase upon, as necessary condition for, actual experience. Such difficulties are, as has been frequently argued, exacerbated when one turns to consider Kant's conception of the transcendental subject as moral, free agent. By contrast to these two proposals, Heidegger's proposal that the transcendental subject is constituted by an alternative, originary temporality might allow one to understand the transcendental subject, coherently and non-reductively, as an agent engaged in synthesis or judgment, and as an experiencing subject. But one can also argue that such activity is a precondition for, and prior to, the constitution of an objective time order as the succession of nows, provided, of course, that originary temporality can be coherently understood. Thus for both well and ill there is a great deal at stake in Heidegger's temporalizing reading of Kant. Heidegger not only threatens Kant's demonstrative aims, the necessity of the categories, logos, for experience, and violates Kant's theoretical humility, but also proffers an account of the judging, synthesizing subject that may suit a Kantian's anti-reductive inclinations. But now we may ask, does Heidegger give us reason so to conceive of the subject, to unseat the reign of logos, to transcend critical limitations, or to yield to such inclinations? Why should we, that is, leap forward to originary temporality? Stalemate. As we have seen, Heidegger himself emphasizes the schematism question, how we may synthesize intuitions according to conceptual rules or unite the understanding with sensibility, as the central problem of the critique of pure reason and as the main reason for identifying the imagination as the root of the two main faculties, or for understanding the subject as characterized by originary temporality. The schematism question is potentially a troubling one for Kant, as was also found to be the case by the Neo-Kantians and German idealists, who both respond by eliminating, in differing ways, Kant's dualism concerning the sources of cognition. But I am not sure that this problem, in its more pressing forms, is addressed by Heidegger's proposal that the subject, and, derivatively, its rules of judging, should be understood as itself temporal. For the question is how intuitions may be construed, rightly, as objects, or how to judge that these intuitions and not those are to be unit, or properly subsumed to the categories. The subject's own temporal status does not, it would seem, make this easier to understand. And Heidegger's response to the question concerning correct application suggests as much, for it seems little different, and no more or less persuasive, than Kant's own. Heidegger writes, "Faculty of rules means, to hold before us in advance the represented unities which give direction to every possible unication that is represented. These unities, categories, which are represented as regulative, however, must not only have learned to play their part based on their proper affinity, but this affinity must itself also be grasped comprehensively in advance in a lasting unity through a still more anticipatory proposing of them." Thus, Heidegger's solution to the question of correct application is simply a gesture toward the affinity of concepts to intuitively presented materials. But in the second emphasized passage above, Heidegger is also asking, I think more promisingly, what a subject must be like in order to be rule-following, and suggests that such rule-following presupposes that the subject is anticipatory, or future-directed, or, in more proper Heideggerian language perhaps, such rule-following presupposes existence rather than being. Unlike Heidegger's claim that the imagination, and its schemata, is necessary for the application of the categories to intuitions which Kant does not deny, but himself argues this line of argument would promote Heidegger's strongest claim, contra Kant, that imaginative projection is foundational, a necessary condition or root for the categories or our ability to formulate and follow rules. And perhaps indeed rule following requires or constitutively is a stance of anticipatory temporality, not appropriately characterized either in terms of objective temporality, mere succession governed by causal law, or as atemporal. As suggested in the title of this section, this line of argument might seem, however, to lead to a stalemate between Heidegger and Kant. For Kant would, of course, reply to this suggestion that only because we can follow rules can we take such a projective, anticipatory stance, or employ the productive imagination to anticipate or project a unit time order and world in advance of particular, individual experiences. It is, precisely, the universality of categorical rules, their application to numerous, temporally distinct instances, and our ability to employ such rules that allows us to anticipate non-present, future, order in the world or states of affairs. Apart from the general suggestion here that Kant perhaps illicitly privileges epistemological over ontological conditions, why should rules count as conditions, while the nature of the subject does not? Heidegger does, at least implicitly, provide broadly epistemological grounds to reject this claim, that such projection could be grounded upon concepts, expressed most clearly in his temporalization of Kant's projected self, as an act of conceptualization or thematization in order to be following concepts or rules, or for these to be the basis for synthesis or judgment, Heidegger suggests. We must be conscious of such concepts as such. And just as Kant's project must be understood as a conceptualization of the preconceptual, so too must the applicability of the categorical principles to experience be a mere, conceptualized byproduct of a more original, preconceptual, imaginative projection. In some sense, Heidegger must be right, if Kant claims that the categories or the principles employing them are necessary conditions for the possibility of experience, that they articulate the ultimately judgmental, synthetic character of experience for all subjects, at all times. These principles must be understood as pre-ontological, implicit, rather than explicit, principles of judgment and experience. Even those of us who have read the Critique of Pure Reason, and thus are explicitly conscious of the categories, schemata, and principles, do not, consciously or explicitly, engage in judgment or synthesis to generate our experience. This implicit status of synthetic a priori judgments is, indeed, consistent with Kant's view of the Justide a priori as the form or constitutive structure of experience, which entails that one may need to engage in considerable analysis, or, as Kant puts it, sifting, of experience to generate explicit formulations of pure a priori principles. The familiarity, or obviousness, of the principles once formulated might then wreak, as Heidegger suggests, a recognition of that which we have pre-ontologically, always already understood. Do such considerations entail Heidegger's more radical suggestion that Kant's principles not only render explicit that which is implicit, but conceptualize a preconceptual understanding, or, thereby or therefore, that one ought to understand the experience constituting activity of synthesis, and the subject engaged in such synthesis, as characterized by originary temporality? It seems not. Kant's explicit principles may be taken, rather, as articulating a priori commitments that are, indeed, implicit in ordinary empirical judgments or experience, as conceptual. For, one might suggest, the categories comprise implicit conceptual content, or, in Kant's terms, marks, in empirical concepts. Thus in Kant's famous examples, the sun shines, and the stone is warm, and the sun warms the stone, the category of quality might be part of the conceptual content of warm, as might the category, cause, comprise a component of event or process, in warming. More broadly, since concepts are rules or functions by which we categorize, unify, or determine, judge, appearances, on Kant's view, these categories might, as syntax does, for natural language users, operate as rules within or governing behavior, here empirical judgment, but also imaginative projection. As applied and applicable universally, and as unifying, such rules perform the function of concepts, even if the subject is not conscious of this function. From a Kantian point of view, then, Heidegger's position appears to be based on an assumption that concepts, categories, must be explicitly such. For the judging subject, in order so to function in a subject's experience, and therefore might be said to betray an inappropriately Cartesian presumption concerning the transparency of subjectivity and conceptual thought. From a Heideggerian point of view, Kant helps himself to a very broad conception of concepts, or rule following, thus, in advance, cementing the foundational status of rules, concepts, or logos, and precluding the questions Heidegger, like Wittgenstein, wishes to raise concerning the degree to which practical competence, or behavior responsive to norms, can be characterized as a form of explicit rule following. Thus the Heidegger-Kant debate might be formulated in these terms: does rule following depend upon temporal anticipation, or vice versa? Does the imagination ground the categories' function as rules to unify experience, or does it merely execute the norms given by such categories? Does practical competence, in empirical judging or pre-ontological understanding, ground rules and make explicit rule following possible, or do rules govern or deem such practices? These are real questions, but arguments for them turn, as I have just suggested, on almost question-begging conceptions of rules on either side. Certainly the considerations Heidegger raises here against Kant are not weighty enough to press Kant into accepting a radically metaphysical, from a Kantian point of view, conception of the judging subject. Heidegger also argues, however, that the imagination is the root of the categories by providing an alternative metaphysical deduction, the account of the origin of the categories, to the one that Kant himself provides. This line of argument is, I shall suggest, a better, more unequivocal case for taking anticipatory temporality to be independent of, and indeed a precondition for, categorially determined synthesis or conceptually governed judgment. It also, as I shall argue, suggests a more precise and tractable reformulation of the Kant-Heidegger debate, as one concerning the relationship between reactive and determinative judgment. A reformulation, the necessity, or not, of determinative judgment. On Kant's view, the categories are a priori concepts, they are not innate, however, but are generated by the understanding. In the metaphysical deduction, Kant argues, specifically, that the categories are so generated from the forms of judgment elaborated in general logic. Heidegger rejects this account because, he argues, the categories are rules of veritative synthesis of the intuitive manifold and cannot, therefore, be derived from the predicative functions of judgmental unication in general logic, which concern merely unication of concepts, independent of reference to an object or intuitions. Heidegger suggests that the categories are, rather, generated through two cognitive activities, both described, by Kant, as acts of reaction, the activity of empirical concept formation, and the act of self-understanding wherein one brings one's mental activities and their functions, here the RST kind of reaction, to self-consciousness. Because empirical concept formation is synthesizing judgment of the intuitively given, Heidegger argues, it can be the origin for the categories as synthetic functions of intuitions. And, Kant's account of empirical concept formation shows that this origin is, indeed, an act of imaginative anticipation. Thus not only is imaginative anticipation possible without categorical guidance, but the categories themselves depend upon, such imaginative anticipation as their origin. Kant describes empirical concept formation as follows: to make concepts out of representations one must be able to compare, to react, and to abstract, for these three logical operations of the understanding are the essential and universal conditions for generation of every concept whatsoever. I see, example, a spruce, a willow, and a linden. By comparing these objects with one another, I note that they are different from one another in regard to the trunk, the branches, the leaves, etc., but next I react on that which they have in common among themselves, trunk, branches, and leaves themselves, and I abstract from the quantity, the gur, etc. of these, thus I acquire the concept of a tree. Heidegger reads this description, plausibly, as providing an account of the anticipatory activity of judgment, in which we must hold before ourselves a unity in advance, in order to perform the comparison, discrimination, and abstraction that will then allow us to conceptualize that very unity. Of these three acts, comparison, reaction, and abstraction, reaction has a crucial and leading role, for prior to everything else there is an advance bringing into view that in reference to which an intuitively extant many is to be noted as different. What is different in its possible difference? For example, differently arranged branches gets determined only on the basis of this unifying one of agreement having branches of some sort, so that on the basis of reaction we can explicitly disregard the respect in which given representations are different. Reaction is situated in the anticipatory bringing into view that with regard to which the many should be compared. This activity of reaction is, as Kant's example suggests, the activity of empirical concept formation, but Heidegger takes Kant's claim that it is the essential condition for the generation of any concept at Kant's word, and argues that this activity generates the categories, a priori concepts, as well. The categories, Heidegger suggests, are conceptualized articulations of the unifying functions or relations, example genus and species/differentia, and disjunction, implicit or held in advance in empirical concept formation, or, in Kant's terms, they are representations of the unifying functions of consciousness. Such explicit representations of these functions of unifying are brought to consciousness, made explicit, by reaction in the second sense, understanding of one's own cognitive activities. Thus the categories are what is implicit in advance in reactive concept formation, an activity itself temporal in Heidegger's originary sense, as governed by, and directed toward, a future, anticipated unity. Kant does not explicitly hold the Heideggerian view concerning empirical concept formation, but he may well suggest such a view in his critique of judgment account of reactive judgment, including empirical concept formation as ruled by the principle of purposiveness. Kant deems reactive judgment by contrast to determinative judgment, the judgment with which the critique of pure reason is concerned, as judgment in which we are not guided by a concept or rule in judging, nor do we determine an object thereby, rather, we seek the universal, that might, later, be used to determine objects. This judgmental activity is, then, not, fully, conceptually guided by definition, and it does indeed aim at conceptualization of the preconceptual, sensations or empirical particulars as such. And because we seek empirical concepts, the governing unities of objects we seek here cannot, unlike the categories, be gleaned from our judgmental activities themselves. This is, indeed, what one might call a transcendental definition of the empirical, that which we do not, cannot, determine a priori, that to which we must be open or responsible. Reactive judgment is thus unifying without, prior, conceptual determination, but on Kant's view it cannot, merely, be intuitive apprehension without principled guidance, for such apprehension would be mere groping, potentially overwhelmed by undifferentiated, chaotic sense experience. And indeed reactive judgment does have its own principle, the principle of purposiveness. Kant characterizes this principle and its role in empirical concept formation as follows: in attempting to form empirical concepts, we must presuppose that nature is purposive for us, that it coheres with our cognitive aims. This formulation does not suggest that purposiveness has anything to do with Heidegger's projective temporality, but Kant also understands purposiveness to be directedness by or toward a purpose and uses it to characterize the act of reactive judging itself. As such, it bears considerable similarity to Heidegger's anticipatory projection. Reactive judging is structured as directedness toward a, not given, purpose, here, the empirical concept of the sort of object, or is a unication unit by its own aims at unication or anticipation of unity. Kant's characterization of aesthetic reactive judgment, the judging solely governed by the principle of purposiveness, bears striking similarities to Heidegger's account of imaginative synthesis. In such judging, Kant argues, we are not guided by concepts, rather, the imagination unintentionally or purposively without a purpose apprehends the object as a unity of the manifold. In the Critique of Judgment, Kant provides, moreover, strictly subjective deductions for this principle and act of judging, as, merely, subjective conditions for the possibility of experience. Reactive judging and its principle, purposiveness are not determinative of objects. Reactive judging comprises, precisely, an openness to objects in their empirical character, not a determination of them. But such judging is a subjective condition for experience. If we cannot form empirical concepts, we would, Kant argues, plausibly, be incapable of any coherent experience. Thus, on the Kantian as on the Heideggerian view, we must be able to transform the preconceptual into the conceptual. Perhaps, then, Kant's account of reactive judgment in the Critique of Judgment vindicates Heidegger's reading of Kant, though Kant does not articulate the original temporality of the judging subject. Kant himself identifies purely subjective conditions for the possibility of experience, which comprise something like an anticipatory, non-conceptually guided grasp of the unity of the object. And Heidegger suggests so. He cites paragraph of the Critique of Judgment as confirmation of his views concerning Kant's conception of transcendental imagination and subjectivity, a passage in which Kant, strikingly, argues that insofar as reactive, aesthetic judging is purposive, end-directed, though without a conceptually speciate end, it not only symbolizes our capacity for moral self-legislation, of ends, but also reveals the supersensible nature of the subject. But Heidegger's reading of Kant is not, I suggest, completely vindicated here, specifically Heidegger's suggestions that the recognition of such anticipatorily temporal subjectivity will undermine the status of the categories or discursive thought. For Kant gives Heidegger's purely subjective deduction a systematic place. The subjective principle of purposiveness does not override, but complements, the objective a priori principles as, subjective and objective, conditions for the possibility of experience, and it governs our experience and knowledge of empirical nature in particular. Kant's contrast between determinative and reactive judgment is a distinction between two sorts of subjective conditions for the possibility of experience, the conditions for the possibility of, our knowledge of, universal and necessary, lawful order in the world, and the conditions for the possibility of, our knowledge of, contingent, empirical, particular, and divergent, order. Thus Kant may admit that the categorial principles are not necessary conditions for any unity of experience or unication of the manifold, but argue that we require a priori rules for necessary order in nature or the necessary unity of objects as such. Kant indeed suggests just such a role for the categories in the A deduction we nd that are thought of the relation of all knowledge to its object carries with it an element of necessity. The object is viewed as that which prevents our modes of knowledge from being haphazard or arbitrary. Since all necessity, without exception, is grounded in a transcendental condition, this, necessary, unity is impossible if the intuition cannot be generated in accordance with the rule by means to make the reproduction of the manifold a priori necessary. Objectivity, objecthood, as such is a unication of the manifold that resists our arbitrary construal. The categories constitute such unity precisely in their function as a priori rules. If one places Kant's arguments in the Critique of Pure Reason in the context of his systematic consideration of judgment, the debate between Kant and Heidegger may be reformulated, then, not to concern the question how any, synthetic, unity in experience is possible, but the question whether even if all concepts, unities, ultimately originate in reactive judging, we must engage in determinative, as well as reactive, judgment for experience to be possible, whether we must not only imaginatively anticipate but also engage in conceptually determined or rule-governed synthesis. Correspondingly, Heidegger's reading of the Critique of Pure Reason might be seen as a transformation of a priori determinative judgment into reactive judgment, thus eliding these two conditions, proposing that the sole a priori conditions for the possibility of experience are conditions for the apprehension of contingent order. This elision is corroborated by Heidegger's striking deletion of necessity terms, including laws or lawfulness, in his characterization of Kant's project, as compared to the pervasiveness of such terms in Kant's text, which pervasiveness the Kant responding to Hume line of interpretation emphasizes. Again, Heidegger's deletion is not coincidental. The necessary content of a priori determinative judgments is necessary for the possibility of experience, on Kant's view, because it grounds a distinction between the merely subjective and the objective construed as independent of or resistant to the subject. On Heidegger's view, the categorical rules function, then, to generate a falsifying, or at least highly derivative, self-conception as separate from objects, not as transcending itself toward the world, a metaphysical view of subjects, Heidegger contends, simply presupposed, on the Kantian view, as fundamental. The questions that divide Kant and Heidegger may, therefore, be more precisely characterized, in Kantian terms, as follows: must we be able to formulate specifically necessary and universal claims in order to have experience? Must we be able to distinguish our subjective experiences from objects of experience proper, in order to have self-conscious experience? Or, in Heideggerian terms, must we conceive of objects as merely present at hand? And, if so, must we come to such a conception through conceptual rules of necessary or normative import, rather than through breakdown or anxiety? Or, in terms of Heidegger's Kant interpretation, for experience to be possible, we may indeed require intentional objects recognized as different from or against ourselves, as objects or Gegenstände. Is, as Heidegger suggests, intuitive givenness, and our reactive openness thereto, enough to comprise the againstness of the intentional object, or must we, as Kant contends, employ conceptual determination in order to render, or conceive, an object as such, as over against us? These questions are, of course, too large to be addressed here. In conclusion, I shall simply note that we can now see the philosophical significance of Heidegger's reformulation of Kant's question concerning a priori synthetic judgment, with which I began, and that this leaves us with anal question that weighs, perhaps, in Kant's favor. For the necessary and universal content of the categorical principles is, on Kant's view, the sign that such principles are known a priori, if known at all, and this therefore provides the impetus to a strictly philosophical project, as opposed to naturalist or psychological explanations for the origins of such propositions. Or, that is, such principles raise a quaestio juris. Heidegger's dismissal of the quaestio juris as pleonastic, in favor of straight investigation or revelation of the subjective conditions for the possibility of experience, is, as we can now see, quite consistent with his deletion of Kant's concerns with logical and metaphysical necessity, and with his assimilation of determinative to reactive judgment. But this dismissal might also be something like kicking away the latter. For why should one engage in this transcendental investigation of the nature of subjectivity if there is no clue that a priori, subjectively contributed concepts do function in experience? Or, if, as on both Kant's and Heidegger's views, the philosopher's task is to articulate the a priori forms that ground experience, how is one to sift out the a priori, properly philosophical claims from purely empirical facts about human beings? Necessity functions as such a clue for Kant. And from within the transcendental framework, motivated and justified by the quaestio juris, Kant can then suggest that explaining the possibility of empirical knowledge might require a purposive conception of subjectivity, in its reactive judging, a conception of subjectivity, I have suggested, that Heidegger greatly expands and reads back into the Critique of Pure Reason. What, however, functions as such a clue for Heidegger or for Heidegger's Kant?